Chapter 168. The function of the crystal core. Upon opening the door, Lin Long discovered it was Hequan, and he cast a quick glance behind him. No outsiders. It is safe. Once inside, Hequan promptly shut the door behind him. With urgency, he inquired, Brother Long, there has been a significant incident in the Jin family community tonight. Lin Long had anticipated such an outcome. Without lifting his gaze, he cautioned in a hushed tone. Lower your voice. Xiao Jun is still resting. Observing Lin Long's composed demeanor only heightened Hequan's suspicion. Did he not hear me mention the grave situation in the Jin family community tonight? Surely, this is what he has longed for. Lin Long settled into his seat and gestured towards an empty chair across from him. Sit down and speak slowly. What is the situation in the Jin family community? Hequan took a seat, first picking up a half-empty bottle of water from the floor. Taking a sip before recounting the breaking news he had overheard in the dormitory in detail. Throughout the conversation, Hequan noted that Lin Long's expression remained remarkably unchanged. After finishing, Hequan quietly asked, Brother Long, did you kill Jinbo? Lin Long looked up with a slight smile, countering, do you truly believe I killed Jinbo? I think only you possess the capability to do so. Very well, let's assume I did. I've heard he was not a good person. His demise could be seen as ridding society of scourge. So, it seems tonight, the community is in disarray, with most members out pursuing Zhang Fong. Indeed. However, I suspect that while Boss Jin's orders have been issued, the number of lower-tier individuals actually executing them is likely minimal. Hequan then shared the harrowing experience his small group had just endured. Lin Long nodded in understanding. It was indeed challenging to locate Zhang Fong amidst the enveloping darkness of the night. By the way, I wish to inquire. When that zombie appeared, you instinctively fled quickly. Did they not notice your escape? Hequan nodded firmly. No. In such a dire situation, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. They hardly paid attention to me. So, your speed must have been quite remarkable. Did you feel this differed significantly from your previous capabilities? Lin Long's remarks startled Hequan. Upon reflection, he realized Lin Long was correct, though he had not previously considered it. He promptly stood, stretching out his arms for a simple examination, even rolling up his pant legs to scrutinize further. Externally, I noticed no significant changes. Hequan exclaimed, astonished, and then quietly asked, Brother Long, I cannot discern any differences in my body. However, recall your observation. My running speed was indeed impressive. Do you think this could be the effect of the honeyed crystal core? Lin Long chuckled, finding Hequan's occasional navet endearing. Lin Long nodded and said, You are correct. The reason you can run so swiftly in such a short span of time must be attributed to the effect of the honey-infused crystal nucleus. During the day, its impact was not discernible, but now, under the cover of night, it has indeed manifested. This is truly splendid. Upon receiving Lin Long's affirmation, Hequan expressed his delight. That's wonderful, Brother Long. So, under the influence of the honey-infused crystal nucleus, I too possess the potential to develop super abilities. With that in mind, I will be capable of protecting my sister in the future. Chapter 169. Capturing Tian, who Lin Long immediately placed his middle finger on his lips, signaling Hequan to remain silent. He set aside the manuscript papers in his hand, yet could not resist glancing sideways. An idea suddenly struck him. Indeed, tonight, Jin clan community would surely be a sleepless night. At this very moment, was it not the perfect opportunity for him to enter the community and extract valuable researchers? The members of the 3 research teams could now be entrusted to Hequan for management and organization. The leader of the research team, known as Tian Hu, should prove to be of considerable utility. Moreover, those individuals in the research team might just comprehend the peculiar diary left behind by the scientific madman regarding the control of zombies. Lin Long promptly raised his head and inquired, Will the members of the research team be going out to search for someone tonight? The research team? No, they won't. They are essentially internal research personnel and never venture outdoors for adventures, replied Hequan. He was perceptive upon meeting Lin Long's gaze. He immediately realized that Lin Long must have conceived a new idea. Lin Long smiled slightly. And you, upon hearing that you possess the potential to develop extraordinary abilities, have you not also had new thoughts? Dragon Brother, You are indeed remarkable. I do have an idea, but I'm unsure if you would be willing to assist me. Before He Quan could articulate his specific thoughts, Lin Long raised his right hand, signaling him a pause. With a wry smile, Lin Long remarked, "You need not speak. I already discern your intentions. You wish to rescue your sister from the community and settle her here with me, correct? No, we cannot proceed in that manner just yet. Rest assured, my refusal is not a sign of unwillingness to help you. On the contrary, my refusal is genuinely for the benefit of us all. Presently, it appears that the Jin clan community is experiencing significant internal strife, yet they remain oblivious to the source of this turmoil. Should you or your sister suddenly go missing, it would likely provide them with a direction for investigation, especially your sister. Besides, your sister is currently quite safe within the community. My aim to supplant Jin Laoda is progressing rapidly. Within 2 days at most, the Jin clan community will undergo a transformation." He Quan was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. "Very well. Dragon Brother, I trust you. So what are your thoughts? If there is anything I can do to assist you, I shall certainly help." Lin Long smiled faintly and whispered, "Since the research team members are not going out, tonight presents the optimal opportunity to take action against them. Yes, among the research team, the most valuable individual is undoubtedly Tian Hu, the mechanical engineer." "Ah, Dragon Brother, you mean to capture Tian Hu, the mechanical engineer?" "Indeed. While you're at it, inquire about where his children are being held by Zhang Fong. I wish to facilitate their reunion. However, you just mentioned that if someone goes missing tonight, it might expose our whereabouts." "Certainly, Tian Hu is no ordinary individual. He is someone whom the prominent figures within the community earnestly seek to cultivate relationships with. Even if Boss Jean is aware of his disappearance, he would only undertake a search, never daring to inflict harm upon him. In contrast, your intentions are markedly different. You regard him solely as a threat, devoid of any potential utility." Subsequently, Lin Long turned and pointed his right hand towards the stack of manuscripts, indicating that this particular set of papers necessitated the expertise of a mechanical engineer for decryption. "I have scrutinized them for several days, yet my findings have yielded disappointingly little." Chapter 170. Immediate action. Lin Long, ever decisive, stood up quietly and approached the inner side, gently rousing Su Jun from her slumber. As she opened her eyes and recognized it was Brother Long, her tension eased slightly. "Brother Long, what is the matter?" Su Jun inquired, with a reassuring smile. Lin Long responded, "Do not fret. Little he has arrived, and we must step out to address an urgent matter. Therefore, for the next half hour, I need you to stay alert and closely observe our surroundings. Here, I will lend you the communicator. Should anything arise, contact me immediately. Do you understand?" Earlier, upon returning, Lin Long had learned the numbers of the 2 communicators from Zhang Jun. Thus, with Su Jun stationed at the processing plant, they would be promptly notified of any unusual activities. "Understood," Su Jun replied, casting a glance at He Quan, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. He Quan made a playful face at her. "Xiao Jun, don't look at me like that. With Brother Long beside us, we'll be just fine." Lin Long then entrusted Su Jun with a compact crossbow and an electric baton, reiterating the importance of her safety. "If anyone from the Jin family community enters, your first priority is to hide. Do not resort to violence unless your safety is assured." After imparting his instructions, Lin Long handed a refined escape route map to He Quan. "Here, take a copy. Once we reach a well-lit area, I will explain it to you." He Quan accepted the map and nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Lin Long provided He Quan with the remaining electric baton, advising him to carry it into the Jin family community and use it only when necessary. He Quan grasped the baton, scrutinizing it closely. He was perceptive enough to notice the sudden addition of useful equipment within their team, likely spoils from Brother Long's recent confrontation with Jinbo. Once Lin Long finished his instructions, he and He Quan exited the processing plant. Leading the way, Lin Long quietly detailed the location and distance to the underground passage to He Quan, who diligently memorized the information while following closely behind. To be undertaking such a significant endeavor alongside Brother Long in infiltrating the Jin family community filled him with exhilaration and anticipation. This was an invaluable learning opportunity. Upon reaching the back entrance of Zone B, They found two security personnel stationed outside, engaged in idle chatter. The recent unexpected events had become a hot topic within the community, and it appeared they had plenty to discuss. Quan, glancing inside, asked Brother Long, "Aren't we taking the underground passage?" Lin Long replied, "Not for now. That route was used during my last encounter with old Jean. For the time being, we will use the regular entrances." Lin Long raised his right hand, gesturing towards the security checkpoint ahead, and turned his head to inquire, "Can you see those two figures?" At that moment, they were at least 300 to 400 meters away from the checkpoint. In the evening, if one's eyesight is not particularly acute, an ordinary person would struggle to perceive such distances. Quan glanced over and shook his head, responding, "Brother Long, I can't see clearly." Lin Long nodded, "All right. It appears that, for now, your vision is merely at the standard of an average individual." Chapter 171. On-site instruction. Lin Long was filled with anticipation for Quan. Yet he would not compel him to become a well-rounded super ability user like himself. Lin Long reiterated, "Let me phrase it this way. At the security checkpoint ahead, two security personnel are seated to the side, engaged in conversation about something. To be precise, they are completely oblivious to our presence, despite our proximity. I will proceed with utmost caution to bring you closer, aiming to position ourselves just behind a wall. You need to stay close behind me." Lin Long's words served as a reminder for Quan to remain vigilant of the two individuals ahead, ensuring he kept pace and quickly reached the wall. Upon seeing Quan nod in agreement, Lin Long promptly took off, swiftly darting forward, leveraging the cover of night to reach the wall's edge. He halted, immediately hearing the faint sound of Quan's footsteps behind him. Indeed, Quan's speed in following was commendable, demonstrating his innate talent for sprinting as a super ability user. Before them stood a wall, beyond which lay the security checkpoint. The conversation of the two security personnel was distinctly audible to Lin Long. One remarked, "Tonight's shift is quite rewarding. After all, the community is not resting." The other replied, "Indeed, but I wonder if they can still find Ergo tonight." The first one countered, "That's uncertain. I believe the chances of finding Ergo are exceedingly slim." The second agreed, "True, Ergo is no ordinary character." Lin Long had no time to indulge in their idle chatter. He raised his right hand slightly, glancing at the time. To his dismay, it was nearly midnight. Suddenly, he recalled that his cheating system had not been utilized for 2 days. Were the two individuals next door perhaps carrying some food? Lin Long immediately crouched down, gently closed his eyes, and swiftly accessed the cheating system within. Rebuilding civilization. Lin Long silently recited the command. Shortly thereafter, an announcer materialized in his mind. "Host, what is your command?" "Activate the cheating system. I wish to pilfer the material possessions of the opponents." "Understood." In the next moment, Lin Long pronounced the number 1. Instantly, astonishment erupted from the adjacent area. One person exclaimed, "No way, where's my midnight snack?" The other followed suit, exclaiming, "My midnight snack has vanished too." Quan, trailing closely behind Lin Long, observed the surroundings with keen attention, completely unaware of Lin Long activating the cheating system to extract the materials. The commotion from the two individuals next door startled him. How could it be? How could a perfectly good midnight snack just disappear? Seizing the opportunity while the two were off guard, Lin Long covered his face with a black cloth, then rose from the opposite side of the wall, brandishing a long knife and leaping forward with a single stride towards the two. Before the two individuals could utter their expressions of surprise, Lin Long had already raised the hilt of his knife. With 2 resounding thuds, he swiftly rendered them unconscious. Simultaneously, Lin Long distinctly sensed an increase in the weight on his back, indicating that he had acquired something valuable. A sly grin crept across Lin Long's face as he wiped his mouth and glanced at the watch on his wrist, noting that the time was precisely midnight. It was only then that Quan, belatedly realizing the situation, hurriedly followed, his face reflecting astonishment as he gazed at the two fallen figures. "Alongo, your movements are astonishingly swift." Chapter 172. Victory through speed. Lin Long turned back with a subtle smile, responding casually that it was essential. To successfully secure this location, one must act swiftly. He then conducted a brief inspection of the scene. The security checkpoint appeared rather shabby, lacking any usable weaponry. Shaking his head, Lin Long quickly explained to He Quan that this was the standard entrance to Zone B, where the flow of personnel was typically high and security measures were stringent. I believe that if you were to come here alone, it could be rather perilous. He Quan readily agreed, acknowledging that what Brother Long said was entirely accurate. His speed, at present, could only be employed for the purpose of escape. Beyond that, he had yet to discern any other practical applications for his swiftness. Furthermore, Lin Long's explanation seemed to illustrate his profound familiarity with the surrounding environment, in stark contrast to He Quan, who resembled a novice visitor. In any case, after entering through the back door alongside Lin Long, He Quan was profoundly impressed by Lin Long's dexterity and his intimate knowledge of the area. He felt that Brother Long could effortlessly capture Tian Hu without encountering any issues. The research team was distributed between Zones A and B, and as previously outlined by Lu Chong and his companions, Tian Hu, as their leader, spent most of his time within Zone B. Lin Long remained unaware of the specific activities occurring in Zone A's research team. However, once they successfully apprehended Tian Hu, such inquiries would likely be readily resolved. As Lin Long and He Quan advanced stealthily, they simultaneously navigated the escape routes while swiftly approaching the research team's location. Overall, traversing the community in the dead of night felt relatively safe, as they encountered no outsiders. Notably, there wasn't even a single patrol officer on duty that evening. The communal dormitory of the community group was situated not far ahead in a tall building of blue bricks. Lin Long led He Quan to the rear wall on the first floor. Crouching down, Lin Long looked up, noticing a faint light above, indicating that someone was still awake and engaged in some activity. He Quan leaned closer and whispered, "Brother Long, do you know which room Tian Hu resides in?" Lin Long smiled slightly and shook his head, indicating he did not know. However, he believed that this should not pose a significant challenge in locating him. "What do you think?" he inquired. "Well, I also believe it won't be difficult for you," He Quan replied with a grin, immediately recalling how Lin Long had previously incapacitated the security officer with the hilt of his knife. The same method could be employed to capture someone at random and extract the necessary information. Lin Long drew out his long knife, holding it before him as he softly asked, "Do you have the courage to give it a try?" He Quan was taken aback, realizing that Brother Long was entrusting the knife to him, encouraging him to interrogate someone as well. Lin Long smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry. When the time comes, you can wear a mask and outsiders won't know who you are. Moreover, our only goal is to locate Tian Hu's residence. We won't harm any innocent lives." This approach does not deviate from our original intent. He Quan pondered for a moment and ultimately mustered the courage to grasp the long sword, reassuring himself, "Yes, Brother Long, I shall not betray your expectations. I am determined to accomplish the task successfully." Lin Long observed He Quan's anxious expression and offered gentle words of comfort. "Relax a little. It is not as difficult as you imagine. Besides, everyone inside believes that tonight is a holiday and would not suspect anyone intruding." "All right, I will do my best to relax," He Quan replied with a nod. Chapter 173. The diligent mechanic He Quan circled around the edge of the back wall and eventually discovered a door leading inward on the side. Taking a deep breath, he stealthily entered. Lin Long, intent on imparting his knowledge of combat techniques, followed closely behind. As He Quan walked along the corridor, he stumbled upon the first room, from which the sound of snoring emanated. He Quan immediately halted, peering inside. He then withdrew and whispered to Lin Long that there was more than one person within. Lin Long acknowledged with a nod, understanding the implication. However, the fact that individuals could slumber peacefully on such a tumultuous night suggested that they must have endured a considerable workload during the day. They continued their search, probing 3 rooms in total. It was only at the entrance of the third door that He Quan finally smiled with satisfaction. Lin Long glanced in as well and noted that there was only one occupant, a male, diligently poring over a stack of books at the table. Clearly, he was a dedicated and industrious student. He Quan exchanged a glance with Lin Long, and upon receiving a nod of encouragement, he draped a black cloth over his face. With determination, he sprang to his feet and dashed at the man's rear, pressing his long knife against the back of his neck. In a deliberately hoarse voice, He Quan demanded, "Quickly tell me, in which room does Tian Hu reside?" The man froze, paralyzed with fear. Quan urged him again, "Rest assured, if you reveal Tianhu's whereabouts, I shall not cause you undue distress." The man finally nodded and, picking up a pencil, scribbled the number 45 on a piece of paper before him. Quan acknowledged this with a nod of gratitude and, raising the hilt of his knife, struck the man on the back of the head. The man's head jerked, and he collapsed, unconscious. Returning to Lin Long, Quan whispered, "Brother Long, I have learned that Tianhu is in room 45. Shall we go now?" Lin Long gave Quan a thumbs up, commending his decisive action. "Indeed, you have swiftly applied what you've learned and matched my pace." 45. Does that mean it's on the 4th floor? Since we have acquired this information, we must proceed. Once again, Lin Long led the way, with Quan following closely behind. The 4th floor was enveloped in silence. Lin Long and Quan paused at the stairwell, peering out to scrutinize the corridor. They noticed a faint glow emanating from a room not far ahead. It seemed the occupant had not yet retired for the night. This was likely the room they had observed from the 1st floor with its lights still ablaze. Following the sequence of room numbers, the illuminated room corresponded to 45. Could it be that Tian who was still awake at this hour? Lin Long and Quan exchanged glances, realizing there was no time to ponder further. They advanced in unison, treading softly to the door of the illuminated room. Lin Long, having spotted the door from afar, confirmed that it indeed bore the number 45. Suddenly, he raised his right hand to signal Quan to slow down, and they paused outside the door. Lin Long cautiously peeked inside and, under the dim light, beheld an elderly man engrossed in some observations. Suddenly, the old man coughed unexpectedly, startling both Lin Long and Quan. Quan also leaned in to take a glance and promptly whispered to Lin Long, "Brother Long, that is Tianhu." Lin Long mused to himself, "How diligent this old fellow is to forego rest at such a late hour and continue his work for the gene community." Chapter 174. Tianhu. Lin Long gestured for Quan to remain vigilant outside, then lowered his head, donned a mask, and swiftly entered the room. The elderly man's work ethic was marked by an intense focus, his gaze fixed upon the screen before him. The faint sound of footsteps approaching from behind Lin Long failed to disturb him. Lin Long gently placed his right hand on the old man's back and whispered, "Engineer Tian, I apologize, but I must take you outside for a moment." At this, the elderly man widened his eyes in alarm, finally catching sight of a masked figure on screen. However, it was merely a reflection from the display, rendering the image unclear. The old man reacted quickly. Upon receiving Lin Long's directive, he nodded subtly, indicating his willingness to cooperate. Lin Long was taken aback by the extent of the elderly man's compliance. As Lin Long slowly retreated, the old man followed suit. Upon exiting the laboratory, he extended his right hand towards the nearby light switch. Lin Long nodded in acknowledgement, signaling Quan to handle the aftermath. Quan, already masked, entered, extinguishing the lights and securing the door behind them. Lin Long waited at the 4th floor entrance until Quan arrived, and together they descended the stairs. Lin Long quietly inquired, "Is he truly Tianhu?" Quan nodded affirmatively, his expression one of certainty. Tianhu had previously made an appearance at the inaugural meeting of the Gene family community, leaving a lasting impression on Quan. With confirmation of Tianhu's identity, Lin Long continued onward. In his 60s, Tianhu appeared older than his peers, likely due to his prolonged engagement in scientific research. Lin Long, concerned that the elderly man might struggle to keep pace, deliberately slowed his steps. While Lin Long took the lead, Quan wielded an electric baton, vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any signs of unusual activity. Lin Long was aware of Quan's agility. Should they encounter any adversaries, Quan would be capable of swiftly pursuing and incapacitating them with the baton. The trio laboriously descended to the 1st floor. Suddenly, Tianhu's voice, hoarse and barely above a whisper, broke the silence. Lin Long hesitated, loosening his grip just slightly. Yet, in keeping with protocol, he cautioned, "Engineer Tian, I must warn you. Should you raise an alarm after I release you, I may be compelled to respond with force. I trust you are wise enough to adhere to my instructions." Tianhu nodded in understanding, prompting Lin Long to fully relinquish his hold. "Are you taking me away from here?" Tianhu asked. I know of a secret passage that can facilitate our escape. Lin Long was taken aback, turning to glance at Iquan, pondering, is it possible that Tian, who is so compliant, offering them an underground route for departure? With a bitter smile, Tian, who reluctantly confessed, do you think I wish to remain in the Jean family community? Had I not been coerced, I would have left long ago. Unfortunately, they have taken my family hostage, leaving me no choice but to obey their commands. Lin Long and He Quan exchanged a moment of surprise, for Tian, whose words struck a chord. Lin Long quietly inquired, are you not afraid that we might be villains? Ha! Tian, who replied, I cannot make a judgment on whether you are indeed villains. However, you must know that the very first to apprehend someone like me, who is engaged in scientific pursuits, surely reflects that your leader is not of inferior caliber. It was remarkable that Tian, who articulated such profound insights. Chapter 175. True friends. Lin Long inquired softly, you are not jesting with me, are you? Tian, who replied, do I appear to be joking with this expression? I trust you have some understanding of the Jean family community before your arrival, correct? Given such an organizational structure, I cannot fathom how you might perceive it. Personally, I believe it cannot endure. Its longevity is not a testament to their strength, but rather a consequence of no one attempting to dismantle it. Upon hearing Tian Hu's remarks, Lin Long chuckled lightly. He felt a kinship with Tian Hu, as though they were kindred spirits. It was indeed rare to encounter a friend in such circumstances. Brother Long, he seems to have a point, He Quan remarked, momentarily taken aback, and unexpectedly voiced his agreement first. Lin Long nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Well then, Engineer Tian, I believe your words are sincere. However, this is still the territory of the Jean family community. So perhaps it would be best to discuss matters further once we are outside? Certainly. If you trust me, I can lead you safely through the underground passage. Alternatively, if you remain skeptical, I can simply follow behind you and assist in your exit, Tian Hu offered, presenting them with two distinct options. Lin Long smiled readily, without a hint of hesitation, and responded, I certainly trust you. Please lead the way. He Quan, however, appeared uncertain, gently tugging at Lin Long's arm, cautioning Brother Long, be wary of this old fellow's tricks. Lin Long raised his right hand, signaling for silence before whispering back, rest assured, I have my plans. He Quan could only nod in resignation, acknowledging his understanding. Subsequently, Tian Hu took the lead, with Lin Long and He Quan following closely behind as they departed from the dormitory of the B District research team, turning towards the door ahead. Lin Long mentally retraced his steps, contemplating the route. The direction ahead should lead to the women's bathhouse in B District. Wait a moment. Could the path he intends to take me be the one Zhang Jin mentioned before? Very well. I shall follow in his wake and see where he leads me. Before long, they indeed arrived at the door of the women's bathhouse. Tian Hu first knocked gently on the door, ensuring no one was inside before cautiously pushing it open. Lin Long asked, Engineer Tian, do you possess the key to the underground passage? Tian Hu responded, yes, I have one. Though it is a key I crafted in secret and never submitted. Upon hearing this, Lin Long mused, that makes sense. The last time Zhang Jin led me here, he mentioned the existence of an underground passage. However, he noted that the key was not something I was entitled to. Only key figures within the community possess such access. Tian Hu, on the other hand, is different. It is conceivable that he was one of the participants in the construction of this underground passage. Although Master Jean demanded that all participants surrender their keys, it would not prove too difficult for a researcher to secretly retain one. Tian Hu pushed open the door, leading the two of them to the opposite side of the bathing area, which was the entrance to the underground passage. Tian Hu clapped his hands and turned to the two, saying, the underground passage I mentioned is right here. I shall now unlock it and depart from the community. Have you completed your task? Chapter 176. A pleasant conversation. Lin Long smiled and said, our task this evening is to escort you from this place. If you truly possess the key, please present it to unlock the entrance to the underground passage, and we shall depart together. Tian Hu nodded in agreement, responding with a simple, all right. He then retrieved a small brass key from the pocket of his garment and directed it towards a tiny crevice in the wall. With a gentle turn of his right hand, a narrow opening appeared in the wall, wide enough for a single person to pass through. He Quan raised his voice slightly. Engineer Tian, You should proceed first while we follow behind. No, Lin Long immediately interjected. Xiao He, you should take the lead. Engineer Tian will be in the middle, and I will bring up the rear. He Quan paused, quickly grasping Lin Long's intent. He acquiesced with a nod and urged Engineer Tian, please step aside. I will go in front. Tian, who replied, of course. I will remain close behind you, guiding you on the correct path. By the way, there are a total of 12 forks in this underground passage. Only one of these paths is genuinely safe and leads outside. The other 11 contain traps or mechanisms that make it impossible to exit safely. Upon hearing this, He Quan furrowed his brow, halting his forward motion immediately. He cast a worried glance back at Lin Long, his eyes reflecting trepidation. This is terrifying. Only one of the 12 paths is correct, while the other 11 are fraught with danger. If what Tian Hu says is true, then it would be all too easy for him to ensnare me within the passage. Tian Hu smiled faintly, offering reassurance. Do not worry. I will guide you to the correct path. Lin Long promptly reconsidered, saying, Xiao He, let us switch places. I will take the lead. He stepped forward, exchanging positions with He Quan, who felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yes, this is indeed the role of a leader. I, as a mere soldier, am unworthy of such responsibility. Lin Long's actions were not lost on Tian Hu, who curiously inquired. You must be his superior, correct? Lin Long had already moved ahead, entering the passage. He replied, I am not his superior. We are merely friends. Engineer Tian, your cooperation is greatly appreciated, and in my eyes, you are a reliable companion. However, I wonder if you would consider me a friend as well. I may have been disrespectful earlier. At that moment, Tian Hu and He Quan followed suit into the passage. Tian Hu smiled, friends? That title suits well. I too wish to forge a friendship with you. He then turned to instruct He Quan to carefully seal the entrance they had just entered. Lin Long inquired, Engineer Tian, do you know where your son and daughter are being held? I intend to return personally to rescue them. Tian Hu responded, they are confined in the children's room in Zone B. My son is named Tian Chong, age 7, and my daughter is named Tian Shi, age 5. I would like to express my gratitude for your efforts in rescuing them. Lin Long chuckled lightly. It's no trouble at all. We require your assistance. In order to cultivate a genuine friendship with you, I must create a stable and harmonious environment. Ensuring the safety of your family is one of the fundamental assurances. Chapter 177. The Perilous Passage. Lin Long, He Quan, and Tian Hu ventured into the underground passage, progressing steadily along the stone walls. Before long, two distinct paths emerged ahead, both meandering endlessly with no visible conclusion. Lin Long furrowed his brow, suspecting that one of these paths was fraught with perilous traps. Just as Tian Hu had previously described, there might be pitfalls and mechanisms lurking in the shadows. A misstep could lead them straight to the gates of hell. At the fork in the road, Lin Long halted and glanced back at Tian Hu. Clearly, it was now Tian Hu's turn to provide the correct guidance. With a raised hand, Tian Hu gestured toward the right path, implying that they should proceed down that route. Lin Long nodded in understanding, preparing to step forward when He Quan cautioned, Dragon Brother, be wary of his deceit. Since we've entered, he should take the lead. If there are any traps, let him bear the brunt. Lin Long turned sharply to face He Quan, reprimanding him sternly. Xiao He, at this juncture, do you still doubt Engineer Tian's sincerity? We have forged a bond of friendship. He has no reason to betray us. Remember, he is our ally now. He Quan was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he did not entirely concur with Lin Long's sentiments. However, he felt compelled to acquiesce, for Lin Long's authority was unquestionable. Thus, Lin Long resumed his journey, adhering to Tian Hu's guidance and opting for the right path. Indeed, the way ahead was remarkably smooth, devoid of any traps or mechanisms. However, they encountered 5 forks along the route. After the 5th, Lin Long was the first to notice a faint glimmer of light emanating from the cave's mouth. Beside the light stood a majestic poplar tree, swaying gracefully in the breeze, tall and striking. If memory served him correctly, Zhang Zhen had once informed him that the exit of this underground passage was located at the heart of Jingshan, adjacent to a grand poplar tree. It appeared that he was right. Having traversed this path, Lin Long had committed the correct directions of the underground passage to memory. Now, without needing Tianhu's reminders, he was confident he could reach the exit unscathed. With a slight smile, Lin Long pointed toward the outside, exclaiming, "Xiaohe, do you see? We are on the verge of emerging." Yiquan, lost in thought at the rear, quickly lifted his gaze upon hearing Lin Long's words, directing his attention forward. Tianhu chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, we are nearing the exit." Lin Long continued, "Xiaohe, the route engineer Tian has provided us is undeniably accurate. To be candid, I was aware that there was a passage leading outside from the women's bath, but I never anticipated the existence of so many branching paths within the underground network. Without engineer Tian's guidance, I doubt either of us would have navigated this safely. Do you now believe? Engineer Tian is our friend. You must treat him well." Guanquan walked forward for a while and soon noticed the bright light of the exit ahead. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he turned to Engineer Tian and said, "I apologize. Engineer Tian, I was somewhat childish earlier and doubted your sincerity. I am truly sorry." Tianhu chuckled lightly, dismissing Yiquan's apology without a second thought. He replied, "It's of no consequence. If I were in your position, I might not have believed in the sincerity of someone's words as I just expressed. Therefore, your earlier doubts are entirely understandable." Chapter 178. The continued rescue. Lin Long emerged from the cave, discovering a faint light not far ahead. He immediately crouched down, signaling to the two behind him to remain silent. After listening intently for a minute, he exhaled deeply. Indeed, the light ahead must belong to a member of search party, who was quietly cautioning others as they proceeded. Lin Long turned around and removed his mask, tucking it into his pocket. It was only at this moment that Tianhu had the opportunity to see Lin Long's true face, a young man. Tianhu was somewhat astonished and exclaimed, "So, Brother Long is this young?" Lin Long chuckled. "Engineer Tian, you can call me Xiao Long Xiaohe. You may remove your mask now." Yiquan hesitated for a moment, but complied with Lin Long's instruction and took off his hood. Lin Long then checked his backpack, and to his surprise, he discovered that he had, through a bit of trickery, managed to procure half a roasted duck from the hands of the two security guards at the checkpoint. Along with that, he had 2 large bottles of milk and 2 bottles of frozen beer. These two fellows claimed to be on duty tonight, yet they were living a blissful life. He mused. No wonder they were shocked when their late-night snacks vanished. Yiquan and Tian, whose eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the feast, particularly the half-duck, which still emitted a bit of steam. Yiquan asked, "Brother Long, you brought a midnight snack?" Lin Long generously handed the half-duck and milk to Yiquan and Tian, who, affirming, "Yes, I brought a midnight snack. One must be well prepared for nighttime operations. Now, you two should stay here for the time being. There are many search personnel outside, so hide in this cave. I will return to the B District's children's room to rescue Tian Chong and Tian Shi." Upon hearing this, Tianhu felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. He hurriedly pulled out a photograph from his pocket and handed it to Lin Long Xiao Long. "This is my family photo. Both children are in it. When you reach a well-lit area, please take a look. I hope you can recognize them when you enter the children's room." Lin Long accepted the photograph. To be honest, even in the darkness, he could discern the features of the 2 children without the aid of light. After a brief glance, he placed it in his pocket and readily replied, "All right, I will keep it safe. Engineer Tian, you and Xiaohe should wait here for a while. I will return shortly after I go back. Oh, and take this key with you," Tianhu added, handing Lin Long a small key for the underground passage. "Do you remember the direction and path to return?" "Rest assured, I have memorized it all," Lin Long assured as he took the key and prepared to head towards the entrance of the underground passage. Suddenly, Yiquan rushed over and whispered, "Brother Long, are you truly going to rescue his children? Isn't that too perilous?" Lin Long cast him a sharp glance, asserting that one should see a rescue through to its conclusion, for it would be folly to abandon it midway. Moreover, considering your recent experience in saving Engineer Tian, was it truly perilous? "Fear not, for my abilities ensure my safety. You may remain here, enjoying your meal while awaiting my triumphant return." Yiquan merely scoffed, conceding, "Very well, Brother Long, just be cautious." Chapter 179. The children's room. Lin Long turned around, retracing his steps along the path he had come from. During his return, he threw a couple of stones onto another route. In an instant, he heard a series of echoes, followed by the sharp whistling of arrows. Listening closely, Lin Long deduced that these sounds indicated the activation of traps or warning mechanisms. It seemed that the layout was indeed as Tian who had described. A slight misstep could lead one into an abyss. Avoiding all the traps, Lin Long ultimately reached the entrance. With his extraordinary vision, he discerned a clearly movable button near the entrance. Gently pushing it, the stone door creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. He paused to listen intently. The silence outside was palpable. It appeared safe. Stepping outside, he closed the door and swiftly crossed the bathing area, making his way into the community. His mind raced as he pinpointed the exact location of the children's room. Tian, who had not disclosed its whereabouts, trusting that Lin Long was already familiar with the layout, as anyone seeking the research team would surely know their way around. After establishing his bearings, Lin Long dashed forward with the swiftness of an arrow. Not pausing for a moment, he moved like the wind, and anyone who might have glimpsed him would likely dismiss it as an illusion. Moreover, the number of personnel on duty in Area B was exceedingly low that night. Then, a thought struck him. He recalled that He Kuan's sister, He Ling, was said to be attending to the children's welfare, and she was likely close to the children's room. Would he chance upon her later? Navigating through several buildings, he arrived at the back entrance of the children's room. This establishment had once been a local school, now transformed, housing various play facilities for children. In this unfortunate apocalyptic world, children were among the most unfortunate. Yet, the upper echelons of the Gene community still hoped to preserve their innocence and joy. The ambience within the children's room bore no trace of the desolation outside. Upon entering, Lin Long stealthily approached the resting area. Near the outer door of the dormitory, he encountered a middle-aged caretaker. Donning his mask, he brandished his long knife, intimidating her into revealing the dormitory numbers of Tian Chong and Tian Shi. The caretaker, taken aback by the sudden threat, had never imagined encountering such danger. As a mere ordinary woman, she felt compelled to cooperate with Lin Long's inquiries. Satisfied with her answers, Lin Long smiled faintly, raising his hand to gently render her unconscious. He looked up, muttering to himself, A34, B47. It seemed he had indeed asked the right person and obtained the answer on his first try. Perhaps Tian, who is a key figure. His two children have received special attention in the children's room, hence her familiarity with them. After stating this, Lin Long gracefully leaped to the edge of the left side of the floor. There, he observed a large letter A inscribed above. Subsequently, he glanced back at the entrance of the floor's hall behind him, where a prominent letter B was displayed. The distinction between the A and B floors is quite straightforward. Chapter 180. Photographic evidence. Lin Long stealthily entered the first floor of Building A. Initially, there was a duty officer stationed near the guardroom. However, he had succumbed to exhaustion and had fallen asleep at his computer. Upon entering the first floor room, Lin Long quickly glanced at the room number. As he anticipated, the first room on the first floor bore the number A11. If this pattern held true, then A34 should be located in the fourth room on the third floor. Without further hesitation, Lin Long hurriedly ascended the stairs. Before long, he arrived on the third floor and located room 34. Cautiously, he pushed the door open and listened intently for any sounds within. A rhythmic breathing could be heard, indicating that the children inside had drifted into a blissful slumber. Lin Long swiftly slipped inside, scanning the room. To his surprise, there were 8 children crammed into the small space, 2 to a bed. Although the outside appeared to be a peaceful environment, the living conditions inside starkly contrasted with what children should experience in times of tranquility. With no time to dwell on this disheartening reality, Lin Long leaned closer, examining the children's faces one by one. Soon, he recognized a familiar visage, Tian Chong, the son of engineer Tian Hu. Lin Long approached and swiftly lifted Tian Chong into his arms. The 7-year-old felt as light as a small package in Lin Long's grasp. As Lin Long leapt down from the second floor, the sudden movement startled Tian Chong awake. His eyes widened in fear. Lin Long quickly placed a finger over his lips, signaling for silence. He concealed himself behind a wall on the ground floor, ensuring the surroundings were safe and devoid of any threats. Tian Chong struggled momentarily, but Lin Long gently set him down and whispered, I am here on behalf of your father, Engineer Tian Hu, to rescue you. Look at this. Lin Long promptly retrieved a photograph from his pocket and presented it to the child. Can you recognize this photo? It was given to me by your father. Tian Chong paused, and with the faint light above, he discerned the photograph. It was no ordinary picture. It was a family portrait from the peaceful era, treasured by Tian Hu since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Tian Chong and his sister Tian, she were well aware of its significance. The boy raised his face and nodded at Lin Long, affirming, I believe you. You are my father's friend. This response surprised Lin Long, but upon reflection, he understood the shift in Tian Chong's demeanor. The importance of the photograph had evidently made a lasting impression on the young boy. Lin Long smiled, excellent. Your trust in me is a delightful surprise. Please wait here while I go rescue your sister, and then I will take you both away to reunite with your father. How does that sound? All right, big brother, I will wait for you here. Lin Long gently patted Tian Chong's shoulder. When he met the boy's trusting gaze, he felt a profound sense of responsibility. With such trust, Lin Long believed he had no reason to let him down. After imparting his final words of advice, Lin Long rose to his feet, turned, and directed his gaze towards the towering building B across the way. Would Tianxi, being slightly younger, possess the same willingness to cooperate and obey as her brother Tian Chong? Chapter 181. The alarm rings. Lin Long swiftly arrived at the floor of Building B. Having previously rescued Tian Chong, Lin Long was now well acquainted with the surroundings. He approached the door of room 47 and, as always, first attuned himself to the sounds within. Once he confirmed that the room was silent, he gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Again, he meticulously assessed each individual, searching for Tianxi. Suddenly, a young girl turned over, her eyes wide with surprise as she stared at Lin Long, taken aback. He immediately halted. In that moment, they faced each other, akin to two strangers unexpectedly crossing paths. The surrounding atmosphere was thick with silence, leaving one to wonder who would break it first. Lin Long blinked, unable to believe the scene before him. Could this girl truly be the Tian she sought? What did her sudden movement signify? Could it be that she was a light sleeper, and despite his soft footsteps, he had disturbed her slumber? Hurriedly, Lin Long placed his right hand over his lips, signaling her to remain silent. In the next moment, he rushed towards her with an urgency that saw him cover the distance in swift strides. As her bed was situated at the far end of the room, quite a distance from the door where he stood. There's a masked intruder. Just then, she let out a piercing scream, shattering the stillness of the space, her voice echoing throughout the entire floor. Lin Long reached her side, quickly covering her mouth with his left hand, whispering urgently, I am your father, Engineer Tian Hu's friend, here to take you away. However, she proved to be less compliant than Tian Chong. She continued to scream and thrash about, perhaps oblivious to Lin Long's hushed words amidst her panic. Help! There really is someone. The bad guy has come in. Her shrill cries roused the other girls in the vicinity, all of similar age, their voices piercing the air. The commotion immediately alerted the children in nearby rooms. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, an alarm blared from outside the door. Lin Long cursed under his breath. Damn it, this little girl is truly troublesome. Without further ado, he took hold of Tianxi and dashed out of the room. There was no choice, being on the 4th floor. Leaping down was not an option as it posed a significant risk. As Lin Long reached the 2nd floor, hurried footsteps echoed from below. A middle-aged woman, running frantically, was using a communicator to call out, Yes, it's Building B in the Children's area. We have an intruder. Request immediate assistance. Immediate assistance. At the corner of the 2nd floor corridor, Lin Long encountered the woman. Upon seeing him, she abruptly halted, slowly lowering the communicator, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at him. She took a slight step back, realizing that Lin Long's robust physique was beyond her capacity to confront. As the middle-aged woman prepared to voice her inquiries, alas, Lin Long did not afford her the opportunity to speak. In a swift motion, he charged forward, his left arm encircling the small girl, Tianxi, while his right hand unsheathed a long knife from his waist. With a decisive flourish, He brought the hilt crashing down upon the woman's forehead with a resounding thud. The woman's senses were overwhelmed by Lin Long's astonishing speed. She scarcely had time to react before succumbing to unconsciousness. Lin Long murmured softly, "I apologize. I did not intend to cause you any harm." Chapter 182. Sibling Reunion. Tian, she nestled in Lin Long's embrace, allowing him to shift her gently. Soon, she witnessed Lin Long incapacitating a middle-aged woman, and her small mouth fell agape in shock. This clever little girl realized that this elder brother before her possessed remarkable skills, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Should he offend someone, her life would be in jeopardy. After Lin Long dealt with the woman, he swiftly made his way out of the first floor. As he turned his steps towards the wall, he cast a sweeping glance around. Where could Tian Chong, that little boy, have gone? Approaching the vicinity where Tian Chong had lingered, he called softly, Tian Chong, come out quickly. I have found your sister." Tian Shi, filled with astonishment, inquired anxiously, "Is my brother here?" "I am here, big brother," came a voice from the nearby bushes. Lin Long, taken aback, turned to see Tian Chong peeking out from the foliage. Grinning widely at him, Lin Long approached him with a smile. "Ah, so you were here." Upon spotting Tian Chong, Tian Shi's joy intensified, and she called out eagerly, "Brother!" Tian Chong dashed forward and enveloped Tian Shi in a tight embrace. You finally came out, sister." Tian Shi glanced at Lin Long, her eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "Brother, who is he? I saw him hurt the dormitory lady." Tian Chong replied, "Sister, he's a friend of our father." Lin Long nodded in affirmation. To help the little girl recognize him, he retrieved a photograph and showed it to Tian Shi. Upon seeing the picture, memories flooded back, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Brother, I miss Mom and Dad." Lin Long tucked the photo away and urged, "Listen, sure, be brave. You will see your father soon. But for now, hear the alarm around us? This is not a place for lamentation. We must leave quickly. Your father is waiting for us." Tian Shi stifled her sobs, looked up, and mustered her courage, nodding, "Yes, I will follow your lead, brother." "I'm sorry, big brother. I didn't realize you were here to save me." "No need to apologize. I understand," Lin Long reassured her. He then scooped up both children, one in each arm, and headed toward the women's bath. On their way, Lin Long distinctly heard hurried footsteps approaching from the opposite direction. The three had to sidestep as they witnessed a group rushing towards the children's room. Tian Chong asked, "Big brother, how do we escape?" "There are patrols and surveillance everywhere in the community." With a slight smile, Lin Long encouraged them, "Do not worry. I am no ordinary person. If I could enter, I can certainly find a way out." After ensuring the surroundings were quiet, Lin Long promptly rose and dashed to the door of the bathing area. Pushing it open and stepping inside, Lin Long produced a small key and inserted it into the entrance of the underground passage. After pushing open the door, he gestured for the two children to enter first. Naturally, this secret tunnel was not a place for just anyone to traverse freely. Before proceeding, Lin Long, much like Tian Hu, offered an additional caution to the siblings. Fortunately, although they were young, having grown up in a post-apocalyptic world, their minds had matured beyond their years. After his instructions, they comprehended fully and cooperated seamlessly with Lin Long's directives. Chapter 183. Mission accomplished. Lin Long, accompanied by two children, proceeded along their path and finally returned to the exit of the underground passage. His rescue endeavor lasted a mere half-hour. Upon Lin Long's appearance before Tian Hu and Yiquan, both men were filled with excitement and hurriedly approached him. Among them, Tian Hu displayed the greatest enthusiasm. The children joyfully called out, "Daddy." Upon seeing their father, Lin Long and Yiquan shared a look of joy at witnessing the family's reunion. Subsequently, Tian Hu wiped the tears from his children's faces and bowed deeply to Lin Long in gratitude. Observing this, Lin Long quickly stepped forward to assist him in standing upright. With a smile, Lin Long said, "Engineer Tian, please do not be so formal. As a scientific professional, your services will be greatly needed in the community in the future." Tian Hu replied with a smile, "I understand. Xiaolong, I sincerely wish to express my gratitude personally. If you don't mind, you may call me Old Tian from now on. Furthermore, I'm always willing to assist in any way I can within the community." Lin Long softly inquired. May I truly call you old Tian? Tian, who affirmed, of course. In times of peace, many colleagues refer to me this way. I find it a more personal and friendly term. Lin Long responded, very well, I shall call you old Tian from now on. And please, refrain from calling me Xiao Long. To be honest, my surname is Lin, not Long. Tian, who replied, ah, understood. I shall call you Xiao Lin from now on. The two children were taken aback upon seeing Lin Long's true appearance, especially Tian Shi, who praised Lin Long's remarkable agility in swiftly incapacitating the dormitory matron. Tian Shi's words elicited laughter from everyone present. Suddenly, Lin Long raised his right hand, signaling for a moment of silence. He turned his gaze towards the forest outside and, after a brief observation, curiously asked, strange, when I entered to rescue the children, I could faintly see silhouettes on the opposite hillside searching for General Zhang Fangda's whereabouts. Have they now departed? In response, Tian Hu nodded vigorously, yes. Shortly after you entered, they received a call regarding a more urgent matter and began to withdraw one by one. Otherwise, I would have certainly intervened to stop Tian Shi's remarks. He Quan added, indeed, as for the content of that phone call, we remain unaware. Thus, both Engineer Tian and I have been quite concerned about your actions in the community. However, seeing you emerge with the two children has finally eased our troubled hearts. Lin Long acknowledged, if my assumptions are correct, the middle-aged woman in Building B of the children's dormitory likely called for help, which may have alerted the nearby search teams, prompting their return to deal with the community's intruders. With a decisive clap of his right hand, Lin Long concluded, very well, our mission today has been successfully accomplished. Now, I shall escort you to a safe location. He Quan hastily lifted the delectable late-night snacks beside him, bringing them closer to Lin Long. Brother Long, you've been busy for most of the night. Why don't you all enjoy the late-night feast before you leave? Lin Long glanced down and noticed that the late-night meal prepared for the two of them before their departure had hardly been touched. It was understandable. While Lin Long was busy saving lives in the community, how could the two of them leisurely indulge in such culinary delights? The two children, feeling quite famished, swallowed hard at the sight of the food, their expressions betraying their hunger. Lin Long responded, all right then, let us take this opportunity to celebrate together. Chapter 184. The truth revealed. He Quan turned to Lin Long and said, Brother Long, I believe we should return to the community immediately. After all, everyone around has left, and if I don't return, it might raise suspicions against me. Lin Long looked up at him and nodded, acknowledging the validity of He Quan's words. Up to this point, he was still a resident of the Jin family community, and if anyone noticed his absence, it would indeed provoke suspicion. Tian Hu also concurred, saying, Shaolin, it's best to let him go back to the community. Lin Long glanced at Tian Hu, who smiled and added, it's all right. When you went in to rescue my two children earlier, he briefly shared his situation with me. Lin Long felt relieved upon hearing this. He then bent down, tore off a piece of duck leg, and handed it to He Quan, saying, here, take this and satisfy your hunger. After He Quan departed, only Lin Long and the Tian family remained. As Lin Long savored the duck meat, he curiously asked, Old Tian, did Xiao He inform you about our circumstances here? Tian Hu shook his head. No, he only spoke of his own situation, but did not mention anything about your community. Lin Long responded candidly, well, in that case, allow me to share some fundamental details about the civilization reconstruction community. I hope you won't be too disheartened. All right, I need to be prepared, Tian Hu replied, slowly enjoying the duck meat and sipping milk, ready to absorb the information Lin Long was about to share. Lin Long met his gaze and said, if I were to tell you that our community currently has only 3 members, one of whom is a child, would you believe it? Tian Hu did not respond. But Tian Shi suddenly interjected, Big brother, I believe you, because I've seen how formidable you are. You run so fast that no one can keep up with you. Both Lin Long and Tian Hu smiled at this. Tian Hu nodded and remarked, it's not the number of team members that matters, but their quality. I suspect that child is no ordinary child. That Xiao He from earlier is a member of the Jin family community. And it is precisely because of his presence that you could easily infiltrate the community, correct? Lin Long affirmed, indeed. I cannot stand the evil and corruption of the Jin family community, and I have resolved to replace it. Will you assist me? Tian Hu was taken aback, his eyes narrowing as he pondered for a moment before asking, are you an abnormal within your community? In the context of the apocalyptic environment, abnormal refers to individuals with superpowers. At this juncture, Lin Long did not conceal the truth, nodding, "Yes, I am indeed an abnormal." Furthermore, as you work in research within your community, are you aware of the incidents involving Zhang Yuanyuan's murder, Jin Bo's murder, and Zhang Zhen's disappearance? Upon hearing this, Tian Hu's eyes widened in surprise, and he smiled as he responded, "Haha, I suspected there was a connection. Could it be that the true mastermind behind these events is you?" The two children looked up at Lin Long with admiration, their faces reflecting awe. Indeed, what Lin Long spoke of could only be accomplished by a true superhero. Lin Long nodded in acknowledgement, admitting, "Indeed, the orchestrator behind the scenes is none other than myself. Perhaps the disappearance of you and your two children has already reached the ears of Jin Dachuan. He may now be more vigilant than before." The internal strife within the Jin community is gradually becoming clearer. Before Jin Dachuan truly uncovers my involvement, I aspire to gain control over him and seize the reins of the Jin community. Tian Hu smiled and nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, I support your endeavor." He then added softly, "My assistance to you is driven by an even more significant reason. I wish for the safety of my children." Chapter 185. An encounter with the undead Lin Long comprehended the chilling implications of Tian Hu's words and promptly nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Rest assured, your modest wish shall be fulfilled. Unlike Jin Dachuan, I would never resort to using your child as leverage to compel you into any actions." Tian Hu choked back emotion, managing a wry smile as he replied, "I believe you." Lin Long stepped forward and noted that the duck had been partially consumed. He drew his long knife, slicing off a generous portion, which he expertly wrapped in cloth before placing it into his backpack. Turning to the two children, he smiled and said, "I previously mentioned that at my headquarters, there is another child. She is your sister, and since we have this delectable roasted duck, I intend to bring some back for her to taste." Tian Shi nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. We'll have an older sister to play with." Lin Long thought to himself, "Perhaps it is better to temper your expectations. Your sister is not as you envision. Though young, she has endured much and has matured into a little warrior." After the four of them had satisfied their hunger, they set off together, with Lin Long leading the way toward the processing plant. A thicket of wooded hills lay between their current location and their destination. As Lin Long walked ahead, Tian Hu and his family followed closely. Upon reaching a midway point, the eerie howl of a zombie shattered the stillness of the surroundings. She was about to scream, but Lin Long swiftly seized her, his left hand covering her mouth to stifle her voice. Tian Chong, equally startled, turned pale, being merely a child. He was accustomed to the arduous tasks within the community, but had not faced the terror of a zombie battle for a considerable time. Lin Long whispered urgently, "Silence. Let me handle this. Lao Tian, please keep a watchful eye on these two children." Tian Hu, being an adult, maintained a steadier demeanor than the children. When he saw Lin Long rushing toward Tian Shi, he was taken aback but quickly understood the situation. Lin Long was preventing her from crying out. "Don't worry, Shaolin." Tian Hu responded, "I will look after them. Shi'er, be quiet and watch how your older brother vanquishes the zombie." Tian Hu glanced at the approaching zombie, noting its remarkable speed. It had swiftly descended from halfway up the hill to the base in less than a minute. With his knowledge of zombies, Tian Hu realized that this was no ordinary one. It was likely a second-tier zombie. Although Lin Long was extraordinary, did he possess the capability to confront such a formidable foe? Tian Hu clutched the two children tightly to his chest, his expression filled with concern as he looked toward Lin Long. After releasing Tian Shi, Lin Long raised his right hand, drawing his long knife from his waist. With narrowed eyes, he recognized the oncoming threat as a second-tier zombie. "Perfect," he mused. "I shall engage this second-tier zombie alone, allowing Engineer Tian to witness my prowess and instilling confidence in them regarding my abilities." Tian Hu called out softly from behind, "Shaolin, be careful. This zombie is no ordinary foe." Lin Long turned back with a brief acknowledgement, then mustered his strength, focusing intently on the zombie's original trajectory as he prepared to confront the threat head-on. She had ceased her clamor, her small hands gripping tightly onto her brother Tian Chong and Father Tian, who, whispering, "Will my elder brother be able to defeat that monster?" Chapter 186. The beautiful kill. Tian Chong grasped Tian Shi's small hand, his expression one of calm assurance as he declared, "Do not worry, Big Brother will surely defeat him. When I grow up, I too will learn from Big Brother and strive to become an extraordinary person." Lin Long possessed exceptionally keen hearing. Despite the children's voices being remarkably faint, he could discern their words clearly. A wave of emotion surged within Lin Long. "Behind me lies the future hope of the civilization reconstructed community. I must protect them at all costs." In the next moment, Lin Long raised the long knife in his hand, finally encountering the second-level zombie. The creature extended its hands, reaching out to capture Lin Long, who narrowly evaded its grasp. Lowering his body, he gripped the hilt of his knife and swiftly slashed forward. With a sharp crack, the blade cleaved a long gash across the zombie's chest and abdomen. In an instant, the zombie's belly ruptured, blood and entrails gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle. Nonetheless, the zombie showed no signs of ceasing its assault, continuing to flail its arms wildly in the air, its mouth opening and closing incessantly. Lin Long, with a deft maneuver from behind, reversed his grip and struck the zombie's occiput with a long knife. Finally, the once agile second-level zombie fell utterly still. With renewed vigor, Lin Long swung the long knife, targeting the zombie's head, and a flurry of movements ensued. Within mere moments, he extracted the crystal core from the zombie's skull, sending it soaring into the air. Lin Long's right hand reached out, catching it deftly in his palm. "What is that?" Tian Chong exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "The crystal core. It is a crude product of the core," Tian Hu quietly explained beside him. Simultaneously, Lin Long's impressive display of skill had etched a profound impression in Tian Hu's mind. Indeed, this young man not only exhibits remarkable speed, but also possesses an extraordinary level of precision. His prowess as an extraordinary individual is certainly comparable to General Zhang Fangda. Of course, Tian, who had yet to witness Jin Dachuan's capabilities and thus refrained from making any hasty judgments. Lin Long placed the crystal core in his pocket and returned to Tian Hu, offering a slight smile. "Old Tian, I did not frighten you, did I?" Tian, she clapped her hands joyously, her face aglow with delight. "So impressive, Big Brother. Your moves were truly magnificent." Tian Hu patted his beloved daughter's head in agreement. "Shaolin, your actions were indeed remarkable. Are you a naturally gifted, extraordinary person, or was it a result of later activation? By the way, now that you have obtained this crude crystal core, do you simply consume it?" Lin Long shook his head. "No, certainly not. I also consume honey-processed crystal cores. As for your inquiry regarding whether extraordinary individuals are born or later activated, I am not entirely certain. Being innate means that upon consuming the first crystal core, one awakens their superhuman abilities. Within the research team, we refer to such individuals as innate. Conversely, when one consumes not the first, but rather the second or more crystal cores, resulting in awakened superhuman phenomena, we term this later activation. Which type is more powerful?" Lin Long refrained from answering the question, but instead expressed a keen interest in Tian Hu's explanation. In the realm of the postnatal development of superpowers, it is evident that the first category, those who are innately endowed, far surpass their later awakened counterparts. Furthermore, according to scientific assessments, the inherently gifted tend to exhibit a versatile nature, whereas the later awakened are predominantly characterized by one or two specific types. Lin Long smiled broadly, exhaling a breath of relief. "So, you two are delving into this area? Very well. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Based on your earlier description, I am indeed of the innate type." Chapter 187. Mutual introduction. Upon hearing Lin Long's inquiry, Tian Hu paused momentarily. He immediately turned to glance at the two children before him. Lin Long swiftly grasped the situation and intentionally shifted the topic, directing his question towards the young girl. "Tian Shi, is the Big Brother very impressive?" Tian Shi nodded affirmatively, responding, "Yes." "Big Brother, does that mean you were born as an extraordinary person? Are such individuals rare?" "Why, isn't my father extraordinary?" Tian Hu smiled and replied, "Sure, Not everyone is born an extraordinary person. It is a matter of fate. Although your father is not extraordinary, rest assured that when danger arises, I will do everything in my power to protect you." As they walked and chatted casually, they deftly sidestepped Lin Long's earlier question. Upon their arrival at the processing plant, Tian, who was taken aback, he had never anticipated that Lin Long would establish his base here, especially considering its proximity to the Jin family community. Should the formidable Jin Lao to discover any irregularities and commence a thorough sweep of the surrounding area, this place would certainly be on his radar. "Shaolin, is this where you're staying?" Tian Hu asked. "Yes, for the time being," Lin Long confirmed. "However, I believe that within a few days, we will be able to infiltrate the Jin family community. At that time, the Jin family community will have been renamed and transformed into the base for the civil reconstruction community." Lin Long smiled broadly, seemingly unfazed by the inherent dangers of their temporary residence. Tian Hu glanced back at Lin Long, giving him a thumbs up in genuine admiration. "You're quite bold. However, if I were Jin Lao, I would never suspect that my opponent lies right beneath my nose." He continued, "This processing plant has numerous partition rooms, making it unlikely for them to easily locate us even if they come searching. Come, the temporary base for the civil reconstruction community is in that room across the way." Leading the way, Lin Long arrived at the door first. Just as he reached the entrance, the door creaked open, revealing Su Jun standing at the threshold. With a crossbow in her hands and a tense expression, she aimed at Tian Hu and the others behind him. "Longa, who are they?" Tian Hu and his children were momentarily taken aback. Lin Long quickly intervened, saying, "Xiao Jun, do not misunderstand. This is Engineer Tian Hu, whom I rescued, and these are his son and daughter." Upon hearing Lin Long's explanation, Su Jun lowered her crossbow. Lin Long added, "We are all family now. From this moment on, they will also be part of the civil reconstruction community. By the way, I forgot to mention, she is another member of my team, Su Jun, a remarkable little girl of just 9 years. Do not let her age fool you. She is courageous, intelligent, and has a boundless future ahead of her." Upon hearing Lin Long's introduction, Tian Hu's family collectively felt at ease. Indeed, it is evident that this little girl possesses an extraordinary spirit. She is certainly not to be underestimated. After entering the room and closing the door, Lin Long turned to Su Jun and inquired, "Xiao Jun, during my absence, no one from the Jin community has come here, have they?" Su Jun shook her head and replied, "No. However, I did hear their footsteps and commotion nearby, but they disappeared shortly thereafter." Lin Long nodded, indicating his understanding. He then retrieved a small piece of roasted duck from his backpack and handed it to Su Jun, saying, "Look, I brought you a gift." Su Jun accepted it, unwrapping the cloth to reveal the delightful food inside, her surprise evident. After expressing her gratitude to Long Ge, she began to devour it eagerly. Meanwhile, Tian Shi and Tian Chong, at this hour, would typically be fast asleep. However, the events of the evening had disrupted their slumber. Now, within the confines of the processing plant, they felt utterly fatigued. Tian Hu laid them down upon the tattered cotton batting, and before long, they succumbed to a deep sleep. Chapter 188. Secrets in Area A. After indulging in duck meat, Su Jun retired for the night. Outside in the factory area, only Lin Long and Tian Hu remained. Tian Hu had learned from Lin Long that they were holding a significant figure from the Jin community, Zhang Jun, in a small room next door. The recent series of major events in the Jin community had been orchestrated by Lin Long, who cleverly utilized Zhang Jun as a pawn in his strategic game. It was evident that Zhang Jun held immense value in the reconstruction of the community. Thus, Lin Long was particularly vigilant in safeguarding this individual. At that moment, Lin Long found himself intrigued by the topic of zombies. Earlier, on their way back, he had broached the subject, but upon noticing Tian Hu's discomfort, he had wisely decided to refrain from further discussion. Now that the children were asleep, Lin Long felt an urgent desire to delve deeper into the matter. He sat across from Tian Hu and curiously inquired, "Old Tian, are there researchers in the Jin community studying zombies? Otherwise, how would you know the immense potential value of zombie cores to humanity?" Tian Hu nodded in agreement, stating, "Of course, apart from the Jin community, even in the Wang community of City B, One could say that most of the larger communities in this post-apocalyptic world have researchers discreetly investigating zombies and the zombie virus. Do you recall how the zombie virus erupted last year during the dawn of the apocalypse? This was a calamity for humanity, and naturally, we sought ways to rescue ourselves from it. Lin Long was taken aback. To be honest, he had no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the outbreak of the zombie virus during the apocalypse's initial year. Hearing Tian Hu speak of it now suggested that there was indeed a story behind it. Lin Long was intrigued by stories, yet he hesitated to inquire further, fearing it might reveal his ignorance. Instead, he opted to steer the conversation toward a topic of greater interest. I wonder how advanced the research on zombies and the zombie virus has progressed in the gene community. Do you have any insights, old Tian? Tian Hu replied, I know a little. However, I am not privy to the specific details. I am the head of the research team in Area B. But the study of zombies and the zombie virus is primarily the focus of the research team in Area A. There, Jean Dachuan leads the research efforts. Hence, my position as head of the research team is merely nominal. After a brief pause, Tian Hu shifted the conversation to a crucial point. I have learned from other members of the research team in Area A that their studies on zombies have reached a 4th-tier level. There has not been significant progress on the zombie virus itself, and the research on its byproduct, the zombie core, remains at the original level. 4th tier? Is it a classification of zombie levels? Lin Long squinted, intrigued by this terminology. Tian Hu smiled slightly and clarified, you may not be familiar with what the 4th tier entails. It is a defined classification of zombies' capabilities established by the research team. For instance, the ordinary zombies we frequently encounter are characterized by their sluggish gait, sluggish reactions, limited strength, and frail bodies. Such commonplace zombies are classified as 1st tier. However, the one you encountered on your way back, possessing a slightly swifter pace and the ability to launch direct attacks on humans through rapid running, is referred to as 2nd tier. Of course, these 2nd-tier zombies are not the most formidable. There exist even faster and more ferocious variants, known as 3rd tier. Regrettably, I have yet to encounter a 3rd-tier zombie in the realm of reality. Upon hearing this, Lin Long experienced a moment of profound realization. Chapter 189. The Evolving World. Lin Long subsequently inquires, so according to what you just stated, the most formidable zombie discovered by the research team thus far should be at the 4th tier? He mused, the 2nd-tier zombies I can still manage. But I wonder what the 3rd and 4th tiers are like. Will I be able to contend with them? Tian Hu shook his head, refuting Lin Long's assertion. He clarified, you were mistaken. The 4th tier is not the most formidable type of zombie. Under comparable conditions, beast zombies are significantly more powerful than regular zombies. Beast zombies possess the agility of wild animals, along with their sharp teeth and claws, making their attacks far more ferocious. Furthermore, as the apocalypse intensifies, the zombie virus will inevitably undergo mutations and evolution. In such circumstances, both zombies and beast zombies will not remain at their original levels. The longer they survive, the stronger their abilities become, as they too mutate and evolve. Lin Long frowned. This was indeed alarming news. So, what you're saying is that the 4th-tier zombies currently identified by the research team are merely a snapshot of the present situation. With the passage of time, it won't be long before these 4th-tier zombies gradually evolve into 5th and 6th tiers. He lamented, goodness, this seems like an endless abyss. No one can predict what form the future evolution might take. Lin Long, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, if that's the case, the task of rebuilding our civilization community in the future is exceedingly daunting. Not only must we contend with malevolent humans, but we must also face those evolved and formidable zombies and beast zombies. For humanity to survive in this apocalypse is already a monumental challenge. The endeavor to reconstruct civilization is indeed arduous. Tian Hu countered, what? Do you find it overwhelmingly difficult, Shaolin? Lin Long met his gaze, smiling casually. I'm merely expressing my sentiments. Of course, no matter how arduous the task, it shall not deter my resolve to rebuild civilization. Regardless of how formidable the zombies or beast zombies may be, as long as they obstruct my mission of civil reconstruction, I shall vanquish them without mercy, leaving them no opportunity for retaliation. Tian Hu gazed intently at Lin Long for a moment. He observed the unwavering determination in Lin Long's eyes, devoid of any hesitation. Then, he too looked up, smiling cheerfully. Excellent. I always believed that no challenge could possibly deter you. After all, you are destined to lead us in the reconstruction of our civilized community. Suddenly, Lin Long recalled the small Bible he had tucked away in his pocket. He immediately rose, retrieved the booklet, and presented it to Tian Hu. In a hushed tone, Lin Long said, "Old Tian, I chanced upon this extracurricular reading material in a certain place outside. Could you take a look and see if it contains any secret information?" Tian Hu took the booklet and glanced at the cover, a hint of surprise in his voice. "The Bible?" Lin Long nodded. "Indeed, it should not be an ordinary Bible. I couldn't discern its mysteries, but I believe that upon your perusal, you may uncover secrets that I have overlooked." Such a remarkable book. Tian Hu, filled with both curiosity and skepticism, cautiously opened the cover and began to peruse its contents with great care. Lin Long, positioned nearby, had already drawn back the curtains, allowing the moonlight to illuminate the pages. As Tian Hu flipped through the initial sections, he found nothing of particular significance. Setting the book aside, he rubbed his eyes and inquired, "Might you enlighten me as to why you believe there lies a hidden mystery within these pages?" Lin Long replied, "It is because this tome was discovered within the pocket of a scientist who had succumbed to zombification. Surrounding this unfortunate figure were the remains of the undead, severed in two." Upon hearing this, Tian Hu paused momentarily, then quietly murmured, "Are you suggesting that this scientist, in his final moments, endeavored to safeguard this booklet? Well, it has seemed to carry some weight." Chapter 190. The scoundrel Lin Long nodded and remarked, "It's rather late now, and there's no light. Lao, Tian, perhaps we should leave it at your place and examine it further in the morning. Are you feeling drowsy? If so, you might as well take a short rest." Tian Hu smiled and shook his head, saying, "Not at all weary. You may not be aware that I work the night shift at the Jean family community, from 7 in the evening until 7 the next morning. So when you entered my personal laboratory and found it brightly lit, it was merely because I was on duty." Lin Long was taken aback, realizing that Tian Hu's alertness was due to his night shift. Tian Hu self-deprecatingly gestured to his disheveled hair. "As I often work nights. The toll of age is quite evident. I am actually just over 40, yet I appear to be in my 60s. Wouldn't you agree? There's no remedy for this." Jean Dachuan concocted a ludicrous idea, believing that my alternating work hours would alleviate my longing for my children. Hence he arranged for me to work at different times than others. Lin Long furrowed his brow. "So you don't miss your children during the day?" "Of course I do," Tian Hu chuckled. "Otherwise, how could I call Jean Dachuan's idea ludicrous?" "Ah, I see. As the leader of the research group, how do you receive reports from them when you work at different times?" "That's simple. They work overtime. In this apocalyptic environment, there's no salary, and the allocation consists solely of basic necessities. To enjoy better food, or more of it, one must put in extra hours." Lin Long nodded in understanding. Glancing out the window, after tonight's endeavors, perhaps due to the crystal core, he felt no fatigue either. He then posed another crucial question. "Lao Tian, could you share your insights about Jean Dachuan? Whenever I encounter someone from the community, I always seek information about him. Yet, Xiaoyi never had the chance to meet him. Zhang Zhen's relationship with him isn't particularly close. Now that you're here, do you have any anecdotes regarding him?" Tian Hu turned to meet Lin Long's gaze and responded, "When do you intend to take action? Jean Dachuan is a scoundrel, a truly despicable one. Such a person is utterly unworthy of survival in this apocalypse, let alone assuming a leadership role in the community. Indeed, I have heard of some of his absurd antics. The rear lady camp and harem camp are his creations. Precisely, those are entirely his handiwork. That said, his ideas were spurred by the research outcomes of the 8-district research group, which ignited his imagination in that direction. The crystal cores within the brains of zombies are a rare boon. They can enhance physical capabilities and facilitate the evolution of mutants. However, this is merely one observable benefit. The research group has yet to clarify whether there are any toxic effects on normal individuals. Yet, Jean Dachuan disregards these concerns entirely. He only sees the advantages and insists that all adults consume it. Naturally, they had children try as well. "Oh, What were the outcomes of the children's attempts? The results for the children were rather tragic. Any small, crystalline nucleus, when ingested by children under the age of 10, led to severe organ degeneration, including renal failure and pulmonary collapse within 2 days. Tragically, the child would succumb to death 3 days later. Consequently, there are explicit regulations in various communities prohibiting the consumption of crystalline nuclei by children aged 10 and below. What about children over the age of 10? The Wong community in City B is currently conducting research on this matter. It is known that adults who have reached the age of 18 and above have not exhibited any toxic side effects after consuming the crystalline nuclei. Chapter 191. New developments at the break of dawn the following day. Lin Long was roused from his slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. Instinctively, he rolled over and sat up, acutely aware that apart from the individuals within the room, only He Quan could possibly know their whereabouts. Could it be He Quan? Lin Long hastily reached for the handgun tucked at his waist. He preferred to avoid using his firearm unless absolutely necessary. However, given the current circumstances, should the inhabitants of the Jean family community have discovered their hiding place, he would have no choice but to employ his weapon to safeguard the others inside the house. Naturally, the ideal use of a firearm would be to intimidate the adversary, all the while being cautious of any accidental discharge and urging them to retreat. Just then, Lin Long heard He Quan's voice from outside the door. "Brother Long, Xiao Jun, it's me, He Quan." A wave of relief washed over him. It was indeed this young man. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted it was just past 6 in the morning, the dawn barely illuminating the sky. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Long hurried to the door and peered through the window, confirming that only He Quan stood outside. Upon opening the door, He Quan swiftly stepped inside and greeted, "Good morning, Brother Long," in a hushed tone. Curiosity piqued. Lin Long wondered why He Quan had rushed over so early. Had something unexpected transpired in the community following the events of the previous night? At that moment, Tian Hu also rose, rubbing his eyes and shaking off the remnants of sleep. "Xiao He, has there been any news from the community?" he inquired, keenly interested in the developments within the Jean family enclave. After all, he had safely exited the community with 2 children the night before. As a pivotal figure close to Jean Dachuan, what would be his reaction upon learning of his departure? He Quan, spotting Tian Hu, eagerly replied, "Yes, there is new information regarding the Jean family community. I hurried over to report to you after I left." Old Tian, upon learning that you had exited the community last night, Jean Dachuan was furious. He declared that he would find you, convinced that this was no mere coincidence and certainly linked to Zhang Fang's disappearance. In other words, he currently suspects that you were taken away by Zhang Fang. Lin Long and Tian Hu exchanged astonished glances before breaking into soft chuckles. Lin Long retorted, "Old Tian, when I was rescuing Tian Shi last night, I encountered the dormitory administrator. She must have noticed my height and build. Could it be that I resemble Zhang Fang in those aspects?" Tian Hu scrutinized Lin Long for a moment before nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, I hadn't considered that angle. If Zhang Fang were to wear a mask, he could indeed pass for your height and physique. Moreover, since you both acted together last night, it is evident that this is not the doing of Zhang Fang." However, to the dormitory administrator, her first impression might have led her to associate Zhang Fang's face and stature with yours, and she relayed the description to Jean Dachuan, who naturally would connect the dots. Lin Long was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, I had never anticipated that I would share similarities in physique and height with Zhang Fang. Nevertheless, Jean Dachuan's conviction that it was Zhang Fang's doing came as a delightful surprise to me. "Xiao He, does this mean that no one encountered Zhang Fang last night?" Chapter 192. The expanding influence. He Quan nodded eagerly, affirming that this was entirely within everyone's expectations. Zhang Fang, being a superhuman, possessed a running speed that no ordinary person could match. Furthermore, given his formidable strength, even if someone were to catch up with him, it would be futile to attempt to detain him. The consequences of being silenced by him would be far too detrimental. Tian Hu concurred, noting that Zhang Fang was an extraordinary individual. If he chose to leave the Jean family community, it was uncertain whether the entire community could successfully locate him. "Old Tian, I am quite curious. If Zhang Fang is indeed an extraordinary being, would he venture to City B in search of the Wang family community?" Lin Long suddenly inquired. Perhaps we could return, but no one can say for certain. However, Shaolin, there is something I failed to mention to you last night, and I hope you are prepared for it. Lin Long met his gaze and immediately pressed. What is it that you are referring to? Last night, after Jin Bo was murdered, Boss Jin instructed me to call the Wong community to inquire whether Zhang Zhan was there. However, I received a definitive answer. Zhang Zhan was not present. If I had seen Zhang Zhan right here last night. Lin Long chuckled, wondering what the fuss was all about. This matter is of little consequence. The disappearance of Zhang Zhan will inevitably come to the attention of Jin Dachuan. It was only last night that he inquired about it, and one can only say that he became aware far too late. Subsequently, he cast a look of curiosity at Tian Hu, saying, Old Tian, does this imply that you have acquaintances in the Wong community of City B? Are you familiar with the circumstances therein? Tian Hu shook his head, saying, No, I do not have that opportunity. Within the Jin community, only 3 individuals possess a modicum of knowledge about the Wong community. Jin Dachuan, Zhang Fong, and Zhang Zhan. Ah, I see, Lin Long remarked, tilting his head to glance at the small door within. Zhang Zhan is confined inside. It appears that this individual still holds some value and should not be easily disposed of. He Quan interjected, Brother Long, I have another piece of news to share with you. Lin Long emitted a sound of curiosity, quickly turning his gaze, eager to discern whether it was good or bad news. No, let me take a guess. It must be good news, am I right? He Quan nodded and said, Indeed, this is good news. Within the Jin community, there may be an awareness of hidden adversaries, yet the nature of these foes remains entirely elusive to them. Therefore, the forthcoming good news can be regarded as a product of our internal developments. At this juncture, He Quan glanced sideways at Tian Hu and added, Old Tian, this piece of good news pertains to you as well. Tian Hu furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of curiosity, and urged, Shall he just share the good news directly? Are you not afraid of inciting our displeasure with such suspense? He Quan raised his hands, soothing the two, saying, all right, no more suspense. Longo, you must have guessed by now, haven't you? It was indeed 3 occasions when we encountered the members of the 3 research teams in Town X. Last night, their representative, a bearded man named Zhang Shun, came to seek me out. Lin Long regarded He Quan with a smile, for when He Quan had just mentioned Tian Hu, he had already connected it to those 3 individuals. Now, upon hearing it, his suspicions were confirmed. On the other hand, Tian Hu widened his eyes in astonishment and eagerly inquired, Shao He, what do you mean by Zhang Shun? When had you previously encountered him? He Quan smiled broadly and nodded, saying, Indeed, Old Tian. They visited us yesterday and significantly enhanced our community's influence within the research group, actively recruiting 2 new members. Our presence in the research group has undeniably grown. Chapter 193. The brutish man Lin Long patted He Quan's shoulder. This news was genuinely uplifting for him. To be candid, within the Jin clan community, the most valuable talents to Lin Long were the members of the research team. The future establishment of a civilizational reconstruction community would heavily rely on their intellect and knowledge, as they represented an indispensable and steadfast force. Lin Long inquired, So, does this mean the 3 of them have already recognized you as their leader? It was no small feat, indeed. He Quan grinned at Lin Long, slapping his thigh. Dragon brother, my speed in running has greatly improved. I believe I am more than capable of leading them. He Quan's words elicited smiles from Lin Long and Tian Hu. Lowering his voice, He Quan continued, Dragon brother, what is crucial is that you may not yet know who the 2 new researchers joining our team are. Referring to them as researchers only tells half the story, for they also hold another identity as key figures serving the Jin clan community. One of them, as you know, is Zhang Qiao, one of the artisans behind the creation of the honey crystal core. The other is his student. Lin Long was taken aback. He Quan's revelation added another layer of joy to the already good news. He could not help but grip He Quan's hands tightly, exclaiming, That's wonderful. Zhang Qiao's prowess in crafting the honey crystal core must be exceptional, right? Tian Hu interjected, I am familiar with Zhang Qiao. Indeed, Xiao He is right. He can only be considered a semi-researcher. His other role is akin to that of service provider for the core members of the Jin clan community. However, it must be acknowledged that despite being a semi-researcher, no one surpasses him in the Jin clan community when it comes to the honey crystal core. He possesses an extraordinary ability to master the timing, quantity, color, and temperature, maintaining high standards for the quality of the honey crystal core. Lin Long nodded in understanding. I see. So, this means we have unearthed a rare talent within the Jin clan community. More importantly, with Zhang Qiao's support, we will no longer face a shortage of honey crystal cores, which greatly facilitates our physical transformations. He Quan concurred. Indeed, with Zhang Qiao's collaboration, I am confident that acquiring the honey crystal cores we need in the future will not be overly challenging. Furthermore, Old Tian, after your disappearance, Jean Dachuan's control over the research team has become increasingly stringent, secretly monitoring all the families of the remaining researchers. Any dissent from the researchers is met with immediate sanctions. Thus, from this perspective, it has accelerated their integration into the civilizational community. Tian Hu nodded. I did not anticipate that Jean Dachuan would resort to such methods in response to my departure. This clearly indicates that he is incapable of achieving great things. He can only be a local tyrant. Lin Long remarked, Jean Dachuan has origins as a bandit. Transforming a bandit into a civilized individual is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, in his current state, he has unwittingly eliminated his left and right arms, lacking the counsel of talented strategists such as Zhang Fong. Thus, he can only resort to reckless actions. It seems that our opportunity has finally arrived. Upon hearing this, He Quan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he hurriedly inquired, Brother Long, do we now have a plan for our next course of action? This prospect of victory has come as an unexpected delight. Chapter 194. The woman's destination. Lin Long and He Quan exchanged glances, the latter denying the notion with a swift shake of his head, stating that matters were not progressing as swiftly as one might imagine. A concrete action plan had yet to be formulated, though it was anticipated to be forthcoming. At that moment, Tian Hu abruptly rose, turning his gaze toward the window, murmuring to himself, Is dawn breaking? Lin Long and He Quan exchanged looks, and it was then that Lin Long noticed Tian Hu retrieving a small booklet from his pocket, the very one Lin Long had given him the previous night. A realization dawned upon Lin Long. It was the Bible. He Quan's face lit up with joy. Brother Long, you have shared the Bible with old Tian? Lin Long nodded, explaining, I had perused it for several days without discernible insights. In a moment of spontaneity, I decided to let old Tian take a look. Perhaps he might uncover its secrets. Tian Hu, cherishing tranquility while reading, gently distanced himself from Lin Long and He Quan, settling into a corner by the window, delicately flipping through the pages of the Bible. Understanding the unspoken cue, Lin Long and He Quan instinctively created space between themselves and Tian Hu. He Quan whispered, Brother Long, it appears old Tian is genuinely committed to our community's civil reconstruction. I believe that once we dismantle the Jin clan's community, the scientific group will surely embrace his allegiance with open arms. Lin Long smiled in agreement. Let's hope for that. He Quan continued, By the way, Brother Long, there's another matter I believe requires your assistance. What is it? I previously mentioned my sister, He Ling. She works in the children's room, though her quarters are located nearby in the servants' quarters. I am concerned that the upheaval that transpired last night in the children's room may jeopardize her safety. If Big Brother Jean decides to interrogate the servants caring for the children, my sister could find herself in grave danger. No matter the obstacles, I will ensure she leaves that place swiftly. Upon hearing this, Lin Long nodded thoughtfully. Your concerns are indeed valid. If the absence of Tian Chong and Tian Shi in the children's room prompts Jean Dachuan to question the caretakers, your sister could be at risk. Remain vigilant regarding any developments in the community's children's room, and should anything unusual arise, inform me immediately. I may need to act preemptively. Understood. I shall report any signs of trouble at once. He Quan affirmed with a nod. By the way, given the recent upheaval in the Jin clan community, is the second madam still expecting you to gather crystal cores to complete the task? No, there is no longer a need to collect crystal cores. Our purpose in venturing out now is to continue the mission from last night, seeking the whereabouts of General Zhang and delivering a message to him. Of course, not all members will be present. Only a select few who are accustomed to field work will participate, as we are more familiar with the surrounding environment. Lin Long nodded, understanding the rationale. I see. At this juncture, He Quan reminded, Brother Long, I suggest that if we indeed dismantle the Jean clan community, we must pay a visit to the rear Madam Camp. Those three ladies conceal an abundance of large crystal nuclei, which hold immense value for us. Lin Long nodded in agreement, indeed. These rear madams, living in luxury and comfort, must possess a considerable stash of crystal nuclei. The pressing concern now is how to deal with these women. Chapter 195. Communication of system issues during a leisurely conversation between Lin Long and Yi Quan. The three children, Su Jun, Tian Chong, and Tian Shi, gradually awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, their immediate need for sustenance became apparent. Fortunately, the provisions Lin Long had gathered earlier were sufficient to satisfy their hunger for the time being. However, this could not serve as a long-term solution. In light of the necessity to secure food for these individuals, Lin Long resolved to infiltrate the Jean family community once more. The nearby towns had already been scoured in recent days, yielding no edible supplies. The only exception was the Jean family community, where the kitchen still boasted a considerable stock of provisions. Presently, the atmosphere within the community was fraught with anxiety due to the departure of Zhang Fong and the mysterious disappearance of the research team leader, Tian Hu. Lin Long intended to seize the opportunity not only to procure food, but also to gather intelligence regarding the situation within the community. He instructed the children, Yi Quan and Su Jun, to remain close to Tian Hu. He planned to be in the community for no more than 2 hours before returning. With everything arranged, Lin Long swiftly set off towards the foot of Jean Mountain, opting to run on foot rather than using a motorcycle, believing it would better enhance his physical conditioning. Before long, Lin Long reached the large poplar tree situated midway up Jean Mountain. Throughout his journey, he encountered neither zombies nor humans, ensuring a relatively safe passage. As he had done the previous night, Lin Long took his key and successfully arrived at the entrance to the bathhouse corridor. Prior to opening the door, he listened intently for any signs of disturbance, confirming the absence of unusual noises before entering. In his mind, he recalled the direction of the kitchen. It was not an overly distant trek from the bathhouse. After half an hour of stealthily avoiding patrols, Lin Long finally arrived at the kitchen. To his delight, he discovered a modest bounty left from a morning. A few steamed buns remained. He grabbed a large bag and filled it with the buns, although their bulk proved cumbersome and inconvenient to carry. Hiding in a corner of the room, Lin Long engaged in a dialogue with a narrator of his cheating system. He had initially believed that the storage backpack on his back could reduce the volume of the food items, allowing them to fit inside. However, the narrator's response left him somewhat exasperated. Currently, his cheating system was only at level 1, and the capacity of a level 1 backpack was limited, unable to compress the size of objects. Nonetheless, the narrator wove a vision of future prospects for Lin Long. The longer he survived in the apocalyptic environment with the cheating system, the more rewards he would unlock. Among these rewards was the eventual acquisition of an expanding backpack. It was clarified that the expansion referred to an increase in the number of compartments for storing items rather than an actual increase in physical size. In essence, this meant that future storage would allow for the compression of items' volume without altering their weight, thus facilitating easier transport. However, attaining a level 4 backpack, which would enable such privileges, would require nearly a year from the present moment, alongside the acquisition of firearms. After Lin Long inquired about the matter of time, he further pressed the commentator regarding the timeline for system level upgrades. The first level requires a survival period of 1 month before one can advance to the second level. Since Lin Long's abrupt arrival in this parallel apocalyptic realm, he has endured for 10 days. This implies that he needs an additional 20 days to attain the second level. 20 days, in an era of peace, may seem to pass swiftly while one indulges in life's pleasures. However, in this apocalyptic world, where each day feels like an eternity, the passage of time may not be so forgiving. Gritting his teeth, Lin Long encouraged himself. Persevere, Lin Long. Chapter 196. Farewell to Brother Zhao. Lin Long meticulously wrapped the steamed buns, only to discover that the kitchen was teeming with chicken and duck meat. He paused momentarily, realizing his oversight, and continued to rummage through the other bowls and dishes. How careless of him! There were so many provisions in the kitchen. It was absurd to let the buns monopolize the space in his pocket. He promptly repacked and filled his bag, this time managing to stuff it with a substantial amount of meat provisions. Lin Long hefted the bag. Although it was quite full, it did not weigh heavily upon him. Just as he was about to continue his search, a sudden noise outside the house caught his attention. Someone had entered. Lin Long quickly retrieved his electric baton, grabbed the bag of food, and concealed himself beneath the stove. Moments later, a pair of feet came into his line of sight. The individual brought in a package and set it down on the floor with a sigh, exclaiming, "Goodness, that's heavy." The voice sounded somewhat familiar to Lin Long. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized, "Isn't that Zhao Daming, Brother Zhao? Ah, he is indeed my friend." Lin Long recalled how his presence had inadvertently led to Zhao Daming being reported by the security officer, causing him some discomfort. He felt a twinge of guilt. Well, since fate had brought them together, perhaps I could inquire about the current situation in the Jin family community. Taking advantage of Zhao Daming's momentary distraction as he wiped the sweat from his brow, Lin Long emerged from his hiding place and gently tapped Zhao Daming on the back. Zhao Daming froze in place, unable to move, as he distinctly remembered that there had been no one in the kitchen when he entered. Leaning in closer, Lin Long whispered, "Brother Zhao, it's me, Lin Quan." At the sound of his voice, Zhao Daming snapped out of his daze and turned to find himself face-to-face with his unexpected benefactor. His surprise was palpable as he struggled to comprehend the coincidence of encountering Lin Long in this place. He had long since rationalized that the minor discomfort he had experienced was merely a misunderstanding within the community, and thus, he bore no ill will towards Lin Long. Lin Long patted Zhao Daming's shoulders, smiling, "Brother Zhao, you haven't forgotten me, have you?" "It's me." Zhao Daming returned a sheepish smile, pointing at Lin Long and nodding. "Of course, I remember you. You are Lin Quan, the one who helped me bring the cart to this kitchen. Ha, what brings you here?" As he spoke, Zhao Daming quickly regained his composure, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Observing this change, Lin Long pondered, "Should I not be here?" Indeed, as he had made his way, he had not encountered anyone else in the kitchen. Was the community engaged in some collective endeavor? With a casual wave of his hand, he replied, "Oh, I'm just here on assignment to help out in the kitchen. By the way, Brother Zhao, it's been several days since we last met. How have you been? Help out? Do you not need to gather with the research team?" "Surely not. You are robust and vigorous. I believe you should go. What if an opportunity arises?" Zhao Daming's face was etched with disappointment, as if lamenting something on Lin Long's behalf. It appeared that everyone had indeed assembled with the research team. What purpose did such a gathering serve? Lin Long replied with a smile, "I have no such opportunity. Besides, individuals like us are bound to be engaged in work regardless of location. Look, you have not gone either, have you?" Chapter 197. Collective Attempt. Zhao Daming sighed, shaking his head. "Shaolin, I'm not like you. I'm merely a laborer of lowly status. Moreover, you're my friend, and I must confess that I once tasted the crystal core of a zombie. Although it was a crude product, my body exhibited no reaction afterward. Thus, I have resigned myself to the fact that I undoubtedly lack the potential of a superpowered individual. However, you are different. I sense that you are young and vigorous. Perhaps, if you were to experiment, a miracle might occur. Look, everyone has already gone to the kitchen. Even Aunt Ma, who usually washes the dishes, has left." Upon hearing this, Lin Long furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of Zhao's words. Could it be that Brother Zhao was suggesting these individuals had joined the research team to test their potential for superpowers? Lin Long feigned surprise, his expression filled with doubt. Brother Zhao, are you saying that Sister Ma, looking like that, also went? Is she merely a dishwasher? How could she possibly be a being of extraordinary abilities? Did the research team truly permit her to conduct tests? Zhao Daming remarked that this matter is beyond the willingness of the research team to conduct tests. It is a directive from Chief Jin. There is no alternative, as you must have heard. General Zhang Fangda will undoubtedly never return. In the vast Jinshi community, there currently exists only one superpowered individual, the esteemed Chief Jin. How can he possibly uphold the grandeur of the occasion? It has been said that Master Jin has indeed accepted the proposals put forth by his subordinates. The Jin community boasts several thousand members. with adults constituting over 80% of the population. Given such a substantial base, it is conceivable that one or two individuals may possess the potential of extraordinary abilities. Better to miss 1,000 than to overlook a single one. Just now, a notification was issued, instructing all personnel within the community to undergo testing, is it not? Everything is crafted using the finest crystalline honey granules, requiring minimal human and material resources. However, once it is discovered that someone possesses a particular talent, they undoubtedly become the cherished protege of the esteemed Master Gene. Lin Long nodded slightly, having grasped the essence of the situation. Indeed, his speculations aligned with his earlier predictions. It was unsurprising, given that within the Gene community, the second-in-command, Zhang Fong, had vanished without a trace. The third-in-command, Zhang Jun, had mysteriously disappeared, and the fourth-in-command, Jin Bo, had been inexplicably murdered. The Gene community, once a bastion of harmony and peaceful progress, had never before encountered such a grave dilemma. As the esteemed leader, Gene must devise a strategy to preemptively mitigate the worsening of the situation before it spiraled beyond resolution. The most effective means of prevention lay in cultivating new superpowered individuals. It is evident that the so-called captain and his trusted personnel conducted the initial batch of preliminary tests through the method of ingesting honey-infused crystal nuclei, yielding results that were profoundly disappointing. Not a single individual qualified. With no other options available, he had no choice but to continually broaden the scope of the test, extending it to encompass all adults within the community of Guinness. Lin Long suddenly came to a realization, slapping the back of his head in astonishment, exclaiming, so that's how it is. No one informed me. The people above just asked me to come here to do some menial tasks without mentioning this matter. Zhao Daming promptly reassured, it's all right. They have only just begun for less than half an hour. If you hurry over now, you should be able to make it. Brother Zhao, why don't we go together? The last time you had the coarse product, which does not truly reflect the situation. This time, we shall partake in the honeyed crystal core. What if it yields a different result? All are the same. Crude products yield no results, and those made from honey crystals are equally ineffective. Zhao Daming declined gracefully. Chapter 198. He Quan is in danger. Lin Long, unable to resist Zhao Daming's insistence, could only curiously inquire, all right, Brother Zhao, do you have other matters left unfinished today? Zhao Daming clapped his hands and nodded in acknowledgement, stating yes. That could indeed be one of the reasons. He added, today I must venture outside to retrieve a cartload of potatoes, leaving me no time to participate in the test. Gazing up at the sunlight streaming through the window, he wiped the sweat from his brow and declared, well, I have rested sufficiently. It's time for me to set off. Xiaolin, we shall converse again another time. By the way, if your preliminary test reveals potential for superpowers, I may very well have to address you as captain when I see you next. Haha, I wish you the best of luck in your testing. Before Zhao Daming set off, he couldn't resist sharing a jest with Lin Long. As Lin Long watched him depart through the kitchen door, he smiled and replied, oh, I possess no such good fortune. Please, spare me your jokes. However, Brother Zhao, should I truly possess superhuman abilities the next time we meet, I must treat you to a drink in gratitude for your kind words. After parting ways with Zhao Daming, Lin Long did not proceed towards the research team. Instead, he turned back and delivered the prepared food package to the entrance of the underground passage. Once he had placed the food package down, he turned around and returned to the corridor within Area B, shifting his gaze towards the direction of the research team. It was at this moment that a collective uproar erupted from ahead. The sound was exceedingly loud, reminiscent of the jubilant cheers of a multitude. Lin Long discerned that the source of the sound originated from the direction of the research team. His intuition suggested that perhaps, during the testing in the Gene family community, they had uncovered an individual possessing extraordinary abilities. Is it not true that the proportion of those with superpowers is quite small? How could they possibly be easily discovered? Lin Long felt compelled to witness the situation firsthand. Should he indeed encounter a person with extraordinary abilities, he would be eager to make their acquaintance. Resolute in his decision, Lin Long swiftly ascended, his rapid strides propelling him to the periphery of the research group, where he peered inside. The jubilant cheers from earlier continued to resonate. as many were sharing the delightful news. Another individual with supernatural powers had been discovered in the Jin community. Lin Long pondered. As I had anticipated, there indeed exists a latent potential for extraordinary abilities within this community. Yet, I remain uncertain as to who this individual might be. Lin Long observed that in the square in front of the community, several individuals stood guard, each wielding electric batons. Judging by their attire and equipment, these individuals appeared to be minor officials, such as team leaders. Their gazes were fixed on the central area of the square. At the heart of this collective attention stood a remarkable individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. Lin Long promptly leaped to the opposite side, positioning himself to have a direct line of sight to the center of the square. The moment he beheld the scene, he was taken aback. There, amidst the crowd, stood a familiar figure, elevated above the throng, inundated with cheers and adulation. And that person was none other than He Quan. He Quan? Wasn't he waiting for my return at the processing plant? How did he come back? Moreover, I also participated in this test. It is not advisable. He may be in peril. Lin Long furrowed his brow and scrutinized He Quan intently. He had closed his eyes, reveling in the fervent cheers of the crowd, entirely oblivious to the potential complications that might arise from the revelation of his identity as a superhuman. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform, a middle-aged man with his hands clasped behind his back was observing the scene before him. He is none other than Jin Dakin, the leader of the Jin community. Chapter 199. Material rewards. At that moment, Jin Dachuan stood firmly at the front desk, extending his hands to signal the crowd in the arena to quiet down slightly. In an instant, all cheers ceased abruptly. Naturally, He Quan was also set down by others. He stood firm among the crowd and faced Jin Dachuan. Jin Dachuan cleared his throat, and on his stern countenance, he endeavored to muster a faint smile. Excellent, splendid. Within my Jin clan community, among the 2,200 adults, we have finally discovered a superhuman through the test involving the sublingual absorption of honey-infused crystalline cores. His name is He Quan. He Quan, please ascend and stand beside me. Jin Dachuan extended his right hand, deliberately gesturing an invitation towards He Quan. Being youthful, He Quan was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Jin Dachuan's welcoming gesture. Lin Long observed keenly, noting the expression on He Quan's face, which appeared somewhat anxious and constrained. It is hardly surprising that, in an era of peace, at his age, he is merely a high school student. Throughout his life, he may never have found himself in a situation quite like this, standing before an audience of over 2,000 people to introduce himself. Observing this, someone nearby chuckled, remarking, "Haha, Young He seems rather anxious. Young He, Boss Jin is calling you to the stage." It was not until someone hastily approached him and gently nudged him that he snapped out of his dazed expression. Once again, Jin Dachuan smiled and invited. Our superpowered individual is a bit shy. Let's all give him a round of applause to encourage him. Subsequently, a resounding applause enveloped the surroundings. He Quan glanced around, gathering his courage, and with the gaze of the crowd upon him, he slowly ascended to the platform at the center of the arena. Beside Jin Dachuan stood two exquisitely beautiful hostesses, their low-cut dresses accentuating their waists, as they swiftly approached with trays in hand. Making their way to Jin Dachuan and He Quan, Jin Dachuan extended his right hand, grasping He Quan's left hand and lifting it triumphantly above his head, exclaiming to the audience, "Let us once again raise our voices in collective cheer, for we have discovered the extraordinary potential of the Jin community. Now, I hereby appoint He Quan as the second in command of my Jinsha community, responsible for the security and defense of areas B and C. Henceforth, whenever you encounter him, you must address him as second brother. As for General Zhang Fong, he has voluntarily departed from the community and is no longer a member of our society. Second brother, second brother." The jubilant cheers from the audience surged once more, as if they were celebrating a grand festivity. After a brief moment, Jin Dachuan released He Quan's left hand and proclaimed to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, in accordance with the reward rules I just outlined, here lies a pistol, accompanied by 5 bullets, along with a bag of large crystalline honey grains, which shall be presented as a material reward bestowed into the hands of our second brother. He Quan, You must accept this. Two elegantly attired attendants promptly brought forth a tray laden with the rewards before Quan. He lowered his gaze and surveyed the pistol and the crystals, his eyes widening in astonishment. Never had he anticipated receiving such a reward. Quan, congratulations. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly echoed from the slope across the arena. Jean Dachuan was taken aback and quickly turned his head to look. Quan also turned to gaze in that direction, his heart stirred with uncontainable joy as he exclaimed, "Sister!" Indeed, the one calling out to Quan was none other than his beloved sister, Ling. Lin Long, too, followed suit, glancing in the direction of the concealed sound. Chapter 200. The enchanting Ling. On the opposite slope stood a modest group of 5 or 6 girls. Among them, the second girl from the left possessed a slender figure, contrasting with the others who were somewhat portly and prosperous in appearance. It was evident to all that this second girl had an exquisite oval face, strikingly beautiful and charming. She was none other than Ling, the sister of Quan, who had just been conversing with him. Though she wore plain attire, it did little to diminish the allure of her remarkably delicate features. Her every smile and frown was utterly captivating. Lin Long felt a sudden jolt in his heart. How is it possible that this Ling appears more stunning than the 3 heavily made-up beauties seated behind Jean Dachuan? Am I mistaken in my judgment? He quickly shifted his gaze to the central area where Jean Dachuan was seated. There, he noticed Jean Dachuan, too, was wide-eyed and momentarily entranced by Ling's visage. Quan turned around, eager to share his joy with his sister. However, as he took a step forward, he suddenly recalled that Jean Dachuan was still nearby. He pivoted to face Jean Dachuan and smiled. "Boss Jean, this is my sister." Jean Dachuan snapped out of his stupor, exchanging a knowing glance with Quan, chuckling, "Very well, very well. Have your sister come up to the stage. This moment should be a joyous occasion for both of you to share." Quan nodded and hurried down from the stage, intent on welcoming Ling to join in the celebration. Yet, as he passed by the spectators on either side, he overheard their hushed whispers. "Oh, how do we not notice such a beauty here in the children's area before? Ah, I remember now. She usually has a face full of freckles. It seems she was deliberately hiding her charm. It's been ages since I've seen such a pure and lovely girl. Look at Boss Jean, even he seems captivated." Quan furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. This unexpected gathering today had everyone trying the honey-infused crystal core. His sister Ling had not yet had a chance to alter her appearance before being called forth. Would Jean Dachuan, having recognized her beauty, let the matter rest? What should he do? As these thoughts raced through his mind, his pace unconsciously slowed. The notion of Jean Dachuan attempting to claim his sister sent a wave of dread through him. How could he protect her in such a situation? It was infuriating. If he had been so elated, perhaps he could have reminded her to remain vigilant. Hidden in a corner, Lin Long felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and shield Ling the moment he laid eyes on her. She bore a striking resemblance to a celebrity he had encountered in peacetime. Wait, could it be that I have fallen for her at first sight? He shook his head vigorously, striving to maintain clarity. No, after all, she is Quan's sister. However, this does not seem to be a valid reason to reject love. Lin Long shifted his gaze and cast another glance at Jean Dachuan. The corners of Jean Dachuan's mouth curled upward slightly, and his eyes sparkled with a fervent flame. Ah, this fellow has revealed his greedy and lascivious true nature. It was evident that he harbored intentions towards Lin Long could not help but clench his fists, contemplating. How audacious of this cunning wolf, already surrounded by 3 beautiful women, to dare set his sights on Ling? No, I must put a stop to this. Chapter 201. A request. Lin Long observed that as Ling and Quan drew closer, their physical resemblance was indeed striking. They were unmistakably siblings. Ling, with a beaming smile, tenderly caressed Quan's forehead, her tears transformed into laughter, unable to conceal her inner joy. Quan, I never anticipated that you would possess extraordinary abilities. This is splendid. However, Quan's face bore no trace of happiness. Abruptly, he grasped his sister's hand and dashed to the center of the gathering, facing Big Brother Jean, and declared loudly, "Big Brother Jean, I have a request, and I hope you'll grant it." Jean Dachuan, wearing a broad smile, fixed his gaze on the sibling duo, already concocting his own plans in his mind. I shall bestow the title of Fourth Lady upon his sister, and Quan will become my brother-in-law. United as brothers, we shall fear no external threats. If I honor his sister, surely he will be elated. Should I announce this delightful news now, creating a double celebration to alleviate the current awkward atmosphere in the community? Jean Dachuan raised his hands, signaling for silence, then turned to Quan, saying, Quan, please share your request. Whatever I can fulfill, I shall certainly do so. Summoning his courage, Quan continued, Big Brother Jean, I hope you will agree to allow my sister to remain in the children's room to care for the little ones. Although I am a potential extraordinary being, I do not wish for my identity to alter my sister's actions or responsibilities. Quan's reasoning was straightforward. If Big Brother Jean consented to his request, he would not coerce his sister into undertaking other duties, such as relocating to the residence of the Fourth Lady. Upon hearing this, Jean Dachuan furrowed his brow slightly, comprehending the implications with clarity. Nevertheless, he smiled gently, breaking the tension in the air. Quan, what is your sister's name? He Ling. Excellent. He Ling is a fine name. I must first inquire if He Ling is willing to do so. Jean Dachuan replied with a smile. Your request seems to lack your sister's consent, does it not? Unexpectedly, He Ling stepped forward in agreement, saying, Big Brother Jean, my brother's request is also my own. Throughout their journey, she had sensed her brother, Quan's apprehension through the astonished gazes of those around them. Simultaneously, she began to self-reflect, raising her right hand to caress her face, quickly realizing the situation at hand. She was decidedly unwilling to behold the lecherous expression of Jean Dachuan. She would much prefer to remain in the children's room with the little ones than become Jean Dachuan's consort. Jean Dachuan, unfazed and composed, chuckled lightly. He Ling, you may not yet realize that you have an even better option. You see, your brother is now the second brother. The position of second brother in the Jean community is not one for just anyone to assume. As his sister, how could you possibly demean yourself by merely caring for the children? In ancient times, a mother was esteemed through her offspring. Today, it is the sister who flourishes through her brother. I intend to cultivate you as a team leader to succeed Zhang Yuan. Are you interested? He Ling was just about to voice her refusal when Jean Dachuan raised his right hand, signaling her to remain silent. Jean Dachuan continued, of course. This minor position as team leader is merely your first step. In the future, you will have opportunities for even greater beginnings. For instance, consider the 4 leaders of our Jean community, all of whom are male. If you perform well, I could exceptionally promote you to one of the leaders. At that time, you could comfortably sit in an office, savoring better food, while leisurely listening to the work reports conveyed by your subordinates at various levels. I believe this is far preferable to your current role as a servant in the children's room. Chapter 202. Wandering Lin Long concealed himself nearby, listening intently to the dialogue between Jean Dachuan, Quan, and He Ling. He meticulously observed the expressions on Jean Dachuan's face, noting the slight twitch of his muscles when He Ling responded. Lin Long pondered. From the moment Jean Dachuan laid eyes on He Ling, his mind must have been flooded with vile and depraved thoughts. It would be nearly impossible to extinguish such notions in a short span of time. In this critical moment, if he were to corner Jean Dachuan, would he seize He Ling right then and there? Lin Long could not allow such an occurrence to transpire. With his right hand slipping into his pocket, he carefully retrieved the handgun from his waist, gingerly loading the single bullet into the chamber. He raised the pistol slightly, adjusting his aim towards Jean Dachuan's direction. Indeed, Lin Long's initial plan was to use that solitary bullet to send Jean Dachuan to meet his demise. Should he feel pressure now, Lin Long would not hesitate to expedite this grim scheme. He simply could not bear to witness such a beautiful girl as He Ling fall into the clutches of this fiend. As for what followed after a shot was fired, he could not concern himself with the fate of the Jean community. On stage, after delivering his speech, Jean Dachuan lowered his hands and redirected his gaze at He Ling, who he believed should be moved by his generous offer. The crowd in the center of the venue erupted into a clamor upon hearing his words. Yet, they were not foolish. They recognized that Jean Dachuan's promise was merely a stepping stone to his ulterior motives of seizing a beautiful woman. He Ling looked up, offering a polite yet firm response, thanking Jean Dachuan for his kind offer, but expressing her reservations. I am but a mere woman, and fear I cannot fulfill your expectations. I have a fondness for children, and I find joy in caring for them in the nursery. Jean Dachuan was taken aback. This outcome was within his expectations. However, as the leader of a community, to have his promise dismissed publicly was a blow to his pride. He turned to He Quan, saying, He Quan, we shall discuss your sister's matter later. Please bring her up to the stage now. Frustrated by He Ling's rejection, Jean Dachuan began to pace back and forth on stage, running his hand over his forehead as if contemplating his next move. His restless movements caused Lin Long's aim to waver, which was already unsteady due to his limited experience with firearms. Having traversed from a peaceful era, his only exposure to shooting was during high school military drills. This was his first encounter with a handgun. With only one bullet in the chamber, the stakes were high. Should he miss, he would likely face Jean Dachuan's retaliatory attack. He is the formidable leader of the Jean clan, always armed and well supplied with ammunition. Should he be provoked, the He siblings would inevitably be drawn into the fray. Helpless, He Quan had no choice but to bring his sister, He Ling, onto the stage. At that moment, a strikingly alluring middle-aged woman, seated behind them, suddenly rose to her feet. She addressed the leader, Boss Jean, you aren't contemplating any untoward intentions towards the young lady, are you? Chapter 204. The one in my heart. Jean Dachuan met He Quan's gaze, and within the young man's eyes, a flicker of fear emerged, though he did not articulate it. His eyes told no lies. Jean Dachuan chuckled lightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Oh, don't take what I said to heart. She is merely petty and envious of your sister. He Quan, no longer a child, was not entirely satisfied with Jean Dachuan's response. He shook his head and continued, No. Boss Jean, I sincerely hope you will grant my earlier request. Only if you agree will I feel that you value my potential, allowing me to boldly follow you and protect the Jean community. Upon hearing this, Jean Dachuan's expression darkened noticeably. The young man had a knack for twisting the conversation, directly referencing the previous request without hesitation. Lin Long, observing this, felt a surge of admiration for Yuan Chuanxi's earlier audacity. Perhaps she cared too deeply for Jean Dachuan and did not wish to witness the man she admired marrying another woman to secure his status. In contrast, the two other women sitting nearby, though slightly younger, displayed far less courage. Lin Long aimed his pistol at Jean Dachuan, pondering how he would respond to He Quan's persistent inquiry. Would He Quan's tenacity provoke a reaction? Silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to Jean Dachuan and He Quan. Jean Dachuan resumed, little He, it seems that unless I speak the truth, you will remain uneasy. I believe that a woman like your sister deserves a good home. At this juncture, Jean Dachuan's ambition was laid bare. Suddenly, He Ling interjected, Thank you for your concern, Boss Jean, but I already have a man I like. I have indeed found my place. Her bold declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. Could it be that such a beautiful girl would dare to reject Jean Dachuan's generous offer before everyone? Moreover, her assertion of having found a suitable partner hinted that she might be involved with someone from the Jean community. Jean Dachuan was taken aback, glancing between He Ling and He Quan. He Quan, equally astonished, turned to his sister and whispered, What do you mean? He Ling's response had evidently not been discussed with He Quan, for his mouth fell agape in disbelief upon hearing her words. She reiterated, I said, I already have someone I hold dear. So, Boss Jean, please do not concern yourself with my affiliations. Yet, Jean Dachuan was not one to relent easily. He chuckled and surveyed the crowd, inquiring with intrigue, Who is this esteemed gentleman that has captured He Ling's heart? You cannot possibly be referring to something from the era of peace, can you? The apocalypse has raged for over a year now. I believe it is time to set aside those beautiful memories of the past. He Ling raised her head with conviction and said, No, Brother Jean. The person I admire is not from an era of peace, but rather someone who has recently entered my life. My feelings have evolved from mere admiration to deep affection. Lin Long felt a pang of disappointment in his heart as he sighed, Alas, what a pity. She actually has someone she likes. Given her resolute demeanor, it seems I have no chance. Nevertheless, he raised his pistol, cautiously aiming it at Jean Dachuan. Chapter 205. Who in the blink of an eye. without any forewarning. He Quan, Lin Long, and the others were caught unprepared. Jean Dachuan leaped forward with remarkable speed and swiftly approached He Ling. Before she could mount any resistance, he seized her wrist with both hands, pivoted, and returned to the center of the stage. He Ling let out a piercing scream. The sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. Although He Quan moved with agility, he was evidently no match for Jean Dachuan. As He Ling's feet touched the ground, Jean Dachuan raised his right hand, directly gripping her neck, while his other hand restrained her arms. In a matter of seconds, he had completely subdued He Ling. He Quan urgently shouted, "Boss Jean, what are you trying to do?" Jean Dachuan chuckled, slightly closing his eyes, then suddenly leaned forward, breathing softly against He Ling's face. Taking a gentle sniff, satisfied, he pulled back, fixing a gaze on He Quan. "He Quan, do not be agitated. It has been ages since I encountered such a pure and beautiful young lady as your sister. Just now, I heard her mention she already has a boyfriend, and I momentarily lost my composure. Hence, I wish to draw closer to her to understand the situation better." Lin Long's aim with the handgun faltered, his sense of direction thrown off. Meanwhile, Jean Dachuan was flanked by some loyal subordinates, who quickly surrounded He Quan with electric batons, confining him in the center. If He Quan dared to make any move, he would undoubtedly be unable to escape the encirclement. Lin Long pondered, "This won't do. Even if I were to shoot Jean Dachuan from a distance, the safety of the He siblings would be compromised. I must devise a plan to control the situation." Time was of the essence. He quickly turned and shifted his gaze to the front stage area. Upon discerning the route, Lin Long resolved to personally navigate it and head that way. The unfolding scenario had surpassed his expectations. He could only hope that the He siblings would emerge unscathed. He Quan felt a surge of anger. Only moments ago, he had been lauded as a rising power among the onlookers, and now he had become the target of their confinement. This was the ruthless style of Jean Dachuan, a man who would stop at nothing to satiate his personal desires. He Quan regretted not having taken the material rewards the two attendants had brought earlier. Now, with his sister's appearance, events had spiraled out of control. Being young and inexperienced, he found himself surrounded by Jean Dachuan's men, knowing he could not successfully resist. At this moment, He Quan had no options left. He could only hope for a peaceful dialogue with Jean Dachuan to dispel any misunderstandings. Simultaneously, he yearned for Lin Long to be nearby, ready to lend him a helping hand. But was Lin Long even here? Would he come to his aid? He Quan slowly raised his hands, surrendering to Jean Dachuan. "Brother Jean, I am not your match. I voluntarily submit. I only hope that you will spare my sister, if you please." Jean Dachuan let out a disdainful snort, remaining unmoved. He turned his gaze to the arena ahead and bellowed, "Who is He Ling's boyfriend? Step forward. Surely, you wouldn't wish for your beloved beauty to be in my embrace, subject to my caresses, would you? Ha ha ha. To dare compete with me for a woman. You're still lacking, my friend." With that, Jean Dachuan's right hand gradually descended. Chapter 206. The arrival of a divine being. He is not here. You are utterly despicable, and you are no match for him. Upon witnessing this, He Ling grew anxious and immediately shut her eyes, shouting loudly. Jean Dachuan paused, his eyes widening as he turned to look behind him. Being a superpower user, his ability to sense at close range surpassed that of an ordinary person. Just as he prepared to unleash his might, he suddenly detected a rapid gust of wind approaching from behind. This was no natural breeze. It was brought by someone. When he turned to look, he saw a young man wearing a mask, sprinting like the wind, leaping forward with his right fist raised, charging directly at him. Jean Dachuan was taken aback. When did my Jean community acquire such a masked hero? Reflexively, he shoved He Ling aside and drew his electric baton, ready to confront the masked figure. Unfortunately, he severely underestimated the speed of the masked hero. By the time he retrieved his electric baton, the masked hero was already upon him, delivering a powerful punch directly to his nose. Jean Dachuan staggered backward, momentarily dazed, feeling as if the world was spinning. Blood streamed from his nose. Damn it! I'm the leader of the Jean community. How could such humiliation occur to me? Jean Dachuan was utterly enraged. In a swift motion, he did not pull out the electric baton, but instead drew a small handgun from his side, aiming it at the newcomer. In his mind, There was no concept of fair combat. He believed in resolving matters as swiftly as possible. "Raise your hands, or I shall ensure your demise," Jean Dachuan bellowed. After kicking Jean Dachuan back, Lin Long immediately turned and helped Yi Ling to her feet. As their eyes met, Lin Long felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Yi Ling was truly a natural beauty. He quickly inquired, "You must take care of yourself. I will deal with this villain." The onlookers were astonished by the sudden turn of events, most notably Yi Quan himself. Yi Quan had been in close contact with Lin Long for a long time, familiar with his physique and stature. Although the masked hero's face was obscured, his movements and skills unmistakably revealed him to be Lin Long. Unfortunately, the situation had taken a drastic turn, with Jean Dachuan already raising his gun. Aiming it at Lin Long turned to face Jean Dachuan, inwardly lamenting the predicament. This guy is armed? Jean Dachuan had drawn his weapon first. With no other choice, Lin Long stood up, shrugged his shoulders, and wore a look of resignation. "Seriously? We haven't even started fighting, and you pull out a gun? Can we still be friends?" Jean Dachuan scoffed, glancing around at the noisy crowd. Suddenly, he raised his gun above his head and fired a warning shot. Instantly, the entire gathering fell silent, all eyes turning toward the platform. Jean Dachuan smiled, stating, "Friends? Who the hell is friend with you? Do you see this? What I possess is indeed genuine. Hurry, if you are wise, remove your mask. I wish to see who you truly are." Lin Long glanced around, pondering to himself, "Had it not been for the critical situation earlier, I would not have rushed out to save the damsel. Now that I have revealed myself, there is no need for concealment." Lin Long slowly raised his right hand, placing it before him, obediently following Jean Dachuan's command, albeit with reluctance. He gently closed his eyes and activated the cheating system. Chapter 207, Premonition of Deceit. Without waiting for the commentator's inquiry, Lin Long decisively activated Digital 3, Future Prediction. Currently, Lin Long's level of deceit was at 1, corresponding to a prediction duration of 1 minute. Though neither excessively brief nor overly prolonged, this minute was quite advantageous for Lin Long. In the next second, a vivid scene of the forthcoming minute materialized in Lin Long's mind. He witnessed Yi Quan suddenly taking a bold step forward, crashing directly into Jean Dachuan's body. At this critical juncture, Yi Quan was compelled to act. He could not merely stand by and watch Lin Long risk his safety and that of his sister. Yi Quan moved with astonishing speed, his actions leaving the surrounding captains utterly unprepared. Yi Quan collided forcefully with Jean Dachuan, causing the latter to stagger, his firearm tumbling down before Lin Long. In a fit of rage, Jean Dachuan seized Yi Quan's arm with his right hand. The next moment, with a violent twist, a sickening crack echoed as Yi Quan's right arm was abruptly fractured. A piercing scream erupted from Yi Quan, reverberating loudly and jolting Lin Long from his premonition. He had foreseen the imminent peril. While he remained unscathed, Yi Quan was in grave danger. With the gift of foresight, he could not allow tragedy to unfold. Regrettably, the rapid changes in the scene left Lin Long little time for contemplation. In the next instant, Yi Quan let out a frantic yell, his feet propelling him forward as he leapt over the encircling crowd. He charged fiercely at Jean Dachuan. "Brother Jean, watch out!" A captain shouted in alarm. Yi Quan was on the brink of madness. Jean Dachuan swiftly turned his attention, but alas, before he could fully face Yi Quan, a thunderous collision ensued. Jean Dachuan was struck directly by Yi Quan, his body twisting, causing his grip on the pistol to falter. With a thud, the firearm clattered to the ground before Lin Long. The unfolding events mirrored Lin Long's prior prediction perfectly. Quick to react, Lin Long crouched down, swiftly grasping the pistol and aimed it at Jean Dachuan. There was no alternative. In the vision, Yi Quan's reckless charge had utterly enraged Jean Dachuan, who was poised to break Yi Quan's arm. This time, Lin Long would not permit such an outcome. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative, employing the firearm against Jean Dachuan. A resounding gunshot pierced the air, echoing in the ears of the onlookers. Witnessing this, several captains fled in panic, shouting, "Heavens! That fellow has a gun. Firearms are merciless, and who could guarantee that the next bullet would not find its mark upon themselves?" For the sake of their safety, retreat was imperative. As the call for withdrawal spread, chaos ensued among the ranks. Jean Dachuan swiftly crouched down, his right hand, which had been raised, narrowly missed the bullet that had just whizzed past him. Had he lowered it by even a millimeter, the projectile would have pierced his arm, causing him excruciating pain and profuse bleeding. He had no choice but to halt his raised hand mid-motion. Lin Long, having missed his initial shot at Jean Dachuan, quickly redirected his aim, preparing to fire again. Jean Dachuan, demonstrating remarkable reflexes, understood that after the adversary's first miss, he could not afford to grant a second opportunity. He pivoted and dashed forward, making a beeline for the rooftop ahead. He paid no heed to the safety of others, prioritizing his own escape above all else. Chapter 208. Retreat. Lin Long hastened once more towards the beams of Jean Dachuan's abode, pulling the trigger with a decisive motion. With a resounding bang, the bullet veered off course, failing to strike Jean Dachuan. Jean Dachuan, truly a versatile superhuman, exhibited a running speed that surpassed Iquan by several magnitudes. Iquan, having fallen to the ground, rebounded swiftly, turning to immediately reach the side of his sister, He Ling. The siblings exchanged concerned inquiries. Yet the precariousness of their situation compelled Iquan to glance upward at the masked hero before them. Brother Long, your arrival is most fortuitous. We must hasten to the underground passage for our escape. I fear that Jean Dachuan may retaliate, and we would be in grave danger. Lin Long turned, noting that all the wives had already retreated from the stage. The numerous onlookers below had also scattered in a state of disarray, due to the sheer number of individuals. A noticeable trampling incident occurred during the escape, with many sustaining injuries as they cautiously withdrew. Lin Long nodded at Iquan, affirming, "Very well, let us depart now. We shall head to the underground passage." Suddenly, He Ling grasped her brother's arm, inquiring, "Brother, is he the dragon brother you once spoke of?" As she posed this question, a blush crept onto her cheeks, revealing a hint of shyness. Lin Long cast a glance at the brother and sister. Upon seeing He Ling's flushed visage, he couldn't help but feel a flutter of affection within. "Oh dear, lovely maiden, please refrain from tempting this innocent young man." Iquan supported his sister, nodding as he replied, "Indeed, sister, is the dragon brother I mentioned earlier. Though his face is shrouded, I am intimately familiar with him. Just a silhouette and stature tell me it must be him." Leading the way, Lin Long was well acquainted with Area B of the Jean community. He had already devised a more convenient route to the entrance of the underground passage. Fortunately, upon noticing the firearm in his possession, those around him dared not impede his progress, instinctively parting to clear a path. Who would dare confront a man with a gun, unless one was seeking a death wish? Several minutes later, Lin Long and the He siblings arrived successfully at the entrance of the women's bathhouse. He Ling, curious, inquired, "What purpose brings us here?" Iquan responded, "Sister, there is an underground passage here. Brother Long will lead us to safety." He Ling seemed hesitant to meet Lin Long's gaze, softly murmuring her agreement as she trailed behind him, moving swiftly forward. Indeed, Lin Long's earlier display of valor and prowess during the chaos outside the research group had sparked a newfound admiration within her. This man was truly as heroic and capable as her brother had described. Upon reaching the entrance of the passage, Lin Long quickly retrieved a key from his pocket, inserting it into the lock and activating the mechanism. The passageway opened before them. Lin Long stepped ahead, seizing a bag of provisions destined for their escape, guiding the two onward. As they progressed, Lin Long queried Iquan, "Little Quan, did I not instruct you to wait outside? What prompted your return? Are you aware of the implications?" When I beheld you as the foremost potential wielder of extraordinary abilities among the test subjects, I was engulfed by a wave of anxiety. Iquan promptly elucidated, "Brother Long, the research team provided me with a small communication device last night. Should any developments arise, they will inform me. Moreover, the recent announcement by Jean Dachuan regarding the assembly test operation was discreetly conveyed to me by them. Whether I participate or not is inconsequential. However, considering my sister's involvement, I feel compelled to return and witness the proceedings." Chapter 209. I must strive hard upon hearing this. Lin Long nodded, acknowledging his understanding. He Gilling quickly inquired, "Brother, does this mean you just met up with Long go outside? You returned for this testing event, just for me?" Iquan smiled and replied, It's nothing, sister. Look, we're quite safe now, aren't we? Quan felt it was his duty to protect his sister. He then shifted the topic, expressing his thoughts. Long ago, your timely appearance was truly fortuitous. Had it not been for you, I would have been a loss on how to confront that scoundrel Jean Dachuan. Oh, sister, that remark you made to Jean Dachuan earlier, surely you were jesting, right? Recalling the earlier incident, Quan remembered how his sister had publicly declared she had someone special in her life. Now, with no one else around, he felt it was an opportune moment to inquire further. Geeling was taken aback and hastily shook her head. Of course, it was a joke. I was just saying it casually. Do you really believe that? Quan sighed in relief, patting his chest. That's wonderful. As long as it's not true, I can rest easy. Upon reaching the exit of the underground passage, Lin Long finally removed his mask. Turning around, he noticed the siblings appeared somewhat fatigued and promptly distributed some food he had inside, reminding them to replenish their energy. When Lin Long revealed his true face, Geeling stole a glance at him. After doing so, her heart raced uncontrollably. She had to admit that her brother, Quan, had indeed spoken the truth. Longa not only possessed remarkable skills, but was also strikingly handsome, excelling in both ability and appearance. She couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. However, it was soon accompanied by concern. A young man as exceptional as Long Gu must surely attract many admirers. Yet, she pondered, did he have a girlfriend? Oh, right. She had heard her brother mention that their group included a younger sister, but no one else. She wondered if he had ever had a girlfriend during these peaceful times. No, he is too outstanding. I must strive to keep pace with him. Suddenly, Geeling turned to gaze intently at Quan, contemplating something. Quan, having filled his stomach, felt puzzled by his sister's stare and quickly asked, Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Geeling inquired, Brother, tell me the truth. Are you a potential superpower user discovered today, or have you known about it beforehand? Honestly, I've noticed your complexion has improved over the past couple of days. I just hadn't thought much of it until now. Could there be a connection? Quan smiled softly, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, sister, you are astute. Yes, 2 days ago, I began taking honey crystal cores. However, at that time, I was unaware of my potential. It wasn't until that evening that I began to grasp it. Today's superpower testing was merely the process of revealing my true self. Ling widened her eyes and immediately inquired, on that day, after you had taken the honey-infused crystal core, it did not take effect immediately, and there was a considerable interval in between, correct? So, if I were to take a small piece of the honey-infused crystal core today, do you think it would yield results after some time? Quan was momentarily taken aback. This question was indeed difficult to answer. Lin Long swallowed a piece of chicken and replied, There is indeed a possibility. We shall know the outcome by this afternoon. Chapter 210. Is my sister beautiful? Quan said, Sister, rest assured. As your brother, I am a superpowered individual, and I will protect you well from now on. The siblings embraced and laughed, their affectionate bond evoking a twinge of jealousy in Lin Long, unbeknownst to him. Quan noticed Lin Long casting a furtive glance at his sister, Ling. With a playful chuckle, Quan released his embrace. Ling tapped him on the shoulder and asked, What are you laughing at? Quan pointed at Lin Long, who, in turn, looked at Quan with curiosity, asking, Why are you pointing at me? Is there something on my face? Quan settled next to Lin Long, fixing his gaze upon him. Brother Long, I have a question for you, and you must answer honestly. Lin Long sensed that Quan seemed to have uncovered a secret. He wasn't accustomed to such a serious expression from him. With a slight smile, he casually replied, Feel free to ask your question. Once we're done, we still need to head to the processing plant. I encountered Jean Dachuan today, and it ended in a stalemate. However, he will surely seek an opportunity to retaliate. Thus, I must carefully consider how to deal with him. Don't change the subject. We all need to participate in dealing with that scoundrel, Jean Dachuan. It's just the three of us here, you, me, and my sister. Therefore, my question is more pertinent. Tell me, is my sister beautiful? While Lin Long was enjoying chicken and yogurt, Quan unexpectedly posed this sensitive question. He nearly choked on his food in astonishment. Quickly regaining composure, he forced himself to swallow, thinking, Come on, Quan, how can you ask such a question at this crucial moment? Your sister is like a celestial being. Of course, she is beautiful. It's no wonder that the charming Jean Dachuan, Upon seeing your sister for the first time, entertained thoughts of marrying her. What ordinary girl possesses such allure? Brother Long, why are you so tense? Oh, I see. Hequan waited for a response, but when none came, he wore a mischievous grin while pointing at Lin Long. He Ling was equally surprised that her brother would ask Lin Long such a question. She quickly reprimanded Hequan. How can you ask that? Have you forgotten that if it weren't for Brother Long's help earlier, we might have fallen victim to Jean Dachuan? Hequan replied, Sister, I remember Brother Long's kindness. I merely asked him casually. He must be too shy to answer. But judging by his expression, I already know the answer. Lin Long cleared his throat and looked at Hequan, saying, Little he, who said I was too shy to answer. Your sister is the most beautiful girl I have seen since arriving here. I speak from the heart. After saying this, Lin Long glanced at He Ling, who blushed deeply. He thought to himself, a true man speaks plainly and honestly, never resorting to falsehood. Girls generally appreciate compliments regarding their beauty. Praising He Ling in person can leave a favorable impression in her heart. Hequan widened his eyes in astonishment. He had initially believed that Long Guo would divert the conversation, yet he candidly confessed instead. Lin Long placed a hand on his abdomen, rising with a serious expression. He continued, Your sister is a natural beauty, and I absolutely cannot permit someone like Jean Dachuan, a mere wretch, to tarnish her reputation. There are limits to tolerance. And when action is required, one must act. Chapter 211. Two possibilities. Upon hearing Lin Long's flattering words, He Ling felt an increasing fondness for him, pondering, how did I not realize that he possesses quite a remarkable eloquence? Yet, I wonder, does he have a girlfriend? She lifted her right hand to touch her forehead, sensing as though she had been struck by the arrows of love. Her initial gratitude and admiration for Lin Long had now blossomed into heartfelt affection and reverence. Hequan glanced at his sister, clearly observing her awkward demeanor. A sudden jolt of realization struck him. Could it be? He was uncertain of his sister's feelings and resolved to inquire further when time permitted. If Lin Long were to become his brother-in-law, it would significantly bolster their future prospects. Moreover, knowing his sister had such a formidable protector brought him comfort. This was merely Hequan's one-sided hope, as he could not yet ascertain how events would unfold. The trio of Lin Long and the He siblings proceeded towards the processing plant. Along the way, Lin Long casually inquired about the Jean family community. For instance, in the current situation, what kind of retaliatory actions might Jean Dachuan undertake? Hequan replied, Brother Long, if my conjecture is correct, Jean Dachuan may prepare for two scenarios. First, if by this afternoon no one has discovered their potential for superpowers, he might resort to accessing the armory to equip certain key individuals with firearms. This is quite a risky approach, for during Jean Dachuan's reign as community leader, he had already jeopardized the interests of some members. When firearms proliferate, who can guarantee that these individuals will not turn against him? I suspect the likelihood of him pursuing this course of action is rather low. As they continued their walk, Lin Long nodded in agreement. As for the location of the Jean family community's armory, it was situated within Zone A, and Lin Long was currently unaware of its internal conditions. The second scenario, however, seems far more probable, Hequan added. Brother Long, you should recall that when Zhang Zhan was apprehended, his excuse for disappearing was that he had gone to the Wang family community in City B. As a mere minor figure in the community, I have only heard whispers of a powerful gang supporting the Jean family community from outside. This gang is none other than the Wang family community. It is also possible that Zhang Feng, who went missing yesterday, has sought refuge there. Given Jean Dachuan's precarious situation, he may sacrifice the interests of some community members to secure support from the Wang family community. He could invite external aid to the community. Upon hearing Hequan's assessment, He Ling concurred. I too believe the second possibility is more likely. After all, Jean Dachuan is rather cautious in his dealings. Distributing firearms would be fraught with peril. Lin Long nodded, feeling entirely lost regarding the unaware Wang family community. With a sigh, he remarked, listening to your insights, it seems the time left for us to seize the Jean family community is dwindling. If I were to seize control of the Jean community, then the matters regarding cooperation with the Wang community would be determined by me. That is a foregone conclusion. Long Guo, in today's world, it is a society where the strong devour the weak. No community has any obligation to assist another. Once Big Gene loses the Gene community, the Wong community will certainly cease to extend any help to him. Meanwhile, the civilization reconstruction community we have established will have secured a stronghold. Lin Long responded, yes. Upon our return, we shall consult with old Tian about this matter. By the way, when you left the processing factory, did old Tian manage to derive anything from the study of the Bible pamphlet? Chapter 212. Team Expansion. He Quan shook his head. No, I left shortly after you did. And during such a brief interval, Lao Tian did not discover the contents of the pamphlet. Lin Long nodded in understanding. If Lao Tian could decipher the secrets of the Bible pamphlet in just half an hour, it would render him, as the leader, rather foolish. Lin Long had already formulated a plan. Simply relying on the Bible pamphlet might not reveal its crucial elements, and it would be necessary to compare it with the diary left behind by that scientific genius to uncover the truth. Upon their arrival at the processing plant, Lin Long and the He siblings found Su Jun vigilantly observing the external security situation. Meanwhile, Tian, who was deeply engrossed in reading the Bible, with his two children dozing off in front of him. The siblings had thought that once they found their older sister Su Jun, they could all play together, not realizing that Su Jun had no intention of joining them. In her own words, these two children were too young to share any common interests with her. With nothing to occupy their time, the children grew increasingly drowsy after a brief period of quiet waiting. As Lin Long pushed the door open, Su Jun hurriedly approached him. The young girl immediately took notice of Yiling. Who is she? Su Jun pondered, seeing that the girl had come with Long Ge and Quan Ge, and surmised she must be an internal member. However, having never met Yiling before, her curiosity prompted her to inquire. He Quan took the initiative to introduce his sister Yiling to everyone and, in turn, introduced the four individuals inside the room to her. Thus, the group became acquainted with one another. Su Jun couldn't help but exclaim her surprise. She had not anticipated that Quan Ji's sister would indeed be so beautiful. Now, their team had gained another older sister. Yiling had already heard He Quan mention Su Jun and, upon meeting the quirky and lively little girl, felt an immediate fondness. She smiled and said, Xiao Jun, when you grow up, you will surely be a beauty. I can see you're already a beauty in the making. The two girls exchanged a moment of surprise before bursting into laughter, as if they were old friends who had known each other for quite some time. Lin Long, dismissing their idle chatter, set down the food backpack and took out some provisions, handing them to Tian Chong and Tian Shi. He then selected a piece of pastry and approached Tian Hu. After a brief nod of acknowledgement towards Yiling, Tian Hu returned to his examination of the pamphlet. Lin Long tapped Tian Hu on the shoulder, seated himself beside him, and placed the pastry in front of him, leaning closer to glance at the pile of scrap paper on the table. Lin Long expressed his astonishment. Lao Tian, is this what you hastily scribbled down after reviewing the Bible pamphlet? Tian Hu nodded. Yes, I jotted down a few notes casually. However, I have experimented with over a dozen types of pattern paper and have yet to discern any connection between this content and your mention of controlling zombies. This poses a significant challenge and may require additional time for further exploration. Indeed, I recalled something while on the way here. I believe it might be beneficial to hand over that stack of materials to you, as it could aid you in unraveling the secrets of the pamphlet. Upon hearing this, Tian Hu immediately turned his gaze and, astonished, inquired, Shaolin, do you have any materials in your possession? Lin Long pivoted and retrieved a stack of worn, old papers from his backpack. Although the collection appeared to be a mere tangle of dirty, aged sheets, Tian Hu showed no sign of disdain. He accepted the stack of manuscript paper, glanced at it briefly, and promptly remarked, Is this a diary? Lin Long nodded, clarifying to be precise. It is the diary left behind by the scientist who outlined the key contents of the biblical pamphlet. Chapter 213. Inquiring Zhang Zhun. 1. Before Lin Long interrupted Tian Hu's examination of the papers, he took a moment to remark, Old Tian, I fear I can only grant you 2 hours for your research. After 2 hours, I hope all members of our team can convene for a meeting. Upon hearing this, Tian Hu glanced at Yiling and replied with a cooperative smile, Shaolin, has something transpired within the Jin clan community? Lin Long nodded affirmatively, indeed. Therefore, We must expedite our actions. No worries. I shall take some time to reflect and organize my thoughts. We will regroup in 2 hours. Lin Long and Tian Hu parted ways, and he inquired with Su Jun whether she had brought food for Zhongjun that day. Su Jun shook her head in response. With a sigh, Lin Long mused, that fellow must be starving. He retrieved a bun and a bottle of mineral water from the food bag and proceeded to the small room. At that moment, Zhongjun had been left in the small room for nearly 10 hours, weakened and on the brink of collapse, bound and helpless. He strained to focus on the food in Lin Long's hands, managing to croak, finally, the door is open. I'm nearly starving to death. Lin Long chuckled softly, shaking his head. I know, but you haven't perished yet. As Lin Long crouched behind Zhongjun to untie him, the latter's pitiful eyes fixated on the bun before him. Lin Long handed it to him, and Zhongjun devoured it ravenously, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Lin Long brandished a pistol from his waist, waving it in front of Zhongjun, and cautioned, take your time. This meal consists solely of that bun. Aren't you concerned about finishing it and going hungry again? Zhongjun, taken aback by this statement, glanced down at the bun. Having already consumed most of it, only 2 small bites remained, yet he was informed that this was all he would receive. Turning to see Lin Long toying with the firearm, he mustered a feeble smile. Dragon brother, I believe I have cooperated quite well with your inquiries over the past few days. I am not your adversary and have no means to escape. Would it be possible for you to reward me with an additional bun? Lin Long replied, providing you with food is already a sign of goodwill. How dare you push for more? Are you aware that in this apocalyptic environment, many are perishing from starvation? Zhongjun fell silent at this remark. After cautiously finishing the last 2 bites of the bun, he noticed the mineral water before him and quickly took a large gulp. Lin Long continued, Zhongjun, I have a few questions that I would appreciate your cooperation in answering. Should your responses be satisfactory, I might provide you with additional food for dinner. You see, I'm already extending you special consideration. Zhongjun nodded eagerly. Dragon brother, please proceed with your questions. I will answer anything I know. Ah, your attitude is passable, Lin Long remarked. All right, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Allow me to inquire, how much do you know about the Wong community in B City? The Wong community? Upon hearing Lin Long's inquiry, Zhongjun was momentarily taken aback. The Wong community possesses far superior overall strength compared to the Jin community. Why is he inquiring about the Wong community? Could it be that he has already taken control of the Jin community? No, that cannot be the case. I feel it is impossible for him to have acted so swiftly. Old Jin is not an easy opponent. Chapter 214. Inquiring Zhongjun 2. After Lin Long posed his question, he waited for half a minute, observing Zhongjun lost in thought and silent. Growing slightly irate, he deliberately waved his handgun in front of Zhongjun. The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed ominously. Instantly alert, Zhongjun hastily replied, Brother Long, the Wong community is located in City B, a considerable distance from our current City A. As the third brother of the Jin community, I have only visited the Wong community twice throughout the years. For the sake of safety, they generally do not permit individuals from communities of our size to enter, unless there is a business transaction involved. On both occasions I visited, upon arriving at their station, I was met by someone who blindfolded me and escorted me into the community by vehicle. As for the route and directions taken, I remain entirely unaware. Upon hearing this, Lin Long's brow furrowed. It seems that the regulations of the Wong community are quite numerous. However, one cannot blame them. In this apocalypse, the establishment of community civilization must prioritize the safety of its members. In a society devoid of legal and moral constraints, the only way to ensure protection is to prevent the entry of malevolent outsiders. Noticing Lin Long's discontented expression, Zhongjun feared his skepticism and quickly added, I usually conduct business with a middle-aged man named Wang Chuang within the Wong community. Unfortunately, the Wong community is far more powerful than the Jin community, possessing resources and materials that we require. I once exchanged materials there. Lin Long inquired, so you only entered a specific room in the Wong community, met with Wang Chuang, and completed that transaction? You know nothing else about the Wong community? Essentially, yes, Zhongjun affirmed, then cautioned Lin Long, Brother Long, I do not know your intentions in inquiring about the Wong community. I must once again remind you that their overall strength significantly surpasses that of the Jin community. Their captain is an ability user, and it is said that the Wong community has over 10 ability users. Moreover, due to their robust capabilities, they continually attract an influx of talent from outside, with the number of ability users consistently increasing. Lin Long smiled slightly. What is your opinion of this Wong community? Their leader cannot possibly be a scoundrel like Jin Dachuan, can he? Zhang Zhun's expression suddenly turned awkward, and he stammered. I have heard that their leader is even worse than Jin Dachuan. Lin Long merely intended to ask casually, but he was taken aback by such an answer. He pressed further. What exactly makes this leader so malevolent? Avoiding Lin Long's piercing gaze, Zhang Zhun lowered his head, wearing a pitiful expression. The leader not only rewards the community members as personal spoil for his subordinates, but he also possesses a particularly nefarious trait. He cultivates beast corpses. He uses the blood of living humans to raise these corpses, forging the most potent bloodline of supernatural abilities for himself. Indeed, all of this information has been relayed to me by others. I am uncertain of the veracity of the situation. Who did you hear it from? It was from Boss Jean. Zhang Jin tentatively lifted his head, recalling how Boss Jean frequently imparts wisdom upon us, urging us to emulate him and become benevolent leaders. Chapter 215, Inquiring Zhang Zhun. 3. Lin Long genuinely wished to confront Jin Dachuan in person, questioning how his management approach, particularly the establishment of a harem camp, could be deemed a benevolent act. Alas, it seemed that Zhang Zhun had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the formidable Jin, who had emerged as the spiritual leader of the entire Jin community. With a faint smile, Lin Long proceeded to inquire, May I ask what kind of business transactions occur between the Jin community and the Wong community? Oil, Zhang Zhun replied without hesitation. The Jin community lacks the technology and equipment for oil refining. Such resources are only available within the Wong community. However, the machinery in the Jin community requires oil, thus necessitating collaboration with them. Our terms were quite favorable. We sent over 6 beautiful women to secure the partnership. Lin Long let out a chilling chuckle, causing Zhang Zhun to shudder. At that moment, Zhang Zhun had finished his bun and felt no satisfaction in his belly. He glanced up at Lin Long with a pitiful expression. Unaware of his hunger, Lin Long continued his inquiry. So, it appears that the relationship between Jin Dachuan and Wang De is not particularly cordial. Is it? Are you referring to a personal relationship? From what I know, Jin Dachuan has never even met Wang De. Hence, their relationship may be non-existent. Lin Long smiled faintly, as this was indeed a matter of great concern for him. As long as the dynamics between Jin Dachuan and Wang De remained ambiguous, should an unforeseen event occur within the Jin community, the people of the Wang community might not necessarily come to their aid. Yet, this was merely an idealistic conjecture. Whether Jin Dachuan would be willing to offer his last vestige of capital in search of assistance from the Wong community remained uncertain. Lin Long posed another question. As the third brother of the Jin community, your understanding of it should be substantial, correct? Your previous response regarding the Wong community was unsatisfactory, so I hope you can provide me with satisfactory answers regarding the Jin community. Zhang Zhun nodded eagerly. Brother Long, please ask. I will certainly share all that I know. To be honest, I have visited the Jin community several times, but my activities have been confined to areas B and C. I have never ventured into the highly confidential area A. Therefore, I would like you to describe Area A for me. What key locations exist there, and what precautions are necessary for each? Area B and C of the Jin community are relatively accessible, but due to the heightened confidentiality of Area A, security checks are exceedingly stringent. Lin Long had never set foot in it. He had only glimpsed it from a distance atop Jin Mountain, gaining a vague understanding. The internal conditions could only be fully grasped through first-hand experience. Area A represents the last bastion of the Jin community, the final capital of resistance for Jin Dachuan. Zhang Jin nodded. I frequently access Area A and am quite familiar with it. Among the 3 divisions of the Jin community, Area A occupies the smallest area. Yet it houses 3 critical hubs, making it the most secure territory among the 3. The so-called 3 pivotal hubs refer to the armory of the Jin clan community, the zombie repository, and the former Madam's palace. Lin Long nodded slightly, mentally recalling these three crucial hubs. Indeed, the armory and the former Madam's palace are easily comprehensible. However, the mention of the zombie repository piques his curiosity, as it appears to be a concept he has encountered for the first time. Chapter 2:16. Questioning Zhang Zhun 4. In the next moment, before Lin Long could pose his question, Zhang Zhun proactively offered his response. The armory serves as the repository for firearms within the Jin community, housing a collection of military-grade weaponry that Zhang Feng had seized from the government. Though limited in quantity, these arms possess immense destructive power and influence. Since the inception of the Jin community, the leader, Jin Laoda, has placed significant emphasis on this location, strictly prohibiting unauthorized access. The door is secured with a safe lock, for which only Jin Laoda and Zhang Feng possess the keys. Lin Long remarked that he could understand the necessity of such precautions. After all, firearms in the hands of criminals could easily transform into ticking time bombs, posing a severe threat. He urged Zhang Zhun to continue. The armory is situated at the heart of Area, Zhang Zhun explained. If one enters through the east gate of Area B, it is the shortest distance, less than a kilometer away. The entrance is prominently marked with the word armory. The reason Jin Laoda dares to allow the armory to be visible to the public is primarily because he holds the keys, and generally, outsiders cannot access Area A. Upon hearing this, Lin Long mentally retraced the layout of Area B, picturing the location of the east gate and the corresponding entrance to Area A, thereby grasping the general idea. With a faint smile, he toyed with his handgun. Do you know where this gun came from? I acquired it from Jin Laoda himself. Therefore, I do not currently seek the keys to the armory. After all, I possess a firearm, and the magazine contains 6 bullets, sufficient for my needs. However, once I capture Jin Laoda, I will certainly compel him to hand over the keys, as I intend to expand my team, and firearms are essential equipment. Zhang Zhun nodded and glanced at Lin Long's handgun. It is important to note that Zhang Zhun, as the third in command of the Jin community, has held this position for quite some time. Yet, for reasons of safety, Jin Laoda had not provided him with a firearm. Reflecting on this now, it seemed a considerable oversight. Brother Long, let me now inform you about the second crucial location in Area A, the zombie repository. This facility is also referred to as the research group of Area A. The research team there is entirely distinct from that in Area B. The latter is the true core research group, led by Tian Hu, the individual stationed outside your dwelling. Meanwhile, the research team in Area A comprises merely 3 members, more accurately, 2, as their leader is none other than Jin Laoda himself. The singular focus of the Area A research team is, as you might surmise, the study of zombies. Therefore, within our internal circles, we seldom refer to it as a research group. Instead, we colloquially designate it as the zombie repository. I have never visited this facility, but I have heard it mentioned by others. Upon hearing this, Lin Long briefly reflected in his mind. The study of zombies. This assertion aligned with Tian Hu's previous comments. Yet, it was surprising that, as the leader of the research group, Tian Hu remained unaware of the specific subjects of study in Area A. Zhang Zhun's revelations provided him with a more comprehensive understanding. Lin Long feigned curiosity, his expression one of astonishment as he inquired, "Researching zombies? That sounds rather intriguing. I surmise that the zombie crystal core possesses the ability to universally regulate the physical qualities of a human body. It must surely be the fruit of their research, correct?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhun nodded in affirmation, confirming, indeed, it is the result of their studies. Chapter 2:17. Inquiring Zhang Zhun 5. Lin Long inquired, "Are you aware of any other minor projects within the zombie research facility, aside from the notable achievements regarding the zombie crystal cores?" Zhang Zhun shook his head. "Regrettably disappointing Lin Long, Brother Long. As I mentioned earlier, my knowledge of the zombie facility is rather limited, and I am entirely uninformed about the research developments within. Moreover, for smaller projects to advance, Old Jin must first decide to disseminate the results within the community. The breakthroughs concerning the zombie crystal cores originated from the Wong community. It was only due to Old Jin's insistence that the researchers hastily caught up with the progress of other communities, leading to the eventual breakthroughs. Very well. I shall not press you further, Lin Long acquiesced, acknowledging that if a zombie facility indeed existed, it must house numerous specimens worthy of study. The researchers toiling away, they were truly unfortunate. Indeed, the zombie facility is likely teeming with zombies. Its geographical location is approximately 700 to 800 meters to the left of the previously mentioned armory. A conspicuous warning sign reads, Zombie Research Base. No entry for the living. Lin Long smiled slightly, encouraging him to continue. All right, I have grasped the geographical marker. Now, please proceed with the final point. The last one is the harem of the late madam. How should I describe it? Overall, it can be regarded as Old Jin's private territory. He has a total of. Before Zhang Zhen could elaborate further, Lin Long raised his right hand, signaling him to pause. With a smile, Lin Long interjected. You need not explain the meaning of the harem of the late madam. I'm already aware. Old Jin has established a harem elsewhere with a similar intent. However, the status of the harem of the late madam is significantly higher than that of the other harem. Old Jin truly knows how to indulge in life. Please, just tell me the location of this private territory within Area A. Ah, so you're already informed. The harem of the late madam is situated in the central area of A, approximately 1,000 meters away from the armory, to its eastern side. Zhang Zhen responded after a brief moment of contemplation. Lin Long nodded, comprehending the information. Understood. Which consort does Old Jin prefer to visit most frequently? The third consort. Recently, she has been favored, Zhang Zhen replied. Very well. Lin Long rose, preparing to exit. He had satisfactorily gathered the information he sought from Zhang Zhen. As he turned to leave, Zhang Zhen hastily called out, Brother Long, may I have an additional bun? I'm truly famished. Lin Long glanced back at him, noting his pitiable state, and replied, You may have one more bun, but for dinner, you shall receive only one. Rest assured, after I verify the information you provided, I shall reward you with 2 buns. Once we successfully abolish the Jin community, I will ensure you receive a fitting reward for your contributions. Zhang Zhen was taken aback for a moment, yet he still knelt partially on the ground, expressing his gratitude to Lin Long with a simple, Thank you, Brother Long. The esteemed third brother of the Jin clan community had, in the struggle for survival, reduced himself to such a state. Lin Long inwardly lamented, There is no alternative. One can only blame your own frailty. Chapter 218. The Wrath of Jin Dachuan returned to the conference hall in the back of the A District's Madam Camp, summoning a total of 10 second-tier subordinates, including Jin Hai, Zhang Xiao, and Lu Jie. He felt a sense of alarm over the significant upheaval that had transpired today at the periphery of the B District Research Team's venue. Following the incident, Jin Dachuan took the lead in dispatching his subordinates to conduct a thorough investigation of the Jin community. After over an hour of searching, there was still no sign of the masked figure or the He siblings. Could it be that the trio had sprouted wings and flown away into thin air? The enemy had appeared, yet only exchanged a fleeting glance before seizing a pistol, which was nothing short of a humiliation for Jin Dachuan. The conference hall was enveloped in a heavy silence. All 10 team leaders bowed their heads, rendered mute by fear. They had witnessed the extraordinary prowess of the masked figure during the incident, a foe beyond their imagination. Furthermore, Jin Dachuan's retreat in the face of an armed opponent could not be blamed on them for not resisting. Jin Dachuan cleared his throat, shattering the oppressive quiet. Let me inquire, it is now past 6 in the evening. All members have ingested the honey-infused crystal cores today. Has anyone exhibited any potential for superpowers? The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Jin Dachuan's frustration mounted as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, What is the matter? Has that fellow rendered you all mute with fear? At that moment, Lu Jie cautiously raised his head, whispering, No one has reported anything from my side. Following Lu Jie's response, the remaining 9 members sequentially reported the same lack of findings. Jin Dachuan shut his eyes momentarily, realizing that the results he had so eagerly anticipated had turned into disappointment. Have any community members managed to escape? Given the lax oversight in District B and C, surely some must have left, correct? Lu Jie responded first. I have conducted a rough tally. This incident has resulted in 5 injuries and 3 missing from my small team. Subsequently, others followed suit with their reports. A cursory assessment revealed that the upheaval had left over 40 injured and more than 30 missing within the community. It was evident that the 30 missing individuals had likely departed the community. Jean Dachuan scoffed, "These ungrateful wretches." Faced with the community's plight, they not only refuse to assist, but choose to abandon us. Jean Dachuan, was blind to their true nature. After a moment of self-reproach, he shifted to the main topic of the meeting. The events of today need no elaboration. You all witnessed them firsthand. In summary, the Jean community may be facing the gravest crisis since its establishment. In light of this crisis, I hope everyone can unite and devise a strategy to navigate these troubled waters. Having concluded his remarks, Jean Dachuan's gaze settled on Lu Jie. Lu Jie, as the leader, I invite you to share your thoughts. Lu Jie looked up, and the collective attention of the room immediately turned towards him. Lu Jie furrowed his brows, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. How could such a significant matter possibly fall upon me? With an awkward smile, he recalled how Brother Jean had taken him in. Whatever Brother Jean instructed, he would comply without hesitation. In the face of difficulties within the Jean family community, he would wholeheartedly follow the directives of Big Brother Jean. Chapter 219. Yuan Chuanxi as the prize. Following Lu Jie's declaration, the others promptly pledged their loyalty. These individuals presented themselves with grandiloquent justifications. At this juncture, seeking their counsel seemed utterly unreliable. After the 10 loyalists, including Jean Dachuan, expressed their allegiance, his brow furrowed even deeper. Jean Dachuan found himself reluctant to unleash his ire. Confronting a single individual might be feasible, but what could he do when faced with a chorus of similar responses? With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged their fealty, hoping it stemmed from genuine conviction. In this dire moment for the Jean clan, he yearned for their solidarity. Recognizing the need to galvanize his companions, Jean Dachuan rose, cleared his throat, and addressed the assembly. Today, we have all witnessed the lady's indiscretion. I have resolved to revoke her title. I now propose an idea. Whoever devises a strategy to confront the masked man shall receive Yuan Chuanxi as a reward. This woman, a star in peacetime, had, over the past year, benefited from the nurturing properties of honey-infused crystal cores, rendering her skin ever more delicate and smooth. Jean Dachuan's proclamation evoked a wave of astonishment among the attendees. Each leader had, at some point, fantasized about a connection with Yuan Chuanxi. However, they all understood this to be mere daydreaming, an impossibility. Yet here was Jean Dachuan, openly declaring such a splendid reward. Was this an unexpected boon? Although their expressions betrayed a clear shift, none dared to voice their thoughts, fully aware of Jean Dachuan's unpredictable nature. What if he were to retract his offer later? Jean Dachuan surveyed the crowd. I knew it. Upon presenting such enticing rewards, your faces would light up with joy. Not a single expression has escaped my notice. He continued, What? Are you all disinterested in Yuan Chuanxi? Fear not. Despite her numerous conquests, she remains an exquisite beauty, with skills in the bedroom that are sure to satisfy. One brave soul finally ventured to speak. Boss Jean, I merely feel that this masked man appears from nowhere and vanishes without a trace. How can we possibly confront him? Implicitly, he acknowledged the group's interest in Yuan Chuanxi. Jean Dachuan nodded in agreement, stating, You are correct. This masked man is indeed a stranger to me as well. However, I have reason to believe that his arrival in our Jean community is not a first. Furthermore, as you all witnessed, he is acquainted with Yiling. His appearance was motivated by a desire to rescue her. I suspect he may be linked to the recent series of incidents affecting our community. As Jean Dachuan spoke, the crowd collectively expressed their agreement. Lu Jie remarked, Boss Jean, that man's movements were incredibly swift. Could he also be a superhuman? Jean Dachuan possesses extraordinary abilities. He undoubtedly is a supernatural being. Furthermore, there must be a connection between him and He Quan. I ponder whether He Quan, during the testing phase, uncovered the phenomenon of superpowers and if it could also be linked to Jean Dachuan. Well, we have grasped the fundamental situation up to this point. Now, let's contemplate what kind of resolution we should devise. As I mentioned earlier, rewards and recognition will be bestowed upon those who contribute to our success. Yuan Chunxi stands as one of the prizes. Chapter 220. Seeking external assistance upon hearing Jin Dachuan's words. The group exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. Jin Hai was the first to respond, assuring, "Brother, rest assured, I will capture that scoundrel and dismantle him piece by piece. How dare he stand against our Jin community? He must be tired of living." Jin Dachuan furrowed his brow, feeling exasperated by his younger brother's empty bravado, devoid of any practical solutions. If he remained silent, he could feign ignorance. However, once he spoke, his words became irksome. Following Jin Hai's hollow declarations, two others echoed his sentiments, transforming the entire assembly into a venue for boastful chatter. With a sudden thump on the table, Jin Dachuan's voice rang out, "Silence. All of you be quiet." The room fell instantly silent as everyone turned their attention toward him. Jin Dachuan continued, "We are faced with two paths before us. I implore you to deliberate on which course of action we should undertake, and provide me with your reasoning. The first option is to expand our search party, particularly around the Jinshan area, conducting meticulous searches to ensure no detail goes unnoticed. The second option is to seek assistance from the Wang community in B City. However, if we choose to approach them, we must demonstrate sincerity and bring adequate resources to encourage their cooperation. Now, which path do you choose?" Jin Dachuan was astute enough to recognize the necessity of soliciting help from the Wang community at this juncture. Although their relationship was not deeply rooted, they had collaborated a few times and were somewhat familiar with one another. He was concerned that the first option might lead to half-hearted efforts in the search, and by articulating his thoughts, he sought to gauge the group's attitude. A heavy silence enveloped the room as no one dared to speak first. Jin Dachuan let out a snort, directly addressing Jin Hai. "You just proclaimed your intent to capture that villain and dismantle him. Which of these two options do you choose? Speak up." Taken aback, Jin Hai raised his gaze, surveying those around him, then summoned his courage. "Brother, I believe we should seek assistance from the Wang community." As soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed Jin Dachuan's expression shift. He hastily added, "Brother, please do not misunderstand. My reasoning is quite straightforward. Since this individual possesses extraordinary abilities, for our safety, I think we should enlist help. Consider this. If we dispatch individuals who fail to apprehend him and instead become ensnared themselves, akin to how Third Brother vanished, they could unwittingly provide the enemy with intelligence. This poses a significant risk to our community." Jin Hai's argument was not without merit. As his words resonated, Jin Dachuan nodded in agreement. In comparison, seeking external assistance appeared to be a more reliable approach. Nevertheless, a pressing dilemma remained. Who would venture to the Wang community to request aid? Previously, both Zhang Zhen and Zhang Fong, two pivotal figures, have vanished without a trace. Could it be that I must take their place? Yet, I still have to oversee the Jin family community. As soon as everyone heard Jin Hai refer to the title of Third Brother, they instinctively turned their gazes towards Lu Jie. After all, he is one of Zhang Zhen's subordinates. Could he have any connection with the recently disappeared Zhang Zhen? Jin Dachuan also directed his attention towards Lu Jie, clearing his throat and inquiring, "Lu Jie, please share your thoughts as well." Chapter 221. The heavy burden. Lu Jie understood clearly the thoughts of those around him. He felt no fear, for the blame did not rest upon him, but rather on the missing third brother, Zhang Zhen. However, with Jin Dachuan seeking his counsel, Lu Jie found himself devoid of any effective solutions. After a moment of contemplation, he expressed, "I concur with Jin Hai's proposal. After all, venturing out to apprehend that individual is fraught with peril." Jin Dachuan nodded in agreement, surveying the assembly, all of whom subtly inclined their heads. It was evident that these individuals were driven by a primal instinct for self-preservation. Should they encounter that formidable opponent, it was likely they would not survive. There was no need to consult a third person, as they all shared a similar mindset. Jin Dachuan then posed a pivotal question. Previously, when General Zhang Fong and third brother Zhang Zhen were present, our Jin community engaged in 2 brief collaborations with the Wang community. Reflecting on those instances, they were relatively successful. Moreover, according to the customs of the Wang community, we must approach them with sincerity when seeking collaboration. Given the current crisis facing our community, we must adhere to their protocols in our request for assistance. I pondered. Among you 10, who can bear this weighty responsibility? Only Lu Jie and Jin Hai can undertake this journey to the Wang community to discuss our plea for aid. As for our bottom line, it is to preserve the Jin community. We may offer tribute, provisions, or even beauty, provided they agree to assist us in capturing that villain. Do you all comprehend my intentions? Lu Jie and Jin Hai exchanged a startled glance, never having anticipated such a heavy burden would fall upon them. Before they could fully process this revelation, Jin Dachuan continued, "Of course, should you encounter any stringent conditions from the Wang community during your request for assistance, do not hesitate to call me immediately." With a quick shift in tone, Lu Jie inquired, "But, Boss Jin, our strength is rather limited. The journey to the Wang community is quite distant, and I fear we may not reach our destination successfully." Lu Jie thus subtly indicated to Jin Dachuan his inadequacy for this formidable task. As Lu Jie finished speaking, Jin Hai chimed in, "Indeed, brother, you are well aware of my own capabilities." Both of you silence. Jin Dachuan interjected, irritation evident in his voice. He rose abruptly, scanning the crowd before fixing his gaze on Jin Hai, pressing, "If we are to discuss strength, apart from myself, Jin Dachuan, as the sole superhuman, the rest of you possess little to commend. The solution I have proposed arises from the necessity of our current predicament. You must understand my challenges, as well as those of our community. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing his words, Jin Hai and Lu Jie fell into a profound silence. There was no alternative. Jin Dachuan had articulated the depth of his dilemma, leaving them with no further justification to contest his decision. At the same time, Jin Dachuan solemnly stated, "Rest assured, as long as you successfully accomplish this mission, you shall be hailed as the great benefactors of my Jin community. For such benefactors, I, Jin Dachuan, shall bestow additional rewards. Furthermore, I believe the other 8 captains present will have no objections, correct?" The remaining 8 captains nodded in agreement. Indeed, upon the completion of this significant task, the community ought to grant them generous rewards. Chapter 222. The prolonged 2 hours Lin Long reclined upon the tattered cotton fibers, comfortably gazing upward at the expanse of the sky. He allowed the information imparted by Zhang Zhun to sift through his mind, harmonizing it with the topographical map he had previously observed from the heights of Jinshan. This provided him with a rudimentary understanding of the layout and architectural design of Area A within the Jin family community. Upon reaching clarity, Lin Long swiftly turned over, retrieving a pencil and scrap paper from his backpack, and deftly sketched the layout of Area A. After a brief contemplation, he found himself able to recall the details with remarkable ease. However, his companions, such as Yiling, the He siblings Tianhu, and Su Jun, required a thorough briefing on the matter. For this operation, Lin Long intended to enlist He Quan's participation. The remaining members would remain on the periphery of the community or near the processing plant, awaiting further developments or assistance. Should tonight's endeavor yield tangible progress, Lin Long would need their support. The coordination between himself and He Quan in launching an offensive against Jin Dachuan would be of paramount importance. With an intimate familiarity of the terrain, he had tentatively devised a plan, though its feasibility remained uncertain. Collective strategizing would be essential. After completing his preliminary sketch, Lin Long glanced at the time, noting that an hour had elapsed since he had entered the dwelling to consult Zhang Zhun. This was only half of the 2 hours he had previously allocated for Tianhu's contemplation. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Lin Long approached Tianhu, who was surrounded by a heap of rough sketches. The simple diagrams scattered across the papers depicted various temporal relationships. Tianhu, engrossed in his draft diary, was simultaneously flipping through pages and jotting down notes on the scrap paper. Lin Long observed quietly, noting that the sketches were a representation of a timeline. The hurried scrawl was difficult to decipher without meticulous examination. Respecting Tianhu's intense focus, Lin Long settled into silence, awaiting his companion's insights. Meanwhile, He Ling and He Quan, having just undergone a strenuous endeavor, succumbed to fatigue and drifted off to sleep. It was understandable. They had irrevocably severed ties with the Gene community and transitioned from a fortified lifestyle to one of outdoor survival. This shift necessitated a comprehensive mental preparation for the challenges ahead. The brisk pace of their recent exertion had left them physically and psychologically drained. Lin Long smiled softly, contemplating that a brief repose would be beneficial, for they would need their strength for the night's activities. Regardless of how the operation unfolded, it was imperative that they secure ample rest. The harsh realities of this post-apocalyptic existence were far from the idyllic portrayals found in novels or films. Every aspect of life demanded relentless toil and perseverance. Fortunately, he possessed a diverse array of extraordinary abilities, which instilled hope for the future. By the way, today I have exhausted my single opportunity to utilize the cheating system, which means the next chance to employ the system will only be available after midnight. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Long was suddenly startled by the sight of Tian, who leaping up with an expression of uncontainable excitement. So that was it. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by his sudden outburst, including the drowsy He siblings who collectively turned their heads in unison. Lin Long was the first to inquire. "Old Tian, what's the matter?" Chapter 223. The secret unveiled upon hearing Lin Long's inquiry. Tian, who seemed to awaken from his joyous reverie. He fixed his gaze on Lin Long and chuckled. "Little Lin, do you know? I have uncovered a secret." Of course, it was initially discovered by that scientist. "By the way, did you come across a small mechanical device in the church? It emits the wails of zombies at regular intervals." Lin Long responded with a hum, swiftly turning over to retrieve the circuit board from his backpack. At that moment, the He siblings, Tian Chong and Tian Shi, all gathered around, their eyes fixated on the circuit board in his hands. "Is this what you were referring to?" As Lin Long produced the board, Tian, who eagerly replied, "Yes, exactly this." The diary clearly states that this circuit board is programmed to emit a fixed frequency of zombie sounds. This is a result of meticulous research and editing based on recordings from the zombie cultivation chamber. Lin Long nodded, fully trusting Tian, whose assertions. To become a competent researcher, one must possess a certain bravery. The researcher indicated that the wails of zombies could be regarded as a distinct form of language, zombie language. It is a special form of communication exclusive to zombies. If the sounds are emitted at predetermined intervals, they can effectively attract surrounding zombies, inciting them to gather, attack, or retreat. At this revelation, Lin Long's eyes widened in astonishment. The notion of zombie language possessing such formidable capabilities, being able to draw zombies together, incite assaults, and facilitate evasions, was astounding. It implied that with this device and mastery over zombie language, one could adeptly control zombie movements. Before Lin Long could voice his thoughts, He Ling interjected, "Uncle Tian, do you understand this zombie language? Is there any record of it in the diary?" This was also Lin Long's foremost concern. Tian, who did not answer immediately. Instead, he surveyed the group before finally fixing his gaze on Lin Long. "I am uncertain whether I truly grasp the zombie language, and the diary does not contain any research on this matter. However, I have discerned some patterns from this small booklet titled The Bible. I need to conduct some experiments to ascertain whether my discovery pertains to zombie language." Lin Long empathized with his plight and nodded in agreement. Indeed, all discoveries must undergo testing to determine their validity. After our meeting concludes, shall I take you out for a little excursion to capture a couple of zombies for testing? Tian, who concurred, "Certainly, I am quite eager." He Ling turned to Lin Long, inquiring, "Brother Long, may I accompany you to observe the testing?" Lin Long was taken aback. Was this beautiful woman truly so audacious? He shifted his gaze to He Quan, believing this question should be addressed by him. He Quan smiled and said, "Brother Long, please allow my sister to accompany you. Rest assured, she is not as fragile as you might assume. Before we joined the Guinness community, she had always been my protector." Upon hearing He Quan's words, Lin Long couldn't help but regard He Ling with newfound respect. He had never anticipated that He Ling would shield He Quan. Lin Long smiled broadly. Since He Quan had expressed it so, he found no reason to decline. Lin Long replied, "Very well, I welcome your presence as an observer." Chapter 224. Collective Action. Lin Long presented the layout map of the Gene community he had drawn during his spare time, laying it out before everyone. He cast a sweeping glance at the assembly, ensuring their attention was fixed on the map he had just crafted. This map included the detailed layout of Area, which he had gleaned through interrogating Zhang Zhan. Please take a moment to review it, he urged. He first handed the map to He Quan. To be candid, when Lin Long delivered his introduction, the collective focus of those present converged on the map. Although the He siblings had been in the Gene community for some time, their familiarity with Area A was quite limited. If one were to quantify their understanding, it would only extend to He Quan's routine visits to a designated spot in Area A to submit crude crystal cores as part of his tasks. He was utterly unfamiliar with the rest of Area A. In contrast, Tian, who possessed a significantly deeper understanding of the Gene community, as a former leader of the research team, he could be considered a semi-core member of the community. His visits to Area A far surpassed those of He Quan. He Quan's gaze fixated on the adjacent armory, and with widened eyes, he inquired, "Brother Long, is this the armory of the Gene community? Are there regulated firearms within?" Lin Long nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there are firearms and other items inside. While the quantity is not vast, there is certainly enough to equip each of us adequately. To facilitate the introduction of the layout, Lin Long recounted the 3 significant locations within Area A, as previously detailed by Zhang Zhan. The group fell into a collective silence upon hearing this. The very existence of these 3 critical sites underscored the heightened state of alertness within Area A compared to the other 2 areas. Lin Long then turned his attention to Tian Hu, asking, "Old Tian, this zombie repository might prove useful after our experiments this afternoon. I have heard of the zombie repository. It contains zombies for research purposes. However, the number and levels of these zombies remain unknown to us. We will only ascertain the internal conditions once we take control of Area A. Yet, I harbor a concern. If the personnel within the Gene community find themselves unable to resist our sudden onslaught, will they resort to releasing these zombies? That would pose a significant danger." Lin Long acknowledged the validity of this concern. What you have pointed out is indeed a high-risk scenario. If our forthcoming experiment allows us to successfully control the zombies, we can avert this peril. Conversely, if we fail to control them, we may have no choice but to eliminate them. Our objective remains singular: to rename the Gene community as the Civil Reconstruction Community while ensuring the safety of innocent survivors, excluding, of course, those who oppose our governance. The group nodded in unison, sharing a common sentiment. Lin Long then asked, "All right, Lil He, have you memorized the layout details from the sketch?" He Quan was taken aback, glancing around in confusion. Why did Long Go only mention his name? Did Engineer Tian Hu and his sister, He Ling, not need to memorize this map? Lin Long flashed a slight smile at He Quan, stating, "I plan for us to act collectively this evening, heading towards Area A of the Gene Clan community to launch a surprise attack on Gene Dachuan. The others will remain outside, ready to provide support or assistance at any moment. Are you agreeable to this?" Chapter 225, The Plan 1. When Lin Long revealed that only he and He Quan would infiltrate Area A of the Gene community tonight, the others were taken aback in astonishment. Among them, He Quan exhibited the most surprise. He inquired, "Brother Long, are we really the only 2 entering the Gene community tonight?" Lin Long responded with a wry smile, "Indeed. You see, among our team, only you and I possess special abilities. Lao Tian is a mechanical engineer, and your sister has only recently emerged. Su Jun is but a child. They can only assist with logistical support." He Quan glanced around and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of such an arrangement. However, before he could finish, Su Jun voiced her discontent. "Brother Long, I have a powerful crossbow. I believe I can participate in the operation as well." Lin Long shook his head firmly. "No, you cannot enter. I have more important tasks for you outside." Upon hearing this, Su Jun nodded in satisfaction, brimming with anticipation for Brother Long's subsequent directives. He Quan chuckled to himself, quickly glancing at the map again, and then propped his head on his hands, briefly reflecting. After a moment, he looked up at Lin Long and said, "Brother Long, I have once again examined this terrain map and have memorized the layout of the community." Lin Long nodded in approval. "Excellent. This next map will be entrusted to you," he adeptly explained, without glancing at the map. "My plan may sound straightforward, but its execution will not be so simple. Before discussing the plan, I must emphasize one crucial point. All of you must remember that any operational plan may not accurately reflect the surrounding conditions during execution due to unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, plans will always fall short of changes. When situations shift, the principle of self-preservation must be adhered to. Evade when possible, yield when necessary, and never act recklessly. Ensuring your own safety is paramount, understood? Lin Long's admonition was grasped by Tian, Hu, and the He siblings. However, the young Su Jun, though often perceived as sprightly, required a gentle reminder before actual action. Noticing the group's gaze upon her, she pouted and candidly declared, "Don't worry, Brother Long, I know my limits." Lin Long smiled, finding her lack of resentment a pleasant surprise. He nodded and continued. "The first step involves Yi Quan and me entering through the underground passageway and accessing Area B via the women's bathhouse. From there, we will proceed into Area A. If we directly pass through the checkpoint mechanisms, it will undoubtedly alert the security personnel. Premature exposure will disrupt our plan. At this juncture, I will need support from those outside. Through my examination of the map, I have identified a single-story building on the eastern side of Area A. We need to leap from Area B onto the roof of that building, soaring over to avoid detection by the security mechanisms. In this regard, I require the assistance of an external individual to ascertain whether the eastern sector of Area A constitutes the optimal aerial jump location. I wish to delegate this observational task to Xiao Jun. Where do you believe would be the most suitable vantage point for your observation? Su Jun listened attentively and soon heard Lin Long's inquiry. With a quick flick of her eyes, she confidently replied, "On top of Golden Mountain." Chapter 226, The Plan 2. Su Jun's response brought a sense of reassurance to Lin Long, nodding. Lin Long acknowledged that, regarding the environment surrounding the Jin family community, only the location atop Jin Mountain was most suitable for observation. Su Jun promptly inquired, "Brother Long, I understand your point. However, there are sentinels from the Jin family community on Jin Mountain. I must first resolve their issues before I can successfully establish a vantage point, correct?" Lin Long gestured towards the powerful crossbow in her hands, smiling as he replied. "The two essential tools you will need are the crossbow equipped with a sight and the communication device that will allow us to stay in contact." "I understand. Rest assured, Brother Long. I will fulfill my mission with honor," Su Jun affirmed with a nod. Simultaneously, she contemplated, as for the eastern position of Zone A that Brother Long mentioned, which spot on Jin Mountain would be the most advantageous for me to occupy. Lin Long then elaborated on his plan, stating, "After He Quan and I ascend to the rooftop of Zone A's eastern side, we must continue to traverse the rooftops or hidden passages, avoiding the wide streets and brightly lit buildings. Those areas are equipped with cameras that could perfectly capture our movements. To evade those cameras, we must endure this inconvenience. Based on my predictions, Jean Dachuan is highly likely to be in the third madam's camp within the back courtyard. It is common knowledge that among Jean Dachuan's 3 wives, the most favored is the third madam, Jiang Tsutsue. Thus, our primary target will be her chamber." At this point, He Quan, appearing slightly excited, interjected, "Brother Long, I know where the third madam's bedroom is." "Excellent, that is good to hear," Lin Long replied, tapping his waist. He then produced 2 handguns from his side and placed them on the table. "Everyone is aware of what these are, correct? Firearms. After all, the target we're dealing with, Jean Dachuan, is no ordinary individual. He too possesses weapons for self-defense. Should we encounter him, we must not engage in a display of extraordinary abilities. Such an approach would render us incapable of controlling him. The simplest and most direct method is to aim for his limbs and fire. Remember, do not kill him. We must ensure he remains alive. As long as he is wounded, even a superhuman cannot match us. Moreover, we each possess a firearm." Upon finishing his discourse, Lin Long turned to scrutinize He Quan once more, asking, "Little He, do you understand?" He Quan nodded vigorously, "I understand. Brother Long's method is straightforward. Injure the opponent with firearms and then capture him while he is incapacitated." Lin Long then shifted his attention to the other 2 individuals nearby, He Ling and Tian Hu. They had been listening intently, but had yet to hear what tasks awaited them in the plan. Their expressions reflected a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Lin Long smiled. "There's no rush. I will soon outline what you both need to prepare." Turning to Tian Hu, he asked, "Old Tian, Are there loudspeakers within the community? Loudspeakers? You mean megaphones? Yes, there are some in the community. They can be found in the abandoned materials area of the research group in Zone B, and they're in good condition. Those are the devices typically used for gatherings in the Gene family community. Very well. Then this evening we shall procure the 2 devices. At that time, you shall approach from the underground passage, and I will hand these 2 devices over to you. This task must be accomplished before we enter Area A. Tion, who was momentarily taken aback, without waiting for Lin Long to elucidate, he seemed to grasp the situation intuitively. With a smile, Tion, who replied, "All right, I will come through the underground passage." Chapter 227. The Plan 3. Lin Long then turned his gaze towards He Ling. Although He Quan had promised him that his sister possessed considerable skills, he had never witnessed them firsthand and remained somewhat skeptical. Lin Long shifted the conversation, addressing He Ling. "You are responsible for the care of children within the Gene community. Therefore, during tonight's operation, you may need to utilize your expertise in this area." He Ling immediately glanced at Tian Chong and Tian Shi, who were still peacefully slumbering amidst the cotton fluff. "Brother Long, do you wish for me to look after these 2 little ones tonight?" Lin Long nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. In addition to caring for them, you must also keep a close watch on the hostage in that small room. Are you willing to take on this responsibility?" The task set for He Ling was relatively less demanding compared to those assigned to the others. However, it was essential to alleviate any concerns for the group, as someone needed to guard the back of the processing plant. He Ling was the most suitable candidate for this mission. He Quan was slightly apprehensive that his sister might misinterpret Brother Long's arrangement. So he added, "Sister, do not underestimate Brother Long's plan for you. You are our stronghold. Our success or failure in the front lines relies heavily on the support from the rear." He Ling smiled gently and nodded, "It's fine. While you all act in the front, I will guard from the back. This is a crucial role within our team. Rest assured, I will pray for your safe return." "Sister, does that mean you agree?" "I agree, why wouldn't I?" He Ling replied with a sweet smile, fully cooperative. Seeing her response, Lin Long nodded with satisfaction and expressed his gratitude to the group. "Excellent. Your cooperation signifies trust. With your trust, I believe the likelihood of success for tonight's operation is exceedingly high." Tian Hu smiled and remarked, "Shaolin, having listened to your plan, I find it quite feasible. After all, within our small team, we have 2 extraordinary individuals. Looking at the entire Gene community, there is currently only one extraordinary individual, Gene Dachuan. Therefore, once you enter Area A, I believe that even if you cannot capture Gene Dachuan, you can still dismantle the Gene community." Lin Long was taken aback. He had not anticipated Tian Hu's unwavering confidence in him. Tian Hu continued, "Extraordinary individuals are symbols of strength in any community amidst the apocalyptic environment. It can be said that no matter how vast a community may be, without extraordinary individuals, its longevity is unattainable. They're akin to soldiers in peacetime, silently safeguarding the community's safety, irreplaceable by anyone else. The aerial leaps performed by you and He Quan are feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. This is why what seems simple is, in fact, not so simple to execute." The group nodded collectively, acknowledging that Tian Hu's explanation was quite reasonable. Lin Long stated, "Gene Dachuan is an omnipotent individual. We must not underestimate him. Perhaps it may be easier to replace the Gene community, but the real challenge lies in managing the internal affairs of this community. Taking the first step and proceeding one at a time, this afternoon, the 3 of us, Lao, Tian, He Ling, and I, set out to test the accuracy of the zombie language outdoors. Upon our return, regardless of the outcome, we shall take a well-deserved rest to rejuvenate ourselves, ensuring we are thoroughly prepared for tonight's operation." Everyone nodded in collective anticipation. Tian, who was the first to rise, saying, "Shaolin, let us depart now. I find myself rather impatient." Lin Long smiled slightly, replying, "All right." He arranged for the remaining individuals to wait indoors while he, along with Tian Hu and He Ling, ventured outside. Chapter 228. The pitch ascends. Lin Long and his companions ventured outdoors, wary of being spotted by the searchers from the Gene Clan community. They opted for a route that distanced them from the community. Tian, who possessed a deeper understanding of the surrounding environment than Lin Long and He Ling. In an effort to validate He Quan's assertions, Lin Long attentively observed He Ling as they progressed. He Ling's pace was entirely adequate. After traversing approximately a kilometer, Lin Long was convinced that He Ling's participation in this experimental endeavor was satisfactory. Whenever they paused briefly at any location, He Ling would turn her head to survey her surroundings, then tilt her head back to breathe deeply, as if the prolonged stay within the confines of the Jin clan community had deprived her of the joy of standing in the sunlight and breathing freely. Tianhu led the way, He Ling followed in the middle, and Lin Long brought up the rear. Upon ascending a prominent mountain, Tianhu suddenly raised his right hand and slowed his pace. Intrigued, He Ling and Lin Long hurried to catch up. Lin Long glanced downward and spotted a swaying zombie circling a large tree. He noticed that this was the only one in sight. Old Tian, shall we experiment with this zombie first? Lin Long suggested. Tianhu replied, Shaolin, there may be other zombies lurking below. If we proceed with the experiment, we could potentially attract them all. Are you prepared for that? He Ling scanned the area, but detected no movement. She casually inquired, Are there more zombies nearby? Tianhu responded, He Ling, there are some zombies on the other side of the woods, but from our current position, we cannot see them. In a serious tone, Lin Long stated, Old Tian, it's fine. Here, let me hand this device over to you. Conduct the experiment thoroughly. He produced the control panel and handed it to Tianhu. Prior to their departure, Tianhu had meticulously examined the device and was already familiar with the layout of the buttons. He crouched down to display the control panel's interface, then cautioned his companions. Are you both ready? I am about to commence. Lin Long and He Ling nodded in affirmation, indicating their readiness. Their notion of preparation was rather straightforward. If a small number of weak zombies appeared, they would be prepared to eliminate them and extract the crystal cores. However, if a large horde, including second-tier or higher-level zombies, emerged, they would promptly retreat, recognizing their disadvantage. After all, who would want to engage in a contest with zombies? A single misstep could lead to being bitten and transformed into one of them. Upon receiving their confirmation, Tianhu pressed the activation button. Instantly, a familiar zombie howl emanated from the device, initially low in volume and easily overlooked. This sound resembled what Lin Long had previously heard in the church, with no discernible differences at the moment. Subsequently, Tianhu pressed a small protrusion beneath the activation button. Gently turning left and right, they suddenly heard a wailing sound, its pitch rising. He Ling exclaimed, Look, the zombie is reacting. Lin Long and Tianhu subsequently turned their attention to the zombie. Sure enough, the creature had ceased its circular motions, fiddling with its seemingly drooping head, and directed its gaze towards them. Tianhu cautioned, its response is to be expected. Everyone should remain vigilant and observe the surroundings for any approaching zombies. Lin Long and He Ling began to scrutinize the area around them. Chapter 229. Further testing. The chilling wails of the zombies within the mechanical panel intensified gradually. Tianhu took the lead, descending the mountain with purpose. Lin Long had already drawn the long knife from his waist, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. He Ling, before their departure, had also been provided a long knife by He Quan, and at this moment, she emulated Lin Long in readiness. Lin Long cautioned, Old Tian, should we really proceed downward? The distance to the zombies is narrowing. However, Tianhu was fixated on the scene below and paid no heed to Lin Long's warning. He responded, All right. The audio button is confirmed at this volume. Next, I shall test the subsequent button. A closer proximity will facilitate the evaluation. Do you see? The zombie is merely staggering towards us, showing no signs of aggression, as if it is oblivious to our presence. As he spoke, Tianhu's right hand shifted away from the audio button, temporarily stabilizing the volume of the wails. Immediately thereafter, his hand moved to a button located at the lower right, his wrist guiding his palm into motion. The next phase of testing had commenced. As Tianhu had indicated, Lin Long and He Ling bore witness to the unfolding events. The zombie continued its advance, tilting its head as if it were a tamed hunting dog, occasionally pausing to heed its master's call. Lin Long observed Tianhu's every action with rapt attention. Noticing the button Tianhu manipulated, he furrowed his brow. It was a button he had never operated. It resembled a fixed setting on the panel rather than a functional button. Pray tell, what does this button control? Lin Long inquired. The audio of the zombies' wails remained largely unchanged, showing no significant variation under the influence of the button. Tian-Hu, meanwhile, handled the button with utmost caution, his eyes keenly fixed on the movements of the zombie. Upon hearing Linlong's question, he calmly replied, "This button slightly modulates the wavelength of the wails. However, the changes in sound wave wavelength are so subtle that they are imperceptible to the average individual." The wavelength of sound? He Ling and Lin Long exclaimed in unison. It appeared that the wavelength of the zombies' wails could indeed be controlled via this button. What discernible impact would such modulation have on an ordinary zombie? In the next moment, they were astounded to observe the zombie's behavior take an unexpected turn. The creature abruptly halted, standing still as if pondering a significant decision. Upon witnessing this, Tian-Hu's expression brightened with delight, and he smiled, "Wonderful, wonderful. It truly has an effect, yes, just like that." It was as if he were engaged in a dialogue with the zombie, his words betraying an inner joy. Lin Long watched, astonished, as Tian-Hu continued to manipulate the button. Moments later, the zombie suddenly nodded and began to retreat in the direction from whence it came. Lin Long and He Ling were once again taken aback by this spectacle. Rising in unison, their previously prepared weapons now lowered in disbelief. It was turning back. Lin Long gazed at Tian-Hu, who wore an expression of uncontainable joy, unable to hide his elation at the success of the experiment. Tian-Hu nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, this wavelength should summon second-tier zombies." For ordinary zombies, the imminent arrival of second-tier zombies necessitated a strategic retreat, as they harbored a profound fear of their more formidable counterparts. Chapter 230. The emergence of the second-order zombie. Lin Long exclaimed, "Ah, Lao Tian, are you implying that the ordinary zombies are retreating out of fear of the impending arrival of a second-order zombie? Does this suggest that a second-order zombie will soon make its appearance? Surely, there cannot be any second-order zombies in this desolate wilderness?" He Ling, noticing Lin Long's earnest inquiry, promptly interjected, "Pray tell, what distinguishes a second-order zombie from an ordinary one?" In simple terms, the second-order zombie is an evolved form of the ordinary zombie, exhibiting superior attack power and enhanced speed across various facets. Before Lin Long could finish explaining to He Ling, Tian-Hu chimed in, "Xiao Lin, you are absolutely correct. Since I have adjusted the frequency of the zombies' howls, as described in the pamphlet from the Bible, this should yield the expected results. However, this requires the presence of second-order zombies within a radius of several hundred meters to summon their collective. If there are no second-order zombies nearby, it will be impossible to call them forth." Tian-Hu then shifted his right hand, stabilizing the audio and frequency at this specific value. Standing aside in silent anticipation of the unfolding scenario, the ordinary zombie, swaying unsteadily, continued its slow retreat. Yet, less than a minute later, it appeared to sense an imminent threat and quickened its pace. With a sudden crash, the zombie inadvertently collided with a large tree. Without any need for Lin Long or He Ling's intervention, its head was instantly crushed by a protruding branch. With a loud crack, the zombie's skull shattered, leading to its immediate demise. Remarkably, even in death, its head remained precariously lodged on the tree branch, refusing to fall. He Ling, witnessing this, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment and quickly covered her mouth, glancing at Lin Long Ge. "It seems as though it committed suicide?" Lin Long nodded in agreement. Tian-Hu interjected, "To be precise, it was not a suicide. Rather, it felt compelled by the frequency of the howling, urging it to flee the scene out of fear of the second-order zombies. In its haste, it inadvertently crashed into the tree and met its end." Lin Long and He Ling exchanged startled glances. If we are to believe Tian-Hu, then the ordinary zombie's fear of second-order zombies is indeed akin to that of a subordinate's fear of a superior. It was astonishing that the zombie had met its demise by inadvertently colliding with a branch. Suddenly, Lin Long's expression shifted, and he inquired, "Could it be possible that a second-order zombie is already approaching us? Did the ordinary zombies sense it, hence their fear?" Tian-Hu replied, "I cannot say for certain. We shall find out shortly." Just then, a chilling howl resonated from the depths of the forest below. Lin Long and the others felt a jolt of apprehension. Indeed, it seems there is a second-order zombie lurking in the mountains below. Tian, who responded immediately. From the sound, it certainly resembles a second-order zombie. Everyone, remain vigilant. He Ling had just heard Lin Long's assessment of the second-tier zombies, and upon hearing this, she tightened her grip on the long knife, preparing herself for an imminent strike. Unfortunately, after waiting for 3 to 4 minutes, all they could hear were the howls of the zombies, yet none appeared, which left everyone feeling that something was amiss. Tian Hu suggested, "Let us descend and investigate." After a brief advance, they finally caught sight of it. In the muddy ground ahead, a single zombie was incessantly wailing, its lower half ensnared in the mire, rendering it unable to extricate itself and trapped in that desolate state. Chapter 231. Are there Tier 3 zombies? Lin Long first approached the ordinary zombie by the branch, extracting the crude crystal core from its shattered skull before turning his gaze towards the Tier 2 zombie mired in the muck. At that moment, Tian, who had already shut down the machinery, abruptly silencing the zombie's wails. With a wry smile, Tian, who glanced at Lin Long and He Ling. The once formidable Tier 2 zombie was now hopelessly ensnared in the mire. It was said that the crystal cores within Tier 2 zombies held greater utility. Shaolin, why don't you retrieve the core? Lin Long contemplated a deeper inquiry and turned to ask Old Tian if this device can summon Tier 2 zombies. Can it also summon Tier 3 zombies? He was unaware of how many tiers of evolution the zombies had undergone since the apocalypse began a year ago. He merely wished to see if old Tian possessed such knowledge. Tian Hu, taken aback by Lin Long's question, inquired with surprise, "Are there already Tier 3 zombies?" Observing his astonished expression, which seemed genuine, Lin Long responded with a smile, "I have no idea if Tier 3 zombies exist. I was simply curious." He continued, "They should not exist. At least, this little Bible does not mention them. And in the gene community, the most I have heard is about the formidable nature of Tier 2 zombies. As for Tier 3 zombies, it may be a notion, but no one has truly encountered one." The Tier 2 zombie, wide-eyed, beheld 3 living humans before it, tantalizingly close yet just out of reach, which heightened its agitation. This anxiety only accelerated its sinking into the mire, threatening to engulf its lower half entirely in the near future. He Ling, why don't you take the initiative to slay this Tier 2 zombie and retrieve its crystal core? Lin Long suggested as he noticed He Ling tightening her grip around her long knife, her expression reflecting a fierce determination to charge forward and vanquish the zombie. He Ling glanced at Lin Long, biting her lip, and nodded in agreement. "All right, you may also guide me to assess my courage and skill in dispatching zombies." Rarely had she encountered such an opportunity for close-range extermination. Since stepping out of the safe zone, she had resolved to seize the moment. He Ling advanced slowly, closing in on the Tier 2 zombie, her demeanor betraying no hint of fear. Perhaps she was not inherently timid, despite her delicate beauty, which might mislead one to perceive her as frail. She approached with unwavering resolve. Upon reaching the zombie, it raised its hands, flailing aimlessly in the air. Without hesitation, He Ling lifted her knife above her head and, with a resounding crack, brought it crashing down upon the zombie's forehead. The zombie's arms fell limp, and it was instantly dispatched. With a slight lift of her knife, she allowed the brain matter to cascade from the zombie's head. When a somewhat larger black crystal core emerged, she deftly positioned the knife to roll the core onto its back, effortlessly retrieving it. Upon witnessing this scene, Tian Hu couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive. I never expected that Miss He Ling would dispatch the zombies with such ease," displaying not a hint of fear. After briefly wiping the crude crystal core on the ground, He Ling placed it into her pocket. She then turned and raised her gaze towards Lin Long, who smiled in return. "I am now completely convinced of what He Quan said during your time outdoors. It must have been you who protected your brother." Chapter 232. Late night, as Lin Long, He Ling, and Tian Hu returned to the processing plant. He Quan was already resting contentedly by the bedside. This evening heralded a significant operation, and he needed to conserve his energy and maintain his strength. Upon seeing their return, He Quan promptly flipped over and sat up. Su Jun also approached, filled with anticipation for the small experiment conducted outside. Such exhilarating news could only be proclaimed by Tian Hu, the discoverer of the experiment. When everyone learned that it was possible to summon zombies using this electronic panel device, they were all thrilled. Lin Long hoped that Tian Hu would continue the successful research of the preceding scientist, recording and replicating the zombies' howls, thereby creating additional sound devices capable of controlling audio pitch and wavelength. Should any malfunction occur with this electronic panel, or if it were to be lost, as long as the key technicians of the civilized reconstruction community mastered its core technology, they would not fear such setbacks. Once the good news was announced, Lin Long arranged for everyone to take turns on watch, allowing those who needed rest to continue sleeping in preparation for the night's operation. Around 10 o'clock that evening, Lin Long awoke. He opened his eyes to the pitch-black sky and raised his wrist to check his watch by the faint glow. It was time to get ready. As he sat up, he noticed He Ling, He Quan, Tian Hu, and Su Jun all sitting to one side. They were either nibbling on rations or staring blankly at the night sky. It appeared they had risen earlier than Lin Long. I forgot. They had no watches and were unaware of the time. Fearing they might miss the night, they chose not to continue sleeping. Lin Long smiled slightly, feeling a bit guilty for not having laid down his watch for everyone to see. How have you all rested? He Quan was the first to respond. I've had ample rest. This is the first time I've experienced such sufficient sleep after a year of the apocalypse. He Ling added, Brother Long. After lying down for a bit, I felt a bit feverish and couldn't sleep soundly at all. He Quan chimed in, Brother Long. I just touched my sister's forehead, and it did feel a bit warm. However, she claims she has no other discomfort. I think I must bring some fever-reducing medicine when we enter the Jean family community tonight. Lin Long nodded in agreement. All right, no problem. Just remember to remind me when the time comes. Tian Hu shook his head in frustration. I have no desire to sleep. The mere thought of having a device capable of controlling zombies has me too excited to rest. Moreover, I'm contemplating when I might thoroughly study this device and replicate a couple more spares. Su Jun interjected, Brother Long, I've had enough sleep. After waking, I meticulously wiped the scope of my crossbow, ensuring no smudges remain. Tonight, it must perform as it should. After hearing everyone's responses, Lin Long smiled gently. It is evident that everyone has thoroughly prepared for tonight's endeavor, each brimming with a palpable eagerness. Lin Long remarked, Excellent, it is nearly 10:30. We shall set forth at 11. As customary, let us prioritize personal safety above all else. I reiterate this with utmost emphasis, hoping that you will all remember and not give me cause for concern. Of course, you all recall that I instructed Lao Tian to bring a loudspeaker, correct? Regardless of the outcome, the loudspeaker shall serve as our signal. I firmly believe that even within the confines of the processing plant, our voices will resonate throughout the community. Chapter 233. A sleepless night. As the clock struck 11, Lin Long, He Quan, Tian Hu, and Su Jun emerged from the processing factory. They arrived at the foot of Jinshan, where Su Jun expressed her intention to ascend to the summit to survey the terrain, bidding farewell to Lin Long and the others. As Tian Hu and the others watched Su Jun's solitary figure disappear into the mountain's embrace, he turned to Lin Long and inquired, Shaolin, isn't Su Jun just 9 years old? Are you truly confident in trusting her with the task of observing the community layout from the mountain's peak? Lin Long nodded, replying, Old Tian, Su Jun is no ordinary girl. I have faith in her ability to accomplish the task. Besides, what can be done if I were to worry? It is not necessary for everyone to have constant guidance and supervision. The best growth comes from self-exploration. Tian Hu paused, reflecting on Lin Long's words, and silently nodded in agreement. He felt a resonance with this sentiment. If a child is unwilling to grow, relentless urging will bear no fruit. He remarked, Indeed, you are right. I suppose I must also create more opportunities for Tian Chong and Tian Shi to develop independently in the future. The apocalypse is far from the era of peace. Self-cultivation is of utmost importance. The trio continued their ascent, reaching the great poplar tree halfway up Jinshan. Once more, Lin Long forged ahead, with Tian Hu in the middle and He Quan bringing up the rear. Meanwhile, Jin Dachuan lounged in the chambers of the third lady, indulging in delicious delicacies and consuming wine. The third lady, Jiang Tai, sat beside him, observing as he dined and drank. Both bore furrowed brows, their hearts heavy with concern. After finishing a glass of wine, Jean Dachuan set down his cup, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson as he looked up at Jiang Cisse and asked, Xiao Chui, there is no need for such anxiety. It is futile. If that individual truly poses a threat to me, I believe worrying will not serve us well. In fact, I suspect he may lack the confidence to defeat me and is perhaps waiting for the opportune moment. Boss Jean, Jiang Suitsue interjected, as long as we fail to expose this person, we shall remain in a state of perpetual unease. Do you think this individual could be associated with the Wong community? They have collaborated with us on 1 or 2 occasions, and perhaps someone among them harbors ambitions to seize control of the Jin community. If we send someone to seek assistance from the Wong community, could it inadvertently jeopardize our situation? Jiang Cisse furrowed her brow, contemplating the matter, sensing an underlying complexity. With growing concern, she voiced her apprehensions. Jean Dachuan's eyes narrowed. Jiang Suitsue's words had indeed sparked a realization. Are you suggesting that someone from the Wong community has set their sights on our territory, aiming to usurp my position? He pondered aloud. I too have considered that it is unlikely to involve a rogue with superpowers. It is quite possible that it is indeed a member of the Wong community. If that is the case, what should we do? After a brief pause for contemplation, Jiang Suitsue proposed, Brother Jean, if it is indeed someone from the Wong community plotting against us, the only course of action is for you to personally visit Wang Laoda. I believe he would not encourage his subordinates to engage in such disreputable acts. If the Wong community dares to proceed in this manner, who among the neighboring community teams would still seek Wang Laoda's assistance in the future? I want to visit Wang Laoda. Upon hearing this suggestion, Jean Dachuan let out a slight scoff, expressing his helplessness as he remarked, he is indeed Wang Laoda, not someone whom I, Jean Laoda, can simply pay a visit to. It is essential to find an intermediary. Chapter 234. The mysterious call. As Jean Dachuan and Jiang Suitsue lamented their disappointment, suddenly, the communicator in Jean Dachuan's pocket began to ring. Jean Dachuan furrowed his brow, pondering who could be calling him at such an hour. He gestured for Jiang Suitsue to remain silent before pressing the answer button. Hello, this is Boss Jean. Who am I speaking with? Jean Dachuan inquired. On the other end of the line, there was an unsettling silence. After repeatedly asking for a response, just as he was about to hang up, a voice finally emerged. I am Long Ge, and I am looking for you, Jean Dachuan. The voice was slightly hoarse, reminiscent of a middle-aged man's sorrowful tone. Long Ge. Jean Dachuan's brow knitted tighter. The name felt oddly familiar. After all, in this world, there were many who went by the moniker of Long Ge. In times of peace, names like Ma Long, Lu Long, and Wang Long were abundant. Those with even a modicum of status in society often relished being addressed as Long Ge. Jean Dachuan had previously known 2 individuals by that name, but both had been swiftly consumed by the calamity that had befallen the world, leaving no trace behind. Which Long Ge? Jean Dachuan pressed for clarification. You need not concern yourself with which Long Ge. Just know that I am Long Ge. I demand to see you at the children's room in 10 minutes. Remember, come alone and do not bring any firearms. If you fail to comply with my instructions, I regret to inform you that tonight may become your day of reckoning. No, it shall be the day of reckoning for you and all the women associated with you. A beep signaled the abrupt end of the call. Jean Dachuan was taken aback. The call had been utterly perplexing, delivered in a commanding tone. He glanced at Jiang Suitsue, who, having been so close, must have overheard the entire conversation. Jiang Suitsue furrowed her brow, her curiosity piqued. Boss Jean, do you not recognize anyone by the name of Long Ge? Of course not. The 2 Long Ge I knew have long since perished. It cannot possibly be them. Even if it were, they would not dare to speak to me in such a manner, Jean Dachuan replied, irritation creeping into his voice, feeling Jiang Suitsue's skepticism toward him. Jiang Suitsue considered this and remarked, that is peculiar. If he is not someone you know, could this Long Ge be the masked man who appeared in our community today? Jean Dachuan's head snapped up, disbelief washing over him. No way. Has he infiltrated the Jin community? That cannot be. I have not received any reports from the security personnel. Could he have simply materialized out of thin air? As he reflected on the notion of appearing out of nowhere, a shiver ran down his spine. Indeed, it is rather strange. How could he accomplish such a feat? Could it be that he knows of secret passages? Moreover, does he possess a key? This should not be possible. At that time, I confiscated all the keys. But aside from that, how did he manage to descend from thin air? Jiang Fei reminded him that he had given you 10 minutes. Do you not wish to go and see what the situation is? However, you have consumed alcohol. Can you still go? Jean Dachuan stood up, patting his chest, and assured her, rest assured, this little amount of alcohol is no challenge for me. 10 minutes. How dare he impose a time limit on me? Humph. Am I truly intimidated by him? I shall pay him a visit. Chapter 235. Another urging Jiang Suitsue, noticing Jean Dachuan's sudden temper, stood up and inquired, do you have a gun on you? Wait, have you forgotten? The pistol from today has fallen into the hands of that masked man, hasn't he? Jean Dachuan was taken aback. Indeed, I almost overlooked that. That fellow is now armed. He quickly checked his waist and nodded. Yes, I have a gun as well. Jiang Suitsue approached him, supporting Jean Dachuan, her concern evident. We should send someone to check. If it truly is him, and he has threatened you, what shall we do? Who should I call? Anyone will do. How about calling you? Lu Jia's subordinate, Fan Yu. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Jean Dachuan felt the effects of Jiang Suitsue's words shaking off his intoxication. He nodded in agreement. That works. Notify him immediately. 10 minutes will pass swiftly. Jiang Suitsue replied. I'll take care of it. She moved aside, retrieved her communicator, and dialed Lu Jia's number, relaying Brother Long's orders while altering the identity of the speaker, instructing Yu to act. Upon receiving the message, Lu Jia promptly informed Yu. After concluding that task, Jiang Suitsue contacted several of her close subordinates, urging them to gather at the rear camp quickly, as they had urgent business to attend to that evening. Seated nearby, Jean Dachuan wiped his face, harboring deep resentment towards Brother Long. Yet, he remained oblivious to the true capabilities of his adversary, leaving him engulfed in confusion and anxiety. After a while, as Jiang Suitsue's men had yet to arrive, Jean Dachuan's communicator rang unexpectedly. Startled, he retrieved it and pressed the answer button. Jean Dachuan, are you still planning not to show up? Came the hoarse voice of a middle-aged man through the device. Jean Dachuan hastily replied, I am coming, but I need a moment. Who are you? Have the courage to reveal your name. Jean Dachuan, am not afraid of you. Though he spoke with bravado, he felt an inner uncertainty. On the other end, a faint chuckle echoed, laced with mockery towards Jean Dachuan. Not afraid? Then why aren't you here yet? I already told you, I am Brother Long. Have you developed sudden amnesia? Jean Dachuan, I warn you if I do not see you in 2 minutes. I shall unleash a comprehensive retaliation against you. Just wait. With that, the caller abruptly hung up. Jean Dachuan called out hey, twice, but to no avail. He set down the communicator, feeling increasingly restless. Xiaotsue, I am heading over now. How dare he mock me? This is intolerable. Boss Jean, he is employing a typical provocation tactic. You must not fall for it. Our people are on their way, and this is our territory. Do not allow them to gain the upper hand. Do you understand? Jean Dachuan nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter, yet he expressed his frustration, stating that the pent-up anger was unbearable. I must capture this scoundrel and tear him to shreds. At that moment, 3 subordinates approached, their voices calling out even before they drew near. Jiang smiled gently, giving Jean Dachuan a reassuring pat on the back. There is no need for haste. They have arrived. It is not too late for us to set off now. Do you have any spare firearms? Equip each of them with a weapon. Rest assured, they are trustworthy allies. Chapter 236. Shot. Although Jean Dachuan was reluctant to entrust firearms to the 3 individuals, the urgency of the situation left him with little choice. With a resigned sigh, he approached the drawer in the room. From within his pocket, he retrieved a special key, unlocking the inner safe and extracting 3 handguns. As he handed the pistols to them, he cautioned, you all know how to use a gun, right? Each handgun contains 2 bullets. Remember to handle them with care. The trio nodded in affirmation, acknowledging their understanding of firearm operation. Jean Dachuan then instructed, you will lead the way, and I shall follow closely behind. Let's set off at once. Just as they were about to embark, Jiang interjected, wait a moment. She turned to the slightly stout subordinate in the center. Your silhouette bears the closest resemblance to that of Boss Jean. Once you arrive at your destination, step out first. The two of you shall remain at the side, observing quietly for a while. Of course, should you detect the enemy and require support, do not hesitate to strike immediately. We must subdue this masked individual. Do you understand? In unison, the three replied, "Yes, we understand." With the instructions firmly in place, they proceeded together, with Jean Datrin trailing closely behind. They swiftly arrived at the children's room in Zone B. Following Jiang Suetsue's prior instructions, the slightly stout man positioned himself beneath the children's room. Under the dim light, the atmosphere felt particularly desolate. He glanced around, his demeanor reflecting palpable tension. However, after waiting for 4 to 5 minutes, the stillness around him revealed no signs of life. Jean Datrin, stationed at a distance, grew increasingly impatient as well. Suddenly, the communicator in his pocket vibrated with a distinct intensity. Startled, he quickly retrieved the device, pressed the answer button, and held it to his ear. "Jean Datrin, you truly are a coward. To this day, you have yet to make your presence known. And what purpose does sending one of your subordinates here serve? Are you truly intent on defying my orders?" The familiar voice, laced with the same tone, resonated through the speaker. Jean Datrin immediately realized that this individual seemed to be tracking him. Surely they were nearby. Otherwise, how could they have detected someone impersonating him in the vicinity of the children's room? Lowering his voice, he retorted, "Who do you think you are? Am I obligated to comply simply because you commanded me to come here? Besides, sending one subordinate should be sufficient respect for you." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from his side. An agonizing shriek escaped Jean Datrin's lips. A powerful crossbow bolt had struck his right calf, blood gushing forth and staining his trousers. The communicator slipped from his right hand and fell to the ground. The three individuals, anxiously scanning their surroundings without catching a glimpse of the enemy, were suddenly startled by the voice of Jean Lauda. This unexpected occurrence took them by surprise. Jean Datrin swiftly moved his right hand toward his waist, realizing that he had fallen into a trap. It was evident that someone was lurking nearby, having called him, and the moment he answered, he unwittingly revealed his own position. Chapter 237. A little surprised Lin Long and He Quan moved swiftly, emerging from the women's bathing area and heading directly towards the abandoned materials zone of the research team, not far ahead. On the way, Tian, who had once again elaborated on the specific location to Lin Long. At the outset of their mission, both Lin Long and He Quan had consumed a honey crystal core, which, upon ingestion, filled them with an overwhelming surge of energy. With several rapid strides, they dashed forward and soon reached the exterior of the research facility. Initially, Lin Long intentionally slowed his pace, glancing back at He Quan. Upon observing, he realized that He Quan's speed was hardly inferior to his own. Reassured by this, Lin Long acknowledged He Quan's remarkable abilities. Thud! They landed against the wall ahead, with Lin Long momentarily catching his breath while He Quan appeared unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue. Taking a moment to rest, He Quan turned to Lin Long and said, "Brother Long, tonight I have a little surprise for you." Lin Long smiled and inquired, "A little surprise? What kind of surprise?" He Quan, with a mysterious grin, replied, "I can't tell you just yet. Let us first retrieve the loudspeaker and then return. You'll see." Not wanting to press further, Lin Long responded, "All right. I hope it's genuinely a little surprise and not a little scare." He Quan assured him it shouldn't be. Having known each other for some time, their banter felt natural. As they proceeded tonight, they noticed an increased presence of patrolling personnel within the community. However, it was evident that these individuals were merely going through the motions, their pace brisk as if they feared lingering even for a moment. Lin Long and He Quan successfully reached the exterior of the research facility, peering inside. At that moment, the interior was completely dark, enveloped in an eerie silence. Lin Long smiled slightly and nodded, remarking, "The initial phase of tonight's operation seems to be going smoothly." With that, he swiftly slipped inside, followed closely by He Quan. The research facility was vast, divided into numerous areas. According to Tian, whose previous description, the so-called waste zone should be located at the far end of the first floor. Adjacent to it was the temporary resting area for the research staff, from which Lin Long and He Quan would retrieve Tian Hu. However, this research building was a first for them. Lin Long mused aloud. Strange, this facility, being one of the important zones, is surprisingly unlocked. He Quan whispered, Brother Long, have you forgotten something? At He Quan's remark, Lin Long pondered for a moment and quickly grasped the implication. He asked, are you suggesting that those 3 supporters opened the door for us? He Quan chuckled and nodded. Exactly. Moreover, based on my discussions with Zhang Shan, our supporters within the research team have now expanded to several additional individuals. It is these people who are covertly assisting our mission. Is this what you meant by a little surprise? He Quan smiled and shook his head, denying no, not yet. This is not the delightful surprise I wish to share with you. Rest assured, at the appropriate moment, I shall reveal it to you. Gulme, let us retrieve the trumpet before we continue our conversation. Lin Long nodded. All right, it seems that what you have in mind might not merely be a small surprise. It should be a grand revelation. Chapter 238. The sound of screams. Lin Long and He Quan navigated the first floor of the research group, successfully altering their course to arrive at the central waste area. Before them lay 2 discarded open speakers. He Quan stepped forward, lifting one with his right hand, scrutinizing it carefully. Indeed, it was a convenient device that could be activated with batteries. Lin Long picked up the other speaker, and, after a brief examination, he discerned its hidden purpose. With a smile, he inquired, Lil He, these 2 ready-made speakers, they surely weren't placed here by accident, were they? He Quan nodded affirmatively. Yes, they were intentionally left here. Lin Long, seemingly accustomed to the surprises brought by He Quan, smiled with satisfaction. He donned the speaker, called out to He Quan, and together they turned towards the female bathing area. Along the way, they adeptly evaded patrolling personnel and returned to the entrance of the underground passage. Upon handing one of the speakers to Tian Hu, Lin Long reminded him, Old Tian, remember the passphrase. If I start making a scene in the community with the speaker, you can coordinate with me from outside. Tian Hu acknowledged, understood, you all stay safe, I'll head out now. After receiving the speaker, he turned towards the exit of Jinshan. Lin Long concealed the remaining open speaker in a small room outside the bathing area, planning to retrieve it later after their operation proceeded smoothly. He then asked, Little He, are you prepared? I'm about to contact Xiao Jun and then launch a surprise attack on Boss Jean in Area A, Brother Long. Perhaps we even need to enter Area A to ambush Boss Jean. Oh, Lin Long responded with a face full of intrigue. He soon realized, asking, I see. Little He, your little surprise must be this, luring Boss Jean to Area B to face our retribution. What have you done to the research group members? It's quite simple. I threatened them. However, Brother Long, I must clarify beforehand that I hope you hold it against me. Go on, if it leads to a favorable outcome. I certainly blame you. Well, I had the researchers issue your name, threatening Jean Dachuan to come to Area B. There was no other way. This was the only method to capture Jean Dachuan's attention and make him believe it was genuine enough to warrant his presence. Upon hearing this, Lin Long understood it was merely a minor matter. He maintained his composure, smiling gently, no worries. As long as we can draw Jean Dachuan to Area B, using my name is inconsequential. For the time being, Lin Long and He Quan refrained from returning to the research group. Lin Long retrieved his communicator and contacted Su Jun, confirming that she had successfully seized a lookout position at the summit of Jinshan and was now observing the eastern flank of Area B with the sighting scope of a crossbow. Su Jun informed Lin Long that, upon her preliminary observation, that particular vantage point indeed provided the most convenient and secure route for traversal. Lin Long nodded in acknowledgement, reminding Su Jun to prioritize her safety, and assured her that he and He Quan would contact her once they reached the upper level in that direction. Lin Long hung up the communicator and turned to glance at He Quan. You mentioned that the research team is already prepared. Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling scream abruptly pierced the night from the right side of Zone B, specifically from the lower level of the children's room. The sound erupted suddenly, shattering the stillness of the night, and was indeed quite terrifying. What was more alarming was that the voice was hauntingly familiar. Chapter 239. The sudden gunfire. Lin Long and He Quan exchanged a glance, and He Quan immediately smiled. Brother Long, did you hear that? Jean Dachuan let out a terrible scream. Of course I heard it. Let us go see what is happening. Lin Long took the lead and turned towards the entrance of the children's room. Jean Dachuan swiftly drew his firearm from his waist, shouting, "Come help me." The three men, indeed loyal subordinates, immediately turned and rushed to surround Jean Dachuan. In unison, they drew their weapons, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. They were not only tasked with safeguarding Jean Dachuan's safety, but also with protecting themselves. "Brother Jean, are you all right? Your right foot?" The first to arrive noticed the injury on Jean Dachuan's right foot, crimson liquid seeping from his calf. It was evident that his wound was severe. Jean Dachuan gritted his teeth, leaning slightly towards the young man beside him, struggling to maintain his composure. "I'm fine, I can hold on. Get me out of here. You two, remain alert. The assailant who shot at me must be close." In an instant, Jean Dachuan understood. The individual who appeared in the community today had stolen firearms. If it was indeed him here, then his injury could not have been caused by an arrow. It was highly likely to be a gunshot wound. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that the person lurking in the shadows was not the masked man. If it wasn't he the masked man, then who could it be? The thought was chilling. Jean Dachuan had ample reason to suspect that the one who shot him was an insider within the Jean community. Yes, there was a traitor. Given how that man could appear seemingly out of nowhere, only an insider could facilitate such ease of movement. Jean Dachuan clenched his teeth in determination. Once he returned, he would unearth the traitor from Area B. How dare they conspire with outsiders to ambush me? It was utterly intolerable. However, before he could escape the scene, the subordinate on his left, who was surveying the area, was struck by an arrow. The projectile hit his right hand, and he let out a pained cry. With a loud crack, his grip loosened, and the firearm clattered to the ground. The sound of the weapon hitting the floor reverberated, causing it to discharge accidentally, the bullet striking a nearby wall. In the stillness of the night, the initial scream had already been shocking, but the sudden gunfire sent a wave of panic through the community. The inevitable had arrived. Escape was no longer an option. Hequan and Lin Long were equally startled by the gunfire. In unison, they reached for their handguns, proceeding cautiously until they arrived at the side wall of the children's room. Lin Long peeked around the corner, his eyes widening as he caught sight of Jean Dachuan, who whispered furiously, "Quick, grab the handgun. We must retreat immediately. These bastards are hiding in the shadows. We cannot see them, so we must evade." The generals immediately nodded in agreement, understood. Suddenly, a cold arrow whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Jean Dachuan's forehead. Jean Dachuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Under the dim light of the night, a faint glimmer reflected off the arrow's feather. Seizing this moment of illumination, Jean Dachuan swiftly discerned the trajectory of the arrow. Without hesitation, he lowered his head, narrowly evading the deadly projectile. Chapter 240. Sudden assault. Simultaneously, Jean Dachuan raised his pistol, aiming at the window of the children's room on the second floor, firing 2 consecutive shots while shouting, "I see you. You're right there." A chilling scream echoed from the children's room above, as someone fell to the ground, struck by a bullet. Lin Long and Hequan, witnessing this, were momentarily taken aback. "This is bad. One of the supporters from the research team has been hit." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Long urged Hequan, "We must act together to eliminate those around Jean Dachuan. Someone is coming in. Someone is coming in." The gunfire had already alerted the patrolling personnel. Finally, a voice rang out, raising the alarm. Instantly, the entire block B erupted into chaos, teeming with commotion. In such tumultuous circumstances, Lin Long knew he had to complete the mission as swiftly as possible. The most effective strategy for accomplishing the task was to capture the leader to ensnare the followers. Hequan nodded in agreement, and together, they emerged from the corner of the building, raising their weapons to target those surrounding Jean Dachuan. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted, as Lin Long and Hequan successfully struck the arms of 2 of Jean Dachuan's commanders. They screamed in agony, dropping their pistols and clutching their wounded limbs. Unbeknownst to them, Jean Dachuan's men had turned their guns towards the children's room, completely unprepared for Lin Long and Hequan's sudden and lethal assault from the shadows. Upon hearing the gunfire from around the corner, Jean Dachuan was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? How did another group emerge?" Caught in a pincer movement, they were certainly outmatched. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Jean Dachuan shouted in a panic. The pistol Lin Long held was one he had picked up in the church, containing only one bullet. After firing, he had pulled the trigger again, producing 2 clicks of empty chambers without discharging any rounds. Lin Long, quick-witted, noticed 2 handguns that had fallen to the ground. Raising his right hand, he glanced at his watch. It was already a minute past midnight. The opportunity from the cheating system has arrived. He took the initiative, advising He Quan, "Wait until you have a clear shot before firing. I'm going to grab another pistol." He Quan was momentarily stunned. Is he really going to rush into the enemy's midst? Did he not see that Jean Dachuan and his remaining commander still had their weapons drawn? Regardless of how formidable Lin Long's abilities were, he could not possibly prevail against firearms. This thought flashed through He Quan's mind, but he quickly realized the importance of assisting and protecting Lin Long's safety. He Quan dashed forward, briefly assessing the positions of Jean Dachuan and the remaining commander before pulling the trigger, firing 2 shots in rapid succession. As Jean Dachuan saw Lin Long charging towards him, he immediately raised his weapon, aiming directly at Lin Long. Jean Dachuan bellowed furiously, "You bastard! How dare you come before me? I shall obliterate you!" Lin Long, witnessing this scene, gently closed his eyes and swiftly activated the cheating system. 3. As the numbers resonated, before the system's announcer could pose a query, Lin Long resolutely declared, "Shift left by 1 meter." Upon reopening his eyes, he distinctly sensed a fierce gust of wind rushing past his ear. It was the sound of a bullet slicing through the air. Jean Dachuan's eyes widened in terror as he gazed incredulously at the unfolding spectacle before him. Chapter 241. Confrontation. Jean Dachuan observed closely and, upon spotting the enemy's silhouette, fired 2 shots in quick succession. According to his calculations, these shots should have struck the adversary's shoulder or arm. However, the enemy, suspended in midair, was astonishingly able to maneuver sideways. Moreover, the speed of this movement was swifter than that of the bullets. Was this truly a human being? Jean Dachuan furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "How did you evade the bullets?" Meanwhile, Lin Long, having activated his cheat system, opened his eyes to behold the expression of sheer terror on Jean Dachuan's face. Without hesitation, Lin Long dashed towards Jean Dachuan, bending low to swiftly retrieve a handgun from the ground. Observing the speed at which this individual ran, Jean Dachuan realized that this was indeed the superhuman he had encountered in broad daylight. A sudden chill gripped his heart, and an ominous premonition arose within him. Lin Long then raised the handgun, aiming it at Jean Dachuan's bewildered subordinate, and fired a shot that struck the latter's calf, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Upon witnessing this, Jean Dachuan felt a slight relief and quickly aimed his own handgun at Lin Long, shouting, "Your gun only has 2 bullets, and you've already used them up." Bang! He fired at Lin Long. However, Lin Long had already closed the distance and was not one to allow Jean Dachuan to strike first. After firing, he shot at the ground beside Jean Dachuan's feet, realizing immediately that his firearm was devoid of ammunition. Acting decisively, he pushed off the ground lightly and leapt into the air. Jean Dachuan's shot missed Lin Long, veering off course and creating a small crater in the earth below. As Lin Long leapt, he executed a sweeping kick with his right foot, landing a blow on Jean Dachuan's right hand. Taken by surprise, Jean Dachuan lost his grip on the gun, which clattered to the ground. With a startled exclamation, he stepped back, realizing the weapon had fallen too far away for him to retrieve. He thought to himself, "This fellow seems quite skilled. Could I truly be his match?" Lin Long landed deftly, flexing his arms, producing a series of soft cracks from his joints. He then rolled his neck and, with a smile directed at Jean Dachuan, remarked, "Did you not expect this, Jean Dachuan?" With that, he abruptly lifted his right foot and aimed another kick at Jean Dachuan. The 3 subordinates who had accompanied Jean Dachuan were all injured, lying on the ground and groaning, unable to assist him. Although Jean Dachuan's right foot was wounded, his skills remained formidable. He extended his hands to deflect Lin Long's kick. Subsequently, he warmed up, preparing himself for combat. "So you're the infamous Longa?" Jean Dachuan inquired, astonished to learn that he had nurtured traitors within his own community. Lin Long first raised his right hand, signaling He Quan and the supporters of scientific research to refrain from firing or launching any projectiles for the time being, as he wished to engage in a conversation with Jean Dachuan. Meanwhile, Jean Dachuan, glancing around cautiously, bore the pain of his injured right foot while constantly observing his surroundings. Lin Long declared, "I am indeed the true Dragon Brother. Allow me to remind you that it is not I who foster traitors within the community, but rather those individuals of a somewhat righteous nature who oppose your tyranny. Do you still believe this community is your personal possession?" Chapter 242. Confrontation. Jean Dachuan raised his head, exuding an air of superiority as he faced Lin Long. With a tone laced with disdain, he declared, "A traitor is a traitor. What justification is there to discuss? My tyranny? Oomph. If it weren't for me, Jean Dachuan, many within this community would have become vagrants, and even more might have devolved into zombies. It is I, Jean Dachuan, who constructed this high wall to keep the zombies at bay and restored civilized society." As he spoke, his expression was one of smug self-satisfaction. He paid no heed to notions of private property, firmly believing that he had founded the Jean community and saved countless lives, thus positioning himself as their savior. Lin Long interrupted his monologue with a scoff, retorting, "In your mind, do they owe you gratitude? So, they have become your personal property? You assume they should owe you loyalty? It seems you have forgotten one crucial fact. They possess the right to choose. The favor you claim to have bestowed upon them has been repaid in full under your tyrannical rule." At that moment, the community's patrol team arrived en masse at the scene. Armed with either clubs or long knives, they dared only to observe from a distance, unwilling to approach. After all, they had just heard the echo of gunfire from the earlier confrontation. The two individuals at the forefront were armed with firearms. How could their rudimentary weapons hope to contend with such firepower? Even if they were to protect the venerable Jean, their foremost concern was their own lives. Thus far, no member of the community had shown the courage to step forward for Jean Dachuan. Casting a glance around, Jean Dachuan noticed the hesitance of those around him and felt a surge of anger. "Cowards, you fear for your lives," he bellowed. "I shall manage my community as I see fit, and how I treat the survivors within it is none of your concern. You are an outsider with no right to interfere in my affairs. Moreover, who do you think you are? A savior, perhaps? Do not presume that I cannot see through your facade of benevolence." Lin Long's expression hardened as he flexed his arms, feeling that conversing with this man was a futile endeavor. He resolved that since this individual was so obstinate, the only remedy would be to teach him a lesson with his fists. "Do not act just yet." Jean Dachuan seemed to sense Lin Long's rising impulse and quickly raised his right hand to signal pause. "I admit, you possess some skill and are a typical superhuman. If you lack something, I might consider providing it to you. However, I reiterate, I do not wish for you to meddle in the internal matters of the Jean community." Lin Long shook his head and sighed. "I'm afraid I cannot agree with a single word you've said. How do you propose we resolve this conflict?" Jean Dachuan was taken aback, realizing that Lin Long was deliberately provoking him. He raised his hand to interject, saying, "Do you not perceive that engaging in combat with me at this moment places me at a considerable disadvantage? Although I possess extraordinary abilities, my right foot is injured, rendering me somewhat immobile. To adopt a more heroic stance, I propose that you allow me the time to recuperate before we determine our victor. Furthermore, I would like to point out that all of our respective allies are gathered here. I can solemnly vow to you that, should you grant me a mere 2 days to heal, I shall be fully prepared to welcome your esteemed presence at any time." Chapter 243. Is it now all right? Lin Long chuckled, finding Jean Dachuan exceedingly humorous. At this moment, He Quan appeared somewhat anxious, lurking at the side, one hand wielding a firearm while remaining vigilant to any changes in his surroundings. The two individuals before them were the leaders of two respective communities. Although the civil reconstruction community was merely a title Lin Long had verbally declared, with its membership comprising a mere 7 individuals, 3 of whom were children, it could still be considered a community, and Lin Long was indeed a leader. He Quan was also curious about what a confrontation between 2 superhuman beings would entail. However, upon hearing Jean Dachuan claim to be injured, he felt a surge of disappointment. He couldn't help but wonder what strategy Brother Long would employ against the wounded Jean Dachuan. Of course, Quan was also keenly observing the surroundings. Should anyone dare to launch a surprise attack on Brother Long, he would not hesitate to use his handgun to ensure the assailant met their fate. Lin Long, after a moment of reflection, countered, Jean Dachuan, you are a superhuman. Are you not? If my assumptions are correct, the honey-infused crystal core possesses healing properties. Do you believe your minor injuries will have any bearing? Furthermore, as the doors and windows are now wide open, you have witnessed that there are members of your community who have pledged allegiance to me. I have afforded you time. Is it not to deal with them? Jean Dachuan thumped his chest, speaking with unwavering conviction. Rest assured, I can guarantee that given the time to recuperate, I shall hold no grievances against them. I will not lay blame upon them. Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing sound of an arrow slicing through the air shattered the silence, hurtling directly towards Lin Long whoosh. As the arrow approached, Lin Long heard the whistle of the projectile. Yet, the speed at which it came rendered immediate evasion impossible. With a swift thud, an arrow struck his right calf. As Lin Long felt his leg weaken, he noticed an alarming amount of blood gushing from the wound. His brow furrowed, and his heart sank as he surveyed his surroundings. A glance revealed that the patrolling personnel instinctively took a small step back, unwilling to meet Lin Long's gaze directly. Quan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had been vigilant, monitoring both sides, yet he had detected no one launching a covert attack. How had the arrow found its way to Brother Long's leg? Damn it, hadn't he resolved to protect Brother Long? Yet, the enemy had still found an opening. Lin Long raised his right hand and swiftly extracted the arrow from his leg. He then retrieved a vial of crystal core pills from his pocket, poured one into his mouth, and swallowed it. Kneeling down, he hastily bandaged the wound. In the next moment, he felt the injury on his right leg begin to heal gradually, as if the muscles were knitting together. Lin Long addressed Jean Dachuan. You see, I too have been wounded. Jean Dachuan was momentarily taken aback by the scene, turning his gaze about in search of the loyal individual who was assisting in confronting the adversary. However, Jean Dachuan gazed for a long while, the surroundings enveloped in silence. Yet he discerned no trace of any presence. With a choked sob, he bitterly nodded, acknowledging the peculiarity of not knowing who had struck. Lin Long pondered. How strange. Who could have shot an arrow at me? Once this matter concludes, I shall inquire further. Lin Long possessed an instinctive feeling. The assailant who had just released the covert arrow was not among the patrolling soldiers surrounding them. Their expressions revealed a distinct lack of audacity. Shaking his head, Lin Long remarked, Someone has begun to shield you from the shadows. Therefore, it seems prudent for us to resolve our affairs with haste. Now, shall we engage in a duel? Rising to his feet, Lin Long endeavored to shift his weight predominantly onto his left foot. Chapter 244. Who is more ruthless? Lin Long had barely prepared himself when he heard Jean Dachuan shout loudly and charge forward with great speed. Bang! Their fists collided in midair, and Lin Long felt a powerful force of compression emanating from directly in front of him. Caught off guard, he quickly retreated, taking 3 large steps back. This fellow is indeed ferocious. His initial punch carries an overwhelming force, as if infused with 1,000 pounds of pressure. Having succeeded in his first strike, Jean Dachuan steadied himself, a cold smirk curling on his lips. Young man, let us establish a rule. Our duel must be witnessed by the surrounding spectators. Regardless of the outcome, they shall not interfere with our confrontation. What do you say? Lin Long realized he had been unprepared and had been caught off guard by the opponent's sneak attack. However, he believed that in a genuine confrontation, he would not necessarily be defeated. You must first ensure that your side refrains from interfering in our duel. As for my side, I think it is unnecessary, for there are only 2 or 3 of us here, and they're already aware of the situation. Jean Dachuan smiled confidently, nodding in agreement. Very well. He then turned to face the onlookers and declared loudly, I, Jean Dachuan, reiterate that this is a fair one-on-one duel between myself and Long Ge. No one is allowed to intervene without my permission. Anyone caught violating this will be expelled from the community, left to fend for themselves. Once he finished speaking, Jean Dachuan turned back to Lin Long with a smile and said, Is this acceptable? You really don't need to elaborate further. If anyone from your side commits a foul, it will signify your defeat. The loser must leave the Jean community, and all your supporters will return to my community. You have no objections to this condition, I trust? The conditions proposed by Jean Dachuan were quite astute. Firstly, he did not dare to provoke Long Ge, as he was uncertain of his identity and background. If Long Ge were indeed affiliated with the Wong community, he would not want to offend such an organization. Secondly, should Long Ge be defeated, he would have to vacate the Jean community's territory and hand over the traitors to Jean Dachuan for retribution. A defeated individual could not take his followers with him. He must settle accounts with these traitors afterward. Otherwise, his standing within the Jean community would undoubtedly plummet. Lin Long chuckled softly, recognizing Jean Dachuan's unwavering confidence in his impending victory. He mused inwardly, "No matter how well you have calculated your strategies, I shall not allow you to have your way." With his head held high, Lin Long responded generously and audibly, "I accept your terms. However, I have yet to mention what will happen if you are the one to be defeated. Should you find yourself defeated, I shall present you with two pathways. The first option entails your submission as my subordinate, during which I shall revoke all your privileges within the Jean clan community and subject you to a public trial by all members of the community. Regardless of the trial's outcome, you must accept it unconditionally. As for the second option, it is rather straightforward. You shall gather your belongings and depart from the Jean clan community. However, I must emphasize one crucial point. The resolution of our duel shall be determined only when one of us raises their hands above their head or vocally surrenders. If neither of these scenarios occurs, then the sole criterion for victory or defeat shall hinge upon the loss of life. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing this, Jean Dachuan felt a jolt in his heart. Goodness, why does it seem that this individual's words are even more ruthless? Chapter 245. Master of Learning. The corner of Jean Dachuan's mouth twitched slightly, clearly revealing his hesitation as he pondered the pros and cons of the situation. Lin Long offered a faint smile and inquired, "What seems to be the issue? Do you have any lingering concerns?" Jean Dachuan awkwardly chuckled, steeling himself before nodding in agreement. "Yes, I accept your proposal. We shall use the criteria you mentioned earlier to determine the victor of our duel. Furthermore, I would like to add some constraints to our confrontation. Firstly, the duel must take place within a 100-meter radius from our established positions. Any departure from this area will result in defeat. Secondly, neither party may employ firearms or bladed weapons. It shall be a test of hand-to-hand combat. Lastly, no external assistance is permitted. It will be a contest solely between the two of us." As he articulated these rules, Jean Dachuan scrutinized Lin Long from head to toe. He believed that, in terms of physical strength, Lin Long would not be his equal. Hand-to-hand combat, after all, was his forte. Lin Long, without much contemplation, smiled and replied, "Excellent. To be honest, had you not mentioned these restrictions, I would have proposed them myself. I fully concur with these three conditions." Just as Lin Long finished speaking, Jean Dachuan seized the initiative, swinging his fist towards Lin Long while shouting, "Begin!" Lin Long, having anticipated this sneak attack, quickly retreated the moment he observed Jean Dachuan make his first move. With two thuds, Jean Dachuan's punches missed their mark. In truth, Lin Long approached combat skills with the demeanor of a novice. He suspected that Jean Dachuan's stringent conditions stemmed from a perceived advantage. Until he could ascertain his opponent's capabilities, he resolved to refrain from counterattacking. Jean Dachuan took a small step back, his contempt for Lin Long growing. Simply evading. It appears you're indeed no match for me." Jean Dachuan chuckled derisively, taunting, "Can you not face me openly? Your constant dodging is quite unbecoming." Seizing the opportunity presented by Jean Dachuan's jest, Lin Long suddenly closed the distance, darting towards him with rapidity. Indeed, this surprise attack was inspired by Jean Dachuan's earlier maneuver. With his right hand forming a fist, Lin Long aimed accurately at Jean Dachuan's nose, landing a solid blow. Taken by surprise, Jean Dachuan staggered backward, a piercing pain radiating from his head throughout his body, leaving him feeling utterly distressed. Without missing a beat, Lin Long swiftly transitioned his hands, delivering another powerful punch to Jean Dachuan's cheek. With a resounding thud, Jean Dachuan, eyes shut in pain, felt his entire body topple toward the ground. In this initial, straightforward confrontation, Lin Long, through a succession of surprise attacks, successfully brought the imposing and seemingly formidable Jean Dachuan crashing to the floor. spitting blood onto the ground. Jean Dachuan hastily wiped his nose with his hand, unsteadily rising to his feet. Lin Long chuckled softly, his tone laced with irony. "What has come over you, Jean Dachuan? Are you truly so careless?" As he uttered these words, a warm sensation surged from his abdomen, coursing through his limbs and meridians, an instantaneous explosion of vitality. Indeed, this must be the effect of the honey-infused crystal core he had consumed. Lin Long felt an overwhelming surge of strength, emboldening him to confront the formidable Jean Dachuan with newfound confidence. Jean Dachuan wiped his mouth, casting a look of incredulity towards Lin Long. He was no fool. He had begun to grasp the nuances of this encounter. This fellow possessed a remarkable capacity for imitation. The technique that had injured him was none other than a replication of his own recent movements. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent. Chapter 246. Unbelievable Jean Dachuan harbored a profound disdain for being underestimated. Upon witnessing the wicked smile of Lin Long, his brow furrowed, and a surge of anger ignited within him. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a slightly larger honey-infused crystal core, which he placed in his mouth. With a huff, he declared, "Though I inadvertently fell for your trick earlier, it does not imply that you can defeat me. I am now prepared to unleash my true abilities. I advise you to be cautious and brace yourself." This proclamation was merely a self-encouragement for Jean Dachuan. Having spoken, he swiftly charged forward, closing the distance to Lin Long. In response, Lin Long chuckled and retreated just as Jean Dachuan was about to reach him. Jean Dachuan's strike missed its mark, but in the process, his right foot collided with an object on the ground, producing a resounding thud. He looked down, and a flicker of anxiety crossed his face. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a handgun, specifically the one that had been dropped by one of the three generals moments earlier. Whether it was loaded remained uncertain. Lin Long, not far from him, observed the situation with keen awareness. "I say, Jean Dachuan, you wouldn't contemplate resorting to a firearm, would you? There is something on the ground that could tempt you to break the rules, but I hope you maintain your composure and avoid any deliberate infractions. Do you understand?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Quan had sensed the escalating tension. He promptly secured his weapon, his expression tense as he kept a watchful eye on Jean Dachuan. If Jean Dachuan dared to bend down to retrieve the gun, Quan would not hesitate to protect Lin Long's safety by firing a bullet. Jean Dachuan did not make a move to pick up the gun. Instead, he scanned his surroundings. Since he and Lin Long had loudly declared the rules of their duel to those around, the individuals who had previously aided him in ambushing Lin Long had seemingly vanished. It appeared that once the rules were established, the onlookers had opted to observe the unfolding drama in silence. Any reckless breach of the rules could potentially invite retaliation from Lin Long supporters. During a scan, Jean Dachuan quickly spotted the glint of a dark muzzle. Without a second thought, he lifted his right foot and forcefully kicked downward. With a sharp sound, the handgun slid away from his foot, landing in an open area diagonally across from him. "Since I have stated the rules, I must adhere to them," he thought, temporarily discarding the firearm. Nevertheless, he was preparing for his impending actions. He needed to remember the gun's location, as he might have to retrieve it for a counterattack. Lin Long smiled and, in the next moment, charged towards Jean Dachuan. This time, neither party harbored intentions of ambush. It was a genuine duel. The distance between them dwindled. As they drew closer, Lin Long's pupils constricted. He perceived that after consuming the crystal core, Jean Dachuan's pain seemed to have subsided, and his previously unsteady gait had significantly improved. With a swift motion, Jean Dachuan swung his fist directly towards Lin Long's face. Lin Long lowered his head and swiftly turned his body, deftly evading Jean Dachuan's frontal assault. Simultaneously, as he slipped away, he executed a quick pivot and leaped, aiming for the vulnerable area of Jean Dachuan's neck. Thud! This maneuver was entirely instinctual, inspired by previous cinematic portrayals. To his surprise, it landed successfully. Jean Dachuan cried out in agony as he sustained an injury to his neck. With unsteady footing, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 247. The adamant body. Lin Long chuckled, having nearly forgotten the pain in his injured right foot after his recent leap into the air. It was only upon his descent that he felt a piercing agony radiating from his foot. He quickly adjusted his center of gravity to stabilize himself, who had nearly toppled due to the pain. With a sly grin, Lin Long retorted, "Jean Dachuan, so it's this simple to strike someone, huh?" Jean Dachuan struggled to rise from the ground, his right hand moving to caress his neck. The force of the blow had left his neck bruised and swollen. This fellow seemed to possess strength comparable to his own. How peculiar! Had he truly outmatched him? Jean Dachuan then retrieved 2 crystal nuclei from his pocket and, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed them whole. Lin Long was momentarily taken aback. Is it possible? This guy just consumed a crystal nucleus. It couldn't have fully dissolved yet. In merely a few minutes, he ingested 2 more? Aren't there prohibitions against consuming honeyed crystal nuclei? How can he disregard them so nonchalantly? Crack! In the next instant, Lin Long distinctly heard a sharp cracking sound emanating from Jean Dachuan's lower body. Immediately after, a satisfied smile crept across Jean Dachuan's face. He raised his right hand above his head and casually patted his right foot. Then, bending down, he unwrapped the cloth binding his injury. Lin Long was left astounded at this spectacle. No way, his arrow wound has healed. It has barely been 10 minutes. Could this truly be the miraculous effect of consuming 2 honeyed crystal nuclei? Jean Dachuan thumped his chest, inhaled deeply, and then met Lin Long's gaze with a grin, declaring, "Kid, you stand no chance against me. I'll let you have a few moments earlier, so don't get too cocky." Lin Long, unable to decipher Jean Dachuan's intentions, crouched slightly, watching his every move with keen interest. It was evident that the consecutive ingestion of 2 honeyed crystal nuclei had enhanced his physical abilities. However, he couldn't believe that such a substantial intake would come without any side effects. In the next moment, Jean Dachuan charged towards Lin Long. Lin Long focused on Jean Dachuan's chest, recalling how he had previously attacked his nose and neck, which seemed to have had little effect. This time, he aimed to deliver a heavy blow to his torso and see what results it would yield. Bang! The 2 collided midair once more. Lin Long deftly evaded Jean Dachuan's assault, curling his right arm and driving his elbow forcefully into Jean Dachuan's chest. To his surprise, it felt as if he had struck solid steel. The recoil from Jean Dachuan's chest reverberated through Lin Long's arm. This attack not only failed to produce the desired outcome, but inflicted a slight injury upon him instead. Jean Dachuan chuckled, wrapping his arms around Lin Long, exclaiming, "I am the adamantine body. You cannot touch me. I will crush you right here." With that, he tightened his embrace, swiftly reducing the space around them. Lin Long found himself ensconced in the embrace of this individual, struggling in vain to extricate himself. He lifted his head, fixing his gaze upon the other SIs. With a scoff, Lin Long declared his disbelief in the invulnerability of the so-called indestructible body, asserting that even the eyes could not be impervious. With that, he raised his right hand and lunged towards Jean Dachuan's eyes. Upon witnessing this, Jean Dachuan's expression shifted dramatically, terror etched across his face. Chapter 248. Request for a break. As Lin Long reached towards Jean Dachuan's eyes, the latter hurriedly released his grip. In an instant, all the pressure exerted vanished. After freeing himself, Lin Long employed both hands once more to strike at Jean Dachuan's chest. This time, he distinctly sensed that the formidable resilience he had encountered earlier had completely dissipated. With a thud, Jean Dachuan staggered back, a wave of discomfort sweeping through his abdomen, prompting him to expel a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm. His face turned as pale as a sheet, and he stared in disbelief at his own hands. Shortly after, he lifted his gaze and shouted at Lin Long, "No, you have destroyed my indestructible body." Lin Long, utterly oblivious to the notion of an indestructible body, felt somewhat bewildered by Jean Dachuan's outburst. "What? You destroyed it? How can you place the blame on me? What indestructible body? Have you forgotten that we are in the midst of a duel?" Lin Long gently rubbed his injured right foot, allowing it to heal slightly, and continued nevertheless. "I must admit, your body was indeed remarkably tough. Had you not claimed it was invincible, I would never have guessed." Without granting Jean Dachuan a moment to ponder, Lin Long seized the opportunity amidst his opponent's confusion, darting forward with swift determination. He swung his fists with vigor, aiming directly at Jean Dachuan's form. Jean Dachuan hastily raised his hands in defense, Yet Lin Long's strength proved overwhelming, rendering Jean Dachuan's efforts futile. With a series of thuds, Jean Dachuan stumbled, retreating 2 large steps before losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the pain in his right foot returned with a vengeance. Lin Long, having sensed Jean Dachuan's evident weakness, seized the moment and inquired, "Oh, why did you not evade? Can you still fight now?" Jean Dachuan gritted his teeth, asserting, "Our contest is not yet concluded. The outcome remains uncertain. However, I require a brief respite before we continue. Is that acceptable?" Lin Long was taken aback, unable to fathom that his opponent would make such an unreasonable request. Did Jean Dachuan truly perceive this confrontation as a legitimate tournament? Fearing that Lin Long might refuse his plea for a break, Jean Dachuan raised a finger, reassuring, "Rest assured, it will only be 10 minutes. It will pass swiftly." Lin Long, astonished, retorted, "You need 10 minutes? Surely not. This is a life and death battle between us. How can we pause? If you wish to rest, you may just concede." Lin Long had no intention of permitting a respite, pressing on with an imposing demeanor. "Humph. If you wish to rest, concede first, and then you may rest however you please." Without losing face at this critical juncture, Jean Dachuan was momentarily stunned, realizing that his opponent would not grant him a moment's reprieve. Indeed, in such a decisive contest, how could any breaks be permitted? If it were him, he would temporarily claim victory in the initial phase of the duel, denying the opponent any opportunity to rest and turn the tide. His complexion appeared even more pallid as he weakly uttered, "Just 1 minute. Surely that is acceptable?" Lin Long was uncertain as to why he sought a brief respite, but upon reflecting on his previous actions, it was evident that they were likely connected to the damage sustained by his formidable physique. What if, after this minute, he regained his strength? Wouldn't he that merely complicate matters for himself? With a darkened expression, Lin Long resolutely stated, "I do not care whether you rest or not. In the next moment, I shall continue my assault." Chapter 249. The violator having concluded his speech, Lin Long rushed toward Jean Dachuan, fully prepared to unleash a powerful kick with his left foot. Jean Dachuan momentarily froze, a sense of urgency washing over him. It was as if this man had discerned some hidden strategy, denying him any respite. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jean Dachuan hastily rose to his feet, swiftly evading Lin Long's advance. In that fleeting moment, he cast a glance towards the spot where the handgun had recently fallen. As Lin Long approached Jean Dachuan from behind, he swung his hands, striking Jean Dachuan's back with a resounding thud. The impact sent Jean Dachuan sprawling forward, and in that instant as he hit the ground, he quickly retrieved the handgun. Jean Dachuan had not backed down. He had consumed an excessive amount of honeyed crystal cores, activating his indestructible form, which allowed him to rapidly dissipate the energy derived from the cores without incurring additional toxic side effects on his body. However, Lin Long had astutely identified the vulnerability in this indestructible state. To protect his eyes, Jean Dachuan had no choice but to retract the manifestation of his power. While it was easy to summon the indestructible form, retracting it was equally simple. However, once it was withdrawn, resummoning it became a daunting task. Moreover, this brief cycle of summoning and retraction inflicted severe damage upon a user's body. He required a short period to heal these injuries before he could restore his strength to its original state. Yet, Lin Long's refusal to allow him that opportunity left Jean Dachuan feeling quite helpless. With each passing moment in this confrontation, Jean Dachuan understood all too well the imminent threat of a fierce counterattack from his opponent, which could lead to his defeat, an outcome he was determined to avoid. He needed to seize every possible opportunity to resist. If only he could position the firearm against his adversary's forehead, he could eliminate the looming peril entirely. Thus, Jean Dachuan awaited that moment. What Lin Long had not anticipated was just how vulnerable Jean Dachuan had become without his indestructible form. A mere simple attack had not only caught him off guard, but had also left him injured and on the ground. As Lin Long prepared to continue his assault, compelling Jean Dachuan to surrender, Jean Dachuan rolled over, drew his handgun, and aimed it at Lin Long's chest, shouting, "Don't move. I have a gun." Unfortunately, before he could finish his declaration, a cacophony of gunfire erupted nearby. Bang! A bullet sliced through the stillness, striking Jean Dachuan's right wrist. Taken by surprise, he let out a pained scream, losing his grip on the gun, which clattered to the ground as he crouched in agony. Lin Long, shaken but unharmed, glanced sideways to see that the shooter was He Quan. He Quan boomed. I had my eye on the spot where those 3 guns fell. The moment he hit the ground, I knew he would break the rules, and, as expected, he did. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me, Jean Dachuan pleaded, wincing from the pain in his wrist. He could endure that injury, but if that young man decided to shoot him in the head next, it would spell his demise. He had never anticipated that as a prominent leader of the community, he would ultimately find himself with a gun pointed at his head. He had failed utterly and completely. Lin Long let out a light scoff, turning to address the gathered crowd, proclaiming loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, your esteemed Jean Dachuan has been defeated. If any among you still wish to pledge your allegiance to him, I suggest you leave the community at once." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and amidst the murmurs, a joyful clapping began to resonate, chanting, "Down with Jean Dachuan! Down with Jean Dachuan!" Chapter 250. The Great Shuffle begins upon witnessing the unfolding scene. The patrolling individuals quickly converged, led by a few vociferous ones. These people, entirely swayed by the tide of public opinion, began to shout, denouncing Jean Dachuan as a villainous figure deserving of death. They proclaimed that Jean Dachuan was irredeemably wicked, calling for his execution. Remarkably, these individuals had yet to lay eyes on Jean Dachuan, yet they were already vocalizing his purported 10 heinous crimes. Lin Long furrowed his brow, contemplating the state of the world as it stood. Meanwhile, Jean Dachuan, curled up and unable to lift his gaze, could scarcely fathom that this evening, spent in the company of Madame Jiang Chui over a casual drink, would mark the final meal of his life. Had he foreseen such a fate, he would have regretted not indulging in a few more cups. Raising both hands, Lin Long signaled for silence among the throng. He had no desire for others to exploit this moment to further oppress Jean Dachuan. Once Jean Dachuan was defeated, he would face his due retribution in due course. Those nearby had just witnessed Lin Long's formidable prowess. Furthermore, he was accompanied by a protector, He Quan, the one who had conducted the ability assessment in the community the previous day. He Quan had already gathered the 4 firearms from the ground, securing them in his possession, along with his own weapon. Here, possessing a gun conferred authority, especially as He Quan was obedient to Lin Long's commands. Gradually, the crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed upon Lin Long and Jean Dachuan in the center of the arena, awaiting the words of their leader. Lin Long smiled slightly and removed his mask, finally revealing his identity to the gathered individuals. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "I shall determine the appropriate punishment for Jean Dachuan. However, at this moment, I have 2 pressing matters that require your collective efforts to accomplish." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what directives their new leader might issue at such a critical juncture. Lin Long cleared his throat and inquired, "Is Zhao Daming present? I need you to send someone to fetch him immediately." "Ah, he should be from Group E in Area C." One individual promptly responded, reporting to the leader, "I know Zhao Daming. I hadn't realized he was a loyal subordinate of Jean Dachuan. I will go and bring him here at once." Lin Long glanced up at the speaker and retorted, "Who said anything about bringing him here against his will? Did I utter such words?" The individual was taken aback, realizing he had misstepped in his flattery. He quickly corrected himself. "My apologies, leader. I shall go and invite him over." Lin Long scoffed, "Not invite him over, but rather, please him to come. Do you understand?" The individual nodded vigorously. Yes. I will go, and please him to come. Leader, please hold on." Confused yet compliant, the individual turned away to find Zhao Daming, pondering the nature of Lin Long's relationship with him. Lin Long then addressed the remaining crowd. "Now, my friends, I require your assistance in capturing all those loyal to Jean Dachuan within the Jean community. They are to await their fate. Remember, do not apprehend the wrong individuals. I am well aware of who the true loyalists are. Can you accomplish this task?" Upon hearing the words, those around immediately responded affirmatively, capable of fulfilling the task. Lin Long nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, signaling, "Excellent, you may all leave now." Once the onlookers had dispersed, Only Lin Long, He Quan, and Jean Dachuan remained on the scene. Jean Dachuan trembled on the ground, fully aware that with the departure of the crowd, the new leader was poised to administer punishment. Despite his trepidation, he cautiously lifted his gaze to scrutinize the young man before him, thinking, is this truly my opponent from earlier, so youthful? He found it hard to believe his own eyes. Chapter 251. A loyal heart. Lin Long slightly lowered his head, casting a glance at Jean Dachuan. He had initially intended to employ a cheating system during his confrontation with Jean Dachuan, perhaps feeling it might not suffice. However, it now appeared that one instance would be just adequate. Lin Long inquired, Jean Dachuan, speak your mind. You have been defeated. Have you pondered the two choices I presented to you earlier? Which path will you choose? Jean Dachuan was momentarily taken aback, his body abruptly ceasing to tremble. He found himself perplexed by Lin Long's words. Was he genuinely offering him a chance to choose, or was it a ruse to deceive him, only to eliminate him in the process? How is it? I have observed the time. Since your defeat, I have granted you approximately half an hour. In such an extended period, have you yet to decide your course? Finally summoning his courage, Jean Dachuan raised his head to meet Lin Long's gaze and pressed. Are you serious? The two paths you mentioned, I can choose freely? Lin Long nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I stand by my word. It is true. Choose wisely. There are no outsiders present, making it easier for you to express your decision. I choose to leave this place, to depart alone. Jean Dachuan finally articulated his thoughts. This sentiment fell within Lin Long's expectations. He is indeed a superpowered individual. Leaving the Jean community for another organization would ensure his survival. As for remaining and facing the public judgment of the Jean community, it is evident he would meet his demise. The two choices laid before him were unmistakable. There was no need for contemplation. It was clear which path he ought to take. Lin Long chuckled softly, nodding, excellent. You have arrived at this decision. I shall honor it. However, let us wait a moment until your loyal subordinates are brought forth, and then I shall announce your choice. You're toying with me? Jean Dachuan's emotions flared, his voice rising in indignation. Lin Long shook his head. No, do not accuse me thus. I merely wish for everyone to hear your selection. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from the path ahead. No, Boss Jean cannot possibly be defeated. How could he succumb to his enemies? Lin Long furrowed his brow, and all present turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Indeed, from the direction ahead, a group was approaching, led by a figure wielding a flashlight, illuminating the path for the others. Among them, the most prominent voice belonged to a woman, her noise unmistakable. Lin Long frowned and retorted, Who is she? It seems she harbors unshakable confidence in Boss Jean. He Quan, having recognized the voice, explained, Brother Long. The newcomer is the second lady of the marital affairs camp. Dingmin. Upon hearing this, Lin Long's mind swiftly recalled. Just yesterday at noon, he had encountered a trio of beautiful women at the periphery of the research team's gathering area. According to the order of the second lady, she must be the one seated at the center. What could her purpose be in coming here? Jean Dachuan was equally taken aback, murmuring to himself in disbelief. Clearly, Ding Min's unexpected arrival exceeded his expectations. Lin Long turned to Jean Dachuan and inquired, Jean Dachuan, is this lady your partner? If my memory serves me right, you have 3 women in total. Why has only one come to your side? He added, perhaps this woman is the most devoted to you. It is rather ironic that, to this day, the one who remains most loyal to Jean Dachuan is indeed a woman. This could very well serve as a profound satire on Jean Dachuan's reign over the Jean clan community in the past year. Chapter 252. The Loyal Ones. As Lin Long leaned into the dim light surrounding him, he discerned that the individual leading the chain of prisoners was none other than a familiar face. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Zhang Shun, the member of the research team he had encountered in X-Town. During this operation, He Quan had previously hinted at providing Lin Long with a significant surprise. This surprise turned out to be the relocation of Jean Dachuan from the notoriously difficult Area A to the vicinity of the children's room in Area B. It was evident that the contributions of the trio of defectors facilitated this maneuver. With a smile, He Quan nodded at Zhang Shun, commending him, Well done, old Zhang. Bring the second madam forward. Zhang Shun respectfully addressed. Captain He, We have successfully completed our mission tonight as a team of 5. He then shifted his gaze towards Lin Long, exuberantly calling out, "Good evening, Brother Long." Lin Long nodded in satisfaction, echoing, "Is she the second madam, Ding Min? Bring her forth." At that moment, Ding Min's eyes were fixated intently on Jean Dachuan, who was kneeling on the ground. Her gaze reflected concern and care for him. Hardly glancing at either Lin Long or He Quan, her sole desire was to tend to Jean Dachuan. He Quan then turned to the 2 individuals standing beside Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun promptly introduced them. "Captain He, these 2 are also among the first group of friends who have defected to our side. Their names are Liang Wu and Ma Tai. Come, greet Captain He and Brother Long." The 2 promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Brother Long, Captain He." Lin Long nodded, and the 2 approached, assisting Ding Min closer. He Quan advanced with a gentle demeanor, addressing Ding Min with a smile. "Sister Min, did you ever imagine this? You often assign me tasks, yet I am but your subordinate. Now, having triumphed over Jean Dachuan, our roles have dramatically shifted." Upon hearing this, Ding Min lifted her gaze slightly, bewildered as she inquired, "Is it you?" "Yes, it is I. Surprised, aren't you? Many days ago, I became acquainted with Brother Long from the community of civilizational reconstruction. The scene unfolding tonight was the outcome we had orchestrated long before. I see your expression suggests you are quite concerned for Jean Dachuan. He has met his defeat, yet you still wish to be with him? Indeed, my feelings for Brother Jean are genuine. Were it not for him, I would have perished long ago. Regardless of his current state, I am committed to caring for him." Lin Long and He Quan were both moved by her words. "Ah, this woman possesses unwavering loyalty," they mused. Most would hasten to sever ties with Jean Dachuan upon witnessing his downfall, yet she chose otherwise, indicating that in her heart, Jean Dachuan was no ordinary man. He Quan gestured for the 2 to escort the second madam to the side. He then turned to Lin Long, inquiring, "Brother Long, how is your injury? Would you like me to have them fetch some ointment for you?" Lin Long had just examined his foot injury. Indeed, this superpower user was remarkable. With the aid of the honey-infused crystal core, the bleeding had ceased and scabbing had begun. It would not be long before he fully recovered. Lin Long shook his head and said, "No need for that. You should retrieve the loudspeaker from the underground passage and proceed according to the previous action plan. It is time to connect with Xiaojun." He Quan immediately nodded in agreement, replying, "Understood, I will go get it right away." At that moment, Jean Dachuan looked up in shock, whispering, "You truly came from the underground passage?" Chapter 253. The Archer. Upon hearing the question, Lin Long nodded and replied, "Indeed. We arrived through the underground passage. How did you obtain the key?" Jean Dachuan's insides twisted with regret upon realizing that he had assumed these individuals could not possibly have accessed the underground route. Otherwise, he would have laid an ambush there in advance. "The key? It was given to me by Engineer Tian Hu." "Oh, right. After the completion of the underground passage. Tian Hu had surrendered all the keys, but he secretly kept one for himself. The key is quite small, making it suitable for collection, and now it has proven to be quite useful." Jean Dachuan gritted his teeth in frustration. The key Tian Hu entrusted to him was of a significantly larger design. He had never imagined that, in the hands of a researcher, a key could be so diminutive yet still serve the same purpose. If it came to a battle of wits with a researcher, he was no match for them. Lin Long crouched down and offered a word of comfort to Jean Dachuan. "Regretting now is futile. Who told you to treat Engineer Tian Hu that way back then? Remember, if you wish for true loyalty from others, your tyrannical methods will not suffice. They may very well conspire against you from the shadows, leaving you with no chance of redemption." Jean Dachuan could only manage a bitter smile, for what was done. After He Quan turned to retrieve the loudspeaker, Zhang Shun and others maintained order at the scene. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, Zhang Shun leaned in and whispered to Lin Long, "Brother Long, I must apologize." Lin Long glanced at him, puzzled as to why he suddenly felt the need to apologize. Feeling uncomfortable under Lin Long's gaze, Zhang Shun hastily clarified, "Earlier, one of our group members shot a cold arrow at your right foot. They must be hiding in that building above." Lin Long's heart skipped a beat at this revelation. "So that's it. I thought it odd that I hadn't T-spotted any enemies shooting at me. It turns out the ambush came from the researchers lurking above. Indeed, The arrow that struck my foot bears a striking resemblance to the one that hit Jean Dachuan. Lin Long mused quietly. Who instructed you to do this? Zhang Shun, fearing Lin Long would hold him accountable, became noticeably anxious and hesitated to respond. Sensing the misunderstanding, Lin Long reassured him, Do not worry. I will not blame the archer. In that moment, Jean Dachuan was injured while I remained unharmed. Your intention was to assess our strengths by inflicting wounds on both of us. Should I have faltered, you would have had the opportunity to surrender to Jean Dachuan, given your assistance in wounding me. Conversely, if he were to fall, you could align with me, having led him here. I understand the rationale behind that decision, huh? Zhang Shun, hearing this, felt an inexplicable bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Indeed, the members of the research group were quintessential double agents. Until the outcome of the power struggle became clear, their most prudent course of action was to support both sides. Thus, regardless of who emerged victorious, they would partake in a share of the spoils. Upon a brief contemplation, Lin Long swiftly grasped the essence of the matter. Evidently, this leader surpassed Jean Dachuan by a considerable margin. Lin Long then spoke softly, expressing his gratitude to the archer, whose actions had led to his injury. Under comparable circumstances, he had triumphed over Jean Dachuan, thus allowing a greater audience to witness his true prowess. Understood, Brother Long, Zhang Shun replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Feeling a renewed sense of admiration for Lin Long, Chapter 254, the endgame. 1. Before long, He Quan produced a loudspeaker, and following Lin Long's guidance, he had contacted internal personnel from the research team to bring the loudspeaker to the highest floor of the community. He announced to all residents, the leader of the Jean family community, Jean Dachun, has been apprehended, and from this day forth, the community shall be renamed the Civilization Reconstruction Community. As the sound of the loudspeaker resonated, it abruptly roused the slumbering inhabitants. Everyone donned their nightwear and emerged from their rooms, and through word of mouth, they largely confirmed the authenticity of the announcement. In a single night, the Jean family community had been overthrown, replaced instead by the Civilization Reconstruction Community, with its leader being none other than Lin Long. At this moment, Lin Long had widely informed residents on various floors through the research team that those wishing to witness the fate of Jean Dachun could gather outside the children's room in Area B. The community was abuzz with excitement and lively chatter. Lin Long and Zhang Shun exchanged glances, both sporting smiles upon hearing the initial blast of the loudspeaker. Lin Long pondered, I wonder how Su Jun at the peak of Jean Mountain and He Ling outside the processing plant feel upon hearing this announcement. Zhao Daming, weary from a day of labor, was initially indifferent to the unusual happenings in the community, believing that any irregularities had no bearing on his life. Thus, he continued his routine of eating and sleeping without concern. Little did he know, he would be awakened in the dead of night to be told about receiving a prize outside the children's room. Though reluctant, upon realizing that the one summoning him was Captain Mao Jun, he had no choice but to rise. Yet, something even stranger unfolded. The usually domineering Captain Mao displayed an unexpectedly amiable demeanor, even acknowledging past mistakes and imploring Zhao Daming to overlook them. Confused, Zhao Daming maintained his silence, unwilling to speculate before grasping the situation. Upon reaching the children's room, he looked up and was suddenly confronted by a familiar face. Lin Quan? What was he doing here? He intended to greet Lin Quan, but once again, it was Captain Mao who interjected, pointing out Zhao Dage, do you see? The gentleman ahead is the leader of the Civilization Reconstruction Community, Brother Long. When you meet him, be sure to show respect, understood? Brother Long? Civilization Reconstruction Community? Upon hearing these pivotal terms, Zhao Daming was left momentarily speechless. This was the very Brother Long who had triumphed over Jean Dachun that very evening? Zhao Daming reflected. So, he has been among us in the Jean family community these past few days, and I had no inkling he was an outsider. Now I recall, after our first encounter, I passed by a cell. Perhaps that explains it. Indeed, Zhao Daming instantly comprehended the reason behind Captain Mao Jun's abrupt transformation in attitude. Following closely behind Mao Jun, he halted when he was 100 meters away from Lin Long. Mao Jun stepped forward and addressed Lin Long. Brother Long, I have brought Zhao Ge, Lin Long turned his head, offering a slight nod and a smile. Good. Zhao Daming promptly approached and responded. Brother Lin Long chuckled heartily, drawing nearer to Zhao Daming and patting him on the shoulder. Didn't he expect this, did you? How about it? Did we disturb your rest this evening? Chapter 255. Summoning the crowd, Zhao Daming appeared somewhat awkward, his demeanor reflecting a sense of embarrassment. Lin Long smiled reassuringly, saying, Brother Zhao, there is no need to be afraid. My real name is Lin Long. The name Lin Quan that I previously shared with you was fabricated. I have now defeated Jin Dachuan and dismantled the Jin community. You must have heard the loudspeaker announcement from the high-rise, correct? Zhao Daming nodded in acknowledgement as he listened attentively. Lin Long continued with a gentle smile. You were previously involved in logistics within the Jin community. You should be more familiar with the logistical operations here than anyone else. I have brought you here with the hope that you can assist me in managing the current logistical affairs of the community. What do you say? Is that agreeable? Zhao Daming, somewhat taken aback, quickly looked up and responded, Brother Long, I am merely a logistics worker. I fear I may not grasp many of the details. Lin Long chuckled. That is of no concern. You surely know who possesses greater expertise, don't you? Thus, your arrangements will be my arrangements. This evening, I might need you to put some thought into organizing the team. By the way, once He Quan gathers all the members of the community, I will announce the appointments. Having just taken over this vast community, I have few whom I can trust, so consider a favor. Zhao Daming immediately replied, Brother Long, it is no problem at all. I can recommend some individuals to assist in managing the community's logistics. Excellent. I knew you would have a solution, Lin Long replied, turning to see He Quan hastening towards him. Following He Quan was a group of individuals, likely those who held leadership positions within the Jin community. Indeed, He Quan's efficiency was commendable, having gathered the necessary individuals in such a short time. As He Quan and his team approached Lin Long, he instructed the group to form an orderly line. He then turned to Lin Long, reporting, Brother Long, these individuals are all responsible members of the community. I have gathered a total of 38 personnel who hold positions of team leader and above. 10 team leaders and higher-ranking officials are currently unaccounted for. Among the most crucial divisions within the community are the research group, material group, medical group, logistics support group, harem camp group, life group, and equipment group. As Lin Long listened to He Quan's report, the mention of the harem camp group struck a discordant note. Furrowing his brow, he promptly declared, the Jin community has fallen. The newly established civil reconstruction community hereby disbands the harem camp group, redistributing all its members to the remaining groups. This announcement elicited applause and cheers from a small portion of the crowd. Lin Long raised his right hand slightly and continued, Now, I would like to introduce a newly appointed manager. Brother Zhao Daming will serve as the general supervisor of my civil reconstruction community, overseeing the management of the newly established initiatives. All 38 mid-level and higher managers present here will be under his jurisdiction. Zhao Daming stepped forward, offering a humble smile to the assembled crowd as a form of greeting. Lin Long further stated that at this pivotal moment of the fall of the Jin community and the reconstruction of civilization, I shall establish a battle team to counter potential subversive forces from other communities. This team will be directly governed by me, Lin Long. The captain will be He Quan. Those wishing to join the battle team may register with He Quan tomorrow morning. After undergoing a selection trial, they may be admitted into the team. This group aims to cultivate a community defense force that values martial strength. Additionally, I have another notion. Since our community is named Civilization Reconstruction, it is imperative, at the appropriate moment, to identify suitable candidates to form a civilization group with the intent of reclaiming the achievements of a peaceful era and restoring a civilized society. Chapter 256. The loyal emerge upon hearing Lin Long's words. He turned to He Quan and instructed, Invite all those loyal to Jin Dachuan from the Jin community to step forward. Time is of the essence. We must address the matter of Jin Dachuan while everyone is present. He glanced at He Quan and inquired, Are the safety measures within and outside the community adequately in place? We cannot allow chaos to breed further disorder amidst tonight's upheaval. He Quan replied, Brother Long, I have instructed the research team to closely monitor the entrances and exits of each community, and the security personnel have been ordered to bolster their defenses to prevent any disturbances. He then stood before the 38 individuals present and proclaimed, "Everyone, Brother Long has spoken. Those loyal to Jean Dachuan, please step forward. Remember, those who are not forthcoming and fail to present themselves within 1 minute will find no assistance from me when others point fingers." Of course, Brother Long is merciful. He will administer appropriate punishment, depending on whether you choose to believe. Lin Long nodded, fully aware that amidst the turmoil of the evening, a small number may have seized the opportunity to flee. At such a critical juncture, it was virtually impossible to ensure that everyone would adhere to the law. The demise of Jean Dachuan's era would inevitably implicate certain factions within the community. With the loss of their protection, it was only natural for some to hastily escape. The so-called monitoring capabilities of the security team had their limitations. After absorbing He Quan's report, Lin Long shifted his attention to the administrators present. At this moment, who among them would dare to step forward? Prior to announcing the fate of Jean Dachuan, Lin Long quietly instructed He Quan to send someone to the factory to escort He Ling and the others. Once this was arranged, Lin Long turned his full attention to Jean Dachuan. Jean Dachuan, in turn, lifted his gaze and scanned the 38 administrators before him. How many among them would pledge their loyalty and step out from the ranks? The administrators exchanged glances, clearly uncertain whether to comply with Lin Long and He Quan's demands. Lin Long surveyed the group before fixing his gaze on the third lady, Jiang Tse. At that moment, Jiang Tse hung her head low, too fearful to meet anyone's eyes. As the countdown approached 1 minute, one individual boldly stepped forward. All eyes turned towards him, and it was none other than Luo Chong, a minor leader from the material search team. Upon seeing Luo Chong, He Quan offered a slight smile, like his brother Luo Wei. He had been a loyal subordinate of the former fourth master, Jin Bo. Now, amidst the crowd, only Luo Chong stood alone. With his head held high and a defiant expression, Luo Chong addressed Lin Long. "Brother Long, may I ask you something before I face my punishment?" Lin Long met his gaze, noting the striking yellow hair that marked him as someone from the underworld. Such individuals were indeed a rare breed among the 38 administrators. Lin Long's expression darkened as he spoke in a tone of unwavering authority. "Do you believe you have the right to question me?" Upon hearing this, Luo Chong and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. It seemed that this dragon brother was not to be trifled with. One should certainly avoid provoking him. Luo Chong lowered his head in silence, recognizing the futility of resistance in the face of overwhelming power. Lin Long then cast a glance at the others around him and called out, "Is there anyone else?" Chapter 257. News ahead. Lin Long directly addressed the first and third madams, inquiring, "Did you not notice the second madam, Ding Min, standing in front? Are you not loyal vassals of Jean Dachuan?" Madame Yuan Chuanxi scoffed coldly, raising her head defiantly. "I am no longer the first madam. I have been treated as a mere prize and distributed away. If you do not intervene, I fear I shall soon descend into a living hell." Lin Long chuckled, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. "A prize? To be awarded to whom? And for what reason?" Yuan Chunxi replied, "It was the third madam who informed me. Jean Dachuan has dispatched someone to seek aid from the Wang community. Once the collaboration between the Jin and Wang communities is established, I shall be offered as a prize to Jin Hai and Lu Jie upon their return from negotiations." Lu Jie? Jin Hai? Lin Long was honored to have heard of these two figures. However, he had not anticipated that Jean Dachuan would resort to seeking assistance from the Wang community so swiftly within such a short span of time. If time permitted, these two would likely arrive at the Wang community shortly. A flicker of concern emerged in Lin Long's heart. Would the people of the Wang community come to his rescue? Considering Jean Dachuan's standing, Jean Dachuan furrowed his brow, taken aback that the seemingly loyal third madam, Jiang Tse, had divulged to the first madam that she was to be treated as a mere object of reward. Anyone who heard such news would surely be incensed. Nevertheless, Jean Dachuan noticed a fleeting hint of suspicion on Lin Long's face, devoid of any expression of joy. Did this imply that Lin Long was not affiliated with the Wang community? If he were not, Then once freed, he could personally seek assistance from the Wong community. Yet, would Lin Long honor his previous promise to release him safely? Lin Long turned his gaze to Jean Dachuan, contemplating. Jean Dachuan, I did not expect you to preemptively seek external aid from the Wong community. Treating a stunning beauty like the first madam as a mere prize. I surmised that Jean Hai and Lu Jia, those timid souls, would surely volunteer themselves. Jean Dachuan murmured, I acknowledge my error. I should not have sought external assistance. Helpless, as a defeated subordinate, he could only lower his head and admit his fault. Lin Long chuckled, shaking his head. No, how can you consider a mistake? You have made a sound decision to protect your private assets. That is not a fault. He continued, very well. Now that external aid has been requested, who among you has knowledge of the Wong community? Everyone present shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. Lin Long had previously gleaned some information from third brother Zhangzhen. The Wong community was far more secretive and formidable than the Jin community, and he was uncertain of the caliber of experts within. Would he and his companions be able to withstand a counterattack from the Wong community if they recklessly attempted to establish a civil reconstruction community? Lin Long glanced at Yiquan, who approached and whispered, Dragon Brother, should we intercept those two individuals? Lin Long shook his head with a wry smile, lamenting that it was probably too late. So, Brother Long, what shall we do? He inquired. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Long replied, What else can we do? Since time is of the essence, we must simply let nature take its course. Let's wait and see what new tricks they might have up their sleeves. Lin Long then turned his gaze towards the third madam, Jiang Tsuitsui. Jiang Tsuitsui, step forward. I have a question for you. Upon hearing Lin Long call her by name, Jiang slightly raised her head, feeling a twinge of fear at the prospect of his inquiry. Chapter 258. Understanding the situation, Jiang Tsuitsui stepped forward and quietly inquired, Do you have any questions for me? Lin Long replied, I ask you, are you not a loyal subordinate of Jean Dachuan? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Tsuitsui decisively shook her head. I am not. At this juncture, everyone remained uncertain about how Lin Long would punish Jean Dachuan. Hence they dared not recklessly admit to being his loyal follower. Lin Long smiled faintly and continued, very well. Since you are not Jean Dachuan's loyal subordinate, then discussing his future plans should not be considered treachery. I believe you are the most favored woman of Jean Dachuan. He must have made many beautiful promises to you in his presence. I am quite curious to hear them. Lin Long's question exceeded the expectations of the crowd, with Jean Dachuan and Yiquan among the most astonished. Lin Long had accurately surmised that Jean Dachuan had indeed shared his grand plans with Jiang Tsuitsui. However, whether such plans were realistic or feasible remained to be deliberated. Upon hearing this question, Jiang Tsuitsui instinctively glanced at Jean Dachuan. Before she could speak, Jean Dachuan interjected. Brother Long, what I previously uttered in Jiang Tsuitsui's presence was mere nonsense and utterly unworthy of belief. Please do not compel her to speak. Lin Long snorted lightly. If it was mere nonsense, I am all the more interested to hear it. He raised his right hand to silence Jean Dachuan and urged Jiang Tsuitsui to speak quickly, expressing his eagerness to learn about Jean Dachuan's plans. Jiang Tsuitsui, somewhat helpless, nodded and explained, Jean Dachuan does not possess any grand ambitions. His goal is to establish the Jin dynasty, using City A as a base to expand his territory, striving to annex the surrounding weaker communities, and ultimately stand equal with larger community organizations such as the Wong clan. At that point, the community could be renamed a kingdom. However, I do not believe he has the capability to achieve this. Just observing his governance methods, I can see that there are many internal dissenters. He will never reach that stage. Lin Long pressed further, so it seems Jean Dachuan does have some development plans. At the very least, he recognizes that the Wong clan is more powerful than the Jin clan. If he remains complacent, he might one day be swallowed by others. You mentioned annexing the surrounding weaker communities. Are there other community organizations nearby? Indeed, Jiang Tsuitsui replied. Apart from the Wong clan in City B, there is the Gaoshan community in City M, and 3 kilometers to the east of City A lies the Long clan community. As Lin Long listened, he nodded. This seemingly simple question has indeed revealed some insights. He mused, in comparison to your Jin clan, do the Gaoshan community and Long clan community possess weaker overall strength? They are indeed inferior to us. We at least have Jean Dachuan, a multifaceted super ability user, whereas they only have singular super ability users and sometimes even require our assistance to handle difficult matters. Oh, I see. No wonder, when you faced a crisis, you did not think to seek their assistance, but instead turned to the Wong community for help. Lin Long seemed to grasp the situation, smiling and nodding. Meanwhile, Jean Dachuan had lowered his head, unable to meet Lin Long's gaze any longer. Lin Long turned to Jean Dachuan and asked, Jean Dachuan, please tell me the truth. After you left here, you must have sought refuge in one of the three communities. The Wong community, the Long community, or the Gaoshan community. Am I right? Chapter 259. Methods of Punishment. Jean Dachuan momentarily found himself at a loss. But when he raised his gaze and met Lin Long's scrutinizing eyes, he dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts. Jean Dachuan nodded and acknowledged, indeed, if I were to depart from this place, my next refuge would likely be one of these three communities. Lin Long turned his attention to He Quan, who, understanding the implication, promptly approached Lin Long's side and whispered, Brother Long, I was merely a minor figure within the community, completely unaware that there are two other community organizations nearby that are even weaker than the Jin clan. Lin Long nodded in agreement. It seems that not only you are unaware, many people are oblivious to this fact. Starting today, we shall focus on establishing contact with these two community organizations. He Quan responded affirmatively, understood. Lin Long then directed his inquiry towards Jiang Tsuitsue. Jiang Tsuitsue, has Jean Dachuan only mentioned this grand blueprint to you, or has he alluded to any other matters? For instance, can you identify any perilous locations within the current community organizations? Lin Long's tone shifted, becoming notably somber as he emphasized, remember, anyone who believes they can mitigate their transgressions and seek my leniency must convey any significant information to me with utmost honesty. Jiang Tsuitsue promptly inquired, May I ask how you intend to deal with me? If I divulge some crucial information, how will you lessen my punishment? At this moment, her primary concern was the nature of the punishment she might face. In the midst of a community transition, for someone of her standing, merely surviving would be considered a stroke of luck. Lin Long, perceiving her apprehensions, nodded with a smile and replied solemnly, Very well, since you have posed that question. I shall be candid. Should you fail to disclose the truth, I may be compelled to present you before the community for a public verdict. What do you think the community's judgment will be? Perhaps each individual would take turns to slap you, leaving your lips bloodied? He continued, Of course, my inquiry is also an opportunity for you to redeem yourself. If you provide me with essential information about the community, I may be inclined to reduce your punishment. For instance, you could be confined in a cell and work with your hands to atone for your sins. In that case, you could continue to survive. So, what do you think of such a punishment? A public verdict could very well be the gravest punishment for the miscreants of the Jin clan community. It is essential to recognize that individuals like Jiang Tsuitsue have likely committed numerous heinous acts during the Jin clan's reign. A public judgment would not only inflict physical torment, but also psychological devastation. Anyone with a modicum of reason could fathom the horror of such an outcome. Before Jiang Tsuitsue could respond, Luo Chang interjected with a hearty laugh, I knew it. We are bound to meet a dire fate. Lin Long, if you have the guts, just kill us. Trying to extract information from us is futile. Luo Chang's obstinacy momentarily stunned the crowd. Lin Long turned his gaze towards him, studying him intently. He Quan swiftly leaned in and whispered to Lin Long, Brother Long. He is Luo Wei's younger brother and a subordinate of Jinbo. Lin Long nodded, contemplating to himself. No wonder his gaze towards me resembles that of a rival. Lin Long then inquired, You are Luo Chang, are you not? Earlier, you mentioned having questions for me. Is it regarding your brother and Jinbo? Consider this. If you seek vengeance for them, you must first ensure your own survival. If you perish, how will you enact your revenge? Luo Chang was momentarily taken aback, falling into a contemplative silence before asking, Is it truly you who killed fourth brother? Have you caused my brother's demise? Chapter 260. Surrender the key. Lin Long nodded and remarked, If the brother you speak of, the fourth one, is Jinbo, then indeed, I was the one who brought about his demise. As for your sibling, Luo Wei, I was also the architect of his downfall. How does that answer sit with you? Upon hearing this, Luo Chong lowered his head and fell into a profound silence. Lin Long continued. Jinbo was merely a significant piece in my grand scheme. Your brother, regrettably, chose the wrong associations, leading him to such a fate. Turning his gaze towards Jiang Tsuetsue, Lin Long added, you are all alike. If your hearts are consumed with hatred towards me and a desire for vengeance, you must survive. The sole means of survival lies in cooperating with my inquiries. Have you grasped the essence of this now? Jiang Tsue swallowed hard, realizing that at this juncture, she had no room for choice. She lifted her head and replied, you are mistaken. I harbor no hatred in my heart. On the contrary, I am profoundly grateful to you for liberating me from Jean Dachuan's grasp. Jean Dachuan, a scoundrel by nature, established a community devoid of any safety measures. Your arrival has illuminated a path of hope for me. Thus, the information I wish to convey is born from genuine sincerity, free from any coercion. I have much to share, but the most crucial points pertain to two significant locations within Area A. Only Jean Dachuan possesses the keys to these vital sites, which are the Armory and the Zombie Repository. Prior to launching an assault on the Jean community, Lin Long had already gathered intelligence regarding these matters. Jiang Tsuetsue's reminder heightened his alertness. Indeed, if Jean Dachuan intended to leave, he might still require some time. At the very least, he would need to wait until the preliminary establishment of a civil reconstruction community, allowing Lin Long and his companions to gain a comprehensive understanding of the three major areas before deciding whether to grant him passage from this place. Lin Long nodded with a smile. Excellent, your warning is most timely. He then turned to Jean Dachuan, without waiting for Lin Long to inquire further. Jean Dachuan promptly removed a set of keys from his waist, raising his right hand above his head as a signal to exchange it with Lin Long. He Quan, standing to the side, quickly accepted the set of keys and handed them over to Lin Long. Jean Dachuan explained, among this collection, the key marked in yellow is for the outer door of the Zombie Repository. The inner door is secured by a combination lock, with the code being the birthdays of my daughter and me, 12261-215. The key marked in red corresponds to the outer door of the Armory, which also has a combination lock for the inner door, with the code being 12151-226. Coincidentally, it is a simple inversion of the code for the Zombie Repository. Lin Long examined the set of keys before him, noting that there were at least a dozen. Among them, the yellow and red keys stood out prominently. He nodded. Good. I have committed that to memory. What about the remaining keys? What do they unlock? The rest include some keys to my personal belongings, while others are from my home during the peaceful years, Jean Dachuan replied. Lin Long nodded and posed a question that left him feeling quite perplexed. If I heard correctly, you just mentioned that the electronic lock codes for the inner doors of both the zombie storage and the machinery storage contain your daughter's birthday. However, when I previously inquired about your choices, you did not mention any intention to take your daughter with you, which is rather intriguing. Do you believe she would become a burden in the remainder of your life? Chapter 261. The daughter is dead. Jean Dachuan was momentarily stunned by Lin Long's inquiry. Believing that he had not heard the question clearly, Lin Long pressed on with a serious tone. As her father, you ought to safeguard her well-being. I recall once asking your second brother, Jean Bo, whom you cherish most. He replied that your most beloved person is undoubtedly your daughter. You just mentioned her again. Before Jean Dachuan could respond, Jiang Tsuse let out a soft, knowing chuckle, as if she were privy to some hidden truth. Lin Long furrowed his brow and looked towards Jiang Tsuetsue. In Jean Bo's previous response, he had alluded to another woman who might hold significance for Jean Dachuan, Jiang Tsuetsue herself. Yet, it seemed that Jean Dachuan had completely disregarded her. It remained uncertain whether this decision stemmed from wisdom or neglect. Lin Long inquired, Jiang Tsuetsue, what is it that you find amusing? Jiang Tsuetsue replied, many might be oblivious. But I know the reason Jean Dachuan won't take his daughter away is that he is acutely aware he cannot. Jean Dachuan's emotions flared, and he retorted angrily, Jiang Tsuetsue, mind your own business. My family matters are not for you to meddle in. Jiang Tsuetsue felt humiliated by his sharp response. Seizing the moment before their argument escalated, Lin Long raised his hands to signal a pause. Jiang Tsuetsue, I advise you to exercise restraint. Not everyone will indulge you, as Jean Dachuan once did. Jean Dachuan, I have no interest in your family affairs. Yet your willingness to abandon your daughter and leave alone reveals a heartless disposition befitting someone of your ilk. Jean Dachuan offered no rebuttal, only raising his head with a resigned sigh. I wish I could take her with me, but she is no longer the person she once was. There is nothing I can do. Lin Long's heart sank at this revelation. What do you mean she is no longer herself? Jean Dachuan responded. She is dead, transformed into a zombie. I placed her in the zombie repository of Area A for their treatment. Yet, I know better than anyone that a zombie cannot be restored to life. I visit her daily, seeking merely a semblance of psychological solace. Therefore, my defeat today and my choice to leave alone are choices born of necessity. Lin Long sighed in resignation, realizing the gravity of the situation. Jiang Tsuitsue interjected mockingly. Humph, a villain like you deserves divine retribution. Your daughter becoming a zombie is merely a precursor. It won't be long before you meet the same fate. Turning to Jiang Tsuitsue with curiosity, Lin Long asked, Jean Dachuan treats you relatively well. Why do you harbor such disdain for him? Does he treat me well? She scoffed. In his presence, I merely pretend for the sake of survival. He is inferior to a mere finger. Jiang Tsuitsue actually made such an assessment. Jean Dachuan raised his head to glance at Jiang Tsuitsue and murmured softly, I never imagined that I would be regarded in such a manner in your eyes. I truly was blind to have given you everything delightful and exquisite. Alas, I have already been defeated. You may criticize me now, and I am powerless to retaliate. Chapter 262. Flirtation. The surrounding crowd, who initially harbored resentment towards Jean Dachuan, began to feel a tinge of sympathy upon hearing of his daughter's demise and his subsequent abandonment by Jiang Tsuitsue. In the past, when he was the community's leader, he had imposed various oppressive regulations on the citizens, seizing food from the resource teams and grossly misallocating search tasks. Any single one of these actions could have incited the people to gather and deliver a sound beating to Jean Dachuan. However, hearing of his misfortunes seemed to mitigate his sins in the eyes of the crowd. Jiang Tsuitsue asserted, You are powerless against me. My words reflect the sentiments of the community, demanding an explanation from you. Right, Longa? She continued, Look, I have compelled him to relinquish the keys to 2 crucial territories, thus offering invaluable information for the reconstruction of civilization. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Long shifted his gaze, landing it upon Jiang Tsuitsue. Beneath the dim lights of the night, the woman mischievously winked at him. She then lifted her right hand slightly, delicately placing her slender fingers at the collar of her attire. It was summer, and her clothing was scant, the gentle breeze lifting the hem of her garment. Her actions were clearly intended to entice Lin Long, reminding him of her beauty. Ah, he needed no reminder. A mere glance revealed her to be a vixen. Her features were undeniably exquisite, and her figure captivating. Yet beneath the heavy makeup, she did not align with Lin Long's tastes. In truth, since the onset of the apocalypse, the only woman who had truly stirred his heart was He Ling. He Quan, observing the interplay between Lin Long and Jiang Tsuitsue, leaned in to whisper, Dragon brother, this woman is exceedingly wicked. Do not fall for her tricks. Lin Long glanced at him, nodding in acknowledgement. He then turned to Jiang Tsuitsue, stating, Jiang Tsuitsue, the information you provided is not exclusive. I can only regard it as cooperation in my inquiries, which may slightly lessen your punishment. However, the reduction will not be substantial. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tsuitsue's expression shifted abruptly from flirtation to cold indifference. She inquired, Longo, I can offer you some exclusive information. However, with so many people around, it is inconvenient. If possible, I would prefer to speak with you privately. Jiang Tsuitsue discerned that the man named He Quan must have spoken ill of her to Lin Long, leading to his sudden change in perception. It seemed that she would need to employ her ultimate tactic to thoroughly captivate Lin Long. She could hardly believe that a man of his stature would dismiss a beauty like herself, unless he were not a man at all. Her so-called ace up her sleeve was simple. Only when she was alone with Lin Long could she tempt him up close, ensuring his complete submission. Lin Long chuckled softly, instantly comprehending Jiang Tsuitsue's intentions. Lin Long remarked, Very well, should the opportunity arise, I shall summon you privately. He then gestured once more towards Jiang Tsuitsue and said, Jean Dachuan, He is indeed your husband, is he not? Alas, your earlier display regarding your spouse has left me rather disenchanted. Jiang Tsue quickly retorted. He is not my husband. He is a scoundrel. From beginning to end, I have never acknowledged him as my husband. Chapter 263. The gathering of personnel. Lin Long raised his right hand, signaling her to pause her account. Ah, never mind. At this critical juncture, mentioning Jean Dachuan seemed rather inappropriate. Moreover, he heard the familiar voice of Su Jun not far ahead, calling out, Long go, long go. Lin Long and Yiquan turned their heads in unison, directing their gazes toward the front. Alongside Su Jun were He Ling, Tian Hu, and his two children. As for the hostage, Zhang Zhun, he had likely already been escorted to the dungeon. Yiquan smiled slightly and said to Lin Long, Long go. I will go and bring them over. Lin Long nodded in agreement. He then turned to Zhao Daming, asking, Captain Zhao, is there an appropriate cell available in the community? Please select some trusted friends to bind these three and escort them to the cell. Zhao Daming nodded in understood. Having lived in the community for some time, he was familiar with the cells, having previously delivered meals there. Then, Lin Long turned to Jean Dachuan, reassuring him, Rest assured, Jean Dachuan, your choices will be executed as per your wishes. However, you cannot be released just yet. We must first ensure my people fully comprehend the surrounding environment and personnel before allowing your departure. Nonetheless, you are the previous leader of this community, so I may seek your counsel on certain matters after I take over. Naturally, your life in the cell will not be too harsh. Jean Dachuan appeared to have come to terms with the situation, nodding, I understand. I will cooperate fully. Subsequently, Zhao Daming summoned a few reliable friends, and together they escorted Jean Dachuan, Ding Min, and Luo Chong toward the cells. The remaining 30 or so former community management personnel stood still before Lin Long, awaiting his next instructions. Lin Long had previously emphasized that those who did not voluntarily acknowledge their friendly relations with Jean Dachuan would undergo further scrutiny. Su Jun, He Ling, and Tian Hu approached Lin Long, their faces alight with excitement. Tonight's operation, according to the original plan, had been a resounding success. Lin Long smiled and encouraged them. Everyone, thank you for your hard work tonight. If anyone is tired, please let me know, and I will arrange for you to rest. Yiquan and I will first enter the Jean community to handle some internal matters. They all shook their heads. On such an exhilarating night, who could find sleep? Their faces bore no trace of fatigue. Tian Hu, the most eager among them, immediately whispered, Long go, have we found the key to the zombie storage in Area A? May I go and take a look now? Lin Long was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Tian Hu's keen interest in the zombie storage. He waved the keys before him with a smile, saying, Sure, I have all the keys here. I will accompany you shortly. Tian Hu chuckled, visibly elated. That's wonderful. To speak frankly, prior to this community, I harbor profound curiosity about the zombie repository. However, due to the stringent management enforced by Jean Dachuan, I never had the opportunity to gain entry. Now that we have taken over, I can finally venture inside. Lin Long smiled wryly and said, Old Tian, surely you don't intend to take that device for controlling zombies in there to conduct another personal experiment, do you? Tian Hu, caught in the act of revealing his inner thoughts, grinned and replied, Brother Long, you are indeed perceptive. That is precisely my plan. Is that not permissible? Lin Long nodded and said, It is indeed permissible. However, I shall send support your way when the time comes, as our circumstances have improved. Such a perilous experiment must ensure our safety above all else. Chapter 264. The first batch of management, Zhao Daming selected trustworthy individuals, most of whom were from his previous circle of friends. They could hardly believe that their amicable relationship with Zhao Daming had afforded them positions, however modest, within a community dedicated to the reconstruction of civilization. Eager to earn Lin Long's favor, they approached their tasks with great enthusiasm. After securing Ding Min, Jean Dachuan, and Luo Chong, Zhao Daming returned to the outer room where the children were. At that moment, all the significant figures within the community had gathered. Lin Long beckoned Zhao Daming to approach and stated, Captain Zhao, there is another matter that requires your assistance. Please assess the 39 mid-level and senior managers before you. Among them, how many do you deem reliable and capable of cooperating with us in the management of the community? Could you assist me in selecting them? Prior to Zhao Daming's arrival, He Quan, Yiling, and Tian, who had already undertaken the initial screening of all the management personnel, identifying a portion they deemed trustworthy based on Lin Long's directive. Among those selected was the well-known First Lady, Yuan Chunxi. Yuan Chunxi harbored deep resentment towards Jin Dachuan, yet her loyalty to the community was, in both sentiment and reason, quite understandable. Now, it was Zhao Daming's turn to make selections. Given that Lin Long had recently assumed leadership of the gradually emerging community of Reconstruction, Zhao Daming was only slightly familiar with the 4 individuals before him. While he remained largely distrustful of the majority within the community, it was clear that managing the entire community could not be achieved with just the 4 of them. The only viable solution was for them to identify trustworthy managers to aid in governance. However, after their selection process, only 7 trustworthy individuals emerged, a stark contrast to their expectations. Consequently, Lin Long placed his hopes on Zhao Daming. The rules were implicit. Zhao Daming understood that assisting Brother Long meant ensuring everything was conducted with utmost reliability. With a nod, Zhao Daming stepped to the forefront of the group. He scrutinized the remaining individuals and, after a brief evaluation, ultimately chose 5. These 5, much like the earlier 7, pledged their allegiance to Lin Long, vowing that any betrayal would be met with dire consequences. Lin Long smiled faintly, dismissing the weight of their oaths. His desire was to instill in them the vision of civilization's reconstruction that resided in his mind, inspiring them to ardently strive towards this shared goal. From an initial pool of 38 managers, 12 emerged as the management tier for the community's reconstruction. While this number fell short of ideal, Lin Long believed that achieving such an outcome at this stage was commendable. The path forward would require collective endeavor. Immediately, Lin Long shifted his gaze to the remaining 24 members of the original team management, casting a final glance at the trusted individuals by his side. Ladies and gentlemen, among these 24 members, do any of you believe there exists a faction that remains most loyal to Jin Dachuan and the original community team? Do not hesitate. If you harbor suspicions about anyone, let them step forward. I wish to avoid any backlash from former community team members during the nascent stages of our civilization reconstruction. This is a crucial preliminary measure to ensure the security of all current community members. At this moment, Lin Long's objective is to expunge all dissenters. This step is imperative to guarantee the safety of every individual within the community. In any community organization, achieving absolute loyalty from all members is nearly unattainable. This is impossible in typical, functioning communities, let alone in a newly established entity like our civilization reconstruction. Chapter 265. The Liquidation Operation. He Quan, Zhao Daming, Su Jun, Tian Hu, and He Ling have all joined the ongoing liquidation operation against the existing members. It can be said that these 5 individuals are the esteemed architects of the civilization rebuilding community established by Lin Long. Thus, it is fitting that the responsibility of this operation falls upon them. He Quan was the first to step forward, scanning the assembly with keen scrutiny. He paced and approached a manager named Li Guang. Li Guang appeared somewhat agitated, perplexed as to why He Quan had halted before him. With a pointed gesture, He Quan made his implication clear. You are a suspect loyalist. Feeling wronged, Li Guang protested. Brother Quan, I could never be a loyal vassal of Jin Dachuan. That scoundrel once sullied my wife's honor. How could I possibly remain loyal to him? He Quan maintained a calm demeanor, retorting, Yet, I have witnessed you receiving rewards from Jin Dachuan, freely entering his harem and seemingly enjoying yourself. At this, Li Guang was momentarily taken aback. As he struggled to formulate a counterargument, Lin Long unsheathed his long knife with a fierce shout, stepping forward. This startled Li Guang, for the wrath of Dragon Brother was indeed intimidating. Especially with his eyes wide in fury, Li Guang dared not further contest the matter. He promptly stepped back, awaiting Lin Long's next command. In this manner, He Quan surveyed the assembly, succinctly selecting 3 individuals of grave suspicion. Among them was the one he despised most, Jiang Tsuitsue. How could this enchanting woman have so brazenly provoked Dragon Brother just moments prior? Jiang Tsuitsue offered no defense and readily stepped forward. Upon Equan's return to the group, a young girl, Su Jun, emerged. A mere 9-year-old girl discerning loyalty from treachery? Alas, Lin Long had permitted her to identify suspects, leaving others to stifle their discontent. Su Jun made her rounds and selected 5 individuals. Her chosen number seemed excessive. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that all 5 were from the children's quarters. Clearly, she had endured considerable torment in the former community's children's room. Tianhu Heling and Zhao Daming subsequently made their assessments, each identifying 6 additional individuals of suspicion. Thus, in total, 14 suspects among the 24 members have been designated as loyalists. Finally, Lin Long's gaze settled upon the remaining 10 members, and he stated decisively, "Captain Zhao, please divide the remaining 24 individuals into 2 groups, one of 14 and another of 10, and confine them in 2 separate dungeons. Since they cannot be counted as reliable loyalists of the civilization rebuilding community, let us observe them for a time." The surrounding individuals were momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that Lin Long had prepared thoroughly. The remaining 24 were all categorized as outsiders, destined for confinement and close scrutiny. After Zhao Daming sent the 2 groups of people down, Lin Long turned to the remaining attendees. Including myself, there were now 18 individuals present. "Let us proceed to the conference room for our inaugural meeting," he suggested. Upon hearing about the first assembly, Madame Yuan Chunxi promptly offered, "Allow me to escort you to the conference room." Lin Long smiled with satisfaction. "Very well, please lead the way." Thus, a contingent led by Yuan Chunxi made their way towards the conference room in the rear hall of Area A, gathering for the inaugural assembly of the Civil Reconstruction Community. Chapter 266. Initial formation. The inaugural assembly for the Reconstruction Community unfolded succinctly yet effectively, culminating in the establishment of a team under the leadership of Long Ge. Within the community, the original structure was temporarily delineated into 3 zones: Zone A, Zone B, and Zone C. The demarcation of these zones adhered to the pre-existing standards of the former community, with safety as the primary criterion. Under Lin Long's guidance, 3 principal governing bodies were instituted: the Armed Division, led by He Quan, which oversees the Material Search Team, the Community Safety Team, and the Armory. The Material Search Team was further subdivided into 4 smaller units, each helmed by Mao Jun, Tian Fei, Zhang He, and Cui Peng. These 4 units would take turns conducting expeditions to procure resources, while one team remained behind to rest and prepare for subsequent operations. Similarly, the Community Safety Team was divided into 3 units, led by Cheng Jun, Jiao Kong, and Zhang Cheng. The Armory was directly managed by He Quan, who appointed Lu Ming as his deputy. The Material Search Team and the Community Safety Team were deemed the cornerstone units of the Civilization Reconstruction Community, and Lin Long harbored high expectations for He Quan. Next, the Logistics Support Team, spearheaded by Zhao Daming, was formed. This extensive support system comprised 5 major units: the Material Storage Unit, the Agricultural Cultivation Unit, the Mechanical Maintenance Unit, the Meal Supply Unit, and the Medical Support Unit. The leaders of these units were Kong Peng, Zhang Shun, Lu Chong, Ma Yingfeng, and Zheng Wei, respectively. Additionally, a specialized research team was established, led by Tian Hu and directly overseen by Lin Long, with all experimental progress reported to him. Within this research team, the divisions remained as before, consisting of the Zone A Zombie Research Unit and the Zone B Conventional Research Unit. The management of the children's area was designated as a special zone, with He Ling appointed as its leader under Lin Long's direct supervision. A dedicated education unit was also formed, led by a female teacher from peacetime, Ren Shi. Although the present circumstances are dire, it is imperative to nurture the future hopes of the team, ensuring that the progress of civilization reconstruction is not hindered by external factors. As for the young girl Su Jun, her tender age rendered some hesitant to entrust her with management responsibilities, evidenced by her immediate selection of 5 untrustworthy managers for the original community's children's area, revealing her vengeful disposition. Moreover, she harbored a distaste for constraints and declined to participate in any unit's management activities. Consequently, she remains unassigned to any group, directly reporting to Lin Long and following his private directives. In her eyes, She perceives herself as Long Ji's personal bodyguard. With the meeting concluded, each management position was filled, and the activities to govern the community officially commenced. He Ling, however, felt a persistent warmth on her forehead during the proceedings, which continued after the meeting's conclusion. Lin Long promptly summoned Captain Zheng Wei from the medical team to examine her. He Quan, deeply concerned about his sister's health, remained by her side. Following the appointments, Lin Long, accompanied by Tian Hu, made his way to the Zone, a zombie research unit. Tian Hu, filled with impatience, found himself wide awake that evening. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to test the experimental conditions. Meanwhile, Lin Long sought to gain insights into the zombie repository. It was rumored that the researchers within the repository had their every need catered to. This implies that, to this day, they remain oblivious to the transformative changes occurring outside the community. As for the number and identities of the researchers inside the zombie repository, Lin Long and his companions were entirely uninformed. Chapter 267. The Zombie Repository. Within the confines of the Zombie Repository, Yuan Chunxi led the way, arriving at the entrance of a building designated as the Zombie Storage Facility. In the original team, the esteemed Yuan Chunxi found herself in a unique position due to her special relationship with Jean Dachuan. Accustomed to a life of privilege, it was evidently challenging for her to heed anyone else's commands. Consequently, she currently held no fixed position within the civil reconstruction community, serving instead as an administrative staff member under the direct supervision of Zhao Daming. Among the members of Area A, she possessed the most intimate knowledge of the surrounding environment, which proved invaluable at this moment. Lin Long nodded, signaling her to withdraw. Once Yuan Chunxi departed, only Lin Long and Tian Hu remained at the periphery of the repository. Lin Long retrieved a set of keys from his pocket, the metallic clinking producing a gentle resonance. Tian Hu inquired, "Are we simply going to enter like this? Should we prepare specially?" Lin Long patted the firearm at his waist, reassuringly stating, "There's no cause for concern. With our weapons at hand, those inside cannot pose a threat to us." He then reminded Tian Hu to ensure he had his portable mechanical device, emphasizing its importance. Tian Hu smiled slightly, tapping his chest pouch, affirmatively replying, "Yes, it's secured on me." After mutually confirming their readiness, Lin Long inserted the key into the lock and opened the door to enter. Inside the repository, there was indeed an electronic lock. Lin Long approached and entered the password, which triggered a resonant sound from within. The door swung open, revealing a tranquil interior. Perhaps due to the late hour, the researchers inside had succumbed to slumber. Both Lin Long and Tian Hu produced flashlights, illuminating the dimly lit space. Suddenly, a sound of lights activating echoed, followed by the bright illumination of the room. A middle-aged man appeared at the doorway, his curious gaze fixated on Lin Long and Tian Hu. Surprised, the man had not anticipated visitors at such an hour, especially not strangers in place of the familiar Jean Dachuan. "Who are you?" he questioned, glancing toward the exit, perhaps expecting Jean Dachuan to emerge behind them. However, after scanning the area, he found no familiar figure. Lin Long offered a slight smile, succinctly explaining, "Greetings, we are from the civil reconstruction community. Jean Dachuan has been apprehended and is now a prisoner. The community has undergone a name change, and we've come to assess the condition of the zombie repository. By the way, I am Lin Long, and this is Tian Hu. He was the head of the original community's research team, while I am the leader of the civil reconstruction community." The man paused, seemingly taken aback, and instead of responding, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It appeared that Lin Long's introduction did not inspire much confidence. Noticing this, Lin Long gently waved the set of keys in his hand, smiling as he asked, "Do you see this set of keys? It is from Jean Dachuan that I obtained this keychain. I'm uncertain if you recall this set of keys." The individual immediately nodded and replied, "I recognize this set of keys. Indeed, it belongs to Boss Jean." "What? Has Boss Jean truly been apprehended by you?" Tian Hu smiled and said, "Do you believe there exists any other circumstance under which we could have acquired Jean Dachuan's keys?" Chapter 268. When bounding upon hearing Tian Hu's words, the man immediately broke into a grin. He swiftly approached, his face alight with excitement, and remarked, "Indeed, That fellow Jean Dachuan would never relinquish the keys to the zombie repository to outsiders, unless he is defeated by someone. It was quite remarkable how quickly this individual altered his address for Jean Dachuan. Just moments ago, he had been referring to him as Boss Jean, and now, upon confirming his capture, he switched to using his name. As the man drew nearer, Lin Long raised his right hand in a gesture to signal him to halt momentarily. Lin Long surveyed the interior of the room and inquired, "How many people are present here? What about the others?" The man, realizing in that moment that his excitement had led him to overlook proper introductions, responded, "This is a highly confidential operation, and I am the only one here. My name is Wen Baoming. You may refer to me as Old Wen. Oh, by the way, young man, you mentioned that you're the leader of the civil reconstruction community, and your surname is Lin. How should I address you?" Meanwhile, Tian, who stood beside them, completely disregarded in Wen Baoming's eyes. Lin Long met Wen Baoming's gaze, noting that this man was quite astute. He refrained from making any presumptuous remarks until he had gauged Lin Long's background. This also suggested a certain level of caution on Wen Baoming's part. Lin Long replied, "In the community, everyone calls me Brother Long. Although I am younger than you, I have no objections to you addressing me as such." "Very well, Brother Long, good evening. This is the zombie repository, and there is not a single living person inside, apart from myself. Would you like me to give you a tour? I am indeed intrigued by the zombie repository. You could guide us through while providing a brief introduction. However, let me reiterate that I am not well versed in scientific research. The gentleman beside me, Engineer Tian Hu, is the former head of the research team in our community, and he possesses considerable expertise in this area. I believe you two will have much in common to discuss." In reintroducing Tian Hu, Lin Long subtly reminded Wen Baoming to show respect by addressing him as Engineer Tian. Wen Baoming's eyes darted swiftly, and as soon as Lin Long concluded his words, he turned to Tian Hu with a smile, saying, "Engineer Tian, welcome to the zombie repository." Tian Hu, who was deeply passionate about research, paid no mind to Wen Baoming's earlier lapse in etiquette. He nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Were you asleep inside just now?" "Yes, I was indeed dreaming. However, upon hearing the alarm, I awoke abruptly, only to discover that the sound originated from the outer gate. I was quite curious. At this hour, around 2 in the morning, how could Jean Dachuan possibly come to open the door? Yet, there was nothing I could do. He is a tyrant. Once he conceives some bizarre idea, I, as a researcher, have no choice but to comply. Therefore, at any given moment, regardless of what I am engaged in, the moment I hear the alarm from the outer gate, I must come out to greet him." Every statement from Wen Baoming was laced with disdain and resentment towards Jean Dachuan. Lin Long nodded in acknowledgement while listening. "I have heard that Jean Dachuan's daughter is involved in this matter. Is that correct?" "Indeed," came the response. "He has committed numerous heinous acts, which ultimately led to his daughter's infection with the zombie virus, resulting in her demise." Sighing, he continued, "I have been confined here, subjected to experiments with zombies, all in a desperate attempt to save his daughter. Yet, she has perished and transformed into a zombie. How could she possibly be saved? Do you think he is intentionally making things difficult for others?" Lin Long offered a bitter smile. "How long have you been conducting research here? Have you made any other significant discoveries?" Chapter 269. Jean Xiaoyan. Time has elapsed, and I have diligently maintained my diary for nearly a year now. To be precise, I was admitted into this facility shortly after the establishment of the Jean family community. Wen Baoming, with a pitiful demeanor, thumped his thigh and recounted that during the inception of the Jean family community, I had proactively suggested to Jean Dachuan the study of the zombie virus. At that time, the apocalyptic crisis had only recently erupted, and I was fervently convinced that by thoroughly researching the zombie virus, we would surely conquer it and unearth hope for the reconstruction of human civilization. However, after persisting for over 3 months, I came to the disheartening realization that I was indulging in fanciful thoughts. Zombies are merely the dead and can never be restored to life. Eventually, I resolved to cease my research, only to be met with an unforeseen circumstance. Jean Dachuan's daughter fell ill. She succumbed shortly thereafter and transformed into a zombie. Jean Dachuan, in his desperation, sent his daughter to the zombie repository, entrusting her to me, and issued a stringent command to save her through the study of the zombie virus. Goodness, he was the boss, brandishing a pistol against my forehead. In order to preserve my life, I had no choice but to accept this seemingly insurmountable task. Longo, do you not think this is particularly unjust? As the trio conversed, they continued onward. When Baoming was unlike the conventional researcher. When he spoke, it seemed as though he had an inexhaustible reservoir of grievances and woes. He was in stark contrast to those austere, self-disciplined scientists who impose rigorous standards upon themselves. At this juncture, Tian, who suddenly clapped him on the shoulder, inquiring, "Old one, does this imply that you have long grown weary of researching zombies and yearn to be liberated from this repository?" Lin Long also halted, turning his gaze towards Wen Baoming. Upon Tian, whose probing question, Wen Baoming glanced at the two men, unsure of their intentions. What do these leaders mean by my expression? Do they wish for me to depart from the zombie repository or continue my research? He chuckled awkwardly and replied, "It is not entirely so. My perspective is rather straightforward. If it were merely the study of zombies, I might retain a modicum of interest. However, if I am tasked with restoring zombies to human form, I deem that an utterly impossible endeavor. In that instant, I lost all hope and motivation for research." Lin Long nodded in understanding, stating, "I comprehend your plight. Compelling you to accomplish an unattainable task is evidently a deliberate challenge. Nonetheless, your personal passion remains the study of zombies and the zombie virus, does it not?" "Indeed, one might say so," Wen Baoming affirmed. "Splendid." Tian, who exclaimed with sudden enthusiasm. In the confined space of the zombie repository, his elevated voice startled both Lin Long and Wen Baoming. Wen Baoming, taken aback, cautioned, "Hey, Engineer Tian, we must not raise our voices here. Be wary of awakening the zombies." With a chuckle, Tian, who promptly acknowledged, "Yes, I understand." However, just as they exchanged these words, an eerie howl from a zombie echoed from the direction ahead. Lin Long and Tian, who swiftly turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion, pondering, could it be that they have disturbed the slumber of the zombies? Wen Baoming shrugged his shoulders and smiled, saying, "Ah, you have awakened the daughter of Jin Dachuan. Her name is Jin Xiaoyan. Come, allow me to take you to meet her. However, I must remind you once more, during our forthcoming visit, it is imperative that you adhere to my instructions and refrain from any further loud outbursts." Chapter 270. Zombie Hell. Upon hearing Wen Baoming's words, Lin Long and Tian, who nodded in unison, responding softly, understood. "Just a moment, I shall retrieve something," Wen Baoming said with a smile, turning away and hastening towards a single room at the front. Tian, who quickly whispered, "Should we go in and see what he is fetching?" After all, this was a vital research facility, and given that Wen Baoming was an expert on the zombie virus, could he possibly be returning with a vial of the virus to use against them? Lin Long shook his head. "No need. I believe he has no intention of causing us harm. Let us go and see." They followed in Wen Baoming's footsteps and reached the entrance of the room. There, they saw Wen Baoming holding up a set of keys that he had found at the foot of the bed, waving them slightly before them. "We cannot enter freely here. I require these keys. There are additional protective suits inside, which we must don before proceeding." "Indeed," Tian, who replied, "since this is a virus research area, precaution against contamination is essential. Necessary safety measures must be observed." Seeing this, Tian, who nodded, realizing his earlier concerns were unfounded. Wen Baoming meant them no harm. Wen Baoming led the way, using the keys to unlock the door to the inner room. He turned back to Lin Long and Tian, who saying, "Come in." "The automatic disinfection protocol has already been activated. We simply need to envelop ourselves in protective gear before entering." Following his lead, Lin Long and Tian, who entered the first room. Indeed, at the upper end of the chamber, a prominent nozzle continuously emitted a white mist, resembling disinfection vapor. Before them lay 5 sets of protective suits, designed to cover the body from head to toe, leaving only the eyes exposed for visibility. Once the 3 had donned their suits, Wen Baoming guided them to open the door leading further inside. Due to the cleanliness pressure of the disinfection zone, the sliding door required some force to operate. As a researcher familiar with disinfection protocols, Tian, who took the lead, ensuring it was safe before nodding to Lin Long to proceed. Thus, they traversed 4 doors and finally entered a somewhat spacious corridor. The earlier sounds of the zombies' howls grew increasingly closer, It seemed they had indeed entered the zombie zone. When Baoming halted at the forefront and turned to address the two. Are you prepared? I am about to activate the ultraviolet disinfection lights. This light is imperceptible to zombies, allowing us to advance under its faint glow. What I need you to brace yourselves for is the psychological readiness. For just ahead lies a variety of zombies, each isolated for observation. Do not make any unnecessary noise. While they cannot see, they can certainly hear. Understand? Both Tianhu and Lin Long nodded in affirmation. With that, when Baoming moved to the side of the room and pressed the switch for the ultraviolet lights, before them lay a scene of stark contrast, with 2 rows of compartments spaced apart by more than 10 intervals. Within each compartment, a zombie was secured, yet the majority of these wretched creatures hung their heads low, as if lost in a slumber. However, in the compartment closest to them, an enraged young female zombie, her hair disheveled and eyes wide with fury, strained to open her mouth, seemingly attempting to enact a vicious bite. Chapter 271. Conditions for Evolution when Baoming led the way, moving at a deliberate pace until he stood before the young female zombie. Lin Long and Tianhu, mirroring his slow advance, came to a halt beside him. When Baoming quietly called out to the female zombie, Jin Xiaoyan, "Can you hear me?" At the sound of his voice, the zombie immediately turned her head in his direction. In the next instant, she lunged forward with both hands outstretched. When Baoming stepped back slightly, shaking his head at his companions, "See? Dead is dead. There is no possibility of any awareness." Her first reaction to the call was to pounce and devour. Lin Long nodded, fully comprehending the situation. The female zombie exhibited no recognition of her own name, resembling the ordinary zombies encountered outside. She was unequivocally deceased. When Baoming gestured inwardly, "Brother Long, Engineer Tian, let's proceed deeper. You may witness the phenomenon of sleeping zombies." I believe you have yet to see zombies in slumber outside, have you?" Lin Long and Tianhu exchanged affirming glances. Indeed, all the zombies they had previously encountered outside were of the aggressive, ravenous variety. The notion of a zombie needing rest was entirely novel to them. The trio paused before a zombie with its head drooping. Lin Long inquired, "Is it sleeping?" with enthusiasm. When Baoming confirmed, "Yes, it is indeed asleep. Who knows, it might even be dreaming sweetly. Observe the wires attached to its head. I installed them specifically. These wires extend inward, converting the brainwaves of the zombies into electronic signals that feed into the computer interface. It is undeniable that when the zombies' heads droop like this, the interface clearly displays faint waves of electrical activity. This is akin to the brainwaves produced by a sleeping human, albeit at a much lower frequency." "Wait, how can a dead person have brainwaves?" Tianhu exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape in surprise. When Baoming chuckled, "Indeed, this individual is deceased. However, the brainwaves have been genuinely captured. I suspect that there might still be a few surviving brain cells within the zombie's mind, or perhaps the zombie virus is at play. Furthermore, this is not an isolated phenomenon. It is a recurring observation within the brains of zombies. Have you not investigated the reasons behind this?" Tianhu asked, incredulous. "Patience. I have even more astonishing news to share with you both. You must have heard of the second-tier zombies outside, correct? Well, to elaborate, these are the zombies that exhibit quicker reactions and heightened sensitivity. Does that ring a bell?" Lin Long and Tianhu nodded, recalling their encounters. When Baoming grinned, "Exactly. The zombie before us is a second-tier specimen. To be precise, it evolved into a second-tier zombie within my zombie repository. Do you know the conditions for their evolution?" You may find it hard to believe, but it is sleep." "Sleep?" Evidently, when Baoming's words constitute a sensational revelation for Lin Long and Tianhu. The notion that sleep can facilitate the evolution of zombies is a conclusion drawn from when Baoming's research within the zombie repository. Chapter 272. Exclusive Secrets. Upon hearing this, Tianhu was immensely excited and immediately pressed for clarification. "Are you suggesting that sleep can facilitate the evolution of zombies? Are you certain?" When Baoming nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the underlying principles of this evolution remain somewhat obscure to me. However, during my experiments with the brainwave patterns of zombies in a sleep state, I observed that those with extended sleep durations exhibited swifter electrical responses in their brainwaves. Moreover, upon awakening, I conducted a brief assessment in the training room and found that their reaction times and attack power had significantly improved. Based on a straightforward standard for zombie evolution, I can assert with confidence that zombies in a state of slumber evolve at a noticeably accelerated pace. Tianhu quickly inquired, "May I pose a direct question? How did you induce these zombies into a state of sleep?" I noticed that, at this moment, the majority of zombies were indeed resting. Yet, Jean Dachen's daughter, the girl named Jean Xiaoyan, appeared quite alert and showed no signs of drowsiness. When Baoming smiled enigmatically and gestured towards the walls of each compartment, where a small speaker was suspended. "Do you see that? I previously devised a compact circuitry system along this wall, preparing a selection of lullabies for each zombie. Of course, not every lullaby is effective, and different zombies respond variably to distinct melodies. Currently, my primary focus is to meticulously observe and identify the specific songs that can induce sleep in these zombies." Tianhu and Lin Long exchanged glances and indeed noticed the small speakers mounted on each wall. The wiring was discreetly embedded, leaving only the speaker openings visible, making them quite easy to overlook. Lin Long and Tianhu were momentarily taken aback, then nodded in unison. It appeared that when Baoming's approach was a gradual process of exploration. Tianhu then asked, "So, have you considered an alternative method? You mentioned earlier that certain lullabies can lull specific zombies to sleep. Have you contemplated what precisely in these lullabies causes a zombie to succumb to slumber? What causes it?" When Baoming replied directly, "I suspect that a particular rhythm within the song resonates with the zombies, prompting them to fall asleep. Alas, I am not a music researcher. Otherwise, I would extract segments from musical frequencies to create compositions capable of collectively hypnotizing them." Upon hearing this, Tian, who was momentarily stunned, as this was precisely the method he intended to suggest. It seemed that when Baoming had already entertained the idea, shifting his line of thought, Tian, who continued, "Have you ever shared this notion with Jean Dachuan? If he were aware of your predicament, he might be able to enlist someone within the community who has musical expertise to assist with this matter. While he may not be a musician himself, the community boasts a considerable number of individuals, and surely a few with a modicum of talent in this area could be found. Who knows?" As soon as Tian, who finished speaking, when Baoming shook his head and informed him that it was not permissible to divulge such information. Why? If he were to discover the method for the evolution of zombies, would he not rebel against the heavens? This individual, with lofty aspirations yet limited abilities, is utterly incapable of achieving anything significant. I cannot allow the members of our community to suffer the consequences of his folly. Chapter 273. The third stage, Zombie Lin Long inquired, "Why have you disclosed such experimental circumstances to us?" When Baoming smiled at Lin Long, "I possess a keen sense of observation. Simply by noting that you named your community civilization reconstruction, I surmise that you must be quite extraordinary. Furthermore, your handling of Jean Dachuan has certainly avenged me. Hence I am inclined to assist you in the endeavor of rebuilding a new civilization." Tianu nodded. "I see. You wish for us to seek individuals knowledgeable in music within the civilization reconstruction community to collaboratively study these hypnotic melodies, selecting musical segments to record together?" When Baoming smiled slightly, refraining from giving a direct response, Lin Long, observing him closely, discerned his intentions. With an agreeable chuckle, Lin Long replied, "Very well. Please take good care of those compositions. They may soon prove invaluable. Rest assured, I have been preserving them diligently. Brother Long, next, I wish to introduce you to a zombie that will ignite your fervor. I believe you will be utterly exhilarated upon encountering it." When Baoming shifted the conversation to a matter of greater significance, Lin Long, noticing the enigmatic smile on his face, pressed further, "Is there yet another astonishing revelation you have yet to share with me?" "Indeed, follow me to that small compartment ahead." "All right." Lin Long and Tian, who trailed behind when Baoming, passing through numerous compartments. Among them, some zombies, not yet entranced by hypnosis, struggled to open their mouths, yearning to bite Lin Long and the others. However, they could only peer from a distance, unable to approach. At the end of the compartments, a large door appeared. Flanking the door were panels of tempered glass, obscured by coverings that hindered visibility. Upon seeing this, Lin Long immediately asked, "What lies within? Could it be the training room you mentioned earlier?" When Bao Ming feigned astonishment, widening his eyes in surprise. He then turned to Lin Long, giving him a thumbs up and sincerely praising him. "Absolutely correct. Brother Long, you truly are the leader of our civilization reconstruction community, and you have guessed it right." Just then, a resounding thud echoed from within the room, as if something had collided violently with the wall. The steel walls were of excellent quality, producing only a faint sound. It was evident that something inside was engaging in a fierce impact. Tian Hu jumped in alarm, urgently asking, "Hey, Lao Tian, could there be a ferocious beast inside? What could have made such a loud noise?" Lin Long also inquired, "Lao Wen, you wouldn't have housed some fierce creature within, would you?" When Bao Ming shook his head at both of them. "No, Brother Long, you have guessed incorrectly this time. Within this zombie repository, there are solely zombies. No beasts are present. Therefore, the sound of the impact was also produced by a zombie. However, this zombie is not an ordinary one." "A zombie?" Lin Long and Tian, who were both taken aback. They had not anticipated that a zombie could produce such a tremendous noise. This was a stark contrast to their previous encounters. When Bao Ming nodded and remarked, "I could tell from the expressions on your faces. Surely, you do not believe that an ordinary zombie possesses such immense strength? Even a second-tier zombie would not be capable of such power. A second-tier zombie merely enhances sensitivity and reflexes, with its attacking prowess not significantly differing from that of an ordinary zombie. Therefore, considering all these factors, the zombie confined within this training chamber is neither an ordinary zombie nor a second-tier one, but rather the very first third-tier zombie that I have cultivated. Indeed, it is a third-tier zombie." Chapter 274. True Identity. Upon hearing when Bao Ming's words, Lin Long and Tian, who were both taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be true that a third-tier zombie had actually appeared in the zombie storage? In the apocalyptic world outside, the most formidable zombies Lin Long had encountered were merely second-tier. The notion of a third-tier zombie seemed almost mythical. However, he recalled Tian, who mentioning that within the original community, there were whispers of a fourth-tier zombie residing in the storage. Given this context, when Bao Ming's claim of a third-tier zombie became more comprehensible. Fortunately, a third-tier zombie was right before them. Noticing their astonished expressions, when Bao Ming felt a sense of pride, he inquired, "Brother Long, Engineer Tian, you surely haven't encountered a third-tier zombie in the outside world, have you? I once inquired about this from that scoundrel Jin Dachuan." Although he did not provide a direct answer about the existence of third-tier zombies in the outside world, his implications were quite clear. He had never come across one. You might be curious about what makes a third-tier zombie so special and how I managed to cultivate one. Lin Long and Tian, who nodded in unison. "Isn't that obvious?" they thought. With a third-tier zombie right before their eyes, their curiosity about its origin was piqued. When Bao Ming continued, "If I were to tell you that this third-tier zombie evolved from a second-tier zombie through hypnosis, allowing it to achieve self-evolution, would you believe me?" Hearing this, Lin Long could not help but gasp in disbelief. It appeared that this individual had not only discovered the hypnotic effects of music on zombies, but had also applied this phenomenon within the training room, resulting in the transformation of a second-tier zombie into the present third-tier one. Lin Long replied, "I believe you." "Excellent." When Bao Ming said with a chuckle, "I must caution you, as you prepare to witness the performance of the zombie in the training room, ensure you are mentally prepared." He then gestured toward the bulletproof glass, allowing them to observe the situation inside. With palpable eagerness, Tian, who smiled faintly, his anxious demeanor evident. Together, Lin Long and Tian, who stepped forward, focusing their gaze on the bulletproof glass. When Bao Ming approached and pressed a small button on the left side of the door, with a soft hiss, the obscuring glass panel was removed, revealing the scene within the training room. Inside, they beheld a zombie moving freely, curled up in the corner and glancing around. Was this creature truly a zombie? How could it move with such agility akin to a living person? As it turned its head, a filthy visage was presented before Lin Long and Tian Hu. Its eyes were devoid of color, and a streak of fresh crimson blood lingered at the corners of its mouth. With disheveled hair and protruding bones, It surveyed its surroundings as if sniffing the air for some elusive scent. Merely with that visage, it bore the terrifying countenance unique to the undead. Yet, its agility and swiftness surpassed that of an ordinary zombie. Upon noticing someone by the glass window, it bared its teeth in a sinister grin, and with an abrupt surge, it lunged forward, leaping towards a window. With a resounding crash, it collided heavily against the wall, producing a distinctly thunderous sound. Indeed, it was this very noise that echoed earlier, emanating from the zombie's impact. Lin Long and Tian, who instinctively reacted, hastily retreating from the glass door, their hearts racing in trepidation. Chapter 275. An instance of evolution, the retreat of Lin Long and Tian, who elicited a soft chuckle from Wen Baoming. Were it not for the protective suit, he might have burst into laughter. When Baoming remarked, "Brother Long, this fellow is quite astonishing, isn't he?" The speed and reflexes of a third-tier zombie have likely increased by more than double compared to a second-tier one. In an outdoor encounter, an ordinary person would stand no chance against such a third-tier zombie. Moreover, its strength is formidable, capable of tearing raw flesh with ease. Lin Long nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I can see that. Its overall capabilities are likely several tiers superior to those of a second-tier zombie." In the midst of his fright, Tian, who surprisingly appeared composed, he looked up at Wen Baoming and inquired, "Does Jin Dacha know about this third-tier zombie?" "No, he does not." Wen Baoming quickly shook his head. "As I mentioned earlier, I didn't inform him about the musical hypnosis, let alone the matter of the third-tier zombie. I believe its speed is comparable to the beastly corpses outside. The beastly corpses only run swiftly on two legs, but lack precision. The zombies, however, have hands, and their offensive capability far surpasses that of the beast's fangs. I concur with your analysis. If this third-tier zombie is a product of your musical hypnosis, I have a question. If this third-tier zombie can also be hypnotized, would it evolve once more into a more advanced fourth-tier zombie? Fourth-tier zombie? Upon hearing Tian Hu's words, Lin Long was suddenly struck with an unsettling thought. He could scarcely imagine the terrifying level to which a fourth-tier zombie could evolve. Lin Long immediately asked, "So, Old One, is the fourth-tier zombie your next experimental subject? And is there currently no progress?" "Indeed, it is still merely a plan. Evolving a third-tier zombie into a fourth tier is no simple task. But rest assured, I believe success is within reach." Upon hearing this, Lin Long exchanged a glance with Tian Hu, realizing that the rumors they had previously heard about fourth-tier zombies were indeed unfounded. "By the way, Old One, this third-tier zombie seems quite spirited tonight. Has it not been hypnotized?" "The third-tier zombie is the result of my research from a week ago. After that, it no longer responds to the previous hypnotic tunes. So, to be precise, it has been in its current state for a week now. I have yet to approach it personally to examine its bodily data. Observing it with the naked eye is already quite impressive. Can I understand it this way? Once a zombie has been hypnotized and evolved, it develops an inherent immunity to the previous hypnotic tunes? The tunes would no longer affect it? At present, that is the only interpretation we can draw." Wen Baoming nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Wen Baoming pressed a button, raising the barrier outside the bulletproof glass to obstruct the zombie's line of sight. He spread his hands and smiled. "All right, Brother Long, Engineer Tian, I have completed the introduction to the basic situation of the zombie repository. Do you find this introduction satisfactory?" Lin Long inquired with a smile. "I find it quite satisfactory," he replied. At that moment, Tian Hu suggested, "Old One, might I conduct a small test in your laboratory?" When Baoming turned to him, responding, "Of course, we are all longtime friends in the community of civilizational reconstruction. What kind of test do you wish to perform?" Tian Hu raised his right hand, gesturing towards the backpack on his back, nodding as he said, "I found an external device while out, and it contains audio frequencies of zombies. I believe it would be worth testing." Upon hearing this, Wen Baoming looked astonished. "Are you also researching zombies?" Chapter 276. Set you free. Tian Hu awkwardly shook his head, stating, "I am the head of the research team, and I am involved in various scientific projects. I have participated in the research on zombies, but my expertise does not compare to yours." Lin Long glanced at the time and smiled, saying, "All right, old Tian, it's getting late. Let's postpone the experiment on utilizing your circuit board to study zombies until the afternoon. You need to rest." and so does Old One. Turning to Old One, Lin Long continued, given that the zombie repository is a crucial domain, I shall now entrust you with the keys to the outer door and the access code for the inner door. You're to keep them secure. This means you are no longer bound by the regulations imposed by Jean Dachuan over the original community. You are free to come and go from the zombie repository without being confined among these terrifying and grotesque creatures every day. What do you think? Wen Baoming was taken aback upon hearing Lin Long's words, but soon expressed his astonished delight. Brother Long, really? Are you saying that I can now step out of this room like a normal person? Aren't you afraid that I might reveal the secrets of the zombie repository to the outside world? Previously, when Jean Dachuan was the leader of the Jean clan community, he had locked Wen Baoming within this repository, fearing that he might inadvertently expose its secrets upon exiting. Lin Long chuckled and confidently replied, I trust you. I believe you will keep the secret safe in your heart. Won't you? He then shifted the choice back to Wen Baoming. Wen Baoming laughed lightly, nodding in agreement. Yes, I will strive to guard the secrets of the zombie repository in my heart. However, if anyone from the outside learns of it, you mustn't hold it against me. The two shared a smile, alleviating the awkwardness between them. To truly safeguard a secret, merely confining those in the know is not the sole approach. Trust serves as the foundation of cooperation and is essential for the growth of a team. After conveying the keys and the inner door code to Wen Baoming, Lin Long decided not to disturb his rest further and left the zombie repository with Tian Hu. As for the experimental content mentioned by Tian, they would find time to complete it together once the community stabilized. Lin Long looked up at the sky, exhaling deeply, and turned to Tian Hu, asking old Tian, the zombie repository has yielded significant findings, hasn't it? Tian Hu nodded in agreement. Indeed, no one could have anticipated such unexpected discoveries within the zombie repository. So, are you planning to rest now? Lin Long shook his head, raising his right hand to point ahead. I am the leader of the civil reconstruction community, and since the community was just established this evening, I must gain a more comprehensive understanding of its current state. Are you tired? If you need a rest, contact He Quan or Brother Zhao through the communicator and have them arrange a place for you. As for me, I still need to check the armory. With that, Lin Long picked up the set of keys in his hand and selected the key for the outer door of the armory. Upon the mention of the armory, Tian Hu's spirit was invigorated. He chuckled and asked, May I accompany you to the armory? Observe my current state. I appear to be utterly devoid of fatigue. Do I not? Lin Long, having heard this, turned his head deliberately to cast a glance, smiling as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, you seem quite excited. Let's go together. Chapter 277. The Armory within Area. The second most significant territory is the Armory. With the recent change in community name, all firearms and equipment within the Armory have now been converted into private property of the civil reconstruction community. This location is separated from the previously mentioned zombie repository by several fenced areas. The Armory and the zombie repository share a commonality. Both are situated in relatively concealed underground locations. The exterior presents a typical wasteland, and beneath the ground lies an outer door that must be opened to gain access to the basement. It is no wonder that the general populace remains unaware of these two critical areas in Zone A. As Lin Long and Tian Hu approached, Lin Long crouched down and inserted the key into the lock of the outer door, effortlessly pulling it open. Lin Long entered first, followed closely by Tian Hu. Inside the basement, a different world unfolded. Upon activating the switch, dim lights illuminated the underground passage. The two men proceeded cautiously until they reached the inner door. Lin Long stepped forward to input the electronic code for the inner door. With a resonant sound, a section of the wall, resembling the color of earth, opened, revealing a narrow gap sufficient for one person to pass through. Lin Long took a moment to sniff the air and smiled. Old Tian, do you smell that? It seems as if the aroma of ammunition wafts from within. Tian Hu grinned and nodded. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't mentioned it. But now I can certainly smell it too. They exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a brief smile. Upon entering, they found the basement to be modest in size, merely over 20 square meters. 2 rows of steel shelves lined the space, holding an array of firearms and ammunition. A quick glance revealed the stockpile: 2 submachine guns, 3 shotguns, 7 handguns, 1 heavy machine gun, and a rocket launcher. Below were corresponding caliber rounds, including 9mm, 5, 56mm, and 7, 62mm ammunition. Scattered about were also bombs, smoke grenades, rockets, ballistic vests, and level 3 helmets. The total count of bullets amounted to over 300, while it may superficially resemble an armory. The meager quantity rendered it more akin to a small storage room. Nevertheless, in this post-apocalyptic milieu, possessing such weaponry is commendable, providing a semblance of security for the community. Lin Long casually picked up a bag of bullets and turned to Tian, who inquiring, "Old Tian, the ammunition here is rather limited. As a technician in the research team, can you devise a method to manufacture more bullets?" Tian, who, intently examining the bullets, smiled and replied, "I cannot provide a definitive answer at this moment, but with a little experimentation, I believe it should be feasible." This was precisely the response Lin Long had been awaiting. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he encouraged, "Excellent. With your words, I am confident that you have taken a significant step toward success." From the bag of bullets, Lin Long selected a round of appropriate caliber and handed it to Tian, who, saying, "Take one of these to study carefully." Subsequently, Lin Long patted the key at his waist and remarked, "After you leave, I shall arrange for another key for you. From now on, you may enter at your convenience." Upon hearing this, Tian, who widened his eyes in astonishment and inquired, "Ah, Shaolin, do you mean to grant me unrestricted access to the armory? This houses firearms, which are exceedingly perilous." Lin Long smiled generously and reassured him, "It's nothing to worry about. I trust you with the key." Chapter 278. Enhanced Physical Qualities in the Afternoon. After a brief respite, Lin Long had essentially restored his vitality. Upon awakening, the first thought that crossed his mind was the successful dismantling of the Jin family community, giving rise to the establishment of a civilized reconstruction community. From his initial solitude, he had evolved into the leader of a vast organization with over 1,000 members. This was indeed a monumental achievement. Feeling a pang of hunger, Lin Long retrieved a pouch of honey-infused crystal cores from his pocket. He contemplated consuming a crystal core directly, as it would swiftly replenish his energy and alleviate his hunger. However, he recalled the duel with Jin Dachuan at the Jin family community, where he had witnessed Jin Dachuan ingesting a crystal core, a practice he himself had engaged in. The research team had yet to reach a definitive conclusion regarding the effects of these cores, leaving uncertainty about potential adverse impacts from excessive consumption. For the sake of caution, he decided to minimize his intake. Lin Long stowed the honey-infused crystal cores back in his pocket and reminisced about the first time he had ingested a core, when he had requested the system's commentator to assess his physical condition. Several days had elapsed since then, and he wondered if his physical qualities had improved under the influence of the crystal cores. He sat quietly, closed his eyes, and summoned the commentator. As before, he articulated his needs directly. The commentator nodded in understanding, intrigued by the duration of Lin Long's consumption of the crystal cores. After a brief interval, the system conducted 3 comprehensive scans of Lin Long's body. The results revealed an impressive average score of 90. This marked a significant improvement over his previous score of 82, indicating a notable enhancement in his physical condition. As with the last assessment, the commentator informed Lin Long that, based solely on this health evaluation score, there had been a clear advancement in his physical state. Nonetheless, this merely indicated progress without revealing any anomalies. In other words, the examination could not ascertain whether excessive consumption of the honey-infused crystal cores had led to any detrimental side effects. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lin Long resolved to seek out the honey master, Zhang Qiao. With the community's establishment occurring early that morning, he had not had the opportunity to inquire of Zhang Qiao. Rising to his feet, he pulled out some provisions to satisfy his hunger before attending to other matters. After finishing his meal, Lin Long contentedly stretched and stood up to dial He Quan's number. He remained unaware of He Ling's feverish condition and the results of her examination from that morning. When he called, He Quan responded with surprise, "Dragon brother, you're awake? That's wonderful." Lin Long sensed urgency in his tone, which was understandable. given the nascent state of the civilized reconstruction community and the myriad matters requiring attention. For a young man like Iquan, locating some food or crystal cores would be a straightforward task. To truly enable him to manage such a vast community may prove to be a formidable challenge, necessitating further refinement and enhancement in the future. Oh, Commander, has something occurred? Nowadays, there are not as many people as before, and one may refer to He Quan simply as Xiao He. Given that the civilization reconstruction community has been established, and He Quan has been appointed as the leader of the armed division, it is imperative to address him as Commander He. Brother Long, Jiang Tsuetsue has committed suicide in her cell, He Quan replied. Chapter 279. The death of Jiang Tsuetsue suicide? How could she have taken her own life? Lin Long was instantly taken aback by He Quan's words. During the early morning purge of dissenters, although He Quan had summoned her from the ranks, it was merely out of disdain for her arrogance, intending only to impose a slight punishment. Little did he anticipate that this minor reprimand would lead to her demise. Now, within the makeshift prison, chaos reigned. My attempts to impose order were met with utter disregard. Brother Long, I find myself in a rather precarious situation and may require your assistance, He Quan communicated, his tone laced with urgency. Lin Long responded promptly, understood. I shall come immediately. By the way, how is your sister faring? My sister? He Quan chuckled, Brother Long. I will fill you in on my sister's situation when I have the chance. She is doing well. Upon mentioning He Ling, a distinct note of joy permeated He Quan's voice, as if the recovery of his sister was sufficient to overshadow the tragic event of Jiang Tsuetsue's suicide. Lin Long conceded. Very well, I will head toward the prison now. The temporary detention facility, housing all suspects of the Loyal Gold faction, was situated in the rear hall of Zone B. Distinctly separate from the dungeon where the principal culprits, Jin Dachuan, Luo Chong, and Ding Min, were held. Lin Long was acutely aware that among the suspects from the Loyal Gold faction, some were undoubtedly genuine members. During the early hours, outside the children's room, when Lin Long chastised Jin Dachuan, Zhang it did not come to his aid. Instead, she added fuel to the fire, exacerbating Jin Dachuan's predicament. Such treachery would surely incite reproach and derision from the Loyal Gold members. After the meeting, with both Loyal Gold members and Jiang Tsuetsue confined in the same prison, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against her. Apart from her striking beauty, Jiang Tsuetsue possessed no notable skills, rendering her vulnerable within the prison walls. Her tragedy was merely the culmination of her betrayal of Jin Dachuan. Lin Long silently mourned her fate, a beauty of the apocalypse, reduced to the depths of suicide, truly a consequence of her own making. Brother Long has arrived. Brother Long has arrived. Upon reaching the prison's entrance, Lin Long heard hushed whispers from both sides of the guardroom. Instantly, the previously noisy prison fell into a profound silence. He Quan hurriedly emerged, his expression one of deep concern, as if he had encountered a savior. He rushed to Lin Long's side with urgency. Brother Long, you have finally come. Lin Long halted before him, his demeanor solemn as he calmly inquired. What is happening? They are utterly vile. I knew many of them were Jin Dachuan's close associates. One glance at their dyed, yellow hair reveals their true nature. None of them are good people. When I question them, they remain silent. Jiang Tsuets's death was particularly brutal. It is said that she was violated by 6 or 7 individuals inside. Alas, such a stunning beauty could not possibly endure such humiliation. Thus she met her demise by throwing herself against the wall. Oh, have the perpetrators been thoroughly investigated? Were they all apprehended? Do they have anything to say? A total of 8 individuals have been detained. Some claim that 6 were involved, while others assert that 7 participated. Regardless, the culprits must be among these 8. I am at a loss as to how to deal with them now. A subtle smile graced Lin Long's lips, for he already harbored his own conclusions. Chapter 280. The punishment decision. Lin Long lifted his head and declared, Let us proceed together to observe. With a wave of his right hand, he signaled He Quan to follow in his footsteps. Upon seeing this, He Quan promptly kept pace. Casting a glance at Lin Long's expression, it was a visage of solemnity. He Quan could not fathom what thoughts lingered in his mind. An inexplicable sensation washed over He Quan as he perceived Lin Long before him to be somewhat inscrutable. At the periphery of the prison stood a row of individuals, with 8 middle-aged or young men bound in the center. Before them lay a corpse draped in white cloth. There was no need for elaboration. That corpse was none other than Jiang Suetsue. As Lin Long approached the group, they collectively turned to fix their gazes upon him. He strolled deliberately, drawing a long blade from his waist, ultimately halting before the 8 men. Lin Long inquired, "I have heard it said that you were responsible for the demise of the third madam, Jiang Suetsue. Is that accurate?" A middle-aged man with a beard, positioned centrally, smirked and replied, "And what of it? Let me tell you the truth. Jiang Suetsue was quite the delicate beauty, especially her bosom. Ha ha! It was utterly delightful." In an instant, Lin Long raised his right hand, positioning the blade against the man's throat. Lifting his head slightly, his eyes narrowed as he threatened, "It appears that not only do you show no signs of remorse for your recent actions, but you also seem rather pleased with yourself. Is that correct?" The man, who had been grinning moments before, fell silent, his eyes widening in terror as he pleaded, "No way. Did you not despise Jiang Suetsue? Was she not deserving of her fate?" "Deserving?" Lin Long retorted. "Who decreed that? Here, even those who are deemed deserving cannot be dealt with by any individual. If I find you disagreeable, does that grant me the right to sever your head with a single stroke? Please no. I acknowledge my wrongs. Spare my life." The man cried. "Then I ask you, why did you conspire to torment Jiang Suetsue? Did you think that your numbers would shield you from consequences? After all, there are 8 of you. I am innocent. I did not partake." One of the younger men interjected, raising his hand in protest. Lin Long turned his gaze upon him, questioning, "You claim to be innocent? Did you intervene to halt their cruelty at that moment?" "Ah, well, I did not," the man replied in a feeble whisper. "Thus, you are not innocent. You are one of the accomplices." Lin Long scoffed. "Your intentions are transparent. During your time in the community, you were, to varying degrees, coerced by the third madam, Jiang Suetsue. Consequently, when you witnessed her misfortunes, a potent desire for revenge ignited within you. There are myriad ways to exact vengeance. Yet you chose the most sordid path. Alas, what you have committed in this era of peace is nothing short of murder. Do not presume that in the chaos of the apocalypse, such deeds will go unpunished. I have resolved to bring your actions to light, allowing the entire community to judge you collectively. If the majority of the populace votes for your execution, then there is little I can do. Justice must be served when required. In my civilized community, such malevolent occurrences are unequivocally intolerable. A public vote? A verdict?" The middle-aged man, seated to the left, upon hearing this, was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief, hardly able to trust his own ears. Chapter 281. Li Guang with a sudden outcry from the middle-aged man. Li Guang. A commotion erupted among the onlookers. The remaining 7 individuals were thrown into a state of panic. One of them hastily pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Brother Long, we merely intended to teach her a lesson. We never anticipated that she would take her own life. When we saw her being apprehended, we attempted to curry favor with you, and yet we betrayed Boss Jean. Thus, we believed she was the type to be fickle." The middle-aged man with golden hair, positioned centrally, abruptly reprimanded him, saying, "Silence. When everyone was enjoying themselves, did you consider these consequences? Since Lin Long intends to render a public judgment upon us, then let it be so. I trust that we shall arrive at a fair conclusion." Upon hearing this, Lin Long immediately shifted his gaze to the man in the center. Moreover, under the man's fierce reprimand, the surrounding crowd fell into a noticeable hush. At first glance, this individual appeared to be the leader of the group. Lin Long inquired of He Quan, "Commander He, if I am not mistaken, he is the first loyal member you have selected from the Jin faction, known as Li Guang, correct?" "Indeed, Brother Long, it is he," He Quan promptly affirmed, taken aback by Lin Long's remarkable memory that allowed him to recognize the man so swiftly. Li Guang chuckled lightly and nodded. "Indeed, I am Li Guang, formerly a subordinate of Third Brother." Lin Long nodded appreciatively. "Very well. You possess the courage to take responsibility and accept a public vote of judgment. How commendable. Brother Long, I have heard that the instigator of the bullying towards Jiang Suetsue is none other than him. I understand now. He is the principal offender," Lin Long declared. "Today, ideally, should not have witnessed such a bloody incident on the inaugural day of our civil reconstruction, as it contradicts our original intent. Yet, sometimes, plans cannot keep pace with changes. When trouble arises, we must address it. Gather everyone shortly for a public trial. Lin Long, what have you done to third brother? Just as Lin Long prepared to turn away, Li Guang's voice rang out unexpectedly from behind. He Quan furrowed his brow and, emulating Lin Long, swiftly drew his long knife, placing it against Li Guang's neck, and furiously admonished, "Is your wretched self worthy to utter Brother Long's name? Do you dare to provoke me? Believe it or not, I could sever your tongue right here." Lin Long, witnessing this scene, smiled with satisfaction, contemplating, young he precisely so. Dealing with such arrogant villains cannot be accomplished through mere words. The only effective method is to counter violence with violence. Li Guang was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for He Quan's south audacity to place a knife against his throat. Lin Long addressed him, "Li Guang, do you yearn to meet Zhang Zhen? Your loyalty is indeed commendable. I can inform you that Zhang Zhen is currently imprisoned in the community's dungeon, though not in this location. Fear not. Today's public trial will include him as well. You shall meet on the trial stage. Lin Long, I am not afraid of you. If you have the capability, release me and let us engage in a duel. I shall never be defeated by you." At this moment, Li Guang foolishly entertained the notion of confronting Lin Long in a one-on-one duel, a truly whimsical thought. Lin Long replied, "I'm afraid you are not worthy." He then turned and commanded, "He Quan, escort these 8 individuals along with Zhang Zhen, Ding Min, and Luo Chong to the front desk of the research group to convene the inaugural collective meeting of the civil reconstruction community, where a collective vote will be held for their public adjudication." "Understood," He Quan responded loudly. Chapter 282. Collective meeting at precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The inaugural collective meeting of the civilization reconstruction community commenced on the open ground outside the research group. This meeting was presided over by He Quan and Yuan Chuanxi. It must be acknowledged that Yuan Chuanxi, once a celebrated star, found hosting such gatherings to be a mere trifle. After briefly introducing the prepared materials regarding the civilization reconstruction community, she gracefully shifted the conversation, inviting Mr. Lin Long, the esteemed leader of the community, to deliver an important address. Lin Long then stepped forward. In the open area before him, over 1,000 survivor members had gathered, their gazes fixed upon the center stage. Lin Long had previously engaged in modest club activities during his university life in a peaceful environment, including expressing personal views in public settings. Thus, upon returning to such a platform, he felt no trepidation. A significant reason for his confidence was that he stood before them as a victor. His courageous performance and formidable prowess during the early morning's confrontation were commendable. In this apocalyptic context, large-scale speeches were devoid of the elaborate props and procedures typical of more tranquil times. Here, simplicity was key. As Lin Long emerged, He Quan, He Ling, Zhao Daming, and the other leaders enthusiastically led the applause, bestowing the most fervent cheers upon their leader, Lin Long. With a gentle smile, Lin Long raised his hands, signaling for a moment of quiet. Gradually, the raucous applause subsided. "Esteemed members," Lin Long began, "this morning, our civilization reconstruction community has been officially established. I am Lin Long, your leader, and you may henceforth refer to me as Brother Long. I trust that all present are loyal members of our community. I solemnly vow to safeguard the legitimate and effective interests of all devoted members for as long as I, Lin Long, draw breath, dedicating my life's work to the growth and prosperity of our community." As Lin Long paused, Zhao Daming was the first to shout, "Brother Long is mighty. Long live Brother Long. The civilization community shall dominate the world." His words, seemingly scripted, incited a chorus of agreement from the crowd, who rallied behind their newfound leader. Lin Long cast a glance at Zhao Daming, contemplating, "It appears I have underestimated him. I thought he was merely an earnest logistics personnel, yet he has spontaneously crafted such rallying cries." With a smile, he raised his hand once more, signaling for calm. As he scanned the crowd, his gaze met that of Yi Ling, who offered him a subtle smile, a silent greeting. Upon encountering her exquisite and delicate visage, at this moment, He Ling had elegantly arranged her hair and donned a stylish and pristine jumpsuit that flawlessly accentuated her perfect figure and enchanting features. Lin Long could not help but feel a ripple of emotion within him. It seemed that her feverish affliction from the early hours had now subsided. Once the gathering fell into silence, Lin Long continued, "I trust you're all aware that earlier today, I led my trusted officers in conducting a brief investigation of the mid-level managers within the original community. During this operation, we apprehended 3 individuals who were genuine loyalists, namely Ding Min, Luo Chong, and Zhang Zhun. Additionally, there exists a group of 24 suspects affiliated with the loyalist faction, 14 of whom are deemed to be of particularly high suspicion." Chapter 283. Methods of Punishment. As Lin Long spoke, his tone abruptly shifted, continuing, "Regarding the suspects from the loyal gold faction, my initial intention was to adopt a stance of observation, allowing them to reside in the prison for a period to assess their conduct. However, this morning, an unforeseen event occurred in the temporary prison. What was it? The former community's third lady, Jiang Suitsue, was subjected to bullying and, unable to endure it, took her own life by crashing into a wall." Lin Long paused momentarily, clearly noticing the murmur of the audience, a cacophony of discussions erupting. It was indeed unexpected for such a tragic event to transpire at this critical juncture. Amid the clamor, Lin Long, due to the enhancement of his physical capabilities, found his auditory sensitivity heightened. He faintly discerned whispers, with someone lamenting the unfortunate fate of Jiang Suitsue. Who would have thought that Jiang Suitsue would meet such an end? Let us not forget how arrogant she was when she ascended to the position of third lady. Now, facing such a conclusion, it is indeed her own doing. Yes, her own doing. Lin Long thought bitterly, having anticipated that among the crowd, there would be those reveling in the spectacle. As a public figure, Jiang Suitsue had likely offended many once she attained her esteemed position. Thus, upon hearing of her demise, some individuals felt no sympathy, but rather a sense of schadenfreude. With a smile, Lin Long requested, "May I ask everyone to quiet down?" Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually hushed. He resumed with solemnity, "As for Jiang Suitsue, I am aware that, during her time in the original community, she must have misused her status as third lady to commit acts against the very individuals present here. Therefore, when news of her tragic death spread, some may perceive it as poetic justice. However, I reiterate, in the civilized reconstruction community we are establishing, all collective actions must reflect the will of the people. We must uphold the democratic ideals of a peaceful era. While Jiang Suitsue indeed erred, should there be any punishment, it must be determined through a public vote among the community. Any clandestine punitive measures by individuals or groups will not be recognized. Conversely, those who impose such punishments will violate the collective discipline of the civilized reconstruction and must face appropriate consequences. In the matter surrounding Jiang Suitsue's suicide, a preliminary investigation has identified 8 suspects. These individuals have breached collective discipline, and our first course of action is to conduct a vote to decide their punishment." As Lin Long concluded his address, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd once more. Is this for real? Are we really having a public vote? This cannot be a dream. Previously, under Jean Dachuan's leadership, decisions were made solely based on his personal whims, akin to the ruffians of society. And now, our esteemed brother Long is returning us to a civilized mode of resolution. Indeed, why else would our community be named the Civilized Reconstruction Community? The name itself signifies our aspiration to draw closer to an era of civilization. How splendid it is to have a public vote. Just, transparent, equitable. Instantly, cheers of praise resonated throughout the air. Upon witnessing this, Lin Long smiled knowingly, realizing that his idea was embraced by the majority. A public vote. Chapter 284. The public voting commences. Lin Long turned around, gesturing to Hequan to summon the 8 suspected members of the Loyal Gold faction. Hequan understood the cue and snapped his fingers at the guards. The guards nodded and promptly brought forth the 8 individuals, led by Li Guang, who ascended the stage one by one. As they took their places, the once roaring applause from the audience fell into an eerie silence. They finally recognized the true identities of these 8 individuals. How shocking it was! Once the 8 stood firm, Lin Long continued, "Now, everyone pay attention. Among these 8, some of you should be familiar with them. We shall now conduct a public vote on these individuals. The rules are straightforward. Each person will step forward, and I will require everyone to raise their hands twice. The first time, I will ask if you know this person. Here, by know, I mean having a basic understanding of them, not merely a fleeting acquaintance. All members, based on your thoughts, if you recognize him, please raise your hand. Your group leaders will tally the number of raised hands and report the total to Captain Mao Jun, the statistician. The second hand raise will follow the first. I will announce the punishment method, and I ask that you raise your hand accordingly. There are 3 types of punishment: decapitation, exile, and imprisonment. I hope each of you will choose one form of punishment to indicate with your hands. If you're uncertain, you may abstain. This is a simplified procedure conducted in our current apocalyptic environment, where no formal legal system exists. Having outlined the rules, I will now give you 1 minute to observe and contemplate. After 1 minute, we shall proceed with the public voting on these 8 individuals. Upon finishing, Lin Long turned his gaze toward the 8. Among them, some were visibly agitated, though their hands were bound and their mouths sealed, rendering them voiceless. Indeed, any of these 3 punishments would be deemed severe. The second punishment, exile, could, to a considerable extent, be equated with the first, decapitation, as both could lead to dire outcomes. However, it was clear that the terror of being exiled in this apocalyptic world was far more daunting, as it could easily result in becoming fodder for the undead. Lin Long's sole purpose was to ensure that everyone in the community understood that to live harmoniously within it, one must adhere to the most fundamental codes of conduct. Anyone daring to transgress and harm others must face the appropriate severe consequences. Leniency and punishment would fail to establish authority. A minute swiftly elapsed. Lin Long glanced at his wristwatch, then raised his voice to announce, "Time's up. Are we all prepared? We shall now commence the public voting for the first suspect from the Loyal Gold faction, Li Guang." As his words echoed, the guards pushed Li Guang forward. The audience's votes were tallied, revealing that a total of 589 individuals in the community recognized him. Among these, the votes for the 3 forms of punishment were 280, 281, and 21 respectively. In accordance with this ratio, the overwhelming majority of voters expressed a desire to see Li Guang exiled. Upon hearing the results of the vote, Li Guang's face turned pale. Although he was mentally prepared for such an outcome, witnessing it firsthand rendered him unwilling to accept reality. Chapter 285. Voting in progress. Lin Long nodded solemnly and continued, "Esteemed colleagues, the voting results are clear for all to see. Regarding the methods of punishment, there remain 7 abstentions. The overwhelming majority desires to see Li Guang exiled, left to fend for himself. We must adhere to this voting outcome and expel Li Guang. Guards, please return Li Guang to the lineup. Once all votes are cast, we shall transport the exiles to different locations for their banishment." The guards complied, reintegrating Li Guang into the queue. Thus, the remaining 7 members were subjected to a public voting process among all present. The results were evident. 3 were executed on the spot, 3 were exiled, and 2 were imprisoned. With the results established, it was time to act accordingly. The guards ushered Li Guang and the other 2 condemned individuals to the front to board the vehicle. The exiles were blindfolded, deprived of sustenance, and transported to an arbitrary location, where they were unmasked and unceremoniously pushed out of the vehicle. Their fate, amidst potential dangers, was left to chance. Upon hearing the verdict, those sentenced to be beheaded trembled, their legs quaking uncontrollably. Yet, as per the rules previously established, their attitude mattered not. Execution was unavoidable. As 3 heads fell, Lin Long addressed the assembly, proclaiming, "This serves as a stark lesson. Henceforth, any who transgress within the rebuilt community shall meet a similar fate." The 2 individuals escorted to the prison, in contrast, faced a comparatively lenient punishment. However, their relief was short-lived, for Lin Long elaborated within the rebuilt community. All prisoners must engage in labor as part of their rehabilitation. Their toil will determine their rations. Failure to work may result in starvation, a fate I need not elaborate upon. Thus, the initial voting exercise concluded with ease. The three groups of punished individuals were processed in accordance with the established results. After the first matter was resolved, Lin Long stepped forward, nodding in approval. Excellent, the first task is complete. Now, let us proceed to the second matter. The nature and process of the second task closely mirrored the first, save for one distinction. This time, the individuals facing punishment were not mere suspects of the Loyalist faction, but genuine members. The number of offenders was fewer, comprising only 3 individuals. Once again, the same 3 punitive outcomes awaited, to be determined by a show of hands. As Lin Long spoke, a murmur of anticipation swept through the crowd. Many had already surmised the nature of this second affair. However, given the authenticity of the Loyalist faction's involvement, there was a heightened sense of expectation among the attendees. Lin Long paused momentarily before continuing. The 3 individuals who will be subjected to voting in the second round, I believe most of you are familiar with, namely Ding Min, Luo Chang, and Zhang Zhun. Indeed, it was them. I had my suspicions that Zhang Zhun's disappearance was somehow connected to Brother Long He. It seems we are in for quite a spectacle this time. The audience below whispered among themselves, expressing a keen interest in the forthcoming punitive results for these 3 individuals. Lin Long smiled slightly, adhering to the established protocol. As per the order in which I call their names, each will participate in 2 rounds of voting. Based on the number of acquaintances, there will be 3 punitive voting options. The method with the highest vote count will determine the punishment for that individual. Now, let us begin with the first, Ding Min. I believe there is no need for me to elaborate on who Ding Min is. You all know her well, formerly the Second Lady. Chapter 286. Unexpected outcome. Ding Min, the young lady who previously held the title of the second wife of Jin Dachuan, stood before the gathering as Lin Long introduced her. The individuals from each team began to tally the number of people familiar with her. As Ding Min was escorted to the front, her expression remained solemn, her gaze sweeping across the crowd with an air of composure that suggested neither panic nor fear. Perhaps her experience in the prior round of voting and punishment had steeled her resolve, allowing her to maintain an unruffled demeanor when it was her turn to face the assembly. Truth be told, Lin Long harbored a modicum of sympathy for Ding Min. Her willingness to step forward indicated that Jin Dachuan still held considerable significance in her heart. It was well known within the original community that many had claimed the third wife, Jiang Suse, was the most favored amongst Jin Dachuan's women. Lin Long commenced the proceedings by earnestly asking all members who recognized Ding Min to raise their hands, with the team leaders compiling the responses. As the first round of voting commenced, a significant majority of attendees raised their right hands in acknowledgement of Ding Min. Lin Long silently nodded, noting that the final tally exceeded that of the previous highest vote-getter, Li Guan. This was understandable, given Ding Min's prominent status among them. It was only natural that many would be familiar with her. Lin Long then posed a subsequent inquiry, this time soliciting votes regarding Ding Min's potential punishment. When he requested those in favor of her exile to raise their hands, a few individuals did so, but the number was surprisingly low, starkly contrasting with the earlier voting results regarding her recognition. Lin Long pondered, could it be that these individuals were inclined towards harsher penalties, such as execution or imprisonment? Upon concluding this round of voting, Lin Long initiated a third query. As anticipated, the response was similarly muted. The number of hands raised for this inquiry was also minimal. A glance at the statistics revealed that while 920 people acknowledged knowing Ding Min, the votes for the 3 proposed punitive measures were merely 30, 27, and 33, respectively. This proportion was decidedly anomalous among those subjected to punishment, suggesting that a significant majority of the members did not support any form of retribution against Ding Min. Turning to He Quan, Lin Long noted that this unexpected outcome had caught him off guard as well. He Quan approached Lin Long and whispered, "Brother Long, the second wife treats those beneath her quite well. The workload I previously had was also determined by her. Yet I often failed to complete the tasks without her holding me accountable." Lin Long nodded in understanding. Perhaps within the Jin community, this second wife, Ding Min, could be regarded as a unique anomaly. Lin Long then announced that the results of Ding Min's vote count had been revealed, much to my surprise. When I was contemplating the punitive measures, I had not anticipated that a significant number of individuals would support the loyalist faction of the original community. Therefore, I resolved that the form of punishment for Ding Min would be imprisonment. Chapter 287. The punishment of Zhang Zhun after Ding Min was taken away. Lin Long vaguely heard whispers among the crowd. At last, the second madam was spared from punishment this time, unlike the previous two occasions. Indeed, in my opinion, the second madam is innocent and should not be subjected to any penalty. The true culprit deserving of punishment is that scoundrel, Jean Dachuan. Yes, Jean Dachuan has wronged the second madam. Lin Long smiled faintly, realizing that public opinion would ultimately prevail. It seemed that many in the audience shared He Quan's earlier sentiment, harboring affection for the second madam and believing she should remain unpunished. As for the temporary confinement, it could be adjusted later. Following Ding Min, it was now Luo Chang's turn. As he stepped forward, the audience immediately reverted to their previous demeanor, low murmurs of curses and disdain. It was evident that they held a deep-seated aversion towards Luo Chang. He was the brother of Luo Wei, and both served under Jinbo. Their prior arrogance might have led to this public disdain, resulting in their ascension to the stage where they faced such contempt. Without further ado, Lin Long initiated the voting process, and the tally began. The results soon emerged. Luo Chang was subjected to the punishment of exile, with votes overwhelmingly in favor of this decision. Upon seeing the outcome, a slight smile crept across Luo Chang's lips, as if this form of punishment had, in fact, fulfilled his own desires. Lin Long cast a glance at him, fully aware of his prior promise to Jean Dachuan regarding his release. Luo Chang, being a loyal subordinate of Jean Dachuan, likely anticipated that once outside the community, he could once again align himself with his superior. The final participant in the second round of voting was none other than Zhang Zhun, one of the former three leaders of the community. As Zhang Zhun was brought forth, a stir erupted among the crowd upon witnessing his true appearance. His notoriety and fierce reputation within the original community were well known. However, during the past few days, Zhang Zhun had been confined in an external processing facility, enduring both psychological and physical torment, leaving him looking haggard and devoid of vitality. Given his condition, he was already perilously close to death, rendering punishment unnecessary. Lin Long, indifferent to the murmurs of the crowd, promptly announced the commencement of the voting. The verdict for Zhang Zhun was a death sentence by beheading, with the number of votes far exceeding those for the previous individuals. Zhang Zhun exhibited no significant reaction to this outcome. Perhaps he felt he had no recourse but to silently accept his fate. Unlike the others who had faced execution, Zhang Zhun was a prominent figure in the original community, having previously ventured to Wang's community in B City alongside the second-in-command, Zhang Fang. The threat posed by Wang's community still lingered in Lin Long's mind. It remained uncertain whether individuals like Zhang Zhun would hold any strategic value in future confrontations with Wang's community. Lin Long stepped forward to articulate the advantages and disadvantages of the impending execution method of beheading for Zhang Zhun. Upon hearing his words, the assembly fell into a profound silence. The majority of those present who participated in the voting had not considered the substantial utility that Zhang Zhun still possessed. Ultimately, Lin Long's decision regarding Zhang Zhun's punishment was to temporarily confine him in a prison cell, with the understanding that his life could be reclaimed at a later time when it no longer held any value. Chapter 288. The removal of symbols following the establishment of the civil reconstruction community. The punitive measures against all relevant personnel have reached a conclusion. As events progressed, we have now entered the third phase. Lin Long had previously inquired with Engineer Tian Hu about this stage, and upon receiving his affirmative response, he felt it was appropriate to make a public announcement. Lin Long stepped forward and addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, during my initial encounter with Commander He of the original community, I distinctly observed the river emblem upon his arm. He informed me at that moment that this was the symbol of your former community. Moreover, not only does your community possess this emblem, but neighboring communities bear similar designs as well. Now, with the original community having fallen, we have established a new community rooted in civilization. Thus, I propose that it is high time to abolish the insignia of the original community. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately reacted, revealing their right arms. Indeed, upon their skin, One could discern the unmistakable river emblem, one of the markings of the original community. However, it is noteworthy that Jean Dachuan had ensured that this mark would be permanently imprinted on each member through the use of iron stamps. This engraving was mandatory for individuals who had reached the age of 16, while younger children were confined to a children's ward, temporarily exempt from receiving such marks. Naturally, there were exceptions for exceptionally mature children who joined task groups and were also required to bear the emblem. This method of imprinting penetrated deep into the muscle, rendering it nearly impossible to erase through conventional means. Lin Long's declaration sparked curiosity among the crowd. He raised his hands slightly, signaling for silence. I understand your collective deliberation. It is only natural that my proposal to remove these markings elicits a strong response. He continued, some may wonder how we can eliminate these emblems. There's indeed a method. At the research group, each squad will line up at the periphery of the facility to eliminate their marks one by one. Furthermore, some may be curious whether, after erasing the community emblem, we will replace it with that of the civil reconstruction community. Allow me to clarify. Our community does not require any symbolic insignia. We will simply conduct a basic personnel census, and I hope you will cooperate when the time comes. After a brief pause, Lin Long elaborated, there may be concerns that without our emblem, members from other communities might infiltrate ours, posing a significant risk. Allow me to reassure you, as long as I, Lin Long, serve as the leader of the civil reconstruction community, I shall safeguard your security. This commitment is not merely verbal. I will substantiate my promises with tangible actions. Following Lin Long's address, Hequan also stepped forward to announce, I am the head of the armed division, and henceforth, the protection of the civil reconstruction community will be one of my primary responsibilities. Though I may be young, I am an extraordinary ability wielder. I firmly believe that through my future endeavors to enhance my abilities, I will undoubtedly elevate my superpower proficiency to a higher echelon. Lin Long nodded, stating that our civilization's reconstruction community will harness technology to ensure the practical application of abilities, providing comprehensive protection for all members within the community. Chapter 289. Three superpowered individuals. The inaugural meeting of the civil reconstruction community was successfully convened, with various departments operating in an orderly manner under the leadership of Lin Long, Hequan, and Zhao Daming. All sub-teams diligently drew upon and implemented the exemplary management practices of the former community, aiming to inherit and promote its strengths while rectifying its shortcomings and deficiencies. However, Lin Long was pleasantly surprised by an unexpected event that day. Healing not only had recovered, but also revealed herself to be a superpowered individual with exceptional running abilities. According to the introduction by the head of the medical support team, Zheng Wei, the fever symptoms that Ling exhibited were merely a slight discomfort caused by the activation of her superpowers due to the honey crystal nuclei within her body. Lin Long was momentarily taken aback upon receiving this news. Thus, both siblings possessed extraordinary running capabilities. It was just that Hequan had discovered his powers a few days earlier, while his sister's remarkable talent was unveiled slightly later. Lin Long chuckled and patted Hequan on the shoulder, realizing that Hequan's earlier mention of his sister's fever had indeed been related to this newfound ability. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Long marveled at the fact that the civil reconstruction community had begun its journey with three superpowered individuals, significantly enhancing its strength compared to the previous Gene community. Lin Long advised Hequan to heed the recommendations of Master Zhang Qiao regarding the enhancement of his sister's abilities, emphasizing the importance of judiciously consuming the honey crystal nuclei to ensure a gradual and steady advancement of her powers. 2 days later, Lin Long had gained a thorough understanding of the original community's affairs. Taking advantage of the afternoon, he resolved to visit the special cell housing Jean Dachuan. After all, he had promised to release him once everything was settled, provided there were no extraordinary circumstances. Checking the time, Lin Long deemed it appropriate to pay Jean Dachuan a visit. He required no accompaniment, fastening a firearm and a long knife at his waist as he proceeded directly to the underground prison. Upon his arrival, the personnel flanking the prison bowed respectfully in greeting, acknowledging Lin Long as presence. He inquired with the officer in charge about Jean Dachuan's recent dietary conditions. The officer informed Lin Long that Jean Dachuan had regained approximately 50% of his health by the day after the incident. Now, another day had passed, and his condition had improved to 80%. This indicated that Jean Dachuan had, during the early hours of that fateful day, excessively consumed honey crystal nuclei, resulting in bodily harm, and he had not fully recovered even after 2 days. It was evident that overconsumption of the honey crystal nuclei could lead to severe physical repercussions. Lin Long nodded in understanding and then approached the special cell numbered 004. Lin Long turned his head to glance inside, discovering Jean Dachuan bound at all limbs, his head drooping as if he had succumbed to slumber upon an iron chain contraption. Lin Long raised his right hand and gently knocked on the grand door. Immediately, a series of chimes resonated from the edge of the door. As the sound permeated the interior, Jean Dachuan finally opened his bleary eyes. He lifted his gaze and directed it toward Lin Long. Upon recognizing him, Jean Dachuan's previously dazed expression abruptly sharpened. He squinted slightly, astonished, and inquired, "Is it you?" Chapter 290. Heartfelt words. Lin Long nodded in acknowledgement, affirming, "Indeed, it is I, Jean Dachuan." He produced the key handed to him by the warden and unlocked the iron door, stepping inside. Lin Long took a seat on one side of the cell and inquired with genuine concern, "Have you been able to adjust to life here over the past few days?" Jean Dachuan let out a light laugh, his voice hoarse as he replied, "What difference does it make if I have or haven't? Since I am here, I must adapt. Is that not so? Well, you do have a point. Let us disregard my previous question. May we engage in a sincere conversation now?" "Sincere conversation? Spare me. I am but a prisoner, and your intentions are merely another form of interrogation. What I know, I shall share. What I do not, I am powerless to convey." Jean Dachuan tilted his head to gaze ahead, continuing, "The physician you arranged visits me daily for examinations. Before entering, you must have been apprised of my current condition, which is yet to fully recover. Even when I am restored, I would not pose a challenge to you, let alone in my weakened state. You seem to harbor quite the prejudice against me. Are you blaming me for not honoring my prior promise to release you from the community?" Lin Long, astute as ever, discerned that Jean Dachuan held considerable resentment. By the historical precedents of victor and vanquished, Jean Dachuan was the defeated, while Lin Long emerged victorious. The punitive measures against the vanquished are seldom dictated by their own will. Thus, Lin Long's prior promise to respect Jean Dachuan's choices could easily be rescinded. Lin Long shook his head, realizing that Jean Dachuan perceived him as a man of broken promises. "To renege on my word would be unthinkable," he asserted. "Do I still possess the right to choose?" "It seems not," Jean Dachuan remarked dismissively. Lin Long countered, "You're mistaken. Before I exile you, I must first comprehend the fundamental circumstances of the community. In these past few days, I have successfully accomplished this task. I have familiarized myself with the 3 districts of the civil rebuilding community. Adjustments will be made to your prior regulations, and I shall build upon your management to foster the growth of the community, realizing our shared aspiration of restoring a civilized society." Upon hearing this, Jean Dachuan immediately turned to scrutinize Lin Long's sincerity. After a moment of observation, he quietly asked, "So, in the span of 2 to 3 days, you have fully grasped the community. Did you uncover any significant concerns? If not, will you proceed with my exile today?" Lin Long nodded, affirming Jean Dachuan's deduction. He then inquired, "I wish to confirm, have you withheld any information from me? If so, now is the time to disclose it." "My ultimate aim is to encourage your candor," Jean Dachuan replied. "What I needed to share has already been conveyed in its entirety. In recent days, I have been pondering a matter that has caused me considerable distress, and I hope you can provide some clarification." Lin Long smiled faintly, not anticipating that before he could even begin to respond to the inquiry, he had already sparked a question within himself. With a gracious wave of his hand and a smile, Lin Long encouraged, "Please, do share what it is that you wish for me to elucidate. I am curious to know, during our encounter in the early hours, when you approached me closely and I clearly fired at you, how did you manage to swiftly maneuver and evade the bullet?" Chapter 291. The truth revealed. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lin Long maintained an impassive expression, yet a faint smile flickered within him. Was he referring to that early morning incident when he deftly evaded his bullets with the aid of the cheating system? To be candid, had it not been for the system's assistance, Lin Long could not guarantee he would have emerged unscathed. A bullet could very well have struck him, causing him to fall on the spot. Fortunately, the support of the cheating system enabled him to elude peril. With a serious demeanor, Lin Long proclaimed, "If I were to tell you that I possess an alternative method to swiftly dodge bullets, would you believe me? Moreover, this technique is one that only I can execute in the entire world. In simpler terms, it involves instantaneous movement." Jean Dachun nodded, affirming, "Yes, I believe you." In the case of anyone else, evading a bullet would be utterly impossible. Lin Long offered a slight smile, casting a glance at the somber atmosphere surrounding them. He inquired, "Jean Dachun, I have granted you 2 days for contemplation. Have you come to a decision? If I were to release you from this place, to which community would you venture? The Gaoshan community, the Wang community, or the Long community?" With a choked voice, Jean Dachun lifted his gaze, revealing his indecision. "Perhaps I would consider the Long community or the Gaoshan community. The Wang community is teeming with experts. Should I go there, I might not receive the respect I deserve. By the way, may I ask you one more thing? Speak. Anything I know that I deem appropriate to share, I shall disclose. What has become of Ding Min and Luo Chong? I have a lingering feeling that you will not spare them." "Ah, so you have taken an interest in Ding Min? These past 2 days have granted you some clarity, and you have changed quite a bit. Why not inquire about how I shall punish Jiang Suitsue instead? I merely wish to understand their current circumstances. If it is inconvenient for you to disclose, you need not feel obliged." "Convenient? Have I indicated otherwise? My visit today serves as a farewell of sorts for you. However, before this send-off, I must brief you on the situation regarding your former community. It is imperative that I inform you, whether as a reminder, a warning, or as a caution for your future survival." Upon hearing this, Jean Dachun raised his head, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Long. He seemed to sense the sincerity emanating from Lin Long's heart. Indeed, they say the eyes do not deceive. When gazing into someone's eyes, one can often glimpse the very window to their soul. Lin Long continued, "I have executed punitive measures against the personnel of the former community in 3 separate batches. The first batch comprises the loyal faction led by Ding Min, Luo Chong, and Zhang Zhun. The second consists of suspects from the loyal faction, spearheaded by Li Guang and 14 others. And the final group comprises 10 individuals categorized as observers of the loyal faction." Jean Dachun nodded slightly at this revelation. He was acutely aware that he had witnessed the entire process of Luo Chong and Ding Min emerging from the ranks of middle management that fateful morning. However, he had not anticipated that his other capable aide, Zhang Zhun, would also be subjected to punishment as part of the loyal faction. "Zhang Zhun, he has been under your control all along, has he not?" "Indeed, Zhang Zhun has remained in my grasp. It is through him that I acquired fundamental insights regarding the community you established. Then, one by one, they were defeated. First, Jin Bo was eliminated, followed by Zhang Fong being driven away, and finally, it was your turn. It can be said that Zhang Zhun has rendered significant service during my efforts to dismantle your original community in the process of reconstructing my civilization. However, he is, after all, one of your own, and I shall ensure that he is punished alongside you." "I see. What you mentioned aligns closely with my thoughts over the past few days. Given this, my failure can also be attributed in part to betrayal." Chapter 292, A Mixture of Joy and Sorrow. Zhang Zhun, under my relentless questioning, found himself unable to withhold information. His own survival was at stake. In such dire circumstances, he had no choice but to speak. Nonetheless, Zhang Zhun was a man who, during the public voting assembly, faced overwhelming support for his immediate execution as retribution. This outcome speaks volumes about the multitude of individuals he had antagonized. Lin Long offered a slight smile, informing Jean Dachun of the resolution regarding this matter. "Has Zhang Zhun been executed?" Jean Dachun inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. "Not yet," Lin Long replied, "although the votes favored execution. You must recall that he was involved in prior negotiations with the Wang community. Hence, I felt compelled to preserve a pathway for the newly established civilization reconstruction community. Should an irreconcilable conflict arise with the Wong community in the future, he may yet prove to be of assistance. Jean Dachuan fell silent, refraining from further comment. Indeed, Lin Long was no ordinary figure. Having just founded the civilization reconstruction community, he was likely to encounter considerable external pressures. In the face of such challenges, he needed to devise ways to mediate and resolve issues. Retaining a potentially useful hostage could provide a measure of security for the community's future. Lin Long continued, "Now, let me speak of the other two individuals you inquired about, particularly Ding Min, the second lady of the former community. It is clear to me that she is a woman of deep loyalty and righteousness. What punishment has she received?" Jean Dachuan asked eagerly. His curiosity piqued at the mention of Ding Min. Lin Long responded, "Regardless of whether they are true loyalists or mere suspects, my methods of punishment are limited to 3: exile, execution, or imprisonment. If it were up to you, what form of punishment would you deem appropriate for Ding Min and Luo Chang? Exile, execution, or imprisonment?" Jean Dachuan repeated, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "If I were to argue that Ding Min should not face any of these punishments, would you concur? She is a woman of education and reason. I coerced her into her situation. Moreover, she has suffered on my behalf. Were it not for the unfortunate loss of my child, due to her mishap, I would not have intentionally neglected her. During that time, Jiang Zifei deliberately flaunted herself before me, and I succumbed to her allure, making her my third wife. What punishment has been meted out to Jiang Zifei?" Jean Dachuan reminisced about his moments with the second lady, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. Before shifting the conversation back to Jiang Zifei, "She is a quintessentially treacherous woman. Perhaps only upon hearing news of her punishment can my slight sense of loss be alleviated. Rest assured, I am not one to indiscriminately spill innocent blood," Lin Long reassured him. Upon Ding Min's appearance, I gauged the reactions of the voters and discerned her character. Ultimately, her punishment has been imprisonment, temporarily confined for observation. As for Jiang Zifei, her fate may surprise you. She has died by suicide. Dead? By suicide? Jean Dachuan immediately raised his head, his suspicious gaze fixated on Lin Long, utterly disbelieving the words that had just escaped his lips. Jean Dachuan pressed further. "How could you possibly drive her to such an act? Is this not an utter injustice to her? Yet I must admit, I am quite curious. How could someone who cherishes life so dearly suddenly choose to end it?" Chapter 293. The Method of Exile. Lin Long remarked, "It seems you are rather well acquainted with the third madam, Jiang Zifei. You are aware that she cherishes her life greatly and would not resort to suicide under normal circumstances. Indeed, her demise was not a conventional act of self-harm. I had incarcerated her alongside a group of suspects affiliated with the Loyal Gold faction. Among these suspects, there were indeed individuals loyal to you, yet none chose to reveal themselves during the early hours of that fateful day. They lurked within the confines of their cells, biding their time to exact vengeance on your behalf. A total of 7 or 8 individuals took turns to torment Jiang Zifei. Unable to endure the humiliation, she ultimately chose to end her life." Jean Dachuan listened intently, and by the end of the revelation, tears of joy sparkled in his eyes. He threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Splendid! How delightful to learn of her manner of death. Lin Long, I find myself quite satisfied with this outcome. By the way, will my other wives? Is there a certain Madame Yuan Chuanxi among them? You must have heard of her. She was quite the local celebrity during peacetime. Is she a suspect in the Loyal Gold faction as well?" Lin Long shook his head. "No, she is not implicated in the Loyal Gold faction. On the contrary, she is the only one among the 3 wives who has not faced punishment. As our civilized community has only just begun to take shape, we require individuals familiar with the former community to continue its previous endeavors. Thus, Yuan Chuanxi has been fortunate enough to remain, taking on the role of a logistical manager in our new community. Are you content with this arrangement? Never could he have anticipated that she would become a member of the new community. My 3 wives, each possessing distinct personalities, have faced varying degrees of punishment following our misfortunes in the Jean family community. Indeed, this may well be their fated paths. Now, Allow me to inform you of the punishments meted out to Luo Chong and the 8 suspects who violated Jiang Suizue. Luo Chong has been exiled, while among Li Guang's team, 3 have been exiled, 3 executed, and 2 imprisoned. Upon hearing this, Jean Dachuan nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Dachuan, I now declare your exile. Do you have any objections? I have none, he replied. However, I have been informed that your health has not yet fully recovered. Should you encounter zombies in your exile, will you be able to evade them? Moreover, I must remind you of one crucial point. Regardless of whether you thrive or perish in your new surroundings, or ascend to a position of leadership in another community, do not seek to oppose me again. Jean Dachuan gazed intently at Lin Long, pondering, is he truly going to set me free? Once liberated, I shall return to exact my revenge after strengthening my power. Anyone who stands against me, Lin Long, will face one of 3 fates upon defeat: exile, execution, or imprisonment. However, should they fall to me a second time, they will face only 2 punishments: exile or execution, with no chance of imprisonment. Remember, the nature of exile will be vastly different then. Have you heard? Zombies evolve, and humanity progresses. That future exile may very well involve confinement within a research laboratory, subjected to direct assaults from evolved zombies. Jean Dachuan's heart skipped a beat as he immediately realized that Lin Long must have already visited the zombie storage facility in Zone A of the original community. Lin Long smiled faintly, rose to his feet, approached Jean Dachuan, and looked down at him, inquiring whether his foot injury had improved and if there was anything else he wished to discuss. Chapter 294. Farewell. Jean Dachuan choked back a sob and replied, My foot injury has long since healed. If you truly intend to exile me, then before we part, there are 2 matters I must convey to you. Oh, what are those 2 matters? Lin Long inquired, curiosity piqued. He thought to himself, could it be that my heartfelt words have touched him deeply, leading him to decide to speak candidly with me? Jean Dachuan continued, the first matter is this. Please extend my gratitude to Dingmin. Her loyalty is something I shall never forget. If, and I emphasize if, one day my personal strength becomes formidable and I establish my own community, I would be willing to come to the civilization reconstruction community to discuss the possibility of bringing Dingmin back. Lin Long smiled faintly and nodded. Excellent. I am heartened to know you have not forgotten Dingmin's loyalty. Should you establish your own community and seek to grow and develop, I welcome you to become a friend of the civilization reconstruction community. At that time, I will speak with you, respecting Ding Min's own wishes to see if she would choose to join you. And what is the second matter? Lin Long inquired. Jean Dachuan replied, the second matter is, in a sense, a kind reminder. You are aware that prior to the unforeseen events of that fateful night, I had already dispatched members of the Jean community to B City in search of assistance from the Wang community. While I cannot ascertain whether they will agree to help, I urge you to prepare yourself, not only for your own safety, but for the lives of the thousands within our community. That is all I wish to convey to you. Lin Long nodded with a smile, suddenly struck by an odd sensation. People often say that when death approaches, one's words become sincere. Why does it feel as though Jean Dachuan, on the verge of departure, speaks with such sincerity? I shall have someone blindfold you now. I will personally escort you out, Lin Long announced. With that, Lin Long prepared a modest supply of provisions and fruits for Jean Dachuan, then rode his motorcycle from the exit of Area B of the Civilization Reconstruction Community, heading westward for 5 kilometers. Upon reaching a hillside, Lin Long halted the motorcycle, turned to Jean Dachuan, and said, This is where I shall bid you farewell. With his hands bound and eyes covered, Jean Dachuan could only rely on his instincts to gauge the distance from the Civilization Reconstruction Community. Lin Long set him down, removed the blindfold, and untied his hands. He placed a bag of provisions on the ground. Jean Dachuan, there isn't an abundance of food in the bag, but it should suffice for a day's sustenance outdoors. Now, proceed forward and navigate your way over the mountain ahead, Lin Long instructed. Jean Dachuan flexed his hands, glanced at the bag, nodded, murmured a brief thank you, and bent down to pick it up. Without looking back, he strode directly onto the mountain path. As Lin Long watched his departing figure, a profound sense of melancholy washed over him. He called out once more, Jean Dachuan, find yourself a sturdy stick along the way. Should you encounter zombies, You will need a weapon to defend yourself. Jean Dachuan turned to Lin Long and offered a faint smile, assuring him, "Rest assured, I can handle the typical zombies." Lin Long nodded and then approached, resuming his seat on the motorcycle. He ignited the engine and turned to retrace their path. Jean Dachuan stood there, momentarily frozen, his hands clenched into fists. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly threw his head back and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Heaven has not forsaken me, Jean Dachuan. I shall rise again." Chapter 295, New Developments in the Zombie Experiment after the establishment of the Civil Reconstruction Community. Lin Long took residence in a specific bedroom in Area A of the original community, where the facilities and amenities evoked a sense of the peaceful era, devoid of any apocalyptic atmosphere. Directly before him lay a conspicuous calendar, specially crafted by individuals from the original community. At present, it marked the date as the 7th of August in the second year of the apocalypse. Calculating from this period, the event marking the dissolution of the Jean family community by the Civil Reconstruction Community occurred on the 4th of August in the same year, a date indeed worthy of commemoration. Moreover, this space was originally filled with an assortment of fruits and snacks, embodying a life of comfort and abundance. To reflect a shared living environment with community members, Lin Long returned all the fruits and snacks to the food storage room. For the past 2 days, the material search teams had suspended their external activities to focus on organizing the internal community environment. Any rules or matters that did not align with the current state of the community were promptly adjusted and revised. Fortunately, during this reorganization, Lin Long discovered that each group had personnel capable of effectively assisting Zhao Daming and He Quan, resulting in a well-ordered process. Upon returning from outdoors, Lin Long intended to seek out the He siblings to inquire about their current levels of superpowers and any progress made. However, en route, he received a call from the research team leader, Tian Hu. "Hello, Shaolin. Oh no, I mean Brother Long. I have notable progress in my collaboration with Wen Baoming. I felt it imperative to share this good news with you at the earliest opportunity." Tian Hu's voice crackled with excitement over the communicator. Before the establishment of the Civil Reconstruction Community, Tian Hu had referred to Lin Long as Shaolin, as per Lin Long's previous introduction. Now, with the community in place, all personnel addressed Lin Long respectfully as Brother Long, and Tian Hu was no exception. Upon hearing this, Lin Long paused. Comprehending the straightforward implication of Tian Hu's words, there had been significant experimental advancements in the research group, particularly regarding the sound frequency experiments utilizing the electrical apparatus. It was worth noting that this electrical equipment had been discovered by Lin Long within the church. Thus, he was particularly invested in the progress of this experiment. "Old Tian, quickly tell me, what are the results?" he urged. "Haha, Brother Long. After a day of frequency adjustments alongside Old One, we successfully induced a deep slumber in that restless third-tier zombie. This means that once in a state of deep sleep, the third-tier zombie is highly likely to evolve into a genuine fourth-tier zombie." Lin Long chuckled upon receiving this news, recognizing it aligned perfectly with their initial experimental hypothesis. "Brother Long, we are also planning whether to establish this electrical circuit in the community factory for widespread production. Once several electrical circuits were established, it became possible to harness such scientific technology to facilitate the evolution of more zombies." On the other end of the communicator, the familiar and exhilarating voice of Wen Baoming echoed. Lin Long quickly responded, "Please hold on a moment. I shall be there shortly. This experiment also involves my participation." Tian Hu promptly replied, "All right, Dragon Brother, just come over. We will wait for you here." After disconnecting the communicator, Lin Long felt a surge of joy as he made his way towards the zombie repository in Area A. Chapter 296, Environmental Factors. When Lin Long arrived at the zombie repository, Tian Hu and Wen Baoming emerged from the laboratory together. This zombie repository was a highly sensitive area. After Lin Long took charge, the management regulations adhered to the original community model. Within the community, all personnel performed their duties with remarkable diligence. Although many had heard of the existence of such a repository, its precise geographical location within Area A remained undisclosed. Currently, Lin Long permitted Tian Hu to enter and assist researcher Wen Baoming in studying the zombies. When Bao Ming, after experiencing fatigue from his research, was free to come and go within area, Tian, who looked at Lin Long with a joyful smile, exclaiming, "Brother Long, you arrived quite swiftly." Lin Long replied, "Of course, I had to come quickly. Such promising news deserves my personal attention." Tian, who promptly turned and led Lin Long inside, while Wen Baoming had already adjusted the sound frequencies in the laboratory, ready for the experiment to proceed smoothly upon Lin Long's arrival. After spending a day in the zombie repository, Tian, who had thoroughly familiarized himself with the facilities and walking routes, enabling him to confidently lead Lin Long through the premises. Clad in protective gear, Lin Long accompanied Tian, who to the exterior of the zombie laboratory. Meanwhile, in the small compartments behind them, several zombies remained in a deep slumber, entirely in a state of dormancy. When Bao Ming, positioned directly in front of the laboratory's grand entrance, moved towards the door as he heard it open. Upon Lin Long's entrance, when Bao Ming greeted him with a smile, exclaiming, "Brother Long, you've arrived. Excellent news. Our collaborative experiment is yielding initial results. I never imagined we could extract some concise and effective sound frequencies from the entire composition. It's simply astounding." Lin Long responded with a slight smile, nodding, "This is not solely my achievement. It was the innovative invention of the researcher at the church, further explored by old Tian after unveiling the secrets." When Bao Ming agreed, "Indeed, Engineer Tian is exceptionally skilled." After exchanging compliments, the two researchers turned to face the transparent protective shield. At that moment, Tian, who leaned closer to Lin Long and explained, "Brother Long, do you recall when I personally tested the zombies with that electric panel outside?" Upon hearing this musical excerpt, they automatically exhibited a connected response, rushing over from a considerable distance. The musical segment has a pronounced effect on attracting zombies. Moreover, with my adjustments to the frequency, the zombies may, in certain instances, experience fear and quickly flee. Now, I have made some slight modifications to the electric panel circuitry. Lin Long, having personally experienced the phenomena Tian, who described, understood perfectly. However, upon hearing about the recent enhancements to the circuitry, his interest was piqued even further. Tian, who moved his right hand and, beside the glass cover, pressed two buttons. "Dragon Brother, I have incorporated the audio pitch of the circuit board into the amplifier, and additionally introduced a certain environmental luminance to the previous tone. This environmental luminance will not interfere with the wavelength and frequency of the sound. However, I ponder whether it might influence the surrounding environment of the zombies. Under the dual effect, the zombies may be more easily manipulated by the tone." Lin Long nodded, and through the upper part of the protective cover, he faintly observed that a slight hue had been added to the zombie laboratory. Chapter 297. Witnessing the experiment at this moment, when Baoming assumed the role of an amiable commentator, supplementing Engineer Tian, whose introduction of the device. He remarked, "Engineer Tian is indeed exceptionally gifted, a rarity in this world. The dual factors of sound and color profoundly influence the evolution and rest of the zombies. I could never have conceived such notions." Suddenly, Tian, who turned to him, giving Wen Baoming's shoulder a friendly pat, and gently advised, "Old one, perhaps you should speak a little less." With a simple smile, Wen Baoming raised both hands slightly towards Lin Long, signaling his intent to remain silent. Then, Tian, who resumed his explanation to Lin Long, "Brother Long, you may now remove the glass cover. We shall attempt to induce a rapid sleep state in the Tier 3 zombie inside." "Understood," Lin Long replied, lifting his right hand to remove the protective cover. The transparent glass allowed for a clear view of the interior. The Tier 3 zombie remained as it had been, vigorous and swift in its movements. Seemingly aware of the observers nearby, it quickly turned its head, its expressionless eyes fixing upon Lin Long. In the next moment, the Tier 3 zombie launched itself toward Lin Long, sprinting rapidly in his direction. Despite the evident barriers between the two compartments, Lin Long felt an instinctual unease in the presence of the agile creature, reflexively preparing to step back. However, when Baoming interjected by tapping Lin Long's shoulder, reassuring him, "Brother Long, do not be afraid. Engineer Tian is about to turn the dial to induce its rapid sleep state." Upon hearing this, Lin Long slightly tilted his head, directing his gaze to Tian Hu's hand, where he observed Tian gently turning a knob. Moments later, a soft, ethereal blue light illuminated the laboratory. What is the source of this color? Lin Long pondered, quickly realizing it must be the preset atmospheric lighting configured by the research team, reminiscent of the colorful spheres found in KTV establishments. As the light orb rotated, it emitted a spectrum of hues. Curiously, the previously agitated Tier 3 zombie, upon perceiving the incessant shifting of colors, abruptly lost its momentum. It had not yet reached the glass window when its steps noticeably slowed. Lin Long then witnessed Tianhu operate another control button, releasing a sharp yet soothing sound from within the laboratory. In an instant, Lin Long comprehended that this second button regulated the audio. With a loud thud, the Tier 3 zombie stumbled forward a few more steps before collapsing, promptly drifting into slumber. Next, it was when Baoming's turn to elaborate. He immediately addressed Lin Long. "Brother Long, come, follow me to the observation room. We can observe the brainwave activity of the Tier 3 zombie. I have seen it before. It has truly entered a state of sleep." Without hesitation, Lin Long accompanied him out of the laboratory and into the computer observation room. In the confines of the room, Lin Long and Tian, who consecutively positioned themselves behind Wen Baoming, engrossed in front of the computer, when Baoming tirelessly toggled through the surveillance footage, ultimately settling his gaze upon a specific interface. Before him lay a set of detection data, oscillating erratically on the coordinate graph. Lin Long struggled to comprehend the computer's fluctuating visuals, whereas Tian, who possessed the ability to decipher them. Tian, who candidly acknowledged that the third-tier zombies had indeed entered a state of profound slumber. Chapter 298. A celebration in the zombie repository. The progress of the experiments in the zombie repository brought Lin Long a sense of reassurance. Subsequently, he hoped that Tianhu and Wen Baoming would collaboratively devise a strategy to effectively apply the zombie experiments within the context of the apocalypse. This encompassed the potential emergence of crystal nuclei during the evolutionary process of the zombies. Regarding the advancement and practical application of these crystal nuclei, Lin Long wished for engineer Tian Hu to communicate with Zhang Xiao. Naturally, the paramount objective of this research lay in how to harness the behavioral control of zombies to safeguard humanity. Lin Long firmly believed that once this ideal was realized, the dire circumstances of the apocalypse would essentially reach a resolution. As Lin Long exited the zombie repository, evening had already descended. He received a communication from He Quan, who invited him to join a dinner in building one of the children's quarters. It was worth noting that they had established their own community territory. Within the community, certain individuals in leadership roles had acquired basic cooking utensils, allowing them to prepare meals. However, due to the current scarcity of resources, Lin Long led by example, opting to utilize the communal dining facilities whenever possible. The convenience of cooking was to be minimized as much as feasible. Lin Long recognized that building one of the children's quarters was indeed He Ling's private room. He Quan's invitation indicated that there must be some delightful news to share. Hence the celebratory dinner. A faint smile graced Lin Long's face as he ended the communication. He gazed upward at the sky, where even the evening clouds seemed to reveal a knowing smile. It appeared that since the inception of the civil reconstruction community, a multitude of joyous events had unfolded in succession. As he traversed the path, Lin Long encountered patrolling personnel and busy team members, all of whom greeted him warmly as Brother Long. He experienced a surreal sensation, reflecting on his journey. Arriving in this parallel apocalyptic environment had not been entirely unfavorable. At the very least, he had successfully established a community for civil reconstruction and forged meaningful friendships along the way. He was confident that one day, he would triumphantly accomplish the tasks assigned to him by the cheating system. Upon reaching the first floor of the children's quarters, Lin Long discovered a lively atmosphere filled with laughter and cheer. Su Jun stood by the window, gazing ahead. She was the first to notice Lin Long's presence, quickly turning to announce to everyone, "Attention, Brother Long has arrived." Moments later, He Quan emerged from the room, accompanied by the two children, Tian Chong and Tian Shi, eagerly welcoming Lin Long. "Brother Long, please come in." He Quan greeted him with a warm smile. Lin Long glanced at the three of them and peered into the room. "Oh, I can hear many children's voices inside. Is today a special occasion? He inquired with curiosity. Pequan grinned. Well, Brother Long, although today is not a holiday, it is indeed a special day. It's a birthday for one of the children in the quarters. My sister proposed that since someone is celebrating their birthday, we should come together to honor this occasion. After all, the newly established civilized community will surely surpass the former one. Upon hearing this, Lin Long smiled with understanding and said, Wonderful. Are all the children here? It has been quite some time since I celebrated a birthday with them. They represent the future hope of our civilized community, and we must ensure they grow up happily. Brother Long, it truly is you. I am overjoyed that we have managed to invite you. At that moment, a little boy wearing a birthday crown led a group of children standing at the entrance. Welcoming Lin Long, Chapter 299. Birthday, gift. Upon encountering the young boy, Hequan promptly introduced him to Lin Long, saying, Brother Long, this is our little birthday star today, named Chao Fei, who has turned 10 years old today. Without hesitation, Lin Long stepped forward, patting himself down in search of a suitable gift for a child. Alas, he discovered that he possessed nothing that would delight a young heart. Had Hequan provided clearer notice, he could have prepared a gift in advance. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Long glanced at the watch adorning his wrist. He swiftly removed it and placed it into the hands of young Chao Fei. With a warm smile, he said, Little Chao Fei, this watch is my birthday gift to you. Do you like it? Chao Fei's eyes widened. Perceiving Lin Long's earlier awkward demeanor, he hesitated, turning to glance at his friend Su Jun, who subtly shook her head. Understanding her unspoken message, Chao Fei, with maturity beyond his years, returned the watch to Lin Long, expressing, Brother Long, I have already made a birthday wish to Sister Ling and Brother Quan, which was simply to see you on my birthday. Your presence alone has brought me immense joy and fulfilled my wish. The watch is too precious, and it holds no practical use for me. I cannot accept it. I only hope to follow you, Brother Long, as we return to a world of peace, so that we may attend school and learn as we once did. Lin Long was moved by the words of the 10-year-old boy, surprised that such profound sentiments could emerge from someone so young. He gently ruffled Chao Fei's hair, nodding with sincere concern. Rest assured, Brother Long will strive diligently. Lifting his gaze, Lin Long noticed Ling had prepared a simple yet delightful cake, placing it upon the dining table while casting her eyes in their direction. She exchanged a gentle smile with Lin Long, a silent greeting that warmed his heart, igniting a fluttering sensation within him. Ling called out, Little Chao Fei, your birthday cake is ready. You can invite everyone to come and enjoy it. Chao Fei nodded in acknowledgement, replying, All right, Sister Ling, Brother Long, Brother Quan, and all my friends, please come in and take a seat. Like a miniature host, Chao Fei graciously welcomed everyone present. Lin Long, realizing the moment, reclaimed the watch, saying, Little Chao Fei, today is your birthday, and you're the star of the show. Please, take your place at the table. All the children, along with Ling, Quan, and Lin Long, a total of 25 individuals, gathered around two large tables. Leading the group, Lin Long initiated a chorus of happy birthday for Chao Fei. Yet, before the song concluded, tears glistened in Chao Fei's eyes as he raised a small hand to wipe them away. Concerned, Lin Long remarked, Little Fei, today is your birthday. You should be happy. Chao Fei let out a soft sigh, lifting his gaze to Lin Long, unable to suppress the sorrowful memories that stirred within him. Brother Long, he began, I am reminded of my deceased father, mother, and elder brother. In the past, they were the ones who celebrated my birthday with me. As he spoke, he could no longer contain the grief swelling in his heart and burst into tears. The children gathered around him, witnessing his sorrow, lowered their heads in shared sadness. Among them, the majority had tragically become orphans. The beauty of life in an era of peace weighed heavily on the hearts of every survivor, young and old alike, as they nostalgically yearned for the experiences of their past. Chapter 300. What lies ahead? Upon hearing Chao Fei's words, Lin Long was momentarily taken aback, a sense of discomfort settling in his throat. At that moment, a young girl stepped forward from a nearby table. She comforted Chao Fei, saying, Little Brother Fei, do not be too sorrowful. We must live in the present. Only by living can we behold the future. Another child, stifling tears, chimed in, Yes, We must persist through adversity. No difficulty or setback can vanquish us. A third child wiped away her tears and looked up, adding, "Sometimes I dream of my parents, but upon awakening, I realize it was merely a dream. Yet, I tell myself that they have not left me. They're watching over me from above, blessing me. Thus, I constantly remind myself to live well and not to disappoint their hopes for me." Lin Long coughed lightly, realizing that these children possessed an understanding far beyond their years. They were survivors of cataclysmic events, fortunate yet deeply marked by the shadows of disaster imprinted in their hearts. He pondered whether these young souls would ever escape their psychological burdens and how these experiences might shape their futures. Suddenly, Lin Long felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders multiply significantly. While he could face his own challenges through perseverance and determination, these future stars under his care needed the courage and strength to forge their own bright destinies. This responsibility could not be addressed lightly. In an instant, all the children ceased their sobbing and turned their gazes toward Lin Long nearby. He Ling and Iquan also looked on with expectant eyes. It was crucial for Lin Long to inspire them, to instill within them the courage and strength they needed. Lin Long scanned the room, stood tall, and proclaimed, "Children, I know many of you have lost loved ones, friends, and some even parents and siblings. However, it is vital for you to understand that you still have the community of civilization being rebuilt. Here, I, along with your sister Ling and brother Quan, are your family, your friends, and even your parents. We are committed to ensuring your healthy and joyful growth, and to teaching you how to survive and fight in these times. You are the future strength of this community. The continuation and advancement of our civilization depend on you. So, children, you must be strong and brave." Suddenly, Su Jun stood up, leading by example and encouraging all the children present, little brother Fei and all my dear siblings. "You should remember how I overcame my fears alone in the past community, how I escaped, and how I met Brother Long. Growing into the warrior I am today under his guidance. I stand as a vivid example. Brother Long, the newly established civilizational reconstruction community will undoubtedly lead us towards triumph and success. Everyone must harbor unwavering faith in Brother Long and in themselves." Lin Long clapped his hands, praising Su Jun, and echoed, "What lies ahead is determined by what resides in your hearts. If you aspire to return to a peaceful and beautiful era, then from this moment forth, you must embrace that vision as our collective goal and strive together." Chao Fei wiped away his tears and was the first to enthusiastically respond. "Let us strive." The fervent voices of the children joined in unison, resonating throughout. This is the new vitality of the civilizational reconstruction community. Chapter 301. Outing on this day, the 5th of August in the second year of the apocalypse, Lin Long held a discussion with Mao Jun, the leader of the material search team, and Zhao Daming from the logistics support team. As a prominent figure in the community of civilization reconstruction, Lin Long sought a brief understanding of the community's material reserves. During the era of Jin Dachuan, over 100 square meters of land in the back mountains had been cultivated into a base for food crops. However, due to issues concerning soil quality and the types of economic crops, the yield from these agricultural lands was far from satisfactory. Consequently, the solution proposed by Jin Dachuan's team to address the community's food issues was for the material search team to conduct weekly explorations in the surrounding areas for usable resources. These resources primarily included non-renewable items, such as gasoline and farming tools. Now that the civilization reconstruction community had been established, these operational models could still be referenced from the original community. Moreover, in terms of ethos, this new community was far more humane and robust than the previous Jin community. Lin Long hoped that every member of the various teams would strive to leverage their strengths and contribute significantly to the community's resurgence. He tasked Mao Jun with 2 specific missions during this material search. The first was to deliver a handwritten declaration of cooperation to both the Gao Mountain and Long communities, thereby informing them that the Jin community had been disbanded by the civilization reconstruction community. He wished to gauge their reactions and their willingness to engage with his community. The second task was to seek out valuable items for community life along the journey. Prior to this, Lin Long had learned through others that the Gao Mountain and Long communities were situated over 10 kilometers to the east and west of the Civilization Reconstruction Community, respectively. He was filled with anticipation for this mission and deliberately assigned Mao Jun to take the eastern route while He Quan would take the western route. Both team leaders were equipped with communication devices, ensuring they could promptly report any unusual occurrences to Lin Long during their travels. At the eastern gate of Area B, Lin Long personally bid farewell to the two teams alongside He Ling, Su Jun, Yuan Chuanxi, and Zhao Daming. Eventually, he and Zhao Daming strolled slowly toward the former community's rear palace camp. After the establishment of the Civilization Reconstruction Community, Lin Long had personally instructed Zhao Daming regarding the logistics support team. The previous rear palace camp had been promptly dismantled and replaced with a new school, facilitating all school-aged children in the community to pursue their education and acquire cultural knowledge. Lin Long occasionally took the time to inspect the progress of this construction. At present, Zhao Daming held Lin Long in high esteem. He answered Lin Long's inquiries candidly and aimed to utilize the building for benevolent purposes. Upon inspecting the site, Lin Long found himself somewhat dissatisfied with the progress and urged Zhao Daming to monitor the situation closely to ensure timely completion. After sending Zhao Daming away, Lin Long took it upon himself to examine the external walls of Area A. Inevitably, Lin Long often reminisced about Jin Dachuan's kind reminder before his departure, to remain perpetually vigilant, as the Wang community might launch a surprise attack. The community was vast and populous, necessitating that defensive measures be meticulously prepared in advance. Regardless of the nature of any community assault, they could withstand it for a time. Ascending to the watchtower nestled in the corner of Area, Lin Long was afforded a panoramic view of the surroundings, allowing him to survey the security situation of the community to some extent. It was then that he inadvertently spotted a fleeting, agile figure in the training grounds of Area B. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as He Ling's silhouette. She was alone, honing her running prowess amidst the training grounds. A smile graced Lin Long's lips as memories of his previous encounter with the head of the medical team, Zheng Wei, surfaced in his mind. He recalled Zheng mentioning that both siblings of the He family were endowed with superhuman abilities, a fact that could hardly be deemed coincidental. Perhaps within their very blood coursed the latent essence for extraordinary speed. This honeyed crystal core merely served as a catalyst, igniting the phenomenon of their superpowers. Chapter 302. Ambush on the Eastern Front. Seated on the rotating stool of the observation platform, Lin Long extracted the paper and pen he had meticulously prepared, ready to apply his expertise in urban planning and design acquired during his university studies. However, just as he began to delve into his work, the communicator at his waist inconveniently sprang to life. Nowadays, Brother Long found himself inundated with a multitude of calls each day, addressing various perplexing issues within the community. Matters that could not be conclusively resolved by He Quan and Zhao Daming would ultimately be escalated to him. Lin Long retrieved the communicator, pondering whether old Zhao had encountered yet another dilemma. He pressed the answer button and raised the device to his ear, casually inquiring, "Hello, this is Lin Long. Who am I speaking with, and what is the matter?" "Brother Long, it's me, Captain Mao Jun. The situation is dire. We have been ambushed by unidentified assailants. My small team has already suffered 2 casualties, and the remaining 5 members are hiding in the woods." "Mao Jun?" This call was unexpected, as it was not from Zhao Daming, but rather the leader of the team that had just taken the eastern route. Mao Jun led a small search team of 8 in total, utilizing 2 Santanas from the community. Given their limited combat experience, one would assume that their vehicles would provide sufficient cover to successfully complete their mission. However, it became evident that the earlier assumptions were utterly eclipsed by the sudden turn of events. "Where are you? What is your current situation?" Lin Long urgently pressed for details. "I'm not sure where we are now. The surroundings consist of dense woods and mountains. When we disembarked, I glanced at the odometer, and we had only driven for about half an hour, covering a maximum of 6 or 7 kilometers. The area is filled with rugged terrain and forests, and the previously traversable roads have fallen into disrepair, laden with numerous obstacles, which has impeded our progress." Upon hearing this, Lin Long nodded. Have you abandoned both vehicles? Yes. There was no other choice. We have no idea how many adversaries we face. It seems there are quite a few. They deliberately set their ambush in this area rife with obstacles, and if we remain in our vehicles, we may be captured alive. The cars could not be driven away. Lin Long paused briefly before inquiring further. Did the assailants launch their attack without any prior warning? Based on their equipment, could they possibly be individuals from the Gaoshan community? The attackers used bows and arrows, and the arrowheads were equipped with devices reminiscent of alarm systems. Indeed, they offered no warning. They simply rolled a large boulder down the slope to block our path, and then began shooting arrows. As I led my team out of the vehicle, we attempted to dodge the arrows while shouting at the top of our lungs, yet they remained silent. As it stands, we are still unaware of our opponents' identities. How far are you from the site of the ambush? Can you see any of their members from your concealed position? We are hiding atop a hill. 2 of my men were struck in the chest and have succumbed to their injuries. We occasionally steal furtive glances in the direction of the assailants, but we have not observed anyone descending from the mountain. Conversely, the blaring alarm of the siren has roused the surrounding horde of zombies, causing many to converge and completely block our vehicle's escape. Upon hearing this, Lin Long felt a surge of confusion in his heart. Were the adversaries not mobilized with the intent to attack those 2 vehicles? What then was their true objective? Lin Long cautioned, Mao Jun, gather the survivors and seek refuge in a safe location. I shall swiftly bring reinforcements to your aid. By the way, do you have long knives and crossbows for self-defense? When the enemies approach, you must do your utmost to protect the members of your team. Chapter 303. The team of Tianfei Lin Long descended from the observation tower and promptly contacted He Ling via the communication device, instructing her to lead the 2nd Material Search Team on an immediate mission towards the Eastern Front. Upon answering the call, He Ling refrained from inquiring about details, as she had already sensed that troubles of a significant nature had arisen in that direction. The Material Search Team was composed of 4 subordinate squads, with Mao Jun merely serving as the leader of one of them. The current community's structure mirrored that of the former Jin family community. Given the urgent predicament on the Eastern Branch, Lin Long needed to swiftly mobilize a squad to head towards that area. Presently, He Ling was the 3rd superpowered individual in the community, and her status had spread throughout the entire community, evoking envy among many. Her standing had risen considerably, and now, whenever her assistance was required, the community members would readily support and respond. Brother Long, I have summoned the 2nd team, led by Tianfei, comprising a total of 8 members who are on their way here, Tianfei announced as he stepped forward, addressing Lin Long with a friendly Brother Long. Lin Long turned to regard He Ling and the Tianfei squad. Without preamble, he stated, the Mao Jun squad encountered an attack by unidentified assailants while on a mission along the Eastern Branch. I have not disclosed this to anyone else. I am only sharing this with you now. Are you willing to accompany me to investigate the situation on the Eastern Front? In the dire context of the apocalypse, death had become an all-too common occurrence. After briefly explaining the reasons for this sudden assembly, Lin Long ensured that the members of the Tianfei squad were adequately informed. The members of Tianfei exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Lin Long continued, we currently lack information about our adversaries. Therefore, the operation to provide support may entail risks. Tianfei, as the captain, are you willing to proceed? A smile flickered at the corner of Tianfei's mouth, only to be swiftly replaced by a rare expression of determination. He thumped his chest and replied with conviction, Brother Long, having chosen to remain in the civilized reconstruction community, it is my duty to lead my squad in contributing to the community. We are the Material Search Team, and our mission is to procure resources for all members of the community, which includes rescuing our fellow members. Lin Long was pleased with Tianfei's response and turned to observe the other squad members. Following Tianfei's lead, each member placed a hand over their heart, signaling their unwavering commitment to follow their captain into any peril. Finally, Lin Long's gaze settled on He Ling. He smiled and inquired, He Ling, are you willing to venture outside for some training? He Ling nodded affirmatively, stating, Brother Long, I am certainly eager to train outside. As a superpowered individual, the entire community is aware of my abilities. It is only fitting that I contribute to the community. Moreover, it is through practical training that I can ascertain the true extent of my powers. Upon hearing He Ling's response, Lin Long offered words of encouragement, expressing delight at her thoughts. It is wonderful that you possess such an outlook. My intention in summoning you along this journey is to provide you with the opportunity to personally hone your extraordinary abilities in the outside world. Currently, both He Ling and I are endowed with superhuman speed, allowing us to advance rapidly. Tian Fei, please take your team members and drive the two vehicles to follow us. By the way, He Ling and Tian Fei, do both of you carry communication devices? Should any situation arise, please keep me informed promptly. Chapter 304. Su Jun support wait for me. You must wait for me. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind them. Lin Long turned his head to glance, and to his surprise, it was Su Jun. Oh, how fortuitous that this little girl has arrived, he thought. He Ling and Tian Fei each retrieved their communication devices, acknowledging Lin Long's presence, for such essential items were always at hand. They too cast a curious glance at Su Jun, intrigued by her sudden arrival. Li Yun, what brings you here? Did I not assign you the crucial task of overseeing the children's room? Lin Long inquired, fixing a steady gaze upon her. It was worth noting that after the birthday celebration for young Chao Fei the previous day, Lin Long had entrusted Su Jun with the role of captain of the children's team, with the hope of nurturing future talents for the community's reconstruction. Numerous children present witnessed Su Jun nodding in agreement. Was it possible that less than a day had passed, and she was already reconsidering her commitment? Brother Long, I assure you, I have not forgotten your instructions. To be candid, even before your request, I had already been nurturing a promising talent, namely, yesterday's birthday star. Today, witnessing your solemn demeanor, I cannot help but wonder if you are about to embark on another mission, Su Jun replied. This little girl was astute, possessing a remarkable ability to read the room. Lin Long crouched down, smiling as he addressed her. Little Jun, I find young Chao Fei to be quite clever. I have no objections to him assisting you. However, today, our team indeed has matters to attend to. Then I shall accompany you. Since the establishment of the community, I have had little to occupy my time, and I fear my sharpshooting skills may atrophy. Brother Long, prior to the community's foundation, I was your right-hand ally. Do you now intend to disregard me simply because the community has been established? Lin Long couldn't help but be amused by her eloquence. He Ling interjected, Little Jun, the task we're undertaking this time carries a certain degree of danger. Danger makes it all the more exciting. When Brother Long and I initially collaborated, we transformed from a mere trio at the inception of the community into a thriving group of over 1,000. Each confrontation we faced was fraught with peril. Yet, through my wit and resourcefulness, I have turned every threat into an opportunity for safety. Isn't that so, Brother Long? Lin Long found himself at a loss in the face of this clever girl. He lowered his voice and asked, Were you secretly observing us all this time? Surely, it cannot be mere coincidence that you arrived here, just as we did? Su Jun giggled and nodded. Yes, I was quietly watching you from over there. With no other option, Lin Long stood up and said to Tian Fei, Captain Tian, it seems we have no choice but to let little Jun join us. She can sit in the back seat. She will not take up much space. Tian Fei's expression shifted slightly in surprise. Su Jun, a girl of not yet 10 years, had indeed been credited with many accomplishments in the establishment of the community, yet she was still just a child. Could she truly manage? Lin Long patted Tian Fei's shoulder, offering reassurance and clarity. Rest assured, she will not hold us back. It is quite possible that her performance will exceed your expectations. Given Lin Long's words, Tian Fei found no reason to dissent and replied, All right, no problem. Chapter 305. Landmark location Lin Long and He Ling, true to their abilities as superhumans. Each consumed a large honey crystal core, allowing their blood and the medicine to merge and produce an extraordinary energy for rapid movement. Before setting off, He Ling turned to Lin Long and inquired, Brother Long, do you believe we can rescue them? Lin Long replied, That question is difficult to answer. Nevertheless, we shall do our utmost. By the way, as we advance, try to stay a bit closer to me. Follow my lead in the direction I run. He Ling smiled gently and retorted, What? Brother Long, do you lack confidence in my abilities? Though I have lived a tranquil life in the Gene community for nearly a year, I can swiftly regain my prior capabilities once I venture beyond its confines. Lin Long nodded. Indeed, I almost overlooked that. At the onset of the apocalypse, you protected He Quan throughout. Your adaptability in the outside world should surpass his. Well, let us disregard my earlier caution. Just exercise caution. Lin Long first instructed Tian Fei to lead his small team in their vehicle before he and He Ling dashed swiftly towards the east. With Lin Long in the lead and He Ling following closely behind, the two agile figures darted along the sides of the road, their speed nearly matching that of Tian Fei's vehicle. Before long, Lin Long's communicator buzzed once more at his waist. He halted to answer the call. It was Mao Jun on the other end, who informed Lin Long that he had located a prominent cloud-crowned tree ahead, situated beside the road, which could serve as a landmark for Lin Long's support team. As Lin Long sprinted forward and caught up with Tian Fei's vehicle, he called out, "Approximately 6 or 7 kilometers ahead, there is a cloud-crowned tree. Do you recall it?" Seated in the passenger seat, Tian Fei quickly responded, "I apologize, Brother Long, but I was not observant during my previous outings, and I have no recollection of it." Lin Long decisively stated, "Very well. Once we cover 6 or 7 kilometers of mountain road, we shall reduce our pace and observe the surrounding forest. Should we spot a cloud-crowned tree, let us remind each other." Having said this, Lin Long resumed his swift pace forward. Meanwhile, He Ling found her stamina waning. She could only maintain a parallel speed with Tian Fei's vehicle, unable to keep up with Lin Long's pace. It was undeniable that despite sharing the same superhuman traits, He Ling's physical endurance fell significantly short of Lin Long's, influenced by various factors. After more than half an hour, Lin Long was the first to spot a cloud-crowned tree towering conspicuously to the right of the road. He promptly slowed his pace and ultimately halted at the roadside, awaiting the arrival of Tian Fei and the others. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any signs of unusual activity. As they journeyed along, the road was flanked by numerous barriers, causing the vehicles to traverse at a rather leisurely pace. Lin Long effortlessly outpaced the cars. He retrieved his communication device and promptly established contact with Mao Jun. After their exchange, Lin Long was nearly certain that Mao Jun and his squad were situated near the grand tree above. The location where Mao Jun encountered trouble was just beyond the winding mountain path ahead, where 2 abandoned vehicles lay, surrounded by countless zombies. Chapter 306. Reconnaissance Operation. Lin Long promptly communicated with Tian Fei and others in the vehicle behind him. Upon receiving the notification, Tian Fei relayed Lin Long's information to all members within the small vehicle. Shortly thereafter, Lin Long heard the sound of hurried footsteps. He Ling dashed down from a narrow path nearby. Turning to face her, Lin Long observed as she came to a halt before him, panting briefly before regaining her composure. Superpowered individuals possess a remarkable advantage in recovery, aided by crystal core medicines that expedite their recuperation. He Ling wiped the sweat from her brow and inquired, "Dragon brother, how long have you been here?" Lin Long replied, "I arrived not long ago." "What about them?" "They're just behind us. They should arrive in about 5 minutes." As they spoke, Lin Long and He Ling heard the unmistakable sound of approaching vehicles from behind them. Judging by that sound, they should reach us in about 5 minutes, He Ling noted, surveying the surroundings before her gaze settled on a large, cloud-crowned tree ahead. "Dragon brother, the geographical marker you mentioned must be that tree, right? What about Mao Jun and the others? Are they nearby?" Lin Long nodded and briefly shared the information he had gleaned from Mao Jun. He Ling promptly suggested, "Dragon brother, why don't you stay here and wait for them to arrive? I could scout the mountain and assess the situation. If I can find Mao Jun, it would facilitate immediate contact." At her suggestion, Lin Long shook his head. "There's no rush. Leave the task of gathering intel on the outpost to me. You should rest for a moment." He Ling smiled. "Dragon brother, are you worried about me encountering lurking enemies?" Lin Long paused, realizing that indeed his greatest concern lay in that very possibility. Mao Jun, being the most seasoned member of the material search team within the community's reconstruction efforts, had warned him about the elusive nature of the enemy, indicating that their opponent was formidable. He knew that someone like Yi Ling, embarking on her first mission, might not be able to contend with such threats. Lin Long hoped that He Ling's inaugural operation would not leave her with a negative impression. With an awkward smile, he responded, "Let us wait a moment, and then we'll act together." He Ling, understanding his concern, nodded in agreement without pressing further. After a short while, Tian Fei and his team arrived at Lin Long and He Ling's side. They disembarked and cautiously unsheathed their long knives, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "Dragon Brother, is Captain Mao around here?" Tian Fei inquired quietly. Lin Long affirmed, "Indeed. Do you see that large tree? Mao Jun informed me that he is hiding beneath it. Now, Captain Tian, take your team and position yourselves 100 meters away from the tree. Observe the terrain closely and inform me immediately if there are any developments. I will proceed to the slope across and assess the situation. Should there be any external threats, I shall inform you all. As for me, Brother Long, what should I do?" He Ling hurriedly inquired. Lin Long replied, "You may accompany me. Brother Long, I will position myself on the opposite hillside, carefully selecting my vantage point to utilize my crossbow with precision, surveying the surrounding terrain. Should any unusual occurrences arise, I will report back to you." Su Jun confidently retrieved the precise crossbow from her waist and asserted her commitment. Lin Long smiled with satisfaction. "Very well. Let us proceed with this division of labor for the time being. Remember, our sole mission this time is to rescue Mao Jun and the others. Discovering the enemy's whereabouts is not imperative." Chapter 307. The Ambush. After issuing his orders, Lin Long took the lead. Equipped with a pistol and a long knife at his waist, he possessed the most formidable weaponry and overall strength among them. It was only fitting for him to scout the situation ahead. He was closely followed by He Ling, who assisted Lin Long in keeping watch behind them. Su Yun, armed with a powerful crossbow, turned and sprinted toward the opposing hill. Tian Fei and the others dispersed, concealing themselves at a distance of 100 meters from the large tree, as per Lin Long's instructions. "Brother Long, if we spot the enemy, should we charge indirectly for a confrontation?" He Ling suddenly inquired from behind. "Indeed, if enemies emerge and launch an attack, we must prioritize self-defense," Lin Long replied, nodding. "If they make a move, we will respond. Rest assured, if they possess firearms, so do we. Ultimately, adaptability is crucial once the battle commences. Counterattacks are imperative." "Understood," He Ling responded, drawing her long knife that she always carried. It had been some time since she had faced an adversary directly, and an inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over her. Yet, she believed that once she engaged, the courage she had possessed a year prior would swiftly resurface. Lin Long paused approximately 300 meters from the large tree, raising his right hand slightly to signal He Ling to halt as well. He concealed himself beside the tree, taking a moment to observe the area ahead. Curiously, He Ling asked, "Brother Long, can you see clearly from this distance?" "Of course," Lin Long affirmed. "Those with superhuman abilities excel in various aspects compared to ordinary individuals. My eyesight has seemingly improved recently. Upon observation, there are no discernible figures moving around the large tree. This is peculiar. I instructed Mao Jun and the others to hide there. With 8 of them, I should be able to spot at least 1 or 2. Could it be that there's a cave at the slope beneath the tree?" Not detecting anything unusual, Lin Long continued onward with He Ling. After only a short distance, a gunshot suddenly shattered the tranquility, echoing through the woods. Upon hearing the shot, Lin Long's instincts flared. They had fallen into a trap. Among the group, led by Lin Long, only he was armed, indicating that the shot had come from the enemy. A bullet struck Lin Long's right thigh, eliciting a sharp gasp as he fell to the ground. He Ling swiftly turned her gaze forward, shouting, "Brother Long, there are masked assailants." Lin Long grasped He Ling's arm, pulling her down the hill. He discerned the direction of the gunfire. Clearly, it was coming from the left. His immediate priority was to ensure He Ling's safety. Masked assailants? Lin Long pondered. This must be a deliberate act by the enemy. As Lin Long and He Ling rolled down the hill, he caught sight of a group of zombies surrounding 2 small vehicles, their raspy moans mingling with the scent of decay. Upon witnessing this, Lin Long pondered, is it possible? Could it be that all the individuals led by Mao Jun have perished at the hands of the undead? No. Mao Jun must have been captured. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately lured me here. That masked figure is clearly an enemy lurking nearby. Damn it, I have been ambushed. It seems I must resort to the cheating system if I am to turn this defeat into victory. Chapter 308. Second Brother with a resounding thud. Lin Long and He Ling collided against the sturdy trunk of a great tree, finally halting their downward tumble. He Ling swiftly turned over and sat up, anxiously inspecting Lin Long's right leg. Dragon Brother, how are you? Were you hit? Lin Long gritted his teeth, summoning his strength to rise. He gazed upwards, nodding gravely. Be cautious. That person may be approaching imminently. Suddenly, the whistling sound of arrows pierced the air, indicating that the small unit led by Tian Fei had engaged the enemy, igniting a fierce battle. A cry of agony erupted as someone was struck by an arrow. Lin Long drew a long knife from his waist and forcefully tore open the fabric of his pants to reveal the wound. Xiaoling, could you assist me in extracting the bullet? He Ling, hearing the chaos of combat from the mountaintop and glancing down at Lin Long's injured foot, felt a tremor of fear. She whispered, Dragon Brother, you want me to remove the bullet? You've lost so much blood. A familiar smile graced Lin Long's face. Do not worry, I can endure this. The gunshot wound is not of great consequence. The key is to extract the bullet, and with the aid of the crystal core, I shall recover swiftly. All right, I will extract the bullet immediately. You must endure the pain, she urged. Lin Long picked up a short wooden stick from the ground, biting down on it to brace himself for the impending agony. Once he was ready, He Ling took the long knife he offered, combining it with her own blade to create a makeshift tool for the extraction. For those with supernatural abilities, resistance to common bacterial infections was inherent. After all, the honeyed crystal core was extracted from a zombie's body, rich in antitoxic properties that had merged into the blood of the altered beings, profoundly transforming their physical constitution. Thus, this minor procedure required no sterilization and could be executed swiftly. Suddenly, an ominous sound of hurried footsteps echoed from above the slope, suggesting someone was racing towards them. Simultaneously, the anguished cries of fallen comrades warned Lin Long that Tian Fei's small unit might have suffered a complete rout. There was no choice, having been ambushed. The losses would undoubtedly be severe. He pondered the fate of the young girl, Su Jun, who had gone to the opposite mountaintop. Was she safe? Amidst the chaos, the once quiet zombies at the foot of the mountain, previously feasting on fresh flesh, turned their attention towards the sounds of battle echoing from above. Staggering and swaying, some zombies began to approach their direction. Second Brother, we have successfully ambushed them. This time, can you let me go? A pleading voice called from the upper slope. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Long's heart jolted. Was that not Mao Jun's voice? And who was the second brother he mentioned? Could it be Zhang Fong, who had fled from the Jin community? In the next moment, Zhang Fong's voice rang out. Let you go? I haven't even captured Lin Long yet. All right, it's out, Lin Long declared. At that moment, He Ling successfully extracted the bullet from Lin Long's right leg, promptly wrapping his injured foot with a cloth. Upon hearing this, Lin Long felt a surge of excitement. He set down his pistol and casually wound a strip of cloth around his thigh, effectively staunching the wound in a rudimentary manner. Lin Long nodded and said it will suffice. Let the wound heal gradually on its own. We are short on time. Chapter 309. Hostage. Upon hearing the words, He Ling promptly drew a long knife from her waist, positioning herself beside Lin Long. With vigilance, she raised her gaze and inquired with concern, I also heard it. The enemy seems to be approaching. By the way, could the title second brother refer to Zhang Fong from the Jin community? Lin Long turned to her and nodded. I too have sensed this possibility. Therefore, we must exercise caution and avoid confrontation wherever possible. He sheathed his long knife, drew his handgun, and cast a sidelong glance upward. Lin Long, I know you are right below. You were struck by my bullet earlier, so you cannot be far. Observe closely who stands before me. The footsteps above halted momentarily, and a familiar middle-aged male voice resonated. Lin Long and He Ling exchanged glances, suddenly gripped by the foreboding realization that this voice belonged to Zhang Fong, implying he had taken a hostage. What should we do, Brother Long? He Ling asked. Lin Long made a swift decision. Xiaoling, retreat quickly and run in another direction. I am uncertain whether he noticed you earlier. He only fired at me, so perhaps he did not see you at all. Time was of the essence. They were surrounded by an unending swarm of zombies advancing slowly behind them, while ahead lay the threat of Zhang Fong holding someone hostage. Transforming defeat into victory under such dire circumstances posed a formidable challenge. After locking eyes with Lin Long, Ling responded affirmatively and hurriedly turned to flee. Fortunately, she possessed superhuman speed, allowing her to evade the zombies' onslaught efficiently. At last, a figure emerged within Lin Long's line of sight. The individual had raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, wearing a deeply remorseful expression. "Brother Long, I am sorry. I had no choice. It was second brother who coerced me into this." Before Lin Long stood the very person they had come to rescue, Mao Jun. A handgun was pressed against Mao Jun's forehead, and another figure stepped forward, revealing Zhang Fong. For the first time, Zhang Fong and Lin Long locked eyes at close range. Zhang Fong surveyed his rumored formidable adversary with a hint of interest. "Lin Long, I regret that our meeting occurs under such circumstances. However, it is unavoidable, especially since your exploits have often reached my ears. I observed your running speed earlier, and if I am not mistaken, you are also an extraordinary individual. I harbor no concerns when dealing with ordinary people, as I can assuredly triumph over them. However, against someone like you, I cannot be so confident. Thus you shall first receive a bullet, enabling me to gain control over you." Lin Long smiled faintly. As he witnessed Ling's departure, he swiftly turned his right hand and holstered his handgun at his waist. He aimed to lower the opponent's guard in order to achieve a swift victory. Upon hearing these words, Lin Long was almost certain this individual sought to leverage Mao Jun's life to exert control over him. If he intended to capture Lin Long, there must be an ulterior motive at play. As long as there was a purpose behind his actions, Lin Long felt there was a chance to triumph over him. To be candid, Lin Long had witnessed Zhang Fong's ferocious and rapid techniques, which left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Chapter 310. No bullets. Lin Long did not discard the long knife in his hand. Instead, he smiled slightly and retorted, "You must be Zhang Fong, the second in command of the original Jin clan community? I have heard about you from Jin Dachuan, who spoke highly of you as his capable assistant. Had you not left the Jin clan community, I would have found it quite challenging to gain control over Jin Dachuan. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, you managed to slip away before the community underwent its transformation. This, in turn, has afforded me the opportunity to deal with Jin Dachuan. In a way, you could be considered half a benefactor to me." Zhang Fong smiled and replied, "Is that so? You would remember me as a benefactor? Enough of this idle chatter. I have no intention of granting you any opportunities. If you wish to save Mao Jun, you must comply with my demands." Lin Long glanced down at his injured right foot, adopting a somewhat innocent expression as he said, "You must have noticed, Haven Tu, I have already been hit by one of your bullets. Even if you were to release Mao Jun and engage in a duel with me now, I fear I would not stand a chance against you. What reservations could you possibly have?" Though he spoke thus, the reality often harbors uncertainties. One cannot approach the extraordinary with ordinary reasoning. "Very well," Zhang Fong declared. "The first thing I require of you is to throw your long knife down the mountain and tear a strip from your clothing to blindfold yourself. I hope you will cooperate. If you refuse, I am afraid I shall have to shoot you again." As Zhang Fong uttered these words, he deliberately aimed his pistol again at Mao Jun's forehead. His demeanor suddenly turned grave, leaving Lin Long no opportunity for evasion. Lin Long nodded. "Excellent. You are indeed cautious. Mao Jun is a vital leader in my new community. I cannot stand idly by while he is in peril. I shall comply with your instructions, discarding my long knife and tearing a cloth to blindfold myself." With that, Lin Long cast aside the long knife and swiftly tore a strip from his tattered clothing, preparing to blindfold himself. However, at the very moment he was about to cover his eyes, he closed them and activated the cheat system. System activated. "Host, what commands do you have?" 3. With a sharp sound, upon activating the cheat system, Lin Long directly uttered the number 3. Instantly, the system entered a mode of future prediction. Within the next minute, Lin Long beheld a scene that left him astounded. Unexpectedly, Ling launched a surprise attack on Zhang Fong from behind. Yet Zhang Fong had anticipated this move and subdued her instead. Zhang Fong laughed heartily, for he now possessed a trump card that could further control Lin Long. leaving him with no room for resistance. Moreover, Zhang Fong informed Lin Long that his pistol was devoid of bullets. The bullet that had struck Lin Long's right leg was the last one. Initially, Zhang Fong had spotted He Ling accompanying Lin Long, but was powerless to fire again. He could only pretend not to see her. All of this had unfolded precisely as Zhang Fong had orchestrated. Upon awakening, Lin Long suddenly realized disaster loomed, for in 10 seconds, He Ling would attempt to ambush Zhang Fong. No, having foreseen the events of the next minute, he could not allow failure to repeat itself. Lin Long abruptly cast aside the cloth and swiftly lunged forward, aiming a kick toward Zhang Fong. Zhang Fong, without a moment's hesitation, instinctively took a small step back, loosening his grip on the weapon pressed against Mao Jun's forehead, barely evading Lin Long's kick. Zhang Fong was engulfed by a wave of bewilderment. Could it be that he did not notice the firearm I held in my hand? Was he truly unafraid that I might pull the trigger? Chapter 311. Even more astonishing, Lin Long's right foot, previously injured, was further aggravated by the forceful kick he had just executed, utilizing all his strength. Thud! As his body descended, he inadvertently disturbed the wound on his right foot. At that moment, Mao Jun, witnessing the scene, anxiously shut his eyes, unable to bear the thought of Lin Long's actions inciting Zhang Fong to retaliate with gunfire. Zhang Fong swiftly aimed his pistol at Lin Long, threatening, "Lin Long, have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Do you not see that I wield a gun?" Meanwhile, He Ling, who had been poised to ambush Zhang Fong, halted her advance upon witnessing the unexpected turn of events. She quickly maneuvered behind a large tree, keenly observing the unfolding situation. Lin Long, unfazed by Zhang Fong's words, slowly maneuvered his right hand and drew a pistol from his waist, leveling it at Zhang Fong. The latter, taken aback, stared in disbelief. He had not anticipated Lin Long's audacity and arrogance. In the next moment, realization dawned upon him. Lin Long had discerned that his gun was devoid of ammunition. Yet, the pistol was clearly a 92 model, fully sealed. How could he possibly know of its emptiness? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Fong turned to flee, exclaiming, "You have some guts. We shall meet again." As he spun, he cast a hurried glance towards He Ling's position. It was futile. The distance between them was too great for a surprise attack, and he could not take her hostage. He Ling, Mao Jun, and the others were left in shock. What had begun as a tense confrontation ended with Zhang Fong, who had initially held the upper hand, retreating before the battle had commenced. He Ling rushed over, her concern evident. What a strange turn of events. Brother Long, why did he run? Your bravery was astounding, but what if he had shot at you? That would have been perilous. Lin Long feigned wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his expression one of feigned terror as he replied, "You are quite correct. Ultimately, I surmised correctly. His gun contained no bullets. You guessed." This. He Ling was at a loss for words, astonished by Brother Long's perceptiveness. At that moment, Mao Jun turned, quickly kneeling before Lin Long in a gesture of supplication. "Brother Long, please spare me. I was compelled to lead you here." Lin Long glanced at him calmly and inquired, "And where are your companions?" "Well, the team led by Tian Fei." Mao Jun sobbed, his voice laden with sorrow. They were all slaughtered by Zhang Fong. He came seeking vengeance. It must be so. It is possible that his girlfriend, Yin Li, met with a tragic fate while attempting to flee, leading him to direct all his resentment towards us. Upon hearing this, Lin Long was taken aback with profound astonishment. He Ling inquired further, "Captain Mao, are you suggesting that Zhang Fong's abduction of you to threaten Brother Long was also in retaliation for his girlfriend?" Mao Jun hurriedly replied, "That is merely my conjecture. As for the actual circumstances, I cannot ascertain." Lin Long had already spotted, not far ahead on the lawn, several lifeless bodies. They were presumably the result of the material search conducted by the Civil Reconstruction Team, targeting ordinary members. Chapter 312. The rising smoke. Lin Long personally examined the wounds on the corpses. Indeed, there were distinct fingerprints etched upon their foreheads. This was unmistakably the signature technique of Zhang Fong. These unfortunate souls had met their demise at the hands of Zhang Fong's swift and lethal grasp. Moreover, on Tian Fei's body, 2 arrows were visibly embedded, having pierced through his chest, resulting in his immediate death. Lin Long furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does Zhang Feng possess arrows and a crossbow, all by himself?" Mao Jun trembled as he stepped closer to Lin Long. He hastily replied, "Zhang Feng wields a compact, yet powerful crossbow, which he previously employed against us with arrows. For ordinary adversaries, he employs this method of attack. Just moments ago, Zhang Feng had sprinted away so swiftly that Lin Long had failed to notice where he concealed his crossbow." Lin Long nodded. "So among the 8 of you, only you remain? This loss is indeed quite severe." Upon hearing this, Mao Jun lowered his head, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Lin Long's communicator in his pocket began to ring. Furrowing his brow, Lin Long quickly retrieved the device and pressed the answer button. Hearing the familiar voice of Su Jun emanate from the other end, Su Jun informed Lin Long that from her vantage point on the opposite hill, she had observed smoke rising not far ahead, indicating the probable presence of a human community in that direction. Lin Long nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Excellent. We shall proceed to investigate immediately. By the way, have you noticed any sign of Zhang Feng from the Yuanjin community on our side?" Su Yun Shu hit, indicating she had not seen him. Lin Long ended the call and addressed He Ling and Mao Jun. "Let's ascend the opposite hill to see what Xiao Jun has discovered." He Ling promptly inquired with concern, "Brother Long, how is your foot injury?" Lin Long managed a wry smile. "It's nothing. I can endure." Mao Jun, trembling with fear, stood up and asked, "Brother Long, I have erred. I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit. Just please do not expel me from the civilized reconstruction community." Lin Long cast a sidelong glance at Mao Jun and retorted, "Have I ever mentioned punishing you? Do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. Your circumstances were indeed desperate. In this apocalyptic world, we all seek to survive, and I cannot fault you for your actions taken in self-preservation. However, I do hope you will remember today's lesson and contribute your fair share to the community's reconstruction as a means of atonement. Rest assured, Brother Long, I will earnestly contribute my efforts." Mao Jun pledged fervently. At that moment, the zombies from below had begun their ascent, while the bodies of Tian Fei and the others had undergone transformation, turning into ravenous undead, howling incessantly at the sky. Lin Long unsheathed his long knife and turned to remind the others, "Prepare yourselves. We must eliminate these zombies and collect all the crystal cores we can." He Ling and Mao Jun exchanged a knowing glance, swiftly drawing their blades and casting vigilant glances around. At Lin Long's command, they surged forth alongside him, charging into the horde of zombies. With a series of resounding clashes, their long knives danced, sending brain matter splattering. Numerous zombies were cleaved in two by their blades, and a small quantity of crystal cores spilled onto the ground, which Lin Long and his companions promptly collected. Chapter 313. Continuing the action, Lin Long, He Ling, and Mao Jun wielded their long knives, conducting a sanguinary cleansing of the surrounding zombies. Fortunately, these undead creatures were all of the first tier, posing little challenge to the agile Lin Long, who dispatched them with ease, akin to slicing through radishes. After their relentless onslaught, they managed to procure a meager 6 small crystal nuclei. The trio gathered their belongings and laid the remains of Tian Fei and the others together, igniting a fire to cremate their bones. When Lin Long approached Su Jun, she appeared somewhat anxious, frequently lifting her scope to gaze into the distance. Upon noticing Lin Long and his companions, a look of evident surprise crossed her face. Lin Long stepped forward, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired in the woods. Su Jun listened intently, her eyes filled with curiosity as she scrutinized Mao Jun. The latter, feeling slightly bashful under her gaze, shifted his attention. Lin Long took the scope from Su Jun and directed his gaze forward. Indeed, he had to commend Su Jun's keen observation. Several kilometers ahead, wisps of smoke ascended into the air, indicating human activity on the hillside. Lin Long passed the scope to He Ling and Mao Jun, who both confirmed the sighting of the smoke. Mao Jun turned to Lin Long, inquiring with concern, "Brother Long, shall we proceed to that location?" Lin Long nodded affirmatively. "Of course we shall. What are your thoughts?" "I have no objections. However, Brother Long, your right foot is injured, and I worry about your mobility should we encounter Zhang Feng along the way. He Ling expressed, glancing at Lin Long with concern. Su Jun also noticed the bandage wrapped around Lin Long's right foot and quickly added, Brother Long, are you able to continue? Lin Long smiled broadly, dismissing the injury as trivial. This little wound is of no consequence. Do you recall that early morning when I faced off against Jean Dachuan and was struck by an arrow? I simply pulled the arrow out and resumed my duel, hardly feeling the pain. Today is no different. As a superhuman, with the aid of the honey-processed crystal nuclei, my recovery rate is considerably expedited. He turned to caution them, but you must be vigilant. The smoke ahead signifies a considerable gathering of people. When we arrive, we are bound to encounter adversaries. Given their numbers, we must be prepared. Our objective is merely to ascertain the situation of the community ahead. By the way, Captain Mao, do you still have that letter I entrusted to you, detailing our community's circumstances? The original plan was to reach the exterior of the other community and utilize arrows to swiftly shoot the letter into the vicinity, or alternatively, to call out and hand the letter to one or two individuals in charge upon making contact. The method would be determined based on the circumstances encountered in the community. Upon hearing Mao Jun's words, he promptly retrieved 2 letters from within his clothing. Originally, he had 6, but Zhang Fong had confiscated 4 of them. Long ago, I harbor some doubts. Zhang Fong may indeed be a member of the aforementioned community. Lin Long nodded, comprehending Mao Jun's thoughts. On the eastern route, the only community to which Zhang Fong could seek refuge was the rumored Gaoshan community. Moreover, the smoke rising from a distance was strikingly close to the location they anticipated for the Gaoshan community. If Zhang Fong were indeed within that community, they must be adequately prepared. Chapter 314. The mountain community. Lin Long retrieved some provisions from his backpack. Before proceeding with their mission, they replenished their energy while advancing, uncertain if they would have the opportunity to eat later on. The smoke signals grew increasingly closer. They lifted their gazes and finally discerned a quaint town nestled upon a mountain. Surrounding the town were formidable walls, and within these barriers stood 3 towers of observation, each oriented in a different direction. The direction from which the smoke ascended was located just behind the town. This was a quintessential human habitation. Lin Long furrowed his brow and raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. They could now see the entrance to the community, which lay a mere kilometer away after descending the slope. The branches overhead provided them with some cover, allowing for a closer examination of the external conditions of the community. Admittedly, upon first glance, the scale of this community appeared significantly smaller than that of the civilized Reconstruction community, perhaps only as large as a single residential compound within it. Lin Long noticed Su Jun had raised her scope, intently scrutinizing the community. Once she concluded her observations, Lin Long inquired, What do you see ahead? Brother Long, I've noticed something quite peculiar. I scrutinized all 3 observation towers and found that they are manned entirely by women. Furthermore, the guards at the gate are also female. Could it be that this community consists solely of women? Su Jun's observations clearly startled Lin Long and the others. The notion that a community's basic sentry duties were performed exclusively by women hinted at the community's unique circumstances. The group took turns peering through their scopes, confirming Su Yun's findings. Lin Long frowned, nodding in agreement. You are indeed correct. They are all women on guard duty. Mao Jun interjected, Brother Long. This mountain community has previously been encountered by Jean Dachuan and Zhang Fong. However, we remain unaware of the actual conditions within these 2 communities. If all the sentinels here are women, I suspect their combat capabilities might be limited. Yet, it seems improbable that they could have maintained this community for so long without some degree of strength. Perhaps I should venture forth to investigate further? Before Lin Long could respond, He Ling chimed in, No, Captain Mao, I believe it would be more prudent for me to take the lead in dealing with the women. Rest assured, I am an ability user. If they intend to act against me, I can swiftly escape. Brother Long, what do you think? Lin Long nodded in agreement with He Ling's proposal. Very well, Xiao Ling, you must exercise caution in your dialogue and avoid provoking any conflict. Our primary goal is to achieve our objective, resolving any potential dangers as peacefully as possible. Moreover, do not worry too much. We will be right behind you, ensuring your safety. Should you encounter any unusual circumstances, raise your hands to signal that you require our assistance. Understood, she replied, her eyes fixed ahead, exuding determination as she prepared to engage in meaningful dialogue with the individuals ahead. At this moment, Mao Jun handed 2 letters into He Ling's hands. He Ling adjusted her attire, nodded slightly to the crowd, and then turned, making her way toward the community's main entrance ahead. As soon as He Ling emerged from the thicket, the sentinel stationed at the forefront of the community immediately spotted her figure. Without delay, one of them shouted through a loudspeaker, "Who goes there? Halt! Immediately stop." Chapter 3:15. Easier communication. He Ling raised her head and locked eyes with the guard holding a megaphone in front of her. She nodded, paused momentarily, and called out loudly, "Do not be alarmed. I am a member of the civil reconstruction community, not far from here. We have come to deliver a peace declaration to you. Our community leader hopes to establish a peaceful and friendly relationship between our 2 communities." The guard, gripping her crossbow, remained vigilant, wary of any sudden change from He Ling. After hearing her response, she inquired loudly, "You claim to be from the civil reconstruction community? Is your leader a young man named Lin Long?" The guard's amplified voice naturally reached Lin Long's ears. Su Jun whispered to Lin Long, "Brother Long, your name has already reached their ears." Lin Long managed a wry smile. "Have I become famous already?" Su Jun nodded with a smile. "Brother Long, if even the guards have heard of you, it seems you have become a well-known figure in that community." Lin Long pursed his lips. "How could my name travel all the way to this place? Several dozen kilometers away?" Su Jun and Mao Jun exchanged startled glances. Lin Long's remark subtly reminded them both. Fame does not occur without reason. Once one becomes famous, there must be a cause behind it. Su Jun speculated, "Brother Long, could it be that a member of the Yuan Jin community left and informed them about the situation in Jin's community?" Lin Long did not confirm nor deny, signaling for silence. Not only were they surprised, but He Ling, standing in front, also feigned astonishment. He Ling nodded. "Indeed, you are correct. I simply did not expect that our brother Long's heroic name would reach you here. Yes, he is indeed a figure of great renown. Since the onset of the apocalypse, I have never heard of anyone possessing such remarkable abilities." The guard woman surprisingly acknowledged He Ling's words. She continued, "Place the letters on the ground, and I will have someone come to retrieve them. After you have set down the letters, you must retreat. I believe that will suffice. You may remain where you are." He Ling nodded, sensing that the guard was more approachable than she had anticipated. The primary reason for this was undoubtedly due to Lin Long's esteemed reputation. He Ling extracted 2 letters from her inner clothing, smoothing out the creases on the envelopes, and carefully placed them on the ground. Then she slowly stood up and, adhering to the guard's request, began to back away. It was only when she had retreated over 20 meters from the envelope that the guard instructed her to stop. With a creak, the gate opened, and a young girl rushed out from within. She sprinted to the spot where the envelope lay, quickly picked it up, and glanced up at Lin Long. Su Jun and the others behind her all witnessed the scene unfold. Xiao Jun whispered, "Oh, it seems that the one who came out to retrieve the envelope is also a girl. Is this truly a realm dominated by women?" Lin Long, equally perplexed, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the situation appears somewhat similar." After the young girl took the letter back inside, the door closed once more. He Ling inquired, "May I ask when you will be able to provide me with a response?" The woman on duty replied, "Please wait a moment. I have already instructed the person in charge to present the letter to our elder sister. Once there is news, they will convey it to me. By the way, did you come here alone?" Chapter 3:16. The elder sister. The words spoken by the sentinel woman captured Su Jun's undivided attention. Every pivotal term resonated deeply. She softly murmured, "Brother Long, did you hear that? Their leader is an elder sister. It appears this truly is a realm governed by women." Mao Jun interjected, "Brother Long, if this community is predominantly female, I surmise their capabilities may be limited, rendering it a relatively easy territory to conquer." Lin Long shook his head in refutation. "Captain Mao, who has led you to believe that a women's domain is easily subdued? Do you think this sentinel woman is a pushover?" With keen eyesight, Lin Long discerned the truth. The woman before him was muscular, her gaze piercing, embodying the prowess of a seasoned warrior. Frankly speaking, even a captain like Mao Jun might not stand a chance against her. Upon hearing this, Mao Jun was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Ling adjusted her attire slightly and replied, I did not come alone. I was part of a small squad, but regrettably, we encountered some misfortunes along the way, and they all perished. Lin Long nodded in satisfaction at Ling's candor. Her words were indeed truthful. Not far behind them lay numerous corpses, stark evidence of the sacrifices made by her companions. What a tragedy, the Sentinel woman sighed on Ling's behalf. Continuing, please wait here. Our elder sister will respond shortly. Rest assured, our community is relatively safe, free from the menace of zombies. May I inquire the name of your community? Ling asked, noticing the woman turning to leave, likely intending to take a moment's respite after their exchange. You are unaware of our community's name? The woman expressed mild surprise. Very well, I shall tell you. Our community is called Gaoshan Community, named for its establishment atop a high mountain. Gaoshan Community? Indeed, it is here. Lin Long and his companions felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this. It seemed that their arduous journey had led them to their intended destination. Moments later, the Sentinel woman received a communication, then turned to face Ling. What is your name? Our leader has responded. Can you represent the civil reconstruction community in negotiations? If so, she wishes to invite you inside for a discussion. Do you possess the courage to accept? This proposition left Lin Long and the others astounded. Just after their initial encounter, the elder sister of Gaoshan Community extended an invitation to Ling. One could only wonder what perils might await her within the confines of their territory. Su Jun whispered her concern. Oh no, I wonder how Sister Ling will respond. Lin Long and the others anxiously awaited her answer. With a gentle smile, Ling shook her head. No, I cannot go inside. Firstly, I am merely a small team leader in the civil reconstruction community, named Ling, and I do not represent the views of our esteemed Long Ge. Secondly, if my memory serves me right, the relationship between our two communities has not been particularly cordial. There exists no precedent of friendship or exchange, and I must take responsibility for my own safety. The female guard offered a faint smile, the meaning of which remained ambiguous. Please convey a message to your elder sister. I shall inform Long Ge to personally visit your community at his earliest convenience. If there are no further matters to discuss, may I take my leave? Ling inquired. Chapter 317. The first collaboration. The woman on duty did not anticipate that Ling would leave so abruptly. This was a community organization that, at the cost of a small team, had arrived at the Gaoshan community to deliver 2 letters. Please wait a moment, the woman implored, unable to restrain herself and raising her voice. Upon hearing this, Ling looked up and inquired, What is it? Is there anything else? I would like to ask if your civilized reconstruction community has a research team. Ling was slightly taken aback, as this was a matter of considerable interest to her. She nodded honestly yes. The civilized reconstruction community was established on the foundation of the former Jin's community. Many community organizations and institutions are modeled after the original community's framework. You wish to establish a peaceful and friendly relationship with our community, correct? Could you perhaps send us 2 bags of honey crystallized cores first? Of course. If you provide us with the honey crystallized cores, we will reciprocate. Upon hearing this, Lin Long's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that honey crystallized cores were rather scarce within the Gaoshan community. This must be a proposal put forth by the matriarch of their community. Based on hierarchy, it was likely that the leaders of the Gaoshan community were individuals requiring regular doses of honey crystallized cores. Ling paused momentarily and countered. How did you acquire honey crystallized cores previously? Why do you seek our community for 2 bags? We previously engaged in trade with another community. However, that community situation has recently become somewhat unstable, and we prefer not to limit our supply source to a single organization. She continued, If you find it difficult to make a decision on this trade, please discuss it with your leader when you return. I hope that next time, you can come here with your leader to finalize our initial transaction. As the woman on duty spoke, Lin Long observed her intently, scrutinizing the subtle expressions on her face. Indeed, her demeanor was sincere, indicating that she was not merely speaking casually. Lin Long speculated that the recent communication might have prompted the woman on duty to recognize the importance of solidifying the first transaction with a community seeking collaboration. Moreover, they were acutely aware that communities like theirs, surviving in the harsh realities of the post-apocalyptic world, were fortunate to endure thus far. They were unwilling to offend any promising and capable community. Ling smiled slightly, instantly grasping the other's intentions. She replied, I understand. Rest assured, I will convey your message to Brother Long upon my return. If Brother Long is interested in your proposition, he may well agree to your request. However, may I inquire in advance about how you intend to express your gratitude? Should we provide you with the 2 bags of honey crystallized cores? This question piqued Lin Long and the other's curiosity. The woman on duty asked, by the way, do you still have a harem camp over there? Why did she mention the harem camp? It is essential to recognize that the existence of a harem camp constitutes a profound disrespect towards women. However, observing her expression while uttering those 3 words, she appears utterly oblivious to this notion. A harem camp? No. Such disreputable organizations have been abolished following the establishment of the civilized Reconstruction community. Similarly, there exists the camp for concubines. What do you imply by suddenly mentioning this? Well, if it has indeed been disbanded, that is splendid news. The woman nodded and remarked, since it has been abolished, our expression of gratitude may take the form of gifting you some hand-knitted sweaters. In winter, wearing a sweater will provide warmth. Chapter 3:18. Rolia, very well. I will convey your exact words to Brother Long. Ling looked up and offered an additional reminder. May I inquire if there are any other community organizations surrounding the Gaoshan community? Earlier, I mentioned encountering some difficulties on my way here. My teammates were all met with misfortune. The assailant should not be affiliated with your community, correct? Upon hearing this, Su Jun suddenly became tense. She quietly asked Lin Long, Brother Long, what does Sister Ling mean by this? Lin Long responded, do not be anxious. I had not noticed it before, but Ling is quite astute. Did you not see? When Ling was about to turn away, the other party appeared somewhat flustered. Thus, she proposed such a collaborative condition. Ling could hardly refuse the terms presented. She acquiesced. However, she could seize this opportunity to inquire whether they know of a person named Zhang Fong. Su Jun nodded, seemingly comprehending. I understand. The duty officer paused momentarily, reassessing Ling. It seems this woman is not to be underestimated. After a brief contemplation, she inquired, as for the matter you mentioned, I am currently unaware. However, could you describe what the enemy looks like? I will endeavor to investigate as much as I can upon my return. If you're concerned for your safety, I can call my superior immediately, hoping she would permit me to send 2 individuals to escort you down the mountain. The Gaoshan community is established atop a high mountain, a considerable distance from the road below. If Ling is apprehensive about her journey, she would be willing to extend her sincerity by having someone accompany her down. However, Ling declined, stating there is no need. Since I am willing to come to your community's vicinity, I am capable of handling ordinary adversaries. The assailant I encountered is someone I know. He was previously the second in command of my community and is named Zhang Fong. Upon hearing this, the duty officer's expression shifted noticeably. Yet, her reaction was fleeting. She responded nonchalantly, I believe I have heard of Zhang Fong. However, I cannot recall precisely what he looks like at the moment. Nevertheless, since he is a man, he cannot enter our Gaoshan community. Rest assured, should he dare to harm a member of your new community, we will certainly inform you as soon as we receive any information. I reiterate my hope for a successful collaboration. Lin Long observed her changing expressions with keen clarity. Indeed, the connection between Zhang Fong, the former second-in-command of their community, and the Gaoshan community was becoming increasingly evident. Yet, she had just mentioned that men cannot enter the Gaoshan community. What peculiar regulation was that? Very well, upon my return, I will inform Brother Long of the situation here at the earliest opportunity. If time permits, I believe I may accompany Brother Long to visit your community again in 2 or 3 days. By the way, our Brother Long is male. Does he not have the opportunity to enter your community either? Of course, he is different. Our community's regulations specifically target those persistent males. Very well. I shall await your news here. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Rolia. The next time you arrive at the main entrance of our community and find that I am not on duty, please report my name, and they will promptly notify me. Rolia introduced herself with initiative. Ling smiled and waved, saying, All right, Rolia, that's a rather memorable name. Then, Ling turned and strolled back in the direction she came from. As she turned, she found herself making eye contact with Lin Long, extending her right hand to succinctly gesture an okay. Chapter 319. Perplexity. No, it cannot be. A middle-aged man's anguished roar echoed from the mountainside across the ravine. The sound reverberated through the canyon, amplifying momentarily before fading into silence. This man was none other than Zhang Fong, who had been defeated by Lin Long's counterattack. His frustration was indeed justified. At that moment, he had drawn his pistol, aiming it at the hostage, Mao Jun. According to his plan, Lin Long would surely surrender, awaiting his demise. But what was the outcome? That fellow had discerned the fact that his gun was devoid of ammunition. All of his meticulously devised actions had unraveled before him. More importantly, Lin Long was already injured. Had they engaged in a confrontation, Zhang Fong still held confidence in his ability to triumph over Lin Long. Yet, what infuriated him further was that Lin Long had drawn a gun from his waist and aimed it at him. Truly, a case of losing more than he gained. He prided himself on his formidable superpowers, but he knew full well that no matter how strong he was, he could not contend with firearms. For his safety, he had no choice but to turn and flee rapidly. He found himself utterly perplexed. How had Lin Long discovered that his gun was unloaded? As dusk settled, Zhang Fong emerged from his disheartened daze and made his way towards the back entrance of the mountain community. Not long after he had departed, his communicator at his waist buzzed to life. After answering a call, he turned around and headed toward the main entrance. Beside Lilia stood a robust middle-aged woman. After listening to Lilia's report, the woman nodded repeatedly and personally inspected the lookout tower. Upon finding no trace of the enemy, she summoned Zhang Fong over. Zhang Fong approached the imposing figure of the woman. "Sister Liu, you called for me?" This woman, with narrowed eyes and clad in tight leather attire, exuded an unmistakable air of toughness. She was Liu Tong, the matriarch of the mountain community, a quintessential fierce woman. Liu Tong did not respond verbally. Instead, she handed Zhang Fong a letter, murmuring, "Please take a look at the contents of this." Zhang Fong accepted the letter and quickly scanned its contents. This is one of the 2 letters that Ling delivered to the mountain community earlier. In truth, all the letters contained identical messages, promoting Lin Long's vision for a civilized and reconstructed community, outlining their current situation and advantages. Lin Long aspired for all communities to unite in the creation of a civilized society. After perusing the letter, Zhang Fong let out a soft snort and shook his head. "Sister Liu, you cannot possibly believe that this Lin fellow genuinely intends to rebuild a civilized community, can you?" "What do you mean?" Liu Tong inquired with a sidelong glance. "This is clearly a ruse," Zhang Fong declared vehemently. "He is merely seeking to expand his territory and influence by making such proclamations." "What is the current situation?" "The apocalypse has raged for over a year, with zombies rampant, beasts evolving, and humanity's survival hanging by a thread. How could we possibly return to a civilized society? Moreover, I just crossed paths with this man. I sense he is far from ordinary." Upon hearing this, Rolia became somewhat agitated, letting out a soft huff as she remarked, "You just engaged with them, and furthermore, you took the lives of one of their squads. That must count for at least 7 or 8 souls." Liu Tong inquired, "You killed their men?" Zhang Fong nodded readily. "Yes, I took a few lives. Initially, I intended to capture Lin Long as well, but regrettably, that fellow proved to be quite elusive, and I failed." Chapter 320. Liu Tong cast a glance at both Zhang Fong and Lilia, realizing that the turn of events had far exceeded her expectations. Lilia inquired in astonishment, "So their leader has arrived? Why did he not come out to meet us earlier?" Naturally, he would not present himself. As the leader, he could not simply appear at will. Moreover, I had shot Lin Long in his right foot, and, given his injury, he would certainly refrain from showing himself for the sake of his safety. "Zhang Fong, I merely asked you to seek out the zombie crystal cores for us, and I can assure you that your charming companion will be treated well. However, I did not instruct you to cause trouble outside. If you bring conflict to our Gaoshan community, I will show no mercy. You should have a clear understanding of who I am." Liu Tong. Dissatisfied with Zhang Fong's audacious demeanor before her, Liu Tong shifted her tone to offer him a warning. Zhang Fong furrowed his brow, a sense of unease washing over him. Previously, he had brought his girlfriend, Yin Li, with the intention of seeking refuge in the Gaoshan community. After all, there were more women here, and he believed it would be safer for Yin Li. Little did he know, Lu Tong was not one to be trifled with. Seizing the opportunity, she had detained Yin Li, using her as leverage to compel Zhang Fong to search for zombie crystal cores on their behalf. Otherwise, they would treat Yin Li harshly. Zhang Fong felt helpless. He cared deeply for Yin Li's safety, and, to protect her, he acquiesced to Lu Tong's demands. He looked up and said, "Sister Lu, I certainly understand your intentions. However, you haven't let me finish my thoughts. The predecessor of the civil reconstruction community was the Jin family community, which is also a territory I once inhabited. Within it, there are research teams and personnel equipped to develop honey crystal cores. If we can seize control of their leader, Lin Long, obtaining the cores should be a relatively simple task, wouldn't it?" Lu Tong retorted, "Nonsense. What you propose is far too risky. You just mentioned that Lin Long is not to be underestimated. Do you think your limited abilities can capture him? If trouble befalls our community, I will hold you accountable for Yin Li." Feeling deflated, like a punctured ball, Zhang Fong reflected on Lu Tong's words, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Lin Long possesses a certain skill. He and the girl beside him are both superhumans, and I am uncertain how many superhumans exist within the civil reconstruction community. Lu Tong replied, "Very well. I called you here to offer you a chance to redeem yourself." Lualaya, intrigued, turned her gaze toward Zhang Fong, wondering what kind of task Lu Tong would assign him. Zhang Fong, his voice trembling, asked, "Sister Lu, what do you want me to do? You mentioned that you were once a member of the Jin family community, correct? I want you to return there on our behalf and convey a message." Lu Tong sighed. "We must acquire the crystal cores by tomorrow. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my sister will be saved. If you manage to obtain a large crystal core for me, I will arrange for you to meet Yin Li." As Lu Tong spoke, she tilted her head and fixed her gaze intently on Zhang Fong, eager to discern the expression that would grace his face. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Fong exhibited a noticeable tension. "Sister Lu, are you asking me to retrieve the large-capped crystal core medicinal materials from the former community to save a life? Indeed, can you accomplish this task?" Chapter 321. The utmost importance of resources. Lin Long, He Ling, and two others returned to the roadside at the foot of the mountain. Here were the two small vehicles they had driven. Since Tian Fei and the members of their small team had perished, they would return in these cars. Lin Long, He Ling, and Su Jun shared one vehicle, while Mao Jun drove alone in another. Inside the car, He Ling was at the wheel. Lin Long, nursing an injured foot, occupied the back seat, recovering slowly. Su Jun sat beside him, her concern manifesting in incessant inquiries. Whenever Lin Long had the opportunity, he would respond with a few words. When time was scarce, he would raise his hand to signal for a pause. He could distinctly feel a prickling itch at the site of his injury, a sign that the wound was gradually healing. As the vehicle traversed the smooth road, He Ling steadied the speed and turned to ask Brother Long, "When shall we return to the Gaoshan community?" Lin Long replied, "Let us return in 2 days, bringing along 2 bags of honeyed crystal cores as requested by that lady." Lualaya, Su Jun, intrigued, remarked, "It's odd. Isn't Zhang Fong an ability user? Shouldn't he have honeyed crystal cores himself?" Lin Long shook his head. Even if he possesses them, he may not feel compelled to hand them over to the Gaoshan community. He Ling nodded, "Brother Long, I had a brief exchange with that lady, Lualaya. My initial impression of the Gaoshan community is that they're rather weak, which might explain their willingness to cooperate. Interestingly, her promised reward was textiles, which took me by surprise." Su Jun interjected, "Brother Long, this community is quite distant from our civilized reconstruction community. We are self-sufficient. Why must we engage with them? It seems they're little benefit to us." In the vehicle, only a girl like Su Jun would pose such perplexing questions. He Ling shared the sentiment, recognizing that establishing a cooperative relationship with the Gaoshan community appeared to offer no clear advantage to their own community. They were both unaware of Lin Long's true intentions behind this initiative. Lin Long acknowledged, "Indeed, based on our preliminary interaction with the Gaoshan community, they seem to be lacking in strength, and the collaboration may not be in our favor. However, this is merely a surface observation. We are yet to comprehend their internal dynamics and capabilities. Once we engage further, our perspectives may well evolve. He Ling and Su Jun nodded slightly, indicating their understanding. After a brief pause, Lin Long continued to elucidate. Aside from the speculative nature of my previous assertion, there is another reason we must collaborate with them. In this apocalyptic environment, if they are indeed weak, we should extend our assistance to them. Survival is arduous in these dire times. The humans who endure are invaluable primitive resources. We must support one another to weather this storm. I believe that the current constrained circumstances are merely a reflection of the limitations imposed by their environment. What the future holds remains uncertain, and whether they can bring unexpected outcomes to our community is yet to be seen. He Ling instantly comprehended, nodding in acknowledgement. Longo, I understand your meaning. In this apocalyptic world, life is the most precious resource. Our focus should not be on what we can gain from one another, but rather on the imperative of safeguarding these vital resources. Chapter 322. The Fall of the Western Front. He Ling's vehicle led the way, and midway through their journey, the communicator in Lin Long's pocket began to ring. Upon retrieving the device and engaging in a brief conversation, Lin Long's demeanor shifted dramatically to one of palpable tension. He Ling, observing his expression through the rearview mirror, sensed an imminent change in circumstances. She softly inquired, "Brother Long, what has happened?" Choked with emotion, Lin Long responded, "There has been an incident on the Western Front." The gravity of those few words immediately elicited strong reactions from He Ling and Su Jun. He Ling abruptly pressed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a sudden halt with a resounding thud. Before she could pose further questions, Lin Long preemptively answered, "Rest assured, that call was from He Quan. He is unharmed. However, that squad has been completely annihilated. They were ambushed by the enemy while en route. He Quan managed to escape, but the remaining squad members were not so fortunate. They all perished at the hands of the adversary." Upon hearing this, He Ling's anxiety began to ease slightly. Was it the people from the Long clan who did this? What did my brother say? Lin Long nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was the Long clan. During his rapid escape, He Quan locked eyes with an enemy combatant and distinctly noticed a prominent dragon emblem on the enemy's arm, a symbol of the Long clan. He Ling restarted the engine, and the vehicle resumed its forward momentum. Has he returned? He called me earlier on his way back, warning us to remain vigilant against a potential counterattack from the Long clan. Is the Long clan a formidable organization? Are they truly intent on confronting our civil reconstruction community? Uncertain of their strength, Lin Long replied. However, He Quan mentioned that among the adversaries were two exceptionally powerful superhumans. He should be returning shortly after we reach the community. We can inquire about the specifics then. Very well. It appears the Long clan is far more ferocious than the Gaoshan community, daring to directly oppose us. He Ling murmured, accelerating swiftly back toward the community. Upon their return to the civil reconstruction community, Lin Long and his companions were met with a warm welcome from the logistics team led by Zhao Daming. However, upon seeing the four of them disembark, the initially welcoming smiles froze in place. Two squads had set out, comprising over 10 members, yet only these four had returned. Lin Long clapped Zhao Daming on the shoulder, asking, "Brother Daming, has He Quan returned?" Zhao Daming replied, "Not yet, but he should be back soon." Just as they spoke, a figure came rushing from the western direction. Lin Long and the others turned to see none other than He Quan approaching. From a distance, He Quan spotted Lin Long and shouted, "Brother Long, where's my sister?" Lin Long raised his right hand and gestured towards the back. There, at last, He Quan arrived before Lin Long, halting his steps and firmly establishing his presence. He had finally come face to face with everyone. However, as the crowd regarded He Quan, they noticed that his cheeks were marred with conspicuous droplets of blood, and his garments were evidently tattered, with fissures running through the fabric. Indeed, he must have endured a fierce battle in the Western Front. Chapter 324. The situation on the Western Front within the conference hall of Area A in the civilized reconstruction community. Lin Long and the community's administrators convened to deliberate on the circumstances surrounding the Gaoshan community and the Long family community. At this juncture, He Quan recounted his experiences on the Western Front to those present. He Quan led a contingent, with Captain Zhang He at the helm, as they set forth in 2 vehicles towards the western hilltops. Based on prior estimations, the Long family community lay over 30 kilometers from the west of the civilized Reconstruction community. As they journeyed, numerous obstacles littered the roads, causing significant delays. However, before they could reach the outer gate of the Long family community, they fell victim to an ambush. Initially, 2 large boulders tumbled down from the hillside, effectively obstructing their path. Quan and his team, left with no choice, halted their vehicles. Just as they came to a stop, a flurry of whistling sounds pierced the air. They were suddenly besieged by assailants hidden in the surroundings. Realizing the premeditated nature of the ambush, Zhang He, seasoned in field reconnaissance, instinctively called for a retreat. Yet, as he voiced a suggestion, a poisoned arrow struck his feet, incapacitating him. Quan, intending to assist him, found himself lacking in practical combat experience. The adversaries quickly turned their attention to Quan, who narrowly evaded their onslaught, having no time to rescue Zhang He. At that moment, a stone struck Zhang He at the back of his head, and he fell lifeless to the ground. In a mere half an hour, Quan's team suffered grievous losses. Some team members, recognizing the dire circumstances, surrendered by raising their hands. Yet this act did not halt the slaughter. They became mere targets, shot down mercilessly. Witnessing this, Quan resolved to resist fiercely and turned to flee alone. At that instant, an enemy descending the slope unleashed another arrow. Quan caught sight of a dragon insignia on the assailant's sleeve, a symbol denoting affiliation with the Long family community, as he had learned from his earlier conversation with Zhang He. Fortunately, Quan, being an individual with extraordinary abilities, managed to evade the incoming arrow with great agility. He concluded his account of the situation on the Western Front. Subsequently, Lin Long rose to share the circumstances from the Eastern Front. He recounted the involvement of Zhang Fong, who had killed 2 teams from the community, arousing ire among the listeners who were eager to exact vengeance upon him. With both Quan and Lin Long having presented their respective accounts of the Western and Eastern Fronts, it was time for the others to express their opinions. The material search team comprised 4 squads, yet this mission had resulted in the loss of 3 of them. The remaining squad leader, Cui Peng, stood up first to express his thoughts, stating, "Brother Long, Tian Fei and Zhang He cannot sacrifice themselves without reason. Zhang Fong and the Long family community must pay a price." Upon finishing, the surrounding crowd unanimously echoed his sentiment. Subsequently, Quan posed a summarizing question, "Brother Long, what do you think we should do now? We are all listening to you." Lin Long pondered for a moment before inquiring, "How many able-bodied individuals can be mobilized from our community dedicated to civilization reconstruction? Are they willing to join the resource retrieval team?" Zhao Daming was the first to respond. "I previously conducted a survey. There are over 600 individuals aged between 18 and 60. Approximately 400 to 500 should be able to join the material retrieval team." Chapter 325. Expanding the team. Upon hearing this number, Lin Long pondered momentarily before nodding. "Yes, among these 400 to 500 individuals, we should be able to augment the personnel of the resource search team. The first order of business is to promptly expand our ranks with volunteers. The second matter is that we may need to seek assistance." Quan and the others exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily unsure of what Lin Long meant by seeking help. Cui Peng inquired, "Brother Long, who would assist us?" Lin Long turned to He Ling and remarked, "As I mentioned, we need to visit the Gaoshan community in 2 days. It appears we must expedite this. Today, let us take a day to recuperate, and tomorrow, the 2 of us will pay a visit to the Gaoshan community." He Ling immediately grasped the implication and asked, "Does Brother Long mean that we hope the Gaoshan community will aid us?" "Indeed," Lin Long replied. "The Gaoshan community requires honey-infused crystal nuclei, which is not overly difficult for our civilization reconstruction community to provide. They need it, and we can offer them 2 bags. As for the so-called textile gratitude offerings, we have no need for those. I hope they will assist us in dealing with the Longshire community." "What if they are unwilling?" someone queried. "If they are reluctant, we cannot coerce them. However, I believe there is at least a 50 chance they will agree. We shall not abandon our efforts." "But Brother Long, did you not mention that most of the Gaoshan community consists of women? What could such a team possibly do to help us?" Quan expressed his confusion. Lin Long nodded, acknowledging the point. Yes, on the surface, their overall strength may appear weak. However, let us not forget that they have managed to survive in a post-apocalyptic environment, which surely indicates they possess their own advantages. There's one more task we should undertake. He continued, prompting everyone to turn their attention to him, awaiting his command. In the actions to dismantle the Jinshi community, some individuals fled. These may include loyalists to Jin and those acting out of panic. Their escape routes likely lead to the Longshi and Wangshi communities. I do not wish for us to be besieged from both sides. We must swiftly subdue the relatively weaker Longshi community before matters escalate. Lin Long's declaration astonished everyone. The implication of subjugating the Longshi community signified not merely defending their own community, but proactively attacking to claim dominance. Brother Long, do you mean we should aim for swift resolution? Chung Jun, the leader of the community safety team, inquired curiously. Lin Long affirmed precisely. We must resolve our issues with the Longshi community expeditiously. You should be more aware than I, Lin Long, that the Wangshi community is formidable, possessing a significant number of superpowered individuals. If Lu Jie and Jin Hai from our original community manage to persuade the members of that community, they may visit us shortly. Moreover, the transition of communities represents a critical period that tests our survival. We must not allow our enemies to unite and launch a coordinated assault against us. But our strength is limited. How can we achieve a swift resolution against the Longshi community? Indeed, this is a pragmatic concern, yet we must not underestimate our own capabilities. Thus, I have conceived a notion to personally visit the Long family community. Given the current circumstances of the civilization reconstruction community, it appears that only Lin Long possesses the greatest strength. Presently, this moment is crucial for the survival of the community, and many matters necessitate his direct involvement. Moreover, this approach has the advantage of allowing all community members to witness Lin Long's fervor in battle, showcasing the exemplary leadership he embodies in safeguarding the community. Hequan promptly responded, Brother Long, may I accompany you? I must apologize, as I encountered an ambush before even reaching the Long family community today, leaving me with a profound sense of imbalance. I am eager to ascertain the true extent of the Long family community's territory. Chapter 326. The midnight operation soon, night fell, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. This evening was a moonless night, perfect for a special operation. Lin Long and Hequan had dined early and deliberately exercised on Civilization Mountain, formerly known as Golden Mountain, an area be to prepare thoroughly for tonight's endeavors. Almost simultaneously, they commenced their nocturnal mission, remaining vigilant against potential enemy counteractions. The security of the reconstruction community was entrusted to He Ling, Su Jun, Mao Jun, Chui Peng, and others. Brother Long, how is your foot injury? Hequan inquired curiously as they rested on the ground, noticing Lin Long's ability to run swiftly. Lin Long extended his right hand, gently patting his right foot, and nodded. It has essentially healed. Once the bullet is removed, aided by the crystal core, the wound will mend rapidly. He continued, I've also gathered some insights regarding your training. Your running speed seems to have improved slightly, hasn't it? Hequan nodded in agreement. Yes, just a bit faster. However, as a superpower user in this area, I still cannot match your overall capabilities. Brother Long. Lin Long smiled. No rush. I believe that as time progresses, your speed will see significant enhancement. Brother Long, is our operation tonight merely to observe the scale of the Long family community? If the opportunity arises, should we consider infiltrating them? Hequan leaned closer, revealing his contemplations. Lin Long queried, Are you prepared to enter their community and engage them? Hequan promptly thumped his chest and replied, No special preparation is needed. Here, as my thinking, Brother Long, since their attack methods involve arrows and stones, it indicates they likely lack firearms. Such opponents pose no substantial threat to us. We can carry 2 pistols, and with our superior weaponry, we can intimidate many. Carrying a handgun is essential. However, bear in mind that tonight we may encounter mere foot soldiers, and it is unlikely their leaders will be armed either. Thus, for precautionary reasons, let us refrain from using firearms unless absolutely necessary to avoid alarming them. Understood? Hequan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Long, your advice is sound. After ensuring he was adequately rested, Lin Long prepared to continue his training. He Quan, curious, asked, "Brother Long, why do we always choose the early hours for our operations?" He Quan displayed considerable insight into their timing. Lin Long paused, glanced back at He Quan, and smiled slightly. The early hours are optimal for action. Most enemies are sound asleep, utterly unprepared for our sudden appearance. Lin Long mused, "Little one, you are unaware, and I cannot divulge that I, your brother Long, am a vessel of the system. At this stage, the system only permits one opportunity for cheating each day, which only becomes available after midnight, thus compelling me to make this choice." He Quan nodded, initially intending to inquire whether we could take action sooner and explore the surroundings for reconnaissance. However, Lin Long had already set off, leaping into the inky darkness of the night, resuming his physical training. Chapter 327. Nocturnal Undead Under the Cover of Night. Lin Long and He Quan, both endowed with extraordinary abilities, found themselves unencumbered by the need for vehicular transport. They swiftly traversed the terrain, their destination drawing nearer with each stride. However, the obscured visibility of the night posed a challenge for He Quan, whose prowess lay solely in speed. His vision remained akin to that of an ordinary individual. Thus, he trailed closely behind Lin Long, hastening his steps to keep pace. In contrast, Lin Long, a well-rounded superhuman, was unfazed by the limitations of sight, his velocity unimpeded. Before long, they reached a hill in the western direction. According to He Quan's prior account, just ahead lay the ambush site where he had encountered trouble earlier that day. Lin Long, intrigued by this location, yearned to survey the surrounding terrain and deduce the circumstances of the ambushers. "Halt!" As they approached the designated spot, Lin Long abruptly came to a stop, raising a hand to signal He Quan to pause. He Quan, catching up to Lin Long's rear, quickly planted his feet and glanced forward, curiosity piqued. "Brother Long, what is it?" he whispered. "I just caught sight of a figure up ahead," Lin Long replied quietly. That silhouette was moving quite swiftly, and it may have crossed over the hill to the ambush site you mentioned. A figure? Could it be one of the individuals from the Long clan, perhaps a fellow superhuman exercising nearby? He Quan pondered. A reasonable assumption, given that leaders like himself and Lin Long often took to the mountains surrounding their community for nocturnal training. Lin Long remarked, "I merely caught a fleeting glimpse. It's premature to draw any conclusions. Let us proceed cautiously. Once we reach the edge of the woods, we can assess the situation further. If it is indeed a superhuman from the Long clan honing their skills, we might gauge their strength and, should they prove inferior to us, inquire about the specifics of our community." He Quan nodded in agreement. "Brother Long, I share your sentiment." He then reached for the handgun at his waist, a glint of eagerness in his demeanor. "Rest assured, we are armed and possess a considerable advantage." Lin Long, upon hearing this, turned his head to offer a gentle reminder. "Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not discharge your weapon. The research teams within the community have yet to devise a method for bullet production, so we must cherish the ammunition we have." "I understand. I merely carry the firearm for my own reassurance," He Quan replied with a grin. With that, Lin Long and He Quan slowed their pace, ascending to the summit of the hill. They positioned themselves slightly askew, their gazes fixed ahead, where they beheld a solitary figure standing on the ground below. The individual occasionally crouched down to the ground, only to rise and survey the surroundings moments later. After a brief span of half a minute, they observed something being cast aside from the person's hand, landing not far from them. Upon witnessing this, Lin Long's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He had clearly discerned that what was discarded was a severed human arm. Good heavens, what on earth was that person doing? Lin Long found himself utterly unable to keep pace with the unfolding thoughts, pondering. It resembled a ghoul feasting upon a dismembered limb. Chapter 328. The perilous place. Lin Long swiftly crouched down, urging He Quan to do the same. He Quan, unable to discern the figure before him, complied, glancing sideways at Lin Long. In that fleeting moment, he noticed the unusual expression on Lin Long's face. He Quan whispered, "Brother Long, why does your complexion appear so poor?" Lin Long placed his index finger over his lips, signaling for silence. He Quan, with no other choice, leaned closer to Lin Long, awaiting an explanation. After several minutes of tense anticipation, Lin Long cautiously rose to his feet. He cast his gaze toward the direction of the valley below, only to find that the zombie had vanished from sight. With a sigh of relief, Lin Long addressed Hequan. Earlier, there was indeed a figure on that hillside. Did you not see it? Hequan stood up to inspect the foot of the hill, a sense of urgency washing over him. He nodded in affirmation. Yes. We saw his silhouette when we arrived. How could he have disappeared so quickly? By the way, Brother Long, why did you signal for silence earlier? Now that the figure is gone, where shall we search for him? Hearing this, Lin Long could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. No, Xiao Quan. The reality of the situation is entirely different from our earlier assumptions. Let us descend and examine the scene below. Confused, Hequan inquired, Brother Long, what do you mean? Lin Long took the lead, descending the slope, and approached the scattered remains of the corpses strewn across the ground. These bodies had been ravaged by the horde of zombies, leaving only bones in their wake. Having endured the trials of the apocalypse for some time, Hequan was accustomed to the aftermath of such devastation. However, when he turned and beheld the fragmented bones on the ground, he was left speechless in shock. He turned to Lin Long with curiosity. Brother Long, if I recall correctly, the items that fellow left behind, could they possibly be these bones? Lin Long confirmed. Indeed, these are the remnants. Is that fellow even human? Could it be that he is not a person, but a zombie? With Lin Long's revelation, Hequan finally grasped the strangeness of their predicament. Realizing that there lay a shocking secret within, Lin Long nodded in satisfaction, pleased that Hequan had discerned the oddity of the situation after witnessing the scene firsthand. I witnessed that individual gnawing on a human arm. He is not human. He is a zombie. Furthermore, I initially observed his astonishing speed. He moved like a flash, disappearing from sight in an instant. He is not merely a zombie. He is a formidable one. Understood. This area has undoubtedly been ravaged by the zombie tide, and now it has attracted a particularly powerful zombie. Is it truly capable of such speed? Does this not place us in grave danger? Hequan's heart tightened as he expressed his concerns. Indeed, we must promptly survey our surroundings for any traces of the Long family community. If none are found, we shall hastily proceed towards the Long family community. This place evokes a sense of danger within me. Lin Long was acutely aware that the zombie he had just encountered was likely of the same formidable type as the third-tier zombies he had observed in the zombie repository. Yes, such zombies possess an agility akin to that of beastly corpses. Should a zombie exhibit the swiftness characteristic of a beastly corpse, anyone who crosses its path would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Lin Long sincerely hoped to avoid an encounter with such a formidable zombie this evening. Chapter 329. The How Lin Long and Hequan conducted a cursory examination of the ambush site, finding nothing of value. With no other options, they hastily withdrew from the perilous area and swiftly ascended to the summit of the hillside, gazing into the distance. Before them, a faint glow of a city emerged, its lights flickering in the twilight. Surely, this illumination was connected to the Long family community. Hequan pointed in that direction and asked, Brother Long, is it that way? Shall we proceed? Lin Long nodded. Xiao Quan, the closer we approach that direction, the slower we must tread. The distance to the illuminated area is not far, and I wonder if that recent zombie has also noticed the light ahead. To avoid encountering it, we must advance cautiously while remaining vigilant of our surroundings. Understood. Let's be mindful as we move forward, Hequan replied. The two proceeded, deliberately slowing their pace. Not long into their journey, a fierce howl, reminiscent of a wild beast, erupted from the nearby woods, startling both men. Hequan crouched down, his expression betraying his anxiety. He turned to Lin Long and inquired, Brother Long, I believe the howl came from the ravine ahead. Should we continue onward? To reach the illuminated area, they would indeed have to traverse the ravine. Although a detour was possible, it too posed its own dangers. Lin Long pondered, do you think that howl was emitted by a beastly zombie? It felt terrifying. In the dead of night, a sudden outburst like that is utterly shocking, Hequan replied. If it was a beastly zombie, then something must be amiss in the ravine ahead. We must proceed with caution to uncover the truth. Are you serious? Hequan exclaimed, taken aback. Brother Long, you suggest we investigate? Beastly zombies are far more perilous than ordinary ones. If they detect us, we could be in grave danger. Fear not. Our greatest skill lies in swift escape. If we are indeed discovered, we will make a beeline for the light. That glow has remained constant, indicating that even beastly zombies must harbor their own fears. Despite Lin Long's reassurances, Hequan remained tense. The prospect of advancing toward danger was daunting. Alas, before Hequan could voice his concerns, Lin Long had already begun to move, slowly approaching the ravine. Feeling helpless, Hequan wondered if he had any grounds to refuse Lin Long's insistence. Reluctantly, he followed, pausing intermittently, ever ready to flee at a moment's notice. A flicker of regret crossed his mind for having accompanied Lin Long on this mission that night. "Look," Lin Long said, stopping shortly after he began to walk. Hequan crouched behind him, peering ahead. Regrettably, their fixed position was still 1,000 meters away from the mountain pass, rendering Hequan utterly unable to discern the situation there. "Brother Long, what do you see?" A zombie and a beast carcass encountered each other midway. Lin Long briefly provided an overview, indicating that the zombie in question was likely the exceptionally formidable one they had just witnessed. Chapter 330. The Battle of the Undead. Before them lay the corpse of a ferocious wolf, its bared teeth and fierce expression radiating menace. However, the human zombie standing opposite it displayed no signs of fear. The zombie crouched slowly, as if awaiting the moment to unleash its attack. The prospect of a battle between the beast corpse and the zombie caused Hequan to feel a rush of tension. He had heard tales of the beast corpse's ferocity and had witnessed the might of second-tier zombies. Yet, after more than a year of surviving in this post-apocalyptic world, he had never witnessed a confrontation between a zombie and a beast corpse. To him, this was a monumental revelation. "Keep your voice down. Their alertness is high. We must not let them notice us," Lin Long whispered urgently, pulling Hequan aside. He gazed up at a nearby tree, then turned to Hequan. "Cool, me. Let us hide in this great tree. From its branches, we shall have a clear view of their battle." With that, Lin Long ascended the tree swiftly, his hands gripping the trunk while his feet deftly maneuvered on the lower branches. In no time, he had silently perched upon a sturdy limb. Following suit, Hequan climbed up to a leafy segment, concealing himself amid the foliage. The beast corpse, realizing its fierce demeanor failed to intimidate the zombie, grew anxious. It began to circle around the zombie, poised to strike. However, before it could make its move, the zombie lunged first. With a crouch and a leap, it struck directly at the beast corpse's forehead with remarkable speed and precision. A resounding clash echoed as the two corpses collided for the first time. As the zombie landed, the beast corpse opened its gaping maw, attempting to lunge for the zombie's neck. Yet, in that instant, the zombie raised its hands with remarkable agility, grasping the beast corpse's upper and lower jaws. What was the meaning of this? Was the zombie attempting to pry open the beast corpse's mouth? Just then, before the beast corpse could close its jaws, the zombie's hands moved with uncanny swiftness. With a crack, accompanied by the beast corpse's agonized howl, it was split in two at the mouth. The beast corpse stood no chance against the zombie's ferocity and was utterly vanquished in a heartbeat. In a dramatic turn of events, after dispatching the beast corpse, the zombie quickly tore off its limbs. One severed leg of the beast corpse was carelessly discarded, landing atop the tree where Lin Long and Hequan were concealed. From his elevated position, Hequan had a much clearer view of the thrilling and bloody encounter that had just unfolded, marveling at the zombie's prowess. Little did he expect, however, that an unforeseen spectacle would occur above him. Lin Long quickly gestured for silence, and Hequan, understanding the cue, stifled his astonishment and continued to observe the zombie's actions. He was perplexed by the zombie's next move as it raised its hands and struck the beast corpse's forehead, extracting a crystal core from within and placing it into its own mouth. Subsequently, the zombie seized one of the beast's forelimbs, voraciously gnawing at it before carelessly discarding it aside. After satiating its hunger, it leaped away with remarkable agility, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant. A mere 2 minutes after the zombie's departure, Hequan exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Long, that zombie is even more formidable than a second-tier one." Lin Long glanced back at him, affirming, "Indeed, for it belongs to the third tier. In the hierarchy of zombies, the third tier stands significantly above the second." Chapter 331. The Encounter of the Living and the Dead. Quan was hearing about the term Tier 3 zombie for the first time. After inquiring further from Lin Long, he was immediately engulfed by a wave of shock and trepidation. It dawned on him that even those endowed with supernatural abilities were not inherently formidable within the harsh realities of this apocalyptic world. Humanity still faced the threats posed by firearms and ammunition, and far more formidable undead lurked beyond. His meager skills in evasion were utterly insufficient to contend with them. As Lin Long prepared to lead Quan downwards, he suddenly squinted, noticing two figures appearing not far ahead. These figures moved at a leisurely pace, scanning their surroundings with keen observation. Upon closer inspection, Lin Long discerned that they were two middle-aged men, alive without a doubt, and certainly not the zombies they had encountered earlier. Lin Long pondered, curious. It seemed these two had emerged from the adjacent woods, suggesting that the recent cries of the undead had not only alarmed them, but also roused others nearby. Most likely, these individuals hailed from the Long clan community, and their audacity to venture out indicated they were not of ordinary ilk. The notion settled in his mind that they were probably influential figures within their community. After this contemplation, Lin Long promptly alerted Quan to closely monitor the movements of the two men ahead. When Quan finally focused his gaze, he too recognized the two individuals. Given the recent battle with the undead, their arrival at the scene sparked an instant realization in Quan. However, the distance between Lin Long's concealed position behind the large tree and the two men was too great for him to eavesdrop on their conversation effectively, and his initial attempts yielded no discernible results. The two men moved with purpose, lingering at the site for merely a few minutes before concluding that there was nothing of value to salvage. Just as they prepared to retreat, Lin Long's heart sank as he witnessed the rapidly advancing zombie leap back, landing perilously close behind them. In that moment, Lin Long felt a chill run down his spine. It was sheer misfortune that the two men, oblivious to the lurking danger, continued on their path. Suddenly, with a resounding leap, the zombie lunged towards one of the men from behind. The sound of its leap was deafening, drawing the attention of the two men just in time for them to catch sight of the monstrous figure. "Ah, Brother Wong, that fast-running zombie has returned," one exclaimed. "I see it. Let's get out of the way." With urgency, they swiftly sidestepped, drawing long knives from their waists and feinting into the air. The zombie, having missed its initial target, slowly regained its footing, fixing its gaze upon the two men before it. When Quan witnessed this scene, he found himself in a quandary, cautiously inching closer to Lin Long. To be frank, he had never encountered zombies with such remarkable swiftness. Facing them head-on, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Lin Long raised a hand towards Quan, signaling him to remain calm for the moment and observe how the situation would unfold. Quan swallowed hard and nodded in response. Lin Long could vaguely see that the young man had unconsciously drawn his pistol, evidently bracing himself for comprehensive self-defense. Chapter 332. The Battle of the Living and the Undead. The middle-aged man, referred to as Brother Wong, brandished his long knife in the air, cautioning Deputy Long. "Have you ever encountered such a swift-moving zombie?" Deputy Long shook his head decisively. "To be honest, since the outbreak of the apocalypse, we have never seen this type of zombie. What should we do now? Should we fire a signal flare to summon our comrades for assistance?" Not far from their position lay a territory belonging to the Long family community. Firing a signal flare would surely attract aid. He was confident that, with sufficient reinforcements, dealing with a single zombie would pose no significant challenge. "Let us refrain from signaling for help." Brother Wong unexpectedly declined a request for assistance. "Consider the time. Many are already in slumber. Moreover, neither of us possesses a communication device. Those inside are unaware of the situation outside and may not grasp the level of danger. If the reinforcements happen to be mere members of the material recovery team, they would not only be of no help, but could also become fodder for the zombie. It is not worth the risk." Brother Wong's analysis was astute. The hour was indeed late, and the first to notice the signal flare would undoubtedly be the station sentinels. While it was acceptable for them to keep watch, engaging in combat with such formidable zombies would likely prove burdensome. Survivors were valuable resources, unless absolutely necessary. They should not be allowed to march toward doom. After a brief exchange, The two men distanced themselves from one another, ready to confront the zombie head-on, ensuring it had no opportunity to evade. The zombie observed them momentarily, tilting its head as if pondering a perplexing dilemma, reminiscent of a 7- or 8-year-old child grappling with a particularly challenging problem. Moments later, the zombie suddenly lunged forward, charging directly at Brother Wong. He raised his long knife, aiming for the creature's head, and executed a sweeping strike. Remarkably, the zombie, noticing the impending attack, lowered its head, deftly evading the blow. With the strike missing its target, Brother Wong tightened his grip on the knife and quickly retreated to stand back-to-back with Deputy Long, both on high alert. It was evident that this zombie possessed a degree of evasive capability, far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Deputy Long, did you see that? This zombie is agile and poses a challenge. Shall we attack together? Deputy Long had stood by, observing the confrontation without participating, yet he had clearly noted the zombie's offensive tactics. He nodded. I observed carefully. This zombie demonstrates evasive maneuvers and attacking skills. Alone, it can dodge attacks. Let us strike in unison. You target its upper body, while I aim for its lower body to see how it responds. Agreed. After a brief discussion, they executed their plan, one targeting the upper half and the other the lower, swiftly launching their assault on the zombie. With a sharp crack, the zombie successfully dodged the attack aimed at its upper body, but failed to evade the knife aimed at its lower half, meeting with a decisive blow. With a swift motion, he severed the lower half of the creature from the waist, leaving it cleaved in two. The zombie, its mouth agape, emitted a piercing howl towards the sky, a sound that reverberated for miles and was utterly grating to the ears. Lin Long could not help but let out a sigh, pondering. The combined strength of the two ahead has vanquished this third-tier zombie. It appears that while the third-tier zombie possesses increased speed, its reflexes are exceedingly poor, rendering it no match for the duo's united force. However, did that earlier wail signify something of greater import? Chapter 333. The zombie tide approaches. Upon witnessing a swift decapitation of a zombie, Deputy Long broke into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Brother Wong, we have effortlessly vanquished this foe. As the creature collapsed, its hands continued to reach skyward, as if yearning to grasp its enemy and sink its teeth into flesh. Indeed, zombies are far inferior to these individuals. They possess minimal pain sensation, and even after suffering severe injuries to their lower bodies, their primal instinct remains focused on fulfilling their hunger. Standing upright, Brother Wong cast a glance at the fallen zombie, a cold smirk creeping across his lips as he mused. I see it. With that, he turned to Deputy Long and inquired, shall we eliminate it and extract the crystal core from its brain? Allow me, Deputy Long replied decisively. He raised his long blade and struck the zombie's head with precision. With two clean cuts, he extracted the crystal core effortlessly. The zombie's hands ceased their frantic grasping, its limbs falling limply to the ground. Upon seeing the crystal core, Deputy Long's eyes widened in astonishment, almost unable to believe the sight before him. Is this truly a crystal core, Brother Wong? It appears significantly larger than those we've encountered before. Brother Wong leaned in closer, scrutinizing the core. Indeed, its size was markedly greater than that of previous specimens. He nodded in agreement. It is indeed substantial. I have a feeling this is no ordinary zombie. Bending down, Deputy Long reached out with his right hand to retrieve the crystal core, wiping it clean on his clothing. Perched on a branch above, Lin Long observed the scene unfold below, his gaze fixated on Deputy Long and the core he held. His eyes narrowed as he contemplated. The higher the zombie's level, the greater the concentration of the crystal core within its brain and correspondingly, its size. How fortunate it would be if I could secure that crystal core for myself. As this thought crossed his mind, he slowly moved his right hand, retrieving a piece of black cloth from his pack to cover his face. He then drew his handgun. Quan, stationed nearby, witnessed Lin Long's actions and immediately understood. Brother Long was preparing to take action. Cautiously, Quan inched closer to Lin Long suddenly. Lin Long raised his right hand, whispering, something feels amiss. I hear a rustling sound ahead, as if something is approaching. What is it? Quan inquired quietly, perplexed. Lin Long did not respond verbally. Instead, he placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Quan nodded in comprehension, remaining still as they observed the unfolding situation. After a brief moment, Lin Long was the first to spot 3 swaying zombies emerging from beneath their tree, heading directly toward the spot where the third-tier zombie had met its demise. Realization dawned upon Lin Long. I knew something was off. It appears more zombies are drawing near. Upon encountering the zombie beneath him, Quan could not help but feel a surge of tension. His admiration for Lin Long had reached unprecedented heights. It appeared that Brother Long's auditory perception was indeed far superior to his own. When he warned of impending danger, it was imperative to heed his counsel. Lin Long scanned the surroundings once more and soon spotted a multitude of zombies emerging from a nearby direction. One after another, they seemed to be drawn together by some unseen force, gradually converging towards their location. Meanwhile, Vice Captain Long and Brother Wong remained engrossed in dissecting the innards of zombie, intent on extracting the beast's crystal core, blissfully unaware of the looming peril surrounding them. Chapter 334. Entombment Who? Suddenly, Deputy Long heard footsteps around him. He ceased his gruesome examination and turned his head to glance in the direction behind him. To his surprise, there was no one there. He suspected it was merely an illusion. He quickly inquired of Brother Wong. Did you hear any footsteps? Brother Wong, preoccupied with tidying a segment of intestines while pinching his nose, shook his head vigorously, indicating he had heard nothing. Deputy Long muttered to himself, "It seems I was mistaken." He then resumed his quest for the repugnant beast core. Alas, no sooner had he uttered those words than Brother Wong let out a piercing scream. Startled, he turned to discover a zombie lunging at his back, its mouth agape as it sank its teeth into him. Observing this from a branch, Lin Long furrowed his brow. Reflecting, the zombies have already crept upon them unnoticed. They truly deserve their fate. With a surge of strength, Brother Wong forcefully shoved the zombie away and bellowed, "You bastard! How dare you ambush me?" In a swift motion, he raised his long knife and deftly cleaved the zombie in two. Deputy Long, more cunning, had raised his gaze upon hearing Brother Wong shriek. To his dismay, the subtle footsteps he had heard earlier were no mere figment of his imagination. The zombies had indeed been drawing near, their movements producing sounds he had previously disregarded. Before Brother Wong, a horde of over 10 zombies appeared, swaying their heads and lunging towards them with menacing intent. Brother Wong dispatched one with a strike, but another zombie was quick to pounce. He retaliated with a forceful kick, sending it flying. Meanwhile, Deputy Long, sensing the escalating peril, hastily fled to the side. After a short sprint, he found himself confronted by a multitude of zombies gathering ahead. There was no doubt they had converged here for a reason. A thought struck him. The fierce zombie had emitted a chilling scream before collapsing. Yes, the problem lay there. The agonizing cry must have attracted the attention of these zombies. Curse it! Why had he only realized this now? Deputy Long, wait for me. Brother Wong hurriedly called out as he rushed towards him. Just then, Deputy Long encountered a zombie head-on. With a swift motion, he extended his right hand and delivered a crushing blow, caving in the zombie's skull. Lin Long observed this action with a start, contemplating, it appears this fellow possesses extraordinary strength. As for Brother Wong's nature, whether he too was an extraordinary being remained uncertain. Deputy Long glanced at him, snorted softly, and shook his head, saying, "Brother Wong, do you not realize that you've already been bitten by a zombie?" Brother Wong paused, a look of realization dawning upon him. It dawned on him that in Deputy Long's eyes, he had already become a casualty. The so-called exit signifies a state of no longer being human, soon to succumb to the fatal grip of the zombie virus. No, Deputy Long, Sister Long will surely rescue me. Won't she? Do not indulge in fantasies. You've already been bitten by a zombie. Who could possibly save you? Ultimately, Deputy Long did not engage in slaying the zombies. Instead, he forcefully shoved one directly towards Brother Wong. It appeared he regarded Brother Wong as a burden, eager to dispose of him here. No, I do not wish to die. Brother Wong cried out in agony. However, after a couple of desperate calls, Deputy Long showed no signs of turning back. It seemed that his cries were in vain. Resolutely, he drew a flare gun from his waist, and, as the zombies advanced, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The sharp report of the flare gun echoed throughout the forest. Upon witnessing this, Deputy Long's heart sank. This was dire. He had actually fired a shot seeking rescue. Chapter 335. The chaos begins. Deputy Long was acutely aware that at this critical juncture, Brother Wong's gunfire would not serve as a means of salvation. Rather, it would exact a heavy toll on the survivors of the community who might risk their lives to rescue this doomed individual. Once the gates of the community swung open, anyone emerging would inevitably face a collective assault from the surrounding zombies. While the survivors could manage to deal with one or two solitary zombies, confronting a horde of wandering undead proved to be a formidable challenge. Long's expression shifted restlessly. It was futile to contemplate any means of rescue now. All he could do was strive for his own survival. Cursing softly, he muttered, "Madman, Wong the madman." Then, he turned and launched himself at the encroaching zombies. The sound of impact echoed as his massive hand collided directly with the heads of the zombies. The once gaping mouths of these ordinary zombies shattered into fragments upon his strike. These common undead could not withstand the force of his blow. Lin Long observed keenly from above. This individual, in his relentless slaughter of zombies, exhibited no inclination to retrieve the crystal cores nestled within their craniums. Perhaps the ordinary cores of these zombies held no value in his eyes. What he sought were the second or third-tier zombies. Quan, unlike Lin Long, turned his gaze towards the source of the signal flare that had pierced the air. All the zombies, too, paused mid-advance, craning their necks or turning their heads to the fleeting signal flare in the sky. At last, through sheer determination, Deputy Long carved out a bloody path amidst the fray. Suddenly, a familiar scream emanated from the direction of the community. "Long Shanghai, you bastard! Even as a ghost, I will not spare you." After Brother Wong fired his distress signal, the absence of a response from Deputy Long sent a chill coursing through his veins. It became evident that all the strategies he had conjured were in vain, leading to disheartening results. Faced with the inevitability of his demise, he resolved to abandon all restraint. Upon hearing this, Lin Long mused. Long Shanghai must refer to that individual named Long Shanghai from earlier. Is this Wong worth rescuing? Fortunately, the commotion from the community diverted some of the zombies' attention, leading them to turn and surge toward that direction. Brother Wong brandished his long knife, hacking left and right, toppling two zombies in quick succession. However, the next zombie found the blade lodged deep within its shoulder armor, rendering it impossible to extract immediately. At this critical moment, another zombie lunged from behind, aiming for Brother Wong's back. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Long sheathed his pistol and drew his long knife, propelling himself towards the approaching zombie. With a decisive crack, he cleaved the zombie in half. Extending his right hand, Lin Long seized Brother Wong's arm, shouting, "Come with me." The sudden turn of events left Quan, who was dazed in the tree, utterly astonished. What on earth was Longa doing? He was risking an attack from the surrounding zombies to rescue an enemy. What could possibly motivate him to save someone already bitten and on the brink of death? Equally bewildered was Wong Gu himself, who had prepared for his impending demise. To his surprise, a masked hero descended from the sky, not only aiding him in dispatching the zombies, but seemingly intent on leading him to safety. Without a moment's hesitation, Wong Gu followed suit, as Lin Long guided him out of the encirclement of the undead. Chapter 336. Chaos. Wong Gu felt an abrupt gust of wind as his body was lifted into the air, propelled forward at a rapid pace. With a thud, he was unceremoniously dropped onto the ground after being hurled down a slope mid-run. The impact left him with a searing pain in his backside. In the dead of night, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, he struggled to discern the uneven terrain beneath him. It was only natural to stumble in such conditions. Nevertheless, having narrowly escaped from a perilous situation, he considered himself fortunate. A fall was a small price to pay. Meanwhile, Lin Long turned to gaze at the fallen Wong Gu, calmly inquiring, "What is your name? I need to assess whether rescuing you is worthwhile." Initially taken aback, Wong Gu found it incredulous that his savior was unaware of his identity. Recovering from his surprise, he introduced himself. "I am Wong Sujuan, a messenger from the Long community. If you escort me back, I shall reward you generously." "Ah, Wong Sujuan," Lin Long mused. Pausing momentarily, before he could respond, a cacophony of frantic cries erupted from behind them. People shouted for help, warning that zombies were approaching. Clearly, chaos had ensued after a sudden incursion of zombies into the community. Lin Long smiled slightly, remarking, "You see, the good deed you performed earlier has led to this." Wang Sujuan, feeling a sense of urgency, replied, "It was not intentional. I fear I may have been bitten on the back of my neck by a zombie. I must be rescued immediately, lest I succumb to the virus. May I know your name? Your kindness shall not be forgotten, and I shall repay you in due time." Wang Sujuan was not naive. He discerned two crucial facts from Lin Long's demeanor. First, this benefactor did not recognize him, indicating that the rescue was motivated by the prospect of a reward. Second, before Lin Long determined whether he was worth saving, it would be prudent to make his escape. Given Lin Long's impressive speed, lingering here posed unnecessary danger. Realizing the futility of relying on this stranger for a safe return, Wang Sujuan resolved to leave. Just as he turned to depart, a sudden gust swept down from the slope above, revealing another masked young man. Upon seeing the two, the newcomer halted, then addressed the original masked figure, exclaiming, "So you are here." The newcomer was none other than He Quan, who had emulated Lin Long's swift movements and rushed out with a cloth covering his face. Lin Long glanced up at He Quan and nodded, inquiring about the situation within the community. "Have you discerned the chaos within?" A brief look revealed utter disarray. It appeared that zombies had infiltrated, with cries for help echoing throughout. He Quan then turned to Wang Sujuan, realizing that this turmoil was the result of his actions. Wang Sujuan's heart raced with panic. This is dire. These two are in collusion.